Chapter 280. Our reunion. The door lock was rendered useless by a shot from my gun, leaving me furrowing my brow as I picked up my service weapon and retreated into the bathroom. I kept a vigilant watch through the narrow crack of the door, ever alert to the changes outside. Before long, a youthful intern officer entered the room, glancing around without much thought, and proceeded directly to the side of the injured, armed police officer. "Officer, let me help you downstairs," he said, clumsily grasping the injured officer's hands. His demeanor reminded me of myself 5 years ago, when I had just begun my internship at the precinct, addressing everyone with deference, referring to them as senior brother and officer. Little did I know that during the final stages of my internship, when I was falsely accused of murder, they would all remain silent, unwilling to speak up for me. The intern officer attempted to lift the injured, armed police officer, just as he placed the officer's head on his shoulder. The unconscious man suddenly opened his eyes and whispered urgently in his ear, "The suspect has a gun in the bathroom. Run." The tone was grave and hurried. The intern officer took 2 seconds to process the information before panic set in. A gun? The bathroom door opened silently. Heightened senses allowed me to stealthily step out, raising the butt of my gun. Indeed, there was a gun. With a resounding thud, I struck the intern officer on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. I bent down and covered the mouth of the other armed police officer, who was still in a daze, executing my charade convincingly. I kicked away the communication device and dragged him into the bathroom, delivering a few more blows to ensure his complete unconsciousness before I ceased my actions. One could never be too cautious. At this moment, the spirit of fate had seemingly vanished. Bound by an unseen distance, there existed a limit to how far it could stray from the black orb of its essence. If it ventured more than 200 meters away, it would weaken considerably, automatically returning to the orb. This was a revelation I had only come to understand during my live broadcast at the New Century amusement park. For now, I disregarded the spirit and allowed it to flee upstairs. I dragged the intern officer into the bathroom and stripped him of his uniform. I had not anticipated that 5 years later, I would have the opportunity to don this attire again. The distinction between the intern and active duty officer uniforms was minimal, save for the shoulder insignia, arm patches, and cap badge. I dampened a bedsheet to gag the intern officer and bound him next to the toilet. Familiarizing myself with his officer number, I then exited the bathroom. "Bai Chi, you must hide. I will return for you," I instructed, coaxing Bai Chi to conceal himself beneath the TV cabinet. Alone, I lowered the brim of my hat and, with the injured armed police officer slung over my shoulder, departed the room. My sidearm was concealed beneath my clothing, and a communication device hung from my upper pocket, allowing me to clearly hear the commands issued from the command center. "The suspect has vanished from the 18th floor. Launch a thorough search. Leave no room unchecked. Report. The suspect is armed and may have fled to a higher floor. Team 1, Team 2. Proceed immediately to the 21st floor to escort Chairman Jiang Detao of Jiangjin Real Estate to safety. Ensure his personal safety at all costs. Received." Initially, I had intended to blend in and slip down to the first floor to seize a police vehicle for my escape. However, upon hearing the command center's orders, my plans shifted. The old man Jiang was on the 21st floor. The command center's directives suggested they had discovered the spirit's disappearance and feared for the safety of the Jiang family, prompting their hurried preparations for evacuation. The 2 battalions of armed police escorting Mr. Jiang reveal his extraordinary identity. A hint of amusement flickers across my face, obscured by the brim of my hat. If I could take him hostage, escaping from this place and evading the police scrutiny would not be an insurmountable task. Thoughts swirl in my mind. Debts must be settled, and it is high time to account for the grievances between Mr. Jiang and myself. Their quickest and safest exit lies in the elevator, and with the armed police in attendance, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to act during this process. The Century New Garden is equipped with 3 elevators, and sabotaging all of them is impractical. My only chance for success is to lay in wait on the first floor as Mr. Jiang exits the elevator and makes his way to his vehicle. The mission of the spirit has been accomplished. It can now be summoned back. I retrieve the black orb. Yet I falter on the incantation to summon the spirit, mumbling a few phrases before deciding to abandon it, trusting that it will return on its own once the distance exceeds a certain threshold. Maintaining a composed expression, I hasten down the stairs, carrying the injured and unconscious officer. Several surveillance cameras in the emergency exit have been disabled, and my path thus far has been unimpeded. As I reach the corner on the first floor, I come to a halt. I had previously shot out the camera when I ascended, so now, concealed here. I am untroubled by the possibility of being detected by the surveillance room personnel. After a brief wait, I feel a chill as dark hair brushes against my body. The spirit, bearing a striking resemblance to me, emerges silently from the shadows, its raincoat riddled with bullet holes. Had it been a living person, it would have perished countless times over. Its return brings me a sense of assurance, bolstering my confidence in the forthcoming plan. Utilizing my sight, I observe the elevator numbers fluctuating, descending from double digits to a single digit, and then the indicator light illuminates as the silvery elevator doors begin to part. Here they come. Two fully armed officers emerge first, one wielding a riot shield, their movements professional and coordinated, with one maintaining vigilance over the hall. Following closely behind is a slender, elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s. His hair is partially white, his skin sagging. Yet his eyes gleam with a sharpness akin to a knife, avoiding direct contact. Zhang Detao. This is my first encounter with him in real life. I had previously seen him on television, but witnessing him up close imparts a uniquely intense sensation, sinister and cunning, reminiscent of a hawk soaring high above or a crocodile lurking at the water's edge. Zhang Detao is flanked by armed police, their protective formation unwavering and devoid of any gaps. Following him from the elevator is a young man clad in a light-colored suit, tall and handsome. Though his complexion is pallid, tinged with an unnatural waxy hue, suggesting a depletion of vitality. Upon seeing this individual, I momentarily freeze, then swiftly realize that an opportunity has arisen. Spirit, intercept them. The spirit, cloaked in its tattered raincoat, faithfully executes my command, emerging from the shadows with a face nearly identical to mine. Who goes there? Halt. The armed police immediately raise their weapons as the spirit navigates swiftly between the pillars in the hall, causing several to come to a standstill. Among them, it is Jiang Chun, who, with his keen eyes, catches a glimpse of the spirit's visage at that very moment. The name felt like a curse to him, as if his preordained life had been disrupted, leaving him humiliated and reduced to a laughingstock in the entire Jiang city. A prominent vein throbbed on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists, and his eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to annihilate his tormentor on the spot. I, concealed in the corner of the first floor, observed the scene unfold. The composed demeanor of old Master Jiang juxtaposed with Jiang Chen's evident distress led me to maliciously speculate whether Jiang Chen was indeed the old man's biological offspring, given their starkly contrasting temperaments. Alert, armed with riot shields, the armed police formed a protective barrier around old Master Jiang, swiftly dispersing to seek cover. They were aware of my firearm. Chen Feng had likely informed his father of my exceptional marksmanship, having once taken down a pack leader amidst dense fog with a single shot. In contrast to their palpable tension, the response of the tormentor appeared sluggish. He seemed to disdain the glaring light above, instinctively retreating into the shadows. The team leader among the armed police raised a fist, signaling the others to encircle the remaining officers, who opened communications to report the situation in the first-floor hall and request reinforcements. At that moment, only two armed police stood guard beside Zhang Detao, while Jiang Chun remained completely unprotected. I hadn't anticipated that the resolution would ultimately rely on you. Lowering my head, I pressed the majority of the injured officer's body behind me, striving to maintain a semblance of nonchalance in my movements. As I stepped around the corner, the light fell upon me. My footsteps were light yet swift. Hey, which team are you with? The first to notice me was not an armed officer, but Zhang Detao, whose keen eyes scrutinized me, suddenly betraying a look of wariness. I ignored him, as the attention of the officers was captivated by the tormentor, allowing for a critical second of delay in their reaction. With a swift motion, I darted out, positioning the injured officer before me and drawing the concealed sidearm from beneath my uniform. 5 meters, 3 meters. By the time Jiang Chun reacted and attempted to retreat, the dark muzzle of my weapon was already pressed to his temple. Who are you? I pushed aside the injured officer, brandishing the gun in one hand while discarding my police cap with the other. Jiang Chun, we meet again. Chapter 281. Hostage. The cold barrel pressed against his temple caused Jiang Chun to shudder, his mind echoing with that nightmarish voice. Gao Jian, he gritted through clenched teeth, his handsome face painted with disbelief. What a coincidence to encounter you here. With a smile, I rested my finger on the trigger. Don't move. If I get nervous, my hand might shake. My initial plan had been to use old Master Jiang as a hostage to coerce the police into clearing a path, allowing us to pursue Lu Xing. The plan was flawless in theory, yet executing it proved exceedingly challenging. Old Master Jiang was highly vigilant, having detected my presence before the armed police, which indicated that he was a key target for protection, making it difficult for me to act against him. Jiang Qin's unexpected appearance was fortuitous, while his status paled in comparison to old Master Jiang's, as the heir of the Jiang family. His significance far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. With old Master Jiang under tight protection, I swiftly altered my target and opted to take Jiang Chun as my hostage. Everyone stepped back. I barked, adopting the demeanor of a desperate kidnapper as I tightened my grip around Jiang Chun's neck, pressing the police gun against his head to project a menacing image. Before long, the armed police and auxiliary officers, who had been searching the upper floors, were summoned downstairs. Chen Jiangwo, who was originally stationed at the command center, personally arrived at the reception hall on the first floor. Upon witnessing the situation, his face darkened to an ashen hue. A group of inept criminals has long since descended, and you are still searching the rooftop. He thundered into the communication device. His authority as the commander of the armed police force utterly diminished today. Captain Chun did not blame them. This individual was shrouded in mystery and could not be judged by ordinary standards. Even with his son held hostage, with the imminent threat of a bullet to the head, old Master Jiang remained remarkably unperturbed. I scarcely noticed any extraneous expression on his face. In my eyes, he was even more formidable than Huang Buiyuan. At least Huang Buiyuan displayed genuine emotion when his eldest daughter was in peril, while old Master Jiang's demeanor suggested an unsettling indifference to Jiang Chen's fate, leaving me perplexed. Gao Jian, do not act impulsively. You have already erred. Do not compound your mistakes. Chen Jiangwo attempted to persuade me, but alas, his words fell on deaf ears. I had undergone training in negotiation tactics pertaining to hostage situations and the avoidance of suicide incidents or terrorist activities during my time at the police academy. I possessed a deeper understanding of the criminal psyche and how to manipulate their intentions with language, perhaps even more so than Chen Jiangwo. In a state of heightened tension, I was vigilant not only against the threat of snipers, but also in safeguarding Jiang Chen's safety. For Lu Xing and his associates could very well be mingling among the crowd. If they were to fire a shot and take Jiang Chen's life, all my previous efforts would be rendered futile. As I scanned the hall, I did not see Tai Ningxiang's figure, which inexplicably eased my mind somewhat. Everyone, step aside. I will not harm Jiang Chen. I interrupted Chen Jiangwo's futile chatter, his face twitching in anger, yet rendered powerless. Clear the way. Ensure young Master Jiang's safety. Holding Jiang Chen tightly, I slowly retreated to the staircase and ascended to the 12th floor. Bai Qi. Upon hearing my voice, the cabinet door burst open, and Bai Qi sprang forth. Noting the multitude of armed police surrounding him, he revealed his ferocity, baring his fangs and emitting a restrained growl. Despite the number of adversaries, Bai Qi was undaunted. This dog, with a fierce nature, had merely concealed his beastly instincts due to the lack of worthy opponents. After retrieving Bai Qi, I did not linger. Silently, I made my way to the parking lot. I opened the car door, and with a gun aimed at him. Jiang Chun had no choice but to comply, walking to his Lamborghini and opening the door. I took the keys and personally started the car, instructing Jiang Chun to hold Bai Qi in the passenger seat and to refrain from any tricks. This dog had killed before. Surrounded by police, I controlled the steering wheel with one hand while pointing my gun at Jiang Chen's head with the other. You may follow me, but do not approach within 10 meters. Otherwise, the Jiang family will face dire consequences. From my pocket, I produced a black wooden box and lifted the lid. Inside, the mother worm did not spin in place but pointed toward the western side of the city. Lu Xing has already departed? This seemed plausible. Their primary mission was to recover the dual-faced Buddha statue to fulfill the final plan of the Buddha, making a confrontation with me unnecessary. As I revved the sports car, I realized I had lingered here far too long. Compounding my troubles was the fact that Lu Xing and Qiu Run had now taken precautions, making it even more challenging to intercept them. Unlike ordinary criminals, they possessed sorcery and ghostly arts, rendering them far more dangerous and difficult to apprehend. I glanced at the time within the car. It was not yet 1 in the morning, and Lu Xiezi likely had not powered on his device. Regardless, I decided to pursue him without delay. Outside, the wailing of police sirens filled the air as a long procession of patrol cars trailed behind me. I let out a bitter smile. Having already been exposed, There was no point in concealing anything. Thus, I retrieved my phone from the underworld showcase and secured it within the sports car. To my viewers, should there be any extraordinary individuals among you residing near Jiang City, I implore you to come to my aid. I do not seek your assistance in diverting the police. I merely wish for you to uncover the whereabouts of Lu Xing and Xiao Ren. That madman intends to obliterate this city, and he must be stopped. Within the livestream, an array of talents lay hidden. With the police in close pursuit, I could only track those ensnared by the puppet curse. Should Lu Xing and Xiao Ren decide to act separately, one leading me astray while the other executes their plan, it would spell disaster. In this moment of crisis, I sought the help of my online friends, a seemingly normal action that left Jiang Chun utterly astonished. He feigned indifference, casting sidelong glances at the screen, pondering whether I had accomplices and perhaps mistaking me for a key member of a vast criminal organization. I had long noticed Jiang Chen's furtive actions, yet I chose to ignore him. Jiang Fei and Tai Ningxiang had also appeared in my live stream, and I had not faced any repercussions from the Underworld showcase. I surmised that as long as I did not divulge specific information regarding the showcase's details and location, I would escape its wrath. Driving at high speed through the torrential rain demanded my utmost concentration. Jiang Chun, believing I remained oblivious, reveled in his perceived advantage, peering at the screen with even greater fervor. His eyes, seemingly ensnared by a hook, slowly turned to fully comprehend the content displayed on my phone. What is happening? Why is the screen black? Is there no management? Who will sanction this streamer? He exclaimed. Good heavens. So many police cars. What a grand production. I came to see a girl in pajamas panicking, and instead, you're leading some pretty boy around. What does this mean? Have you come out of the closet, streamer? Dongguan Xiaoer, I have an unedited 2-minute video of eels. Those interested, call me Daddy. Daddy, add me on QQ and send it privately via email. Already sent. No thanks needed. May good fortune be with you. What about a bite of China? Stir-fried eels? And for 2 minutes, no less? The barrage of comments grew increasingly absurd, and Jiang Chen's composure began to unravel. Is this amusing? I shot him a glance, unperturbed, and followed the guidance of the maternal curse as I sped toward the western part of the city. After a little over 10 minutes, the maternal insect reacted violently as we passed a mid-range residential area. Why would Lu Xing come here? I casually retrieved a raincoat from the car and draped it over myself before urging Jiang Chun to exit the vehicle. As I halted, a long line of police cars on the road synchronized their braking, as if rehearsed in advance. The law is vast and all-encompassing. Before you lies but one path: submit to justice and confess. Do not indulge in foolish hopes. Boomed the voice of Chun Jiangwo from the loudspeakers behind me. Yet, at that moment, I cared little for him. With Jiang Chun in my grasp, who would dare act against me, risking the ire of the Jiang family? A bunch of cowards. Let them come for me when they can. Hai Jian, do not be too arrogant. The downpour had drenched Jiang Chun, leaving him resembling a drowned rat, an unimaginable sight in the past. Every time Jiang Chun ventures out, he is invariably accompanied by beautiful women, with secretaries eagerly vying to shield him from the rain, willing to endure the downpour themselves rather than allow the esteemed young master to suffer even a drop. If I were you, I would prudently choose to silence myself at this moment. Grasping Jiang Chen's head, I gazed into his eyes, ablaze with fury. A bullet traversing his skull would result in a catastrophic explosion. You might want to simulate that scenario in your mind before you dare to speak to me. Chapter 282, Xiaobin. As I entered the community, my confusion deepened. This place was utterly unremarkable, a locale I had never encountered during my previous live streams. Could it be that the two-faced Buddha concealed a spare statue here? Or had Luxing carelessly discarded the mother and child goo? Not long after, an offhand remark from Jiang Chun piqued my interest. Where has Yibing's car gone? Yibing. I forcefully pressed Jiang Chun against a nearby trash bin, demanding, why is Yibing's car parked here? Well, I didn't know you cared so much about her, he retorted. That is my wife. Bang. A shot rang out beside Jiang Chen's ear, the bullet clashing with metal, nearly rendering this affluent second-generation heir incapacitated with fright. Don't presume I wouldn't dare to kill you. Answer my question honestly. At the sound of gunfire, the police outside braced themselves against the rain, only relaxing when they confirmed Jiang Chun was unharmed. The apartment in this complex was purchased by Yi Bing with her own earnings, due to your interference. She separated from me and moved here alone. With a look of hatred barely contained, Jiang Chun glared at me, his expression twisted. You despicable little man. resorting to such foul and underhanded tactics. Don't flatter me. I am not even a fraction as vile and insidious as your father. I had extracted the previous records and bad debts of Jiangjin real estate from Jianglong's villa, and they now remained concealed in a black suitcase within the girls' dormitory of New Hu High School. Tell me, which building did Yi Bing reside in? With Jiang Chun leading the way, I quickly arrived at Yi Bing's doorstep, the door ajar. There were no signs of forced entry, despite the heavy rain outside. The ground was remarkably clean, and the hallway bore no suspicious footprints. Pushing the door open, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Yi Bing. The furniture and decor were intact, showing no signs of damage. However, upon entering the bathroom, I discovered a troubling scene. The mirror had been shattered, glass shards strewn across the floor. In the living room and bedroom, the scenario was identical. All mirrors had been destroyed, some fragments stained with blood. Mirror ghost? The evidence pointed unmistakably towards Xiao Ran, the one who must have taken Yi Bing. 5 years ago, during the Rainy Night serial murder case, Xiao Ran corresponded with the Weeping Mourner, having killed 3 individuals marked by the star during 3 specific hours. Today, Yi Bing's fate, entwined with the Weeping Mourner, would save Xiao Ran considerable effort. He merely needed to eliminate her to complete certain rituals of the two-faced Buddha. Despite Yi Bing's abduction, Jiang Chun displayed no concern. His face was solely etched with hatred towards me. Just as I prepared to depart, I suddenly heard a faint cry for help emanating from the bedroom, a man's voice. Upon entering the room, I lifted the bedboard to discover a bloodied police officer bound beneath it. Xiaobin. I had encountered this detective numerous times, yet I could never have anticipated finding him in Yi Bing's residence. As I untied the ropes binding him, the metallic scent of blood emanated from beneath his uniform. His youthful body bore numerous lacerations from the glass, presenting a chilling sight. How did you end up here? Gao Jin's target was taken away, and I failed to complete my mission. Target? Mission? Please, speak slowly. Xiaobin coughed a couple of times, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with tiny shards of glass. I could hardly fathom what he had endured. The Iron Team, upon learning that you were wanted, became gravely concerned and came to the police station to discuss with Captain Wu Meng, seeking to investigate the true cause of Jianglong's death. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. The Iron Team and Captain Wu prepared to split into groups and act independently. However, just as we were poised to proceed, someone among us leaked information, disrupting all arrangements. Was it Chen Feng? My voice was cold, betraying no hint of emotion. Indeed, he informed Chen Jiangwo and the Jiang family. I cannot comprehend how you offended the Jiang family. The chairman of Jiangjin Real Estate personally visited the city hall late at night, and subsequently, the city bureau was stripped of its authority to participate in the case. Moreover, Captain Tai was also transferred to the armed police for review due to harboring and condoning activities that jeopardized national security. Xiaobin's face, now frail, bore only a trace of worry. Before leaving, Captain Tai entrusted me with the task of protecting Yi Bing at all costs, yet I failed to fulfill that promise. I am so sorry. There is no need to apologize. You have done remarkably well. I helped Zhao Bin to his feet. His injuries were severe, with numerous shards of glass embedded in his flesh. Jiang Chen witnessed this scene, yet instead of reacting, he perceived it as an opportunity for escape. He stepped back, almost crossing the threshold of the door when he suddenly accelerated. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his calf, and Jiang Chen fell heavily, the room echoing with his anguished cries. Get away! Go! He desperately kicked at Bai Qi, who nimbly dodged and aimed another strike at his knee. The bite of the canine into his flesh drove Jiang Chun to the brink of madness, his vision blurring as he beheld the small dog, which, despite its size, was far more ferocious than a wolf. If you wish to avoid amputation and becoming a cripple, do not entertain any misguided notions. Once I locate the true culprit, I may consider your fate based on my mood. There was no moment to relax. Jiang Chun was now both my shield and a significant complication. Downstairs, I hoisted Zhao Bin onto my back, one hand gripping my gun, pressing it against Jiang Chen's head, commanding him to walk ahead. Limping, Jiang Chen trudged forward, tears welling in his eyes. Clear the way. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, all the armed police converged. An officer is injured. Call for an ambulance immediately. It was hard to imagine those words escaping the lips of a wanted criminal like me. Initially, the armed police were skeptical until I emerged from the corridor, revealing Zhao Bin's battered form slung across my back. Call for a doctor. Gao Jian. What are you plotting now? Is this your new scheme? Chen Jiangwo stepped out from the command vehicle, black umbrella in hand, waving dismissively. Surrender. The likelihood of you opposing an entire city alone is zero. I truly do not understand how you became the captain of the armed police. This city is on the brink of collapse, while the true perpetrator is methodically dismantling the foundations of Jiang City. A silver tongue, the murderer? Are you referring to yourself? He obstructed the doctors and two auxiliary officers attempting to approach, cautioning them about the suspect's cunning nature. Chen Jiangwo. This individual on my back is a detective from the city bureau. Get a doctor here immediately to provide assistance. A sudden surge of anger inexplicably ignited within me, perhaps stemming from a profound sense of helplessness and despair. I contemplated the possibility of abducting Jiang Chun and using him as leverage to intimidate the police into inaction against the armed forces. Yet, confronted with Zhao Bin's injuries, I found myself utterly powerless. If Chen Jiangwo obstinately obstructed the doctor from attending to Zhao Bin, the latter could very well be in grave danger. The torrential rain fell heavily, and Chen Jiangwo, having perceived this critical point, surmised that the individual on my back must hold significant importance to me, thus employing this knowledge as a means of coercion. All criminal police from the municipal branch had been dispatched to the Jiang River Dam to stand by for flood control. This was an order I had personally issued. Do you still wish to argue? The longer time stretched, the more unfavorable it became for me. My best course of action now was to abandon Zhao Bin and forcefully escape with Jiang Cheng. Gao Jian, you need not concern yourself with me. Attend to your own matters. The Iron Team had informed me that you were the individual closest to the truth in Jiang Cheng. She has always placed her trust in you. Do not let her down. Upon mentioning Tai Ningxiang, a flicker of brightness appeared in Zhao Bin's eyes. I nodded at him, urging him to take care. I placed him in the corridor and tightened my grip around Jiang Chen's neck as I proceeded outward. It was only after I had distanced myself that the doctor and the auxiliary police retrieved a stretcher to lift Zhao Bin, to prevent his wounds from becoming waterlogged. They covered him with a raincoat in preparation for his transport. Do not rush. I have yet to confirm his identity. Chen Jiangwo, holding an umbrella, approached Zhao Bin. Are you a police officer from the municipal branch? Badge number 106110, Municipal Criminal Investigation Department, Zhao Bin. His voice was loud. Chen Jiangwo's expression remained impassive. You had an opportunity to eliminate the suspect without harming the hostage. Why did you not act? He abruptly lifted the raincoat covering Zhao Bin and seized his service weapon. The state has bestowed upon you the right to uphold justice. Yet you conspire with the criminal? The torrential rain pounded down on Zhao Bin, the water striking the wounds and forcing remnants of shattered glass deeper into his flesh, mingling his blood with the rainwater that drenched him entirely. Zhao Bin's complexion turned pale, and he writhed in agony, acutely aware of the glass shards sliding through his injuries, stirred by the rain. Chapter 283, A Moment Too Late. Answer me. Chen Jiangwo, one hand holding the umbrella and the other shaking Zhao Bin's service weapon, spoke with a chilling indifference, seemingly oblivious to the suffering Zhao Bin was enduring. Captain, we should send him to the hospital first, suggested an auxiliary officer, unable to bear the sight. However, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. A police officer who cannot adhere to the most fundamental principles of justice and discern right from wrong is not a qualified officer. After saying this, he turned back to Zhao Bin and demanded, answer my previous question. The rain lashed against the wounds, and it felt as though the glass shards were seeping into his veins, his entire body seemingly besieged by a relentless swarm of ants, inflicting unbearable pain. Zhao Bin, with bloodshot eyes, opened his mouth and expelled a mixture of blood and glass fragments. Captain Chun, the true culprit is not Gao Jian. It is still possible to stop them. Is this your justification for indulging criminals? 5 years ago, it was your compassion that allowed him to remain unincarcerated, leading to today's catastrophe. Even the son of the Jiang family's chairman dares to commit abduction, flouting the law and challenging public authority. He is not the murderer. You are squandering police resources on a futile endeavor, propelling Jiangcheng toward an irretrievable abyss. Chen Jiangwo, you will become a criminal. The rain soaked Zhao Bin's face, blurring the lines between tears and rainwater. Chen Jiangwo remained silent for a moment before gesturing to the doctor, instructing him to take Zhao Bin for emergency care. As the night enveloped the sky, it became increasingly suffocating, the darkness deepening with the passage of time. Zhao Bin found himself surrounded by layers of armed police. I could hear his voice, yet could not discern his current predicament. Chen Jiangwo, Also a police officer, would unlikely trouble Zhao Bin under the watchful eyes of the crowd. I returned to the sports car with Jiang Chun, glancing at the time and reaching for Jiang Chen's phone. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 minutes, the clock struck 1, and I dialed Lu Xiezi's number. Beep, beep. The busy signal rang twice before Lu Xiezi's voice came through. Gao Jian? Old Lu, what is the situation on your end? Lu Xing could appear at any moment. Be exceedingly cautious. He is not with me. That is good. Immediately proceed to room 206. Beneath the bathroom in the bathhouse lies a secret passage. Upon entering, pay heed to the walls on either side. If you encounter a statue of a dual-faced Buddha, pry it loose or shatter it. Understood. I'll head there right away. As I hung up, an unsettling feeling crept over me. When did Lu Xiezi's speech become so succinct and decisive? Reflecting on our earlier conversation, I recalled that when I warned him of Lu Xing's probable appearance, old Lu had responded with an affirmative. He is not with me. How could he be so certain? Holding my phone, I remembered my initial instructions to Lu Xiezi. If there were no unforeseen complications, I was to wait until the busy signal rang 8 times before connecting. Panic surged within me. Lu Xing had gone to the Anshin Hotel. Lu Xiezi was in trouble. I hastily drove towards the Anshin Hotel, but not far along. The mother bug beside the steering wheel began to sway its head in the opposite direction. What was happening? Had Lu Xing separated from Qiuren? In my view, Lu Xiezi's predicament took precedence. The dual-faced Buddha statue at the Anshin Hotel was of utmost importance. Ignoring the bug's guidance, I sped toward the hotel. As I left the city limits, the once smooth road turned muddy, and through the torrential rain, I could see the faint glow of the shallow red sign of the Women's Heart Hotel. The broken light bulb remained unfixed, and following the corpse concealment case, the management had temporarily fallen to the warden of Henshan Prison. The seal on the door had long since vanished. The interior still had power. I ascended the narrow staircase to the second floor. Inside the reception area, an old black and white television flickered, intermittently broadcasting the news. Flood warning. The water level at Hankow Station has reached 279 meters, the highest this year. Residents along the river are advised to exercise caution when venturing outside. The fragmented sounds emanated from the television as I retrieved Jiang Chun's phone to call Lu Xiezi. The line was not off, yet no one answered. An ominous premonition intensified as I approached the room where I had first checked in. Upon pushing the door open, I was taken aback by the scene before me. Old Lu. The bedboard had been overturned, and Lu Xiezi lay on the floor, his eyes bleeding, surrounded by a sea of talisman papers. I rushed to his side, momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even about Jiang Chun. The black cloth covering Lu Xiezi's eyes had been severed by a blade. He lay with his eyes tightly shut, his arms frail as dry twigs. Skill is lacking. I am ashamed. Hearing my voice, Lu Xiezi turned his head, grasping my sleeve with his fingers. My training over these years has faltered. Lu Xing is not a foe I can contend with. He is proficient in talismanic arts, incantations, and the paths of Buddha, demons, and the underworld. He is unfathomable, and you can never predict how many trump cards he holds. Lu, blinded and bleeding from his eyes, was unable to open them. I remain unaware of Lu Xing's ultimate fate. However, the disarray around me suggests that he must have paid a considerable price to injure Lu. Old Lu. The police should arrive shortly. You should rest here for now. I leapt into the tunnel and discovered a dual-faced Buddha statue on the wall. Yet the Buddha's ears were conspicuously absent. I was too late. With a punch that struck the wall, I felt the weight of the Jiangcheng police pursuit and the interference from the Jiang family, compounded by the helplessness that arose during Zhao Bin's injury. My anger surged, a fiery heat coursing through my chest, as if the crimson blood tattooed on my skin had come to life. Even the most heinous criminals have their accomplices. What about me? As my fury ignited, maintaining composure became increasingly difficult. I had seldom encountered such a scenario in my previous broadcasts. Even when facing the most vicious and vengeful spirits, I had never felt a sense of helplessness. I firmly believed in my ability to unravel the truth. Yet this broadcast was different. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. It felt as though I were battling the entire world, standing in stark opposition to everyone else. For reasons unknown, a message from the underworld showcase flashed in my mind. The fate of all souls in the city rests solely in your hands. You control their destinies. Yet you have been cast into the abyss. The dawn of a millennium would never arrive. The signs had converged, and the dragon slayer would inevitably transform into a dragon. In terms of my broadcasting task, I merely needed to locate Xiu Run by midnight, accomplishing that would fulfill the mission. This was a broadcast of remarkable freedom, devoid of any geographical constraints, meaning I could entirely vacate Jiangcheng and evade this catastrophe, retreating to another city. As a host of the Underworld Showcase, I was the prophet of disaster, yet who decreed that those who foresee calamity must also endeavor to rescue the oblivious. They remain in ignorance, seeking to ensnare me and bring about my demise. A malevolent thought, akin to a mandala flower, began to take root in my heart. I recalled the concluding line of the message: the Dragon Slayer will ultimately become the dragon. The Dragon Slayer vanquished the evil dragon, but became lost in wealth and beauty, transforming into a new malevolent creature. This phrase served as a reminder. Among the optional tasks, the reward for saving Jiangcheng was merely the chance to pose a single question. To whom should I ask, and what inquiry should be made? Could the answer to one question outweigh the lives of an entire city? My mind was a tumult of confusion, unable to decipher the intentions of the Underworld Showcase. I emerged from the passage and wiped away the blood and tears that flowed from Lu's eyes. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything from here on. The situation had escalated beyond my expectations. Lu Xing and Xiu Ren had meticulously planned tonight's operation for 5 long years, leaving no room for error. I had brushed past him multiple times, but was unable to grasp his intentions. With Jiang Chun in custody, we descended the stairs. Outside, the police cars flashed their lights like mocking faces. I tightened my grip on the gun, suppressing the murderous intent within, forcing myself to remain calm. The paper-faced interviewer had once remarked that this broadcast would serve as the true assessment. Yet, what were they truly evaluating? Terror? Horror? As I surveyed the rows of police vehicles before me, I felt no trace of human fear, only disappointment and a chilling sense of despair. Perhaps these were precisely the revelations the Underworld Showcase wished for me to perceive and comprehend. Coldly regarding the armed officers, I relinquished the last vestige of hope. Returning to the vehicle, I cast a glance at the direction indicated by the mother worm of the sorceress. It seemed to lead towards the Jingying Rehabilitation Center. The Jingying Rehabilitation Center has been entrusted to Huangbu Yuan, as I can no longer allow Lu Xing to manipulate me. The only way to turn the tide is to locate the Buddha statue before Lu Xing does. I am aware of the location of the dual-faced Buddha statue at Xinhu High School. Tonight's decisive battle will take place there. Chapter 284, The Burning Trench. The last Buddha statue must not fall into Lu Xing's hands. Late at night, I called Secretary Zhang, urging him to inform Huangbu Yuan urgently. Initially hesitant to accept a call from a wanted criminal, Secretary Zhang agreed only after I mentioned that Huang Shui might be in mortal danger. After hanging up, I headed directly to Xinhu High School, leaving the matters of the Jingying Rehabilitation Center to fate. By the time I arrived at Xinhu High School, it was already 3 in the morning. The poor road conditions, coupled with heavy rain, compelled me to drive cautiously. I exited the vehicle, leaving my valuable Lamborghini worth millions casually abandoned by the roadside. Cloaked in a raincoat, I limped towards Xinhu High School. The area was a vast expanse of desolation, transformed into a mire by the relentless downpour. A careless step could lead to half a leg sinking into the mud, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Due to my leg injury, I was not moving quickly. Anxiety gnawed at me, yet I had no better plan. My police vehicle remained parked on the road, the searchlight piercing through the rain to illuminate my figure, rendering me vulnerable in the wilderness. They arrived swiftly. Turning back, I locked eyes with Chun Jiangwo through the curtain of rain, and I smiled. Xinhu High School is not like the Shiji Xin Yuan. It lacks electricity, light, and vitality, resembling a natural tomb. In such a place, the power of death can amplify 100-fold. If he truly pushes me to the brink, I would not hesitate to stop him with lethal force. Captain, should we pursue? Several squad leaders stood before Chun Jiangwo, awaiting orders. However, Chun Jiangwo's response was enigmatic. Teams 1 and 2. Enter, just don't lose track of him. The rest, encircle and don't approach the center of the wilderness. The police vehicles moved to execute Chun Jiangwo's plan, dispersing their forces as if intentionally granting me a reprieve. A sudden change of heart? Unlikely. He probably knows of the past occurrences at Xinhu High School and fears a complete loss, hence this strategy. I cast a cold glance at the accompanying officers and refrained from any confrontation as I ventured deeper into the wilderness. This place had indeed been abandoned for far too long. For 5 years, the people of Jiangcheng had forgotten Xinhu High School. Upon seeing the dilapidated, eerie structures before me, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Could such a vast expanse of forsaken buildings still exist deep within the wilderness? A ghostly school, once an institution of learning, now a sanctuary for the solitary. As I prepared to climb over the railing, I noticed a warning sign half buried in the mud. Why must it always remain submerged? After securing the sign, I tossed Jiang Chun over the barrier and followed suit. The torrential rain reduced visibility and heightened the difficulty of escape. Yet there was a silver lining. The soaked shoes would leave traces of a criminal on the clean ground. Between the entrance of Xinhu High School and the formal entry into the campus, there lay a 3-meter-long porch with a dome overhead, shielding the ground from the deluge. 3 distinct sets of footprints. I patiently examined the footprints from the direction of the shoe tips, noting their size and shape. It became evident that during my absence, 3 individuals had entered. 2 wore straw sandals, while 1 donned ordinary sneakers. All 3 moved with a light tread, leaving shallow impressions in the mud, suggesting they were practiced in stealth. 3 individuals? Lu Xing and Xiaoren account for only 2. Where did the third come from? I urged Jiang Chun, whose calves were swollen, into the campus, my mind replaying the nightmarish visions conjured by Yuan Chen Xinsha. Dreams are mere reflections of memory, and the statue of the Buddha does not arise from nothingness. Yuan Chen Xinsha must have encountered it in reality. In the nightmare, his homeroom teacher and the principal maintained a sordid relationship. Perhaps Yuan Chen Xinsha had clandestinely observed this scene, or, worse yet, his teacher had deliberately tormented him in front of his still-maturing psyche. It was precisely because these memories were so vivid that the dream rendered them with uncanny precision. As I entered the experimental building, I searched layer by layer, slowly aligning nightmare with reality. Upon kicking open the door to the 4th-floor teaching research room, the dreamscape transformed into a tangible reality. The desks and podium were identical, and the chair where I had once bound the principal still occupied its original place. How long had it been since anyone had set foot here? A musty odor permeated the air, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated. I walked directly into the room, where on the wall near the desk was a map affixed with yellowed tape. After tearing it down, I discovered a shallow pit of about 10 centimeters concealed behind it, within which sat a perfectly intact dual-faced Buddha statue. Finally, I had gained the upper hand. I reached out to explore the statue, committing this act of irreverence without a trace of psychological burden. My fingers glided over the Buddha's head, and as they landed on its chest, I felt a subtle sensation of something hidden. Curving my fingertips, I pressed firmly on the heart of the statue, unearthing a blood-red crystal. It resembled a relic from the Buddhist realm, yet I had never heard of a relic that exuded a sanguine glow. Could this be the heart consciousness of the 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism? Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but after extracting the heart consciousness, the statue seemed to lose some of its spiritual essence, becoming ordinary and mundane. The heart consciousness remained intact. The statue had not been disturbed, and there were no signs of prior entry into this room. So, what of the 3 pairs of footprints I had seen? Besides Lu Xing, was there another who braved the downpour to enter Xinhu High School in the dead of night? A scream echoed from below, emitted by the armed police tracking me. They had not been attacked, merely startled by the flickering shadows. In a place where death lingered, an unexpected influx of the living was peculiar. After this night, Xinhu High School would likely become even more bustling. Having secured the heart consciousness, I now held the advantage. My next consideration was whether to remain here and await Lu Xing's arrival or to relocate to a more strategic position for an ambush. Glancing at the lurking armed police around the corner, I promptly discarded the idea of an ambush. With their incompetence, my presence would undoubtedly be discovered. The experimental building was unsafe. I needed to leave. Whether it was the second live broadcast or the encounters in my nightmare, this building had left an indelible impression on me. I had witnessed far too many supernatural horrors here. As I exited the experimental building, another question began to form in my mind. The 3 pairs of footprints indicated 3 distinct individuals. While en route to the Anshin Inn, the mother insect of the twin insect indicated a contrary direction. Lu Xing and Xiaoren must have split up. If it is true that among the 3 pairs of footprints, one belongs to them, then why did they not immediately retrieve the essence of the dual-faced Buddha? What transpired during their encounter at Xinhu High School? After 5 long years of waiting, what could possibly be more significant than the plan of the dual-faced Buddha? My eyes gradually sparkled with realization. They must have encountered an unforeseen circumstance, and it occurred right within this campus. As I glanced around, I had yet to perceive anything amiss when Bai Chi suddenly called out to me twice and then dashed into the rain. "Where are you going?" Following Bai Chi, Jiang Chun and I traversed through Xinhu High School until we reached the incineration pit at the rear of the school. The dilapidated bungalow remained unchanged, the torrential rain having washed away the soul-binding talismans from the window frames, rendering the entire structure a picture of desolation. Bai Chi exhibited unusual behavior as it approached this building. It seemed eager to enter, yet hesitant to draw too close, merely pacing at the doorway. What lies within? Yuan Shun had perished in a dream. The place should now only contain charred remains. My curiosity piqued. Bai Chi had not displayed such unease even when confronted by a pack of wolves. I held my gun, using Jiang Chun as a shield. "You go in first." Reluctantly, he took the lead. Upon stepping through the door, Jiang Chun cast a fleeting glance into the inner room. Just that brief look rendered him motionless, as if petrified. Even with the gun pressing against his head, he dared not advance another step. I followed his gaze. The door to the inner room was unlocked. The doorframe plastered with numerous talismans, not much different from when I first entered. However, as I peered deeper into the room, my hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Those students, once cursed by Yuan Chun's malevolent spirit and having met their demise by hanging or jumping, now stood upright in that very moment. I had entered that room before. I had carried Yuan Chun's corpse out from among them. I could ascertain that they had already perished once 5 years ago. Reanimation? Or perhaps a row of faces, all dulled and incomplete, stood expressionless in the pitch-black room, their hands clasped before their chests as if awaiting something. Chapter 285. Memorial. I felt a sense of confusion, unable to discern whether this was an unfinished nightmare or reality. Rubbing my eyes, the corpses of the students within did not vanish. I slapped Jiang Chun on the head, startling him, and he glared at me with indignation. "Does it hurt?" "Gao Jian, you are insulting me." Nodding, Jiang Chun's expression was vividly realistic. It seemed I was not in a dream. I remained vigilant, inching my way toward the door, when suddenly my pant leg was tugged. Looking down, I saw Bai Chi gripping my trousers, desperately trying to prevent my entry. Even Bai Chi was firmly opposed. What could be concealed within this small incineration pit? Frowning, I sensed the gravity of the night. Time was not on my side. Rubbing Bai Chi's head to coax it to release its grip, I still pushed Jiang Chun in front of me. "I heard that Xinhu High School is a project managed by your Jiangjin real estate. Aren't you, the heir of the Jiang family, supposed to pay your respects to those innocent children who lost their lives?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" I had no idea the Jiang family was involved in this project. Whether out of fear or anger, Jiang Chun quaked, refusing to move forward. "You are unaware of such a significant project? It seems your father has not placed much importance on you." Indeed, the Nuhu High School was constructed under the auspices of the Jiang family. I have discovered a substantial stack of documents within the Jiang Long Villa, of which at least 1/5 pertains to the Nuhu High School. It remains a mystery why this particular segment of documentation has been concealed. Your esteemed ancestor is quite remarkable, managing to establish a connection even with this dismal institution. I am curious as to who within the Jiang family is providing support from behind the scenes. I have frequented Nuhu High School numerous times, yet I still hesitate to declare that I have unraveled all its secrets. Although this school lies abandoned and isolated, I cannot shake the feeling that one day it will re-enter the public consciousness. When the subject of the puppet master arose, Jiang Chun appeared to gather more resolve. "Gao Jian, it won't be long before you come to regret this." His words, once filled with trepidation and fear, now seemed more assured as he moved cautiously forward. "You needn't concern yourself. I never have regrets in my endeavors. The individual capable of establishing such a vast conglomerate as Jiangjin Real Estate must be extraordinary." With the looming skyscraper overshadowing Jiangcheng, they aspire to seize the city's fortune and monopolize the Dragon Vein. An admirable ambition, though regrettably, beneath Jiangcheng lies not only a dragon, but also a great grave. As I compelled Jiangcheng to approach the inner room, he beheld the standing corpses. Turning pale as paper, his legs betraying him. When I nudged him forward, he faltered and fell to one knee at the threshold. From his vantage point, he caught sight of the students' lifeless faces, distorted and marred by horrific cracks. Charred hair clung to their bodies, and their hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze into the abyss. Outside, Bai Chi was crying out incessantly, while Jiang Chun lay slumped at the doorway, seemingly too terrified to step inside. It seems to be moving. In that moment, Jiang Chun appeared to forget his injuries, pushing himself backward, his light suit becoming soiled with the ash from the burning. All semblance of poise was lost. His words heightened my focus, and I directed my gaze towards the inner room. The small chamber was crammed with corpses, their positioning alarmingly dense, obscured further by the darkness. A tempestuous wind mingled with rain, sweeping into the space, causing the Yuan Qin's spirit-enshrining talisman on the doorframe to rustle ominously. I cautiously entered the inner room. This being not my first foray. Previously, devoid of any knowledge of Taoist principles, I had clumsily searched among the mountain of corpses for Yuan Qin's body, akin to a fool. In comparison, what lay before me now seemed trivial. The corpses were rigid and severely damaged. Resurrection was implausible, merely remnants of the deceased. I could not ascertain the reason behind their upright stance. With one hand assisting Jiang Chun, we traversed the room until I paused at its center, confronted by a scene that left me in quandary. All the corpses stood against the periphery, maintaining identical postures, creating a vacant space at the center, a mere 2 square meters in size. Within this area stood 2 peculiarly attired figures, clad in straw sandals and wearing conical hats, their bodies enveloped in layers of fabric. The shorter individual donned a plain white garment, while the taller one wore a black robe trimmed with red. At first glance, they resembled the mythic emissaries of the underworld, come to collect souls. Their positions formed a yin-yang configuration, as if the multitude of corpses encircled a representation of the Tai Chi diagram. Were these 2 figures the owners of the footprints found at the school's entrance? I observed for a moment, and it became apparent that the tall figure standing with his back to the shorter individual, clad in white, had feet that scarcely grazed the ground, their grass sandals devoid of even a speck of dirt. What were they engaged in? Within the room, both individuals had their ears stuffed with silk cotton and were bound with a veil, their feet tied together, creating the illusion of a single entity. To the east, offerings of dried meat, meat sauce, and sweet wine were laid out, while to the west stood 3 small bronze tripods, each holding a pig's head, 9 crucian carp, and the left half of a wind-dried rabbit, each piece of meat marked with 2 distinct bite marks, one large and human-like, the other sharp and precise, leaving me uncertain of its origin. The tall figure faced the doorway, which led south, and beneath his feet lay a bamboo winnowing basket filled with rice, atop which rested 3 shells. This scene was indeed peculiar. I stood frozen in place, hesitant to approach. Amidst the 100 standing corpses, the 2 figures remained back to back, one bearing the other. This was incomprehensible to me. As I pondered, Jiang Chun, lying on the ground, inadvertently brushed against a corpse, its features long since blurred by death. As it began to tilt backward, a scene defying logic unfolded. The charred body swayed like an ancient tree, shaking violently before regaining its stability. A standing corpse? I recalled certain experiences at the Qingta temple. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a piece of yellow paper affixed to the back of its head, inscribed with talismans written in glutinous rice ink. The Taoist priest Xianqing had once visited this place, stating he needed to escort the dead northeast tonight. Could it be that the tall figure in the center of the room bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Xuan? I hurried towards him, reaching out to lift the white cloth covering his face. In the profession of corpse escorting, one must not appear too benevolent or handsome, and Yin Xuan's features aligned perfectly with the lineage's requirements for its successors. How did you end up here? What is the meaning of these corpses? Upon seeing me, Yin Xuan appeared even more astonished. Thankfully, as a practitioner of the Tao, his mind was steady. After a prolonged moment of surprise, he exclaimed, "I am bound to the fox spirit and cannot move. You must assist Master. He is currently engaged in a duel with an evil practitioner outside the school." I glanced at the short figure in white behind Yin Xuan, contemplating my next move. Exiting the oppressive inner room, I circled to the rear of the burning trench. The back gate of Xinhu High School was just beyond. An endless expanse of wilderness lay before me, rain pouring down in torrents. In the darkness, I could faintly discern 2 tall, slender figures locked in confrontation. The black wooden box in my pocket emitted a rhythmic thumping, the mother bug exhibiting unprecedented excitement. With each step I took towards them, the mother bug grew increasingly agitated. Upon stepping out of the back gate of Xinhu High School, I pressed one hand against Jiang Chen's head while my other hand rested on the trigger, poised to fire at any moment. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Only as I drew near did I finally discern the faces of the 2 figures. The individual on the left wore a blue Taoist robe and wielded a bloodied willow branch, his arms hanging unnaturally. The figure on the right, though possessing only one hand, seemed to have the upper hand, surrounded by 3 infant skulls, thick, malevolent energy swirling around him, and at his feet lay a plump woman in mourning attire. Children, as I recognized the appearance of the one-armed man, I hesitated not a moment to aim for his head and fired a shot. The notion that villains meet their demise through excessive verbosity is one I have encountered in numerous tomes. I would never commit such an error. Rather than unraveling the intricate tapestry of their presence here, I am more inclined to eliminate him first and comprehend the scene thereafter, for a corpse never lies. Bang! The gunshot resonated clearly even in the desolate wilderness, a flash of fire erupting forth. By the time Xiao Run reacted, the bullet had already pierced through his skull. Chapter 286, Yi Bing deceased? If I could eliminate Lu Xing's right-hand man, my chances of victory tonight would significantly increase. The bullet passed through without the horrific explosion of cranial matter I had envisioned. Flesh and blood remained intact as the projectile traversed Xiao Ren's cheek, seemingly bypassing him entirely. Gao Jian, retreat. This is a spell formation. Daoist Xianqing admonished, his willow branch striking the ground before me, splattering mud and obstructing my advance. Steadying my arm, I continued to fire, this time aiming for Xiao Ren's heart, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Was the figure before me merely a ghostly apparition? The formation surrounding Xiao Run was one I had witnessed in nightmares, employed by Zichou. The 3 infants' gathering spirit could converge the malevolent energies within 100 meters for his own use. As my gaze swept across the 3 infant skulls before Xiao Run, exquisitely delicate and smooth, they appeared far from ordinary. What was he doing? Standing within the grand formation, Xiao Run seemed entirely oblivious to my presence, wholly absorbed in manipulating the array. Daoist Xianqing, how did you come to encounter him? The environment rendered it difficult for me to ascertain the situation, prompting my inquiry. He stood at the boundary of the 3 infants' gathering spirit formation, cautiously stepping onto something as he attempted to enter. I bore no grudge against this individual. Yet my inclination to meddle led me to witness the torment of the girl, whose life was in peril. I sought to rescue her from the clutches of danger. Yet who could have anticipated the cunning and formidable nature of this sinister path? In the end, I became ensnared in the formation, lured in by the Mo Luo mirror ghost. Mo Luo mirror ghost? I was unaware that such a classification existed within mirror spirits. Mo Luo seemed to pertain to certain entities from India. Daoist, how may I assist you in extricating yourself? Observing Daoist Xianqing's precarious situation, I paced restlessly outside the formation. Do not panic. I have located the formation's eye. Breaking the array will only require a brief moment. Yet this formation has been established for some time and has accumulated considerable malevolent energy. The opponent's intent remains unclear, and I fear that dismantling the formation may prematurely release certain sinister entities. The primary function of the 3 infants' gathering spirit formation is to amass energy and transmute it into pure malevolence. In my nightmares, Zichou had also set this formation to employ the spirit summoning talisman. Now, reflecting upon it, Xiao Ren's purpose in arranging this formation likely mirrored that of Zichou. Despite my musings, within the array, aside from the mirror ghost morphing into Xiao Ren, only a plump woman clad in mourning attire remained. To whom was he amassing such copious amounts of energy? Employing my keen eye, I scrutinized the Mo Luo mirror ghost, although affixed with several black talismans. Their inscriptions were rudimentary, barely qualifying as lesser talismans. The ghost's existence served merely to preside over the formation, indicating that the true issue likely lay with that woman. As I gripped Jiang Chen's neck, we circled to the opposite side of the formation. Upon catching sight of the woman's profile, we hesitated for a moment before exclaiming in unison, Yi Bing, clad in a simple nightgown beneath a stiff mourning robe and coarse linen. Her once exquisite visage lay in the mud, pallid and marred by dirt. The torrential rain blurred her vision, yet she still managed to spot both me and Jiang Chen at the first moment. She attempted to rise, but her body lacked any strength, collapsing into the muddy water. Her face drenched by the falling rain. Her lips moved silently, seemingly forming the name Gao Jian. The pronunciation of my name differs from that of Jiang Chen, and this scene did not escape our notice. The downpour soaked everyone, reminiscent of 5 years ago. The previously indifferent Xiao Ren lifted his head. His face, cold and pallid, appeared quite unsettling from my vantage point. Gao Jian, you truly have pursued me, Lu Xing remarked, You're quite astute and audacious, but therein lies your greatest flaw. The reflection of Chiu Run, transformed into a specter, articulated each syllable methodically, devoid of pauses, rendering it eerily peculiar. Is your presence here due to this? Chiu Run pulled from his pocket a creature resembling a silkworm, albeit significantly smaller. The mother bug was planted in Lu Xing by a Gu master from Yaojiang. I suspect when he handed it to you, you were filled with delight, believing you had seized Lu Xing's lifeline. Chiu Run casually crushed the creature. I felt a stir in my pocket as the mother bug, confined within a dark wooden box, struggled momentarily before gradually losing its vitality. The life of the offspring is intertwined with that of the mother. The malevolent energy began to corrode the offspring's remains, and Chiu Run stomped on it again, twisting viciously. You and Lu Xing are remarkably similar at your core. Both are madmen. However, you pale in comparison to him, as he can treat everything as a winning gambit while you still cling to a semblance of false benevolence. Lu Xing had long since discovered the mother bug. Just as I had foreseen, he had turned the tables, using the offspring as a diversion. It was my oversight. Those who achieve greatness do not have friends. You should not have trusted that Gu master. In this world, apart from oneself, no one is worthy of trust. If no one is trustworthy, why do you still follow Lu Xing? Even after sacrificing a hand, you remain steadfast, like a loyal watchdog. My words were laced with barbs, intended to buy me time. I had been alert to my surroundings, for the mirror specter could not stray too far. It must be hiding nearby. Bullets cannot vanquish the specter, but eliminating Chiu Run with a single shot would suffice. Lu Xing is mad, yet he does not fit the conventional definition of madness. Mortals like you would never comprehend, just as ants can never grasp the concept of immortality. This illustrates the chasm between you and him. I cannot fathom your notion of immortality, but I understand the cycle of cause and effect. Even in this realm, every 130,000 years, calamities shall descend. Nothing can endure eternally in this world. Furthermore, do not liken me to that lunatic. I have no desire to compare myself with someone on the brink of death. The malevolent energy approached, and the raindrops were redirected by an unseen force, veering off in other directions. The malevolent energy within the three infants' formation was nearing saturation. Who lives and who dies should not be stated so definitively. The Buddha has awaited this day for far too long. This time, failure is not an option. Chiu Run laughed heartily, and then the mirror specter, which had taken his form to convey messages, became ensnared in the malevolent energy, its visage contorted. Gao Jian, before your demise, I have one final question for you. 5 years ago, when I was prepared to kill the last offering, all the police in the city were deceived by me. How were you the only one to find me in advance? This question has plagued my thoughts for 5 long years, no matter how I ponder. I cannot fathom how you could predict that I would ultimately choose to commit murder at that location. The icy rain lashes against my face, and a glimmer ignites within my eyes. I descend into the underworld to continue my contemplation, for time is abundant there. As I retrace my steps to the moment of conversation with Chiu Run, the Taoist priest, Xianqing, has already ventured far into the formation, amidst the seemingly mundane muddy ground. Xianqing's footwork captivates the eye. He has deftly approached the core of the great array without triggering its defenses. He plunges a hand into the earth, retrieving an octagonal talisman. This dark talisman is not a novel sight to me. It appears to symbolize the identity of a disciple of the dual-faced Buddha. As the core of the array is unearthed, the gathered Yin energy erupts violently, transforming into a mirror ghost resembling Chiu Run, which is torn apart, as if a black whirlwind is unleashed upon the desolate expanse. Step back, Xianqing shouts, waving his hand to cast several talismans. Yet the torrential rain and thunder render the talismans ineffective. I pull Jiang Chen away, seeking refuge from the Taoist's array. Why does such a commotion arise when the formation has supposedly been unraveled? Xianqing's expression grows grave. This is a sunlit plot, and as long as the array remains unbroken, the Yin energy will continue to accumulate. Should the array shatter, the gathered energy would penetrate that girl's body, and glancing at her now, it is evident that she is in grave danger. The vortex of Yin energy above the wilderness does not disperse. Rather, it coils around Yi Bing, disheveling her mourning attire and exposing her face, now caked in mud. Just weeks prior, this very face had entered my humble shop with an air of arrogance. Had she not pierced my heart, I might not have dared to accept Xianqing's perilous commission. Fate, it seems, has a cruel hand. through the deluge. I hear Yi Bing's anguished cries as the energy penetrates her form. I can clearly see her fingers losing their youthful pallor, transforming into a darkened, ashen hue. The 8 characters of the intertwined fate, draped in mourning, the harbinger of death. Xianqing's gaze fixes on Yi Bing's discolored fingers, his countenance shifting dramatically. The horizontal line of death is little known. The lunar deity of calamity arrives timely. Even with auspicious stars aligned, one may still face peril. Chapter 287. The 100 Corpses Worship the Fox, Part 1. With pale wrists and rosy skin, jade shoots tune the strings, revealing sharp angles. Yi Bing's hands were once exquisite, devoid of flaws in my memory. Yet, the scene before me starkly contrasts with the woman I recall. The disparity is alarmingly vast. Her once verdant fingers now appear withered, akin to sunbaked jerky, a ghastly shade of dark green. Those are not human fingers. Jiang Chun sits amidst the muck, gazing at the face of his wife, who once shared the same roof, and finds no trace of concern or affection, only panic and a deeply concealed revulsion. You hardly have the right to voice such words. She harbors a little ghost, wishing for her to bear a ghostly child. You are merely cloaked in the guise of a benevolent soul. As I observe Yi Bing's fingers, I am reminded of an incident at the crematorium beneath the No. 3 bridge, where I encountered a malevolent entity. It had intended to exploit the power of the 10 wicked spirits to escape, but I inadvertently thwarted its plans. During that confrontation, the malevolent being had shattered its seal and extended a single finger. Though I was in a trance-like state at the time, the memory of that finger remains etched in my mind, darkened and withered, much like Yi Bing's current hand. Has the malevolent being truly escaped? As I journeyed to the crematorium at Bridge No. 3 this evening, I found myself in the morning hall, where only the figure of Mr. Gu was present, oblivious to the existence of other spirits. In retrospect, this seems rather peculiar. The crematorium itself is enveloped in a grand formation that spans a radius of 10 miles, involving 10 malevolent spirits with tenfold transformations capable of condensing the souls within this vicinity, guiding and absorbing them for its own use. At that time, I had exhausted my vitality through the invocation talisman, barely managing to hold on until dawn, after which I collapsed, fortunate to have retained my life. With no recollection of how I was transported to the hospital, let alone dismantling the malevolent formation. The formation remains intact, yet when I arrived tonight, the area was astonishingly pristine, devoid of any ghostly shadows or wandering souls clinging to the mortal realm. Where had those vile entities fled? As I pondered this, I was suddenly ensnared by a tendril of willow, a gentle force pulling me backward. The girl seemed possessed by something, and I was advised not to approach too closely. Taoist Xianqing had already withdrawn from the 3 infants formation, gesturing for me to stand behind him. His interjection reminded me that the Qingtu Temple, under Taoist Xianqing, is in such proximity to the crematorium. Surely, he must be aware of the malevolent entity imprisoned beneath it? This is not a secret in Jiangcheng. Many are aware. Why do you mention this now? I expressed my suspicion that the entity possessing Yi Bing was indeed the one contained beneath the crematorium. Upon hearing my conjecture, Taoist Xianqing's expression shifted. What is your confidence in this? 70%, I replied. The anomaly with Yi Bing's fingers was just one aspect. I recalled the changes surrounding the crematorium and the recent visits by Luxing and Xiu Run, which led me to this conclusion. If this is indeed the case, we may find ourselves in grave peril. Taoist Xianqing regarded Yi Bing with an expression of apprehension. Are we, you and I, not capable of confronting this malevolent entity together? I clutched a full set of talismans for the Erlong Chushui formation, wrapped in a raincoat, along with a randomly acquired superior talisman from the Underworld showcase. These were my trump cards that allowed me to stand here boldly. If the malevolent entity has indeed possessed her, it may require the resurrection of our ancestral master to subdue it. Taoist Xianqing sighed, recalling that it was indeed our ancestral master of the corpse-driving lineage who had imprisoned this entity at Bridge No. 3. There exists a deep connection between this malevolent being and our lineage. The various rumors circulating about the entity are, in truth, embellished. No one, not even our direct disciples, knows its true origin. Taoist Xianqing continued with a sigh, stating that shortly after the entity was sealed at Bridge No. 3, our ancestral master vanished, leaving behind a handwritten letter instructing future disciples to avoid seeking him out and to never venture near the crematorium, nor allow the corpse-driving lineage to be buried within 10 miles of Bridge No. 3 after death. Your master? I questioned, Taoist Xianqing, now in his 50s, would indeed need to trace the origins of this malevolent being back over a century. Yes, the corpse-driving lineage once flourished, but it began to decline in modern times, coinciding with the death of our ancestral master, leading to the fracturing of our lineage. By the time it reached my master's generation, only 2 or 3 disciples remained. And now, I am left with just one apprentice, Yinchuan. Could the decline of the corpse-driving lineage be related to this malevolent entity? A casual remark from me prompted Taoist Xianqing to ponder deeply. However, the immediate priority is to expel this entity from the girl's body. Taoist Xianqing seemed intent on sidestepping certain topics, particularly regarding the malevolent creature suppressed beneath the crematorium of Bridge Number 3, which appears to be a taboo within their lineage. The negative energy infiltrated Yebing's being, and her appearance grew increasingly bizarre. The rain swirled ominously around Yebing, and the chilling winds intensified, adding a cruel edge to this already desolate and dark rainy night. I must obstruct it. You hurry and find Yinchuan to take the corpse of the fox spirit and leave. Today's encounter with this evil spirit may hinder the proper awakening of the corpse. Taoist, can you manage alone? I cast a glance at the intensifying negative energy enveloping Yebing, then at the willow branch held by Taoist Xianqing, who seemed uncertain. Even if I cannot, I must proceed. You must go. To buy time, Taoist Xianqing brandished a sprig of verdant willow, standing resolutely in place. Move. I grasped Jiang Chun and turned to flee, but a howling wind assailed my back. Yebing charged towards me. Her former beauty morphed into terror, having lost her sanity, clawing and flailing like a monster. Stop. Taoist Xianqing cast 2 talismans, but such talismans were ineffective against the corpse transformation. As Yebing reached for my shoulder, he swung the willow branch, which, having been soaked in some substance, left behind dark purple marks on Yebing's body. As her movement slowed, I seized the opportunity to escape. I dashed into the vicinity of the incineration pit at Xinhu High School, where I spotted several furtive figures. At first glance, they appeared to be the corpses of students escaping from the building. Get out of the way. I forced my way through a few armed police officers, entering the incineration pit. As I stepped into the single-story building, a chill washed over me. I looked up to see the talisman hanging on the door swaying unnaturally, devoid of wind, a most eerie sight. Yinchuan. I instinctively called out, but there was no response. I tightened my grip on Jiang Chen's neck and ventured further into the inner room. Navigating between the standing corpses, I treaded upon the dark, burnt residue on the floor. Finally reaching Yinchuan. The thick white cloth I had previously lifted had inexplicably closed again. Without further thought, I pulled back a corner of the cloth. Yinchuan. Your master. My pupils contracted as I beheld the face beneath the white cloth. It was not Yinchuan's visage but that of a fox. My fingers trembled involuntarily, and I hastily covered it once more. How could this be? I stepped back, scrutinizing the tall figure clad in a black garment with red trimmings. The appearance and build remained unchanged, undoubtedly Yinchuan. Yet, upon unveiling the cloth, I was met with a fox's face. I possess no expertise in corpse reanimation, nor do I understand why Taoist Xianqing would have Yinchuan carry the body of the fox spirit among the corpses. It seemed to hint at the process of awakening the dead. Time was of the essence. My hands trembled as I once more lifted the cloth from Yinchuan's face. Master, what has happened? You were speaking moments ago. Why did you cease? This time, beneath the cloth was indeed Yinchuan's own face. Despite his pallor, his mind was clear. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm merely misjudged. I glanced sideways at the lifeless fox carcass on Yinchuan's back, its face shrouded in a thick veil, rendering it indistinguishable. Your master is in peril. That malevolent practitioner is formidable. You must take the fox spirit's corpse and depart. The altar has been activated, and the offerings have been consumed. We cannot halt this ritual midway. Yinchuan gestured toward the surrounding sacrifices. He intended for me to behold the gnawed rabbit, fish, and pork. But perhaps due to excessive force, he inadvertently dislodged the mask from his face. As the white cloth fell away, I beheld the other half of Yinchuan's visage. Chapter 288. The 100 Corpses Worship the Fox, Part 2. Yinchuan, what has happened to your face? I stood rooted in place, hesitant to approach. What is wrong with my face? Yinchuan, unable to move, shook his head, yet no matter how he twisted, he could not glimpse his own cheek. Do not move. I picked up the fallen white cloth, placing it in my palm as I cautiously reached toward Yinchuan's jaw. The sensation was oddly prickly, akin to touching the soft fur of a cub. You have sprouted white hair on your face. I had never witnessed such a phenomenon and found myself at a loss for words, relaying my observations to Yun Chuan in earnest detail. Corpse hair? No. Why would I develop such a thing? Before a corpse undergoes transformation, it exhibits a series of signs, one of which is the emergence of corpse hair. This does not resemble corpse hair. It bears a closer resemblance to fox fur. I recalled the words of Taoist Xianqing, who mentioned that although the fox spirit was entirely crimson, it was originally a white fox that had turned into a blood fox due to excessive bloodshed. Could it be that the corpse on your back is undergoing a transformation? Or perhaps, I cautiously retreated a step, scrutinizing Yun Chuan. The fox spirit was cunning, and I feared that the Yun Chuan before me was merely an illusion crafted by the fox spirit. This is Dyer, my benefactor. Quickly summon my master. The fox spirit is about to transform. Quickly. Yun Chuan stood at the altar's center, his countenance tense and anxious, yet his body remained utterly still. I sensed something amiss. Yun Chuan's state was exceedingly peculiar. His consciousness lingered, yet he could not command his body. It seemed as though the fox spirit had seized control without his awareness. Taoist Xianqing was already risking his life to buy time, and now with the fox spirit's corpse in turmoil, I was at a loss for how to proceed. In the shadows, there might still lurk a malevolent entity, and the armed police could charge in at any moment to subdue me. The situation appeared almost insurmountable. Stay here. The white hair on Yun Chuan's face continued to proliferate, eliciting a sense of dread within me, prompting me to swiftly exit the room in search of Taoist Xianqing. Simultaneously, unforeseen events unfolded. Saving Yun Chuan took precedence over aiding Yi Bing. If the fox spirit transformed beyond control, the night would descend into chaos. As I neared the exit, gunfire erupted outside. Peering from the doorway, my heart raced to my throat. Taoist Xianqing lay in the mud, his fate uncertain, as several armed police clashed with Yi Bing. Initially, they had no intention of harming Yi Bing, but in their complacency towards a seemingly delicate woman, they found themselves outmatched. She struck with a ferocity akin to a tempest concealing blades, rendering the nearby officers no match for her. Is this a joke? The armed police were part of a regular military force, skilled individuals who were no match for her. I could not even begin to compete. The ability to transform a defenseless woman into such a formidable adversary was indeed extraordinary. Upon witnessing Yi Bing at this moment, I was reminded of my initial encounter with Xiao Feng, who was possessed by a vengeful spirit at the Anshin Inn. Her immense strength, devoid of pain, seemed to have awakened latent abilities within her. Clutching the service pistol in my hand, loaded with bullets, I aimed at Yi Bing's head, yet this time, I found myself unable to pull the trigger. Although the armed police had fired shots earlier to signal a warning, it was now too late for them to act. Yi Bing was using the incapacitated officer as a human shield, all the while remaining acutely aware of her surroundings. Neither of the two squads of trained police officers could subdue the possessed Yi Bing, and I felt powerless to assist. I patted Bai Chi's head and gestured towards Jiang Chun, indicating that if he attempted to flee, he should bite through his neck. Upon hearing my words, Jiang Chun's lips trembled with rage, rendering him speechless. I dashed out of the makeshift shelter, quickly bending low to reach Xianqing Daozhong, lifting him onto my back. There is no need for such concern. This night's calamity is unavoidable. If you can escape, do so swiftly. Xianqing Daozhong's voice was weak, his complexion ashen and his body frigid. Yun Chuan was in trouble. It appeared that the fox was on the verge of a corpse transformation. As white fur was sprouting on his face, I moved quickly, believing I would remain undetected, yet to my astonishment, Yi Bing seemed to have fixed her gaze upon me. The moment she spotted me, she shifted her target, abandoning the armed officers and charging directly towards me. What is happening? I dared not linger, racing into the small house and shutting the door behind me. Help Daozhong into the inner room. I shouted to Jiang Chun, who merely observed coldly, questioning why he should receive my aid. Before I could finish, the door was struck violently. Had I not braced my body against the ancient wooden door, it would have surely been flung open. Go. Jiang Chun remained unmoved, while Xianqing Daozhong, using the wall for support, slowly made his way inside. I decided to check on Yun Chuan. Bang! The door was hit again, my hands tingled, and my spine felt as though it might shatter. Bang! With 3 consecutive impacts yielding no result, a window nearby shattered with a loud explosion. As shards flew, I turned to see Yi Bing's cold, eerie visage peering in through the window. Her dark, creeping arm extended through the shattered opening, inching closer to me. I could even discern the fragments of glass embedded within her flesh, blood droplets congealing around the wounds. Upon seeing his wife's face outside the window, Jiang Chun retreated several steps. With no escape within the small house, he resigned himself, limping to assist Xian Qing Daozhong into the inner chamber. Bang! The door was again forcefully struck, and I had to evade the increasingly close arm. My shoulder was swollen and growing numb. Why do you insist on targeting me? Outside. Yi Bing's expressionless face remained fixed upon me, and I could not fathom her thoughts, though her gaze unnerved me. The door hinges became loose. I watched as the rusted screws were shaken loose, the lock quivering more violently. Wake up, Yi Bing. Though expressions can be feigned, the eyes seldom lie. In her pupils, two thin lines stood erect, a sign of having been afflicted by talismans or curses. Beyond that, only loneliness and desperation occupied the depths of her gaze. The sounds of impact were incessant. Half of my body was already numb, and just then, the door hinge was shattered, a large piece of the wooden frame breaking away. In my heart, I lamented the dire situation. I barely had time to retreat when the entire door came crashing toward me. My body was knocked down, my head striking the ground, and I desperately pushed against the floor to move backward. With all my strength, I merely managed to extend my head from beneath the door panel, looking up to find not a glimmer of hope for escape, but a visage etched deeply in my memory. Yi Bing was hovering just above the door panel. Never before in 5 years had I been this close to her. Her nose nearly brushing against my eyes. I could feel the profound chill emanating from her. Yi Bing's reaction was peculiar. Rather than launching an immediate attack, her mouth hung open above my eyes, her complexion fluctuating between a deep blue-black and a pale white. Suddenly, a pale yellow figure darted past, and Yi Bing was shoved aside. I scrambled into the inner room with all my limbs. The Taoist has entered, I thought, standing at the threshold of the inner room. The breath I had just regained was choked back. The scene within was even more bizarre. Yun Chuan carried the corpse of the fox spirit, their backs pressed together as if they were conjoined twins, an increasingly frightening sight. Taoist Xianqing held the soul-capturing bell, murmuring incantations, while the white hair on Yun Chuan's face gradually faded, restoring his human form. However, this was not without a cost. Blood trickled from Xianqing's fingertips, and the copper bell was riddled with cracks. More terrifying was the fact that the sound of the soul-capturing bell seemed to awaken the scattered corpses in the inner room. They all turned in unison, facing the center of the room, forming a wall of bodies that blocked any escape. Taoist. At this moment, my only hope rested with Taoist Xianqing and the talismans in his possession, of which I was utterly ignorant, let alone knowing how to utilize them against the enemy. Without turning his head, Taoist Xianqing recited his incantation amidst the throng of corpses, his pace quickening. I was just about to push through the mass when I heard Bai Chi's frantic screams. I turned to look and realized, to my horror, that a heavy, dark hand had settled on my shoulder. Simultaneously, a tremendous noise erupted from the inner room. Taoist Xianqing halted his chanting, raising his bloodied palm, clutching a fragment of the shattered soul-capturing bell. The bell was broken. An oppressive force, even more potent than Yi Bing's, surged into the inner room, compelling every corpse to bow their heads in submission. Chapter 289. The Rising Dead. In the center of the room, Taoist Xianqing felt the effects most acutely. Already injured by Yi Bing, he was now overwhelmed by the influx of malevolent energy, his complexion turning an ashen hue, akin to being poisoned by snake venom. Taoist. I found myself in a similarly precarious situation. The pressure on my shoulder was intensifying. A furtive glance revealed that my shoulders were gripped by a dark, spectral arm, while a stunningly beautiful head pressed against my right shoulder. Her hair brushed against my face, and as her delicate nostrils flared, her prominent nose grazed my cheek, raising fine hairs in its wake. I stood frozen, my limbs cold, my eyes darting about, my mind a blank slate, unsure of how to proceed. The chilling energy seeped into my shoulders, penetrating my very core, as if freezing my insides. Breathing became a laborious endeavor. I would inhale deeply, yet exhaling proved impossible, leaving me in a state of profound discomfort. What was it that had possessed Yi Bing? Why was she targeting me? Was it due to her memories? Or perhaps revenge for my interference at the crematorium on bridge number 3? My blood felt as though it had congealed, and my fingertips began to lose sensation, akin to traversing a snow-laden wilderness in the depths of winter while clad in scant attire. In the inner chamber, the Taoist priest, Xianqing, was jolted by a surge of malevolent energy, causing him to sway and then collapse onto the ground. Surrounding offerings lay scattered, rabbit and fish meat strewn about, creating an eerie atmosphere amidst the encircled corpses. The fragrant meats only heightened the strangeness of the scene. As the soul-capturing bell shattered, Yun Chuan let out a piercing scream. His white hair sprouted and retracted, fluctuating several times. Eventually, his pupils rolled back, 3/4 of his eyes turning entirely white, as if he had lost his sanity. He kicked aside a nearby bronze cauldron and extended his hands, contorting his joints at a 60-degree angle to untie the satin binding behind him. Between the plain white garment and the black robe adorned with red trim, there lay an embroidered rope binding two individuals. This rope, known as the Wangchuan rope, had one end tethered to the living and the other to the deceased, facilitating the movement of corpses across the realms of life and death. Every 3 inches, the rope was marked with a paper talisman, each inscribed with a crossing knot, symbolizing the blossoming of flowers on the other side, where souls drift into the Wangchuan River. At this moment, Yun Chuan was attempting to untie this very rope. His hands, initially sluggish, began to move with increasing dexterity. Yun Chuan, stop! Xianqing, fully aware of the rope's significance, realized that if it were to be untied, the fox spirit would regain its soul, breaking free from the underworld and losing all semblance of control. With one hand braced against the ground, he neglected his own wounds and retrieved a shell from a bamboo scoop, scooping up a spoonful of rice as he approached Yun Chuan from behind. He lifted the white cloth from the fox spirit's face and pried open its mouth, intending to pour the rice inside. As the grains were inserted, Yun Chuan's movement slowed, followed by an eerie sound emerging from his lips, one that could scarcely be described as human. Soon after, his hands quickened, sensing a looming threat. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly terrifying as Yun Chuan's arms twisted backward, contorting at unnatural angles yet exhibiting alarming agility, his fingertips dancing across the knots of the rope. The talismans were torn away, and the crossing knots unraveled in a matter of moments. At the moment the Wangchuan rope fell to the ground, a surge of malevolent energy erupted within the room, casting doubt on whether they were still in the realm of the living or in the depths of the netherworld. "This is bad," Xianqing exclaimed, stumbling backward, his attire disheveled until he collided with the standing corpses behind him. When he turned back, he was met with the faces of his long-deceased students, now displaying expressions of sorrow. With the Wangchuan rope undone, Yun Chuan knelt upon the ground, his head buried in the ashes, his body trembling beneath the presence of the white figure behind him. Standing at the doorway, I beheld the entire scene. The figure in plain clothing was indeed the fox spirit's corpse, astonishingly stable and upright without Yun Chuan's support. Within the room, alongside the malevolent energy, thin black threads, nearly invisible to the naked eye, began to emerge from the students' bodies, entwining around the fox spirit. Was it absorbing the energy of the deceased? "Gao Jian, you must take it away," Xianqing shouted at me, but I felt paralyzed, my cheeks tingling as if brushed by an animal's tongue, a sensation far too horrific to articulate. The diminutive body of the fox spirit slowly began to turn, seemingly moving of its own accord, without anyone pulling it. Had it reanimated? The white cloth fell away, revealing a fox's face beneath. Its fur was a fiery crimson, as if ablaze, and its tightly shut eyelids gradually parted, unveiling blood-red irises. There was no emotion, no reason, only a gaze filled with savagery and bloodlust. The white-clad corpse of the fox stood in the center of the room, much like a human, awaiting its full turn towards me. Only when it had completely turned did I realize that this fox spirit's gaze seemed to rest upon me. Had it been watching me all along, I could understand why Yibing was drawn to me. But the notion that the fox spirit held a special affection for me left me utterly astonished. When had I become so popular? The fox spirit's lifeless body lay upon Yun Chuan's back, whose eyes were completely overtaken by the whites. He stood up with the fox corpse, taking a step forward, and the surrounding students' bodies emitted a creaking noise, reminiscent of rusty wheels turning. The talismans affixed to their necks fell away, revealing the corpses of those who had perished 5 years prior. Their spines were bent, heads bowed deeply, and hands crossed before them, all maintaining a uniform posture of reverence and humility, parting to create a passage. Yun Chuan sprinted towards me, unimpeded, treading upon the charred remains of the corpses. What was happening? I wished to evade, but the head of a beautiful woman dangled from my shoulder, rendering me helpless and even the slightest movement arduous. As the fox spirit's body approached, Yunchuan halted 3 steps away from me and suddenly turned, leaning the bloodied fox corpse towards me. The fox's eyes were strikingly different from those of a human. They were elongated with slightly upturned corners, and the flicker of its gaze compelled one to draw closer, to immerse oneself in the flames reflected within, until nothing remained but ash. Staring into the fox's lifeless eyes, I became increasingly horrified. The reflection within them bore no resemblance to that of a corpse. It had come to life. This fox was truly alive. As I attempted to retreat, the fox spirit pressed closer, seemingly detecting a familiar scent emanating from me. It sought to burrow into my mind, its sharp claws raised, remnants of congealed crimson visible between its fingers. Did it intend to carve open my skull? The thought sent a shiver down my spine as its claws hovered ominously above my head, only to be seized by a dark, sinewy hand. The fox's eyes shifted in their sockets, finally noticing the presence of another head atop my shoulder. I wondered if anyone had ever witnessed the smile of a fox. In that moment, I beheld such a scene. The bloodied fox's mouth parted, revealing a narrow gap, from which a few grains of white rice tumbled between its teeth. The stench of decay and the chill of the grave clashed like invisible blades against my face, causing it to sting. The fox spirit and Yi Bing faced one another, both yearning to extract something from me. Their negotiations failed, and a confrontation ensued. A demon and a corpse engaged in a fierce battle. I was swept aside by the gust of malevolent wind, my body stiffened, yet I managed to crawl towards the inner room. Taoist, the fox has risen from the dead. I paid no heed to Jiang Chun, who was already frozen in fear, as I squeezed through the cluster of student corpses to lift the dazed Xianqing Taoist. His robe was stained with blood, and his visage had aged considerably. I felt utterly powerless. With a bitter smile, Xianqing Taoist lowered his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. I'm sorry, Yinchuan. I regret taking you as my disciple. Had I known this day would come, I would never have done so. Taoist, there is still hope. Outside the house, the howling wind and the stench of corpses crashed against one another. I shielded Xianqing Taoist with my back, retrieving the talismans wrapped in my raincoat. I possess superior talismans and a complete set of formation talismans. The random high-grade talismans and the 2 dragons ascending water formation are my trump cards. Remembering the formidable power of the Tian Du Thunder talisman, hope rekindled within me. Taoist, please take a look at these talismans and instruct me on their use. With a look of astonishment, the idle Qing Taoist shook his head after reading the text. The 2 dragons emerge from water formation can only be established in areas governed by the water element of the 5 elements. As for this superior talisman, I too cannot discern its application. The study of talismanic arts within the corpse guiding sect pales in comparison to that of other traditions. The idle Qing Taoist casually imparted to me some methods for arranging the 2 dragons emerge from water formation, yet achieving success in such an endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Silently, I retrieved the talisman paper and wrapped it in my raincoat, watching the fierce battle outside between a demon and a corpse, which blocked our escape. Diverting their attention was our only hope. Chapter 290. The Jiang Dike outside. Yi Bing and the fox spirit's corpse engaged in a fierce combat. The malevolent energy swirling about made it perilous for ordinary individuals to approach. I propped the idle Qing Taoist against the wall and circled around the corpse in the inner room. What are you doing? He inquired, observing my tapping and rummaging as if I were searching for something. I'm looking for another exit. Let us escape first, I replied. The idle Qing Taoist shook his head. Don't think about it. We chose to handle the corpses here and sealed Yuan Chun within these walls precisely because this room is enclosed and disconnected from the outside world. Having found nothing, I returned to the idle Qing Taoist's side. With no path for escape, was I to meet my end here, like fish awaiting slaughter on the chopping block? My heart was unwilling, yet I found myself without alternatives. The walls were reinforced, and aside from the main door, there were no windows. Taoist, what brings you to this place at such an hour? I asked, noticing the students' corpses rigidly facing the altar in the inner room, an unsettling sight. The idle Qing Taoist sighed in resignation, casting a glance at the fox spirit's corpse. Guiding corpses is exceedingly troublesome. The reasons are not easily articulated in a few sentences. The process of raising a corpse involves choosing the right time, opening the altar, and performing the rites. Tonight, during the mourning of the dead, is deemed inauspicious for ordinary folk, yet for practitioners like us, it is a propitious occasion. Furthermore, every item I placed around the fox spirit's corpse serves a purpose. meticulously adhering to the ancestral rules. Finally, the ritual is the most critical step in the process of guiding corpses. There are 36 techniques. The first is the standing corpse technique. To guide a corpse, one must first enable it to stand. While ordinary corpses pose little challenge to me, this fox spirit is my first experience in guiding one. Curiously, ever since it reacted to you that day, nearly rising from the dead, it has shown no further anomalies. Later, I learned that its lack of abnormal behavior was, in fact, the greatest anomaly. I summoned wandering souls to enter the fox's corpse, hoping to make it stand, but despite numerous attempts, I was unsuccessful. Fox spirits and humans differ vastly. I could not apply conventional reasoning. My only recourse was to bring the fox's corpse here, hoping to harness the energy from hundreds of dead bodies to awaken it. At this point, the idle Qing Taoist paused, glancing at the numerous corpses around the room, all bowing in reverence. He sighed again. Alas, I have underestimated the fox spirit. It seems the heavens conspire against the lineage of corpse guiding. The idle Qing Taoist's frail body spoke in halting phrases, and I gathered the general circumstances. Taoist, if that fox has already transformed, neglecting it may lead to. I know what you wish to convey, but the situation has escalated beyond my control, he replied, his gaze lowering as a faint aura of death appeared upon his countenance. It was then that I comprehended why the inebriated elder, despite his superior cultivation, was reluctant to personally escort the fox spirit away from its corpse. It must be related to some taboo, a realization of my own recklessness. He seemed to have come to some understanding. Ultimately, the sins one sows must be atoned for by oneself. Do not act impulsively, Taoist, he urged, for as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not worry about firewood. I sensed an unusual tone in Xianqing Taoist's voice, fearing he might take some reckless action. There is no need to persuade me further. You must have important matters to attend to tonight, and you should not linger here. Xianqing Taoist implied something deeper, and upon hearing his words, I fell silent. Time was the most precious resource I lacked. I had lingered too long at Xinhu High School. Wait, I will do my utmost to assist you in leaving, but I implore you to promise me one thing. Speak, and I shall fulfill it. Take Yinchuan with you. That child is destined for hardship, yet possesses remarkable talent. Remaining with me has only hindered him. Xianqing Taoist's words grew increasingly unsettling, as if he were preparing for a final farewell. Taoist, think carefully. He waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. If you both manage to escape, do not allow Yinchuan to return to Qingtuguan. Let the decayed remain so. The practice of corpse guiding was originally intended to aid the unfortunate, but after agreeing to assist a drunken Taoist for 50,000, its nature has changed. This unnecessary skill should fade into oblivion, lest it bring chaos and entangle the world in karmic retribution. Xianqing Taoist reached into his robe and retrieved a wolf hair brush, followed by a jade box. Taoist, what is your intention? Assist me. I helped Xianqing Taoist to his feet and opened the lid of the jade box. A fragrant aroma of rice wafted forth. Inside lay white ink seemingly made from ground glutinous rice. Dipping the wolf hair brush into the mixture, Xianqing Taoist removed his deep blue robe, revealing a yellow talisman affixed to his back. This talisman, its material indiscernible, remained intact despite his robe being soaked. The yellow paper bore no inscription on the front, while the reverse held the handwritten decree of the revered ancestor. This heart-protecting talisman, passed down from the master, was used to suppress the lineage's fortune, only to be worn by the righteous Taoist of each generation. Xianqing Taoist's gaze drifted, as if recalling events from long ago. It was hard to believe that 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He took the wolf hair brush from the jade box, standing with it poised. I, Xianqing, humbly beseech the ancestor to manifest. With a flourish, he dipped the brush in the white ink, inscribing with grace and vigor. 1 stroke moved the world. 2 strokes invoked the ancestor's sword, and 3 strokes called forth fierce spirits from 1,000 miles away. With a single breath, he enacted the symbols and incantations seamlessly. Divine kings, stellar forces, thunder, sun, moon, ding, jia, and do. With the cross, I encapsulate the celestial and terrestrial forces. This was not the end. Xianqing Taoist penned numerous Taoist verses, and with the final stroke, the wolf hair brush snapped. Heaven and earth, I now inscribe with my hand. 10,000 demons lay concealed. Upon completing the incantation, Xianqing Taoist affixed the talisman to his heart and called out, I, Xianqing, face a calamity of annihilation. I sincerely beseech the ancestor to manifest. The talisman shimmered with golden light, illuminating both the inner room and the outside, resonating with the thunder and lightning. Gently, Xianxing Taoist pushed me aside and stepped towards the door. Yin Chuan, I entrust you to him. The talisman cloaked him in a faint golden hue, while the Taoist verses swirled upon the yellow paper. As he exited the inner room, the previously battling Yi Bing and the fox corpse ceased their struggle. The fox spirit's corpse stood in the room, resembling a grieving figure, its blood-red eyes darting about, seemingly searching for my presence. On the other hand, Yi Bing's reaction was even more peculiar. Ever since Taoist Xianxing utilized the ancestral decree to suppress fate, Yi Bing has appeared somewhat detached. Her eyes oscillated between clarity and confusion, her attention shifting from me to Taoist Xianxing. The talisman seems to be connected to the malevolent entity within Yi Bing. I remained vigilant regarding the external circumstances. Yi Bing's transformation began precisely when Taoist Xianxing invoked the ancestral spirit. This raised my suspicions. If the entity that possessed Yi Bing originates from the number 3 Bridge crematorium, why did it alter its originally vicious demeanor to one of contemplation after Taoist Xianxing's call for the ancestral spirit? The process of corpse transportation requires careful timing, ideally coinciding with a mournful gathering. Thus, the entity's possession cannot be arbitrary, especially since Yi Bing coincidentally carries the fate of one marked by mourning. Is there a special connection here? Yi Bing momentarily ceased her movements, while Taoist Xianxing exerted all his strength to obstruct the fox spirit. Seizing the opportunity, I dared not hesitate and took hold of Jiang Chun with one hand and pulled Yin Chuan with the other, rushing towards the exit. The torrential rain soaked my body, and I did not dare to linger, running far before I dared to glance back. The fox spirit's corpse, attempting to pursue, was momentarily thwarted by Taoist Xianxing's desperate resistance. Through the curtain of rain, I sensed the gaze of the fox spirit's corpse. Its eyes glowed with a deepening crimson, as if to convey that it would eventually come for me, and there would be no escape. A shiver ran down my spine as I turned towards the outside of Xinhu High School. This place was no longer safe, not only due to the fox spirit's corpse, but also the watchful eyes of Qiu Run and the armed police officers ready to strike. The dual-faced Buddha's consciousness had gained the upper hand, and I resolved to head directly to the Jiang Dam. The image of the surroundings flashed in my mind. That location bore a striking resemblance to the death premonition drawn by Yingzi. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Evasion is futile. There has never been a period of tranquility. Such times exist only because some individuals are fiercely battling against unseen struggles, bearing heavy burdens as they forge ahead. Chapter 291, Arrival Captain. Someone is emerging. Notify teams 3 and 4 to tighten the encirclement and remain vigilant. As I stepped out of Xinhu High School, beams of strong light pierced through the rain, illuminating me. Bai Qi followed closely behind. I clutched Jiang Chun with one hand and dragged Yin Chuan with the other, appearing quite disheveled. Captain, should we fire? Wait a moment. Teams 1 and 2 haven't emerged yet. Wading through the muddy water, each step felt laborious, and the fatigue and pain were nearly overwhelming. As time passed, my physical strength began to wane. The rain numbed my flesh, and my legs moved mechanically, perhaps driven by an inner refusal to yield. I had awaited this truth for 5 years. It was high time to determine the victor of this confrontation. Emerging from the wilderness, I shoved the unconscious Yin Chuan into the back seat of my sports car, forcing Jiang Chun into the front passenger seat, instructing him to hold Bai Qi as before. Summoning my resolve, I started the car and sped towards the final destination of the night. Had the 8th live broadcast finally reached its conclusion? The armed police were shifting and following closely behind me. Captain, the number of hostages has increased. Should we take action? It is imperative to ensure Jiang Chen's safety first. I understand. The rain cascaded down my hair and into my eyes, stinging them as if mingling with gravel, leaving them red and swollen. The Lanjiang Dam and Xinhui High School were situated in entirely opposite directions. It would take at least 2 hours to reach either location. I glanced at the clock. It was already past 2 in the morning. By the time I arrived at the Lanjiang Dam, the night would have passed, and it was likely that I would be too late. The torrential rain pounded against the car window, the sound alarming, yet I hoped to make it in time. I turned to Jiang Chun and asked, "Is it possible to receive live news broadcasts in your car?" Surprised by my sudden initiative to speak, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow and pressed a small LCD screen in the center of the front row. The screen illuminated, displaying GPS navigation on the left and connectivity options for various news broadcasts on the right. Upon opening the news, aside from my wanted notice, the most frequently mentioned terms were flood prevention and disaster response. This rain was problematic. Heavy downpours are typical in summer, yet it was already autumn, and the relentless rain had persisted for 3 days and nights, causing water levels to rise dangerously. If this continued, a catastrophic disaster was imminent. A flood peak warning indicated that the water level at Hankow Station had reached 28.55 meters, the highest recorded this year. Residents along the river were urged to exercise caution and refrain from venturing outside. The voice of the news anchor echoed from the screen. And then the scene shifted to a hazy shot near the Lanjiang Dam, where a reporter struggled against the fierce wind and rain, unable to maintain their footing even from 100 meters away. I recalled that the initial advisory to residents had been to exercise caution when going out, but it had since escalated to a strict prohibition against leaving their homes, indicating a rapidly deteriorating situation. Having lived in Jiangxing all my life, I understood the implications of the rising water level at Hankow Station. Positioned upstream on the Yangtze River, it is the shallowest point and the easiest location to gauge average water levels. Typically, adding 20 meters to the Hankow Station water level would indicate the depth on the dam side of Jiangxing. At 28.55 meters plus an additional 20 meters, the floodwaters could reach approximately 48.55 meters, equivalent to the height of a 16-story building. One could only imagine the devastation if the dam were to breach. A deluge of such magnitude would transform Jiangxing into a vast lake. The lives of countless beings rested in my hands. This was the true meaning of it all. To this day, I remain uncertain of Lu Xing's ultimate objective. I can only speculate whether he intends to conduct a blood sacrifice of Jiangxing, using the lives of its inhabitants to satiate his desires. If this were the case, Lu Xing and the dual-faced Buddha would indeed be terrifying. After 2 decades of meticulous planning and the establishment of an unprecedented geomantic array, what could they possibly be aiming to achieve? The flood peak warning reported that the water level at Hankow Station had reached 28.6 meters, setting a new record for the year. The water level continued to rise as I listened to the news, accelerating the car to its maximum speed. 2 hours later, I arrived at the nearest shopping plaza to the Lanjiang Dam, the Shanyang Mall. This must be the place mentioned by Ergo. I quickly disembarked. Jiang Chun and I exited the vehicle, leaving Yin Chuan to rest in the back seat, as he was of little use at the moment. My clothes were completely soaked, and I clutched my shoes, having lost one, as Jiang Chun moved closer to the Shanyang Mall. In the expansive square, apart from Jiang Chen's eye-catching Lamborghini, there was also a blue and white taxi with its empty sign hanging down, yet the vehicle contained no occupants. The news broadcast incessantly urged citizens to exercise caution while venturing out. How peculiar that a taxi would appear in such a location. I glanced into the car and noticed a damp stain on the driver's seat, presumably from someone clad in soaked attire who had been driving for an extended period. Was it a fool's errand to navigate a taxi to the Jiang Dam in the pouring rain at such an hour? I surveyed the surroundings with keen eyes. Occasionally, lights flickered from the direction of the Jiang Dam, where police had established a stringent cordon, partly to combat flooding, and perhaps also to prevent any potential infiltrators from causing havoc. It seemed that Tai Ningxiang's advice to the authorities bore some fruit. Their vigilance would make it difficult for Lu Xing to slip through unnoticed. The 8th live broadcast location was likely here, and given my status as a wanted individual, recklessly approaching the dam could attract undue police attention, thereby dispersing their forces. I certainly did not wish for my presence to inadvertently allow Lu Xing's sinister plot to succeed. Ergo should be waiting around the shopping mall. I needed to locate him first, for an ally is a source of strength. Utilizing the car's headlights, I scanned the area amidst the downpour but did not spot Ergo. Instead, I discovered the glass doors of the Shanyang Mall shattered. Inside the mall, I hurriedly dashed in, greeted by dim lighting, save for the green glow of the emergency exit signs. Ergo, I shouted from the first floor, my voice echoing through the now desolate mall. After 3 calls, I heard a response from the safety passage. Jiangu, you finally made it. Ergo emerged from the shadows, dragging a long knife and clutching his shoulder. Are you injured? I inquired with concern. This brother was merely an outsider who had been drawn into this turmoil solely to assist me. It's nothing. Ergo waved dismissively, revealing a large, dark bruise on his shoulder, an injury from malevolent spirits. Who did this? Was it a one-armed man? I described Xiao Ren's appearance, and Ergo nodded vigorously. Just a few minutes ago, a one-armed man sneaked in. He seemed intent on masquerading as an electrician to infiltrate the repair crew at the Jiang Dam. I encountered him while he was searching for electrician work attire in the merchandise area. We exchanged blows, and he could command ghostly entities. If it weren't for the knife you provided, which can slay those wretched beings, I might have met a dire fate. Masquerading as an electrician? A repair crew? Has there been a malfunction at the Jiang Dam? My heart raced as I grasped the critical implication of Ergo's words. If the dam were to fail tonight, the casualties would be far beyond mere numbers. I'm not certain. I had already witnessed several groups of electricians and mechanics enter while I was hiding here. This mad dog Lu Xing truly intends to wreak havoc on the dam. I glanced outside to see police cars that had pursued from Xinhu High School, now nearing the mall. My time was critically limited. Ergo, where did that one-armed man go to find the electrician's uniform and cap? Quickly, lead me there. Without hesitation, Ergo took me to the spot where he had clashed with Xiao Run, retrieving an insulated suit from the shelves. It appeared to be precisely the type of attire that the man sought. The insulated suit was designed for high-voltage operations or underwater electrical repairs, indicating that something was indeed amiss at the dam. I retrieved a set of insulated clothing, tore open the packaging, and hesitated for a moment. Ergo, I need your assistance with a perilous task shortly. I urge you to contemplate this carefully. I shall not coerce you, and even if you decline, I shall bear no resentment. Chapter 292, Blending in Jiangu. Why are you suddenly speaking like this? I, Chen Ergu, pride myself on loyalty. It is ingrained in my very being. Hold your horses, let me finish. I removed my trainee police uniform and donned the insulated suit. Currently, I am a fugitive across the city, my identity being exceedingly sensitive. The officers will likely not permit a dangerous individual like me to enter the dam. Hence, I require you to impersonate me. Impersonate. Indeed. They are unaware of your existence and cannot possibly deduce that I have retained you as my trump card at the Shanyang shopping mall. This represents a cognitive blind spot and my sole opportunity for escape. That sounds easy. I'm in. Ergu reached for the police uniform, yet I did not relinquish it. My expression turning grave. Have you considered this thoroughly? These officers have been on my trail for an entire night. They are exhausted and harbor a profound hatred for me. In a desperate situation, they may resort to lethal force. I cannot guarantee your safety. I have no assurance whatsoever. At this juncture, I lowered my head, acutely aware that no one possesses the right to impose upon another. When faced with life and death, I had prepared myself for Ergu's refusal. My fingers were pried away from the uniform, which was then seized from my grasp. I lifted my gaze, surprise evident in my eyes. Ergu? He fastened the buttons, straightened his posture, and saluted me. Jiangu, how do I look? Ergu, have you truly thought this through? You may soon find yourself facing hundreds of guns. What does it matter? I, Chun Ergu, was born in a harsh environment. If I can experience such glory in this lifetime, it is worth it. Hearing Ergu's words stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. Ergu, even if you refuse, I would not blame you. This is undeniably perilous, and you need not involve yourself. Jiangu, do not say another word. Ergu, unusually slow in his speech, conveyed his understanding of the danger. I recognize that your actions are not for selfish reasons. We are all human, and I have witnessed your endeavors. I trust you. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, I swallowed the words I had intended to utter, donned the insulated suit, and placed the accompanying hat upon my head. Give the gun to Bai Qi, and keep him equipped with a raincoat to silence Jiang Chun. Be cautious not to allow the police to approach too closely. It is best to position yourself in a blind spot, as there may be snipers among them. Rest assured. But speaking of which, how come you possess such extensive experience in kidnapping? I found no humor in Ergu's jest and lightly struck his shoulder with the deer-slaying knife. Survival is key. I shall reveal the answer. Understood. I turned and walked toward the rear of the shopping mall. After advancing a few meters, I heard Ergu's voice behind me. Jiangu, when I first arrived in Jiangcheng, your kindness was greatly appreciated. Today, I wish to express my gratitude one last time. You are the second person to urge me to pursue my education and refrain from idling away my time. The second? I turned to face Ergu. Who was the first? My father, but he perished in a truck accident when I was 13. That was when I dropped out of school. Ergu shared with me a glimpse of his past for the first time. After finishing his tale, he waved goodbye, donning the raincoat and hat. I could not discern his expression, only that droplets from the police uniform had splattered onto his face. I gathered some dark fabric to wrap the deer-slaying knife and seized the electrician's toolkit, shattering the window of the restroom on the first floor of the shopping mall. Slipping out silently. By the time I arrived at the Junco Dam, it was already 4 in the morning, and the oppressive clouds above rendered the sky devoid of any glimmer of light, leading one to mistakenly believe it was still the dead of night. I dashed across the road and took refuge in the greenery, moving along the riverside road with my head bowed against the torrential rain. I dared not venture too close to the mighty river, which, once gentle and maternal, now roared like an uncontrollable dragon, with waves crashing several meters high against the banks, toppling trees and fences in their wake. As I pressed forward, the terrain rose, and I recalled the information I had gathered about the dam. The main dam stood 41 meters tall, wide at the base and tapering towards the top, a parabolic concrete gravity dam. In addition to the main structure, there were 2 spillway dams, 9 drainage tunnels, and 2 floodgates. The dam extended over 200 meters, dividing the river into upstream and downstream sections, resembling an archway guarding the people of the land, hence referred to by the local residents as the Heaven's Gate. The Junco Dam is the most significant engineering feat in Jiangxing, a formidable sword suspended over the city. I lifted my gaze towards the distant mist, where the thunderous roar of the torrential flow echoed through the mountains and valleys, with the heavens unleashing their fury and floodwaters surging from without, while treachery brewed from within. The 1,000-mile dike could very well succumb to the smallest of breaches. I needed to unearth these conspirators swiftly. Lu Xing was likely to target various gates and the water pressure control room, where a large contingent of electricians and mechanics had previously been dispatched. Perhaps even the power station was in disarray. Having suspected that the dual-faced Buddha arrangement had been in place for 20 years, I wondered whether some of the staff on duty at the dam were indeed followers of the Buddha. Otherwise, Lu Xing and his accomplices would not have infiltrated so seamlessly. Time was of the essence. Gritting my teeth, I sprinted through the downpour, the sound of the rushing water growing ever more resonant until my ears were filled with a deafening roar, causing me to halt, gazing up at the distant flickers of light atop the dam. The imposing Junco Dam, standing at 41 meters amidst the mountains, had all 9 spillway openings wide open to alleviate the pressure. The floods surged forth with the force of a thunderous tempest, akin to 9 celestial steeds leaping from the heavens, crashing and rolling, before violently colliding with the colossal rocks at the gorge's base. In that moment, their shattering bodies transformed into a vast curtain of water, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Before the Junco Dam, I felt insignificantly small for the first time. Yet this awe-inspiring scene ignited an unexpected fervor within me. Even I was unaware that, in the face of the magnificent flood, I stood tall, blood surging in my veins, unyielding and fearless, to contend with mankind and the heavens. With a toolbox in one hand and a hunting knife in the other, I wasted no time in entering the dam's vicinity. The police had already established a perimeter, even before reaching the dam's summit. I observed numerous busy figures, soldiers on standby to combat the flood, and a considerable number of maintenance workers. Special operations? Handling high voltage? Upon noticing my insulated attire, someone waved me over, urging, "Quick, there's a shortage of staff at the power station. Come along." A person resembling a commander beckoned me, and without further thought, I agreed and followed him upward. This was merely a corner of the dam. To locate Lu Xing and Xiao Run, I would need to traverse many more areas. Although I possessed little knowledge of electrical maintenance, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Accompanying this apparent commander, I reached the central section of the dam only to be halted once again. At the narrow entrance of the road stood 2 police officers, and as I ventured further, more officers came into view. Had Ergo already been exposed? Anxiety stirred within me. As I approached, I realized these individuals were not dressed in the uniforms of armed police. Rather, they were detectives from the municipal bureau. "Halt! Show your identification for the fugitive investigation," one officer commanded, blocking my path. I rummaged through my pockets for what felt like an eternity, lowering my head in dismay. Alas, I was called in on short notice and forgot my work ID. "You cannot enter without your identification," the officer replied. His curiosity was piqued by my accent. Yet the torrential downpour drowned out any further inquiry. The person seemingly in charge of the flood response had no recourse either. "Can't you make an exception? The situation at the power station is dire. Every additional hand increases the chances of a successful repair, and we are critically short-staffed." The officer shook his head, stating that higher authorities had instructed them to be vigilant against unidentified individuals attempting to infiltrate the dam. The person in charge called for assistance, but found himself powerless. As I pondered alternative strategies, another officer descended from the dam, drenched despite his raincoat. "Captain," he exclaimed, "what's the situation? Who is this person?" The individual referred to as Captain removed his raincoat hood, revealing a rugged face. "He claims to be a high-voltage electrician, but has no identification," the officer reported honestly. "Without identification? It has been explicitly stated that all individuals entering must wear their work ID. How could someone forget it?" The captain's puzzled gaze fixed on me, and suddenly he shouted, "Take off your raincoat hood." Chapter 293, The Blade Strikes. The captain's voice was startling, catching me off guard. I had not anticipated his suspicion. "Remove your hood," he repeated, one hand resting on his waistband, likely feeling the grip of his firearm. "Do not make me repeat myself for a third time. Please cooperate with our procedures. Otherwise, not only will you be denied entry to the dam, but you may also need to accompany us." Seeing my continued resistance, he drew his sidearm, the dark muzzle gleaming ominously in the rain like the gaze of death itself, fixed upon me. "What do you have in your hand? Unwrap it and show me." The captain's eyes narrowed on the hunting knife I held, obscured by a black cloth, yet its shape was indefensible. "Don't move. Remove your hood immediately." The command from the captain escalated the tension. The officers nearby sensed the shift in atmosphere and began to withdraw, creating distance around me. The captain cautiously approached, gripping his weapon tightly, using the barrel to lift my hood. Though not conventionally handsome, his sharply defined features came into view as the hood fell away. In that moment, our gazes locked, and recognition dawned upon us. "Wu-Ming?" he uttered, failing to complete my name as his grip relaxed, the gun lowering, the wide brim of my hood falling back into place. His expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, standing still, neither granting me passage nor exposing my identity. A fierce internal battle raged within him. "Captain Wu, the hydropower station and the gates encountered problems tonight, likely due to improper operation by internal staff. A colleague of mine, surnamed Liu, arrived a few hours ago, and I am certain he is currently within the dam. Finding him would exonerate me." My words were laden with double meaning, ostensibly trivial. They were intended to convey to Wu Ming that time is of the essence. Lu Xing has already infiltrated, and all issues arising tonight are linked to him. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Ming reluctantly nodded and advised caution, for the dam harbors peril. He produced a powerful flashlight, waving it above the dam, then addressed the command personnel, stating that the individual I had seen does not match the description of our wanted fugitive, suggesting they escort me inside. I thought to myself, how could I be so unlucky as to encounter a criminal? The commander led me upward, with Wu Ming personally issuing orders, ensuring a seamless passage. The Longjing Dam stands at a height of 41 meters, with its internal architecture divided into 8 categories: the hydropower station, channel system, spillway facilities, pump station, and aqueduct, each situated in different areas of the dam. I was headed towards the hydropower station located at the upper midsection of the dam when a schematic of the internal structure caught my eye. The diagram revealed that all hydraulic facilities surrounding the dam are evenly distributed, with nearly identical spacing. As I traced my finger across the schematic, I realized that if these structures were connected by lines, they would resemble a hexagram. Each building seemingly represents a type of divine influence, creating a miniature Bagua diagram. What would occur if this Bagua were fully activated? Could it truly lead to a dam failure? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. With the wind howling and torrents crashing, I and the commander climbed along the narrow iron railing path to the hydropower station, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. A quick glance revealed that neither Qiu Run nor Lu Xing was among them. There's been a major incident. Upon seeing the commander, 2 workers hastily exited the hydropower station. Repairs would take time, possibly requiring underwater work, but, as you can see, the conditions outside are perilous. Entering the reservoir would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, the latest water level reported from Hangkou Station has exceeded 29 meters. This is likely a once-in-a-decade catastrophic flood. The water level at Hangkou Station has surpassed 29 meters. The commander was equally alarmed. Under normal circumstances, an additional 20 meters on top of Hangkou Station's measurements would equate to the water depth in the Longjing Dam reservoir. The main dam is 41 meters high, and accounting for the elevated underwater terrain, the dam's total height above the riverbed is 51 meters, with the water depth now exceeding 49 meters. Should it rise by another 2 meters, the floodwaters would overflow the dam. The commander, pale-faced, shouted towards the exterior, "Mobilize all efforts to repair and protect the dam." As the water level continued to rise, and the rain showed no signs of abating, the 8 types of internal facilities were arranged according to the hexagram pattern, presenting a dual threat. The Longjing Dam was on the brink of catastrophe, and I understood the gravity of the situation more acutely than the repair personnel present. There was no time to lose. I needed to locate Lu Xing without delay. As the commander conversed with a repair worker, I quietly slipped away, searching each area in succession. In the aqueduct, each gate at the dam's entrance was besieged by a torrential downpour, as hurried repair workers moved about anxiously. Everyone was tense. This night, there could be no mistakes. Should the dam breach, the city of Jiang and the entire downstream region would suffer unspeakable devastation. Where could Luxing and Sharon possibly be hiding? Even with my keen eyesight, I could not assure myself of discerning each individual amidst such dire conditions. The numerous repair workers on the dam, all clad in raincoats, made it exceedingly difficult to locate them. After traversing 7 locations beyond the dam's entrance, I had yet to find any trace of Luxing and Shaoran, as if they had never set foot there. Could it be that my deductions were flawed? My resolve wavered. After all, the lives of the entire city hung in the balance, and I could not afford to lose this gamble. Grasping my toolbox and the dagger, I proceeded towards the 8th structure, the pump station located higher up on the dam. The pump station served as the heart of the dam, regulating pressure and indirectly influencing the operation of most of its internal machinery. Clutching the iron railing, I began to climb. The pump station consisted of 2 pump rooms, each guarded by 2 police officers at the entrance. Given its status as the power core of the dam, it was only natural for there to be police protection. Upon seeing the officers, I felt a sense of relief. Their presence indicated that Luxing and Shaoran likely had no opportunity to infiltrate the area. Out of an abundance of caution, I approached the 2 officers with my toolbox in hand. Only by confirming their presence with my own eyes could I feel assured. The raindrops pelted against me as I lowered my head, shielding my face beneath the brim of my hat. "Excuse me, I am here to conduct repairs at the pump station. Would you mind accompanying me inside?" I spoke politely, deliberately inviting them to join me in order to alleviate any suspicion and increase my chances of entry. However, despite my well-intentioned approach, I was met with an unsettling silence. Surprised, I lifted my gaze to scrutinize the scene. Had they died? The 2 officers, enveloped in raincoats that revealed only the collars of their uniforms, hung their heads, their faces pale as if they had drowned or suffocated. Panic surged within me. I kicked open the door to the pump station and stepped inside. The door swung wide, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, akin to a beast lurking, waiting to devour. Even before I fully entered, a chilling aura assailed me from all directions. Were there spirits present? Within the oppressive atmosphere, shadows darted swiftly. I unsheathed my blade, its edge gleaming with cold light, and wielding it, I focused my vision to pinpoint their locations before striking decisively. The room erupted with anguished cries as the shadows shattered, and the pump room seemed to brighten slightly. Summoning protective spirits, I remained vigilant, wary of any missteps that might lead to my downfall. Dark hair surged throughout the room, and as I passed a pump machine, the hair suddenly recoiled, drawing my attention. With one hand gripping the knife, its blade reflecting a chilling gleam, my eyes burned crimson. After witnessing the corpse of that fox spirit, I found myself increasingly susceptible to murderous thoughts. "Come out," I bellowed. The individual concealed behind the pump machine, fully aware of their inability to remain hidden, emerged with a mocking laugh. "Xiao Jian, you are quite impressive. Even the heart demon, suppressed for a century, cannot deter you." Facing the one-armed figure before me, my bloodlust could no longer be restrained. The blade pointed menacingly at Shaoran. "I have borne the weight of 5 years of slander for you and Luxing. Today, I shall unveil the truth for all to see. Is that so? Just based on your abilities?" Xiaoran chuckled, his laughter echoing through the room. Yet it was futile. The entire city was aware that he had become a wanted criminal. "When the Buddha's grand scheme reaches fruition, you shall remain our scapegoat, forever inscribed in history as a notorious villain, the very one who buried 1,000,000 souls beneath the city." Chapter 294, Luxing. Within the confines of the room, Qiu Ren's laughter resonated. The dual-faced Buddha had orchestrated his plans for 2 decades, seemingly having anticipated even my involvement. The karmic repercussions of 1,000,000 souls are burdens too great for any individual to bear, not even he, the dual-faced Buddha. However, He excels in strategic maneuvering, using fate and human emotions as mere pawns, having long plotted his escape route. Qiu Ren's inadvertent remarks further illuminated the dreadfulness of the dual-faced Buddha, while simultaneously instilling within me a sense of the eerie terror of the underworld spectacle. Their existence transcends the comprehension of mere mortals. If sentient beings are pawns, they are undoubtedly the players who transcend the chessboard. As I conversed with Qiu Ren, the Grim Reaper had already consumed the specters within the room. A dense, ominous mane of hair cascaded behind me, forcing Qiu Ren into a corner. What of the scorn I bear? I stand unashamed before the world, and you, I fear, will never witness the day of the dual-faced Buddha's triumph. I gripped the hilt of my blade, unwilling to utter another word. To death. The blade's edge scraped the ground, parting the curtain of rain. I strode forward like a valiant warrior charging into battle, my eyes aflame with a murderous intent. Aware of his impending defeat, Qiu Ren hastily conjured a black talisman, from which malevolent wails erupted, transforming into a grotesque specter in an attempt to impede my advance. Kill! I leaped into the air, swinging my blade with fervor. The essence of 100 battles surging through my weapon, unleashing its ultimate potential. Gods shall fall before me, and Buddhas shall shatter. The specter, akin to fragile parchment, was cleaved in twain before it could approach, its terrifying visage severed. What manner of blade is this? Qiu Ren gasped, his eyes bulging in horror at the shattered talisman. Unrelenting, I pressed forward, declaring, "This is the blade that vanquishes evil and annihilates demons, destined to claim your wretched head." The confines of the pump room were limited, offering little refuge for Qiu Ren as I relentlessly struck at his vital points, while he summoned all his might to fend me off. After 2 or 3 minutes, I sensed something amiss. It appeared he was deliberately stalling for time. Yet, at this juncture, my rage had reached a boiling point, the pent-up resentment of 5 years erupting forth. My fate was altered due to him. 5 years prior, I had become Qiu Ren's scapegoat, and I refused to remain so 5 years hence. If the law cannot render you guilty, then let me be your judge. Today, I shall seek justice for all the souls interred beneath the paradise, for the little girl in red whom you tortured to death, for those tourists whose faces you flayed to create wax figures, and for the 3 innocent lives lost 5 years ago. With blood-red eyes and a heart ignited by fury, the crimson fox upon my chest seemed to awaken as I cornered Qiu Ren, standing poised with my blade. You all deserve to perish. You are unworthy of being called Buddhas. I commanded the Grim Reaper to bind his body as I quickened my pace, raising the blade high. Die! With one swift stroke. Blood splattered 3 feet. I aimed for Qiu Ren's neck, yet at the critical moment, he dodged to the side, sacrificing his arm to shield himself. Blood gushed forth as his arm fell to the ground, and upon witnessing Qiu Ren's twisted, anguished face, I felt no sympathy. He reaped what he had sown. Do you tremble? Do you understand pain? With determination, I plunged the blade into Qiu Ren's body once more. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he bore the agony of a gaping wound in his abdomen, biting down on his tongue as he uttered an incantation in a muddled voice. The blood that pooled upon the ground coiled around me like iron chains, rendering me momentarily immobile. He cast a fierce glance in my direction before darting towards the exit. Pressed against the wall, with fervor, I wielded the knife, mercilessly slashing at the blood-formed bindings, which quickly succumbed to my strength. You cannot escape, I proclaimed, as I invoked the spirits concealed in the shadows and pursued him into the storm. The torrential rain diluted the stains of blood, yet Qiu Ren, now gripped by fear, fled in panic, leaving behind a trail of clues. At this juncture, I no longer cared for my concealed identity. The blade in hand, I hastened my chase. From my vantage point near the pump station, it became evident that Qiu Ren was making his way towards the summit of the dam. Was this a deliberate ruse? Or was he intent on reuniting with Lu Xing? As the floodwaters approached, the crest of the dam became a perilous locale, with waves crashing violently, capable of dislodging anyone who lost their footing. One side of the dam led to a reservoir, while the other plunged nearly 41 meters to the downstream river. A fall from such heights, even without striking rocks, would unleash an impact upon the water's surface severe enough to inflict grievous harm. I ascended the narrow and treacherous iron staircase, relentlessly pursuing him. The repair personnel I passed noticed me, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern, some rushing to alert the authorities, while others paused their work to observe my frantic endeavor. I had no time to explain myself. With my knife in hand and eyes ablaze, I reached the summit of the dam. The iron gate leading to the top was locked, the padlock secured within. Hey, what are you doing? Access to the top is prohibited. A worker, summoned from the power station, recognized me at once. Aren't you that high-voltage electrician? What are you doing here with that weapon? Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, I raised the knife and struck at the padlock. A resounding clang echoed, sending sparks flying and startling all present. Stop! What are you doing? It's dangerous up there. The worker shouted, gesturing frantically for help. Several repairmen exchanged glances before cautiously surrounding me, hesitant to approach, aware of my unstable demeanor. Stand clear, I commanded, striking the lock again. The sound halted them in their tracks. Drop the weapon. Raise your hands. The voice of the police echoed from below, responding to the repairman's report. As several officers rushed to the scene, one brandishing a firearm, demanding that I cease my actions. Cease destruction? I am here to protect you, I countered vehemently. Delivering another powerful strike against the door, the metallic clash piercing the air, even overpowering the thunder above. Stop immediately, or I will fire. The dam's integrity was a matter of life and death for countless individuals. In this critical moment, the police had every right to neutralize any perceived threats. In response to the officer's commands, I continued my relentless assault on the padlock, striking the same spot repeatedly. I warn you for the final time. Immediately, the police officer's words were abruptly halted as the barrel of his gun was gently pressed down by another. Don't let it discharge. Wu Ming rushed from the base of the dam, signaling the officer to holster his weapon. That man has a controlled knife, and his demeanor is rather unstable. I fear it may lead to chaos. Several officers and on-site maintenance personnel recounted the sequence of events to Wu Ming. Upon listening, his expression became quite complex. He gazed at me for a long moment before uttering, "Who possesses the key to the dam's summit? Open the door for him at once. Hurry." A few workers dashed toward the dam's base in search of the administrator. Wu Ming clutched his firearm tightly, his fingers slick with perspiration, as if this decision weighed heavily upon him. With a resounding crash, I struck the iron gate with all my might. It could no longer withstand the force, and the hinges snapped. I kicked it open and ascended the iron steps, the fresh bloodstains multiplying before my eyes. Upon reaching the final step, I stood atop the dam, my gaze piercing through the tempest, fixated on the horizon. Lu Xing, the voice I had suppressed for so long, could finally be unleashed. Standing atop the 41-meter-high gate of heaven, I roared at the central corridor of the dam where the man, born with dual facets, awaited. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the crashing waves could not hinder my advance. I will kill you. Today, I shall take your life. With my weapon in hand, I sprinted along the top of the dam, flanked by the roaring flood on one side and a sheer cliff on the other. The narrow corridor, scarcely 3 meters wide, offered no opportunity for Lu Xing. In this fateful encounter, it was either him or me. The dam stretched 200 meters, and at this moment, Lu Xing stood in the middle of the corridor, having recognized me the instant I ascended. Gao Jian, you truly are a persistent spirit. His handsome, unblemished visage was frosted with coldness, while the scarred side of his face broke into an excited grin. Very well, today I shall kill them before your eyes. Chapter 295. The final gift. Lightning danced like a silver serpent, tearing through the night sky. In that fleeting brightness, both Lu Xing and I caught sight of one another. The surging waves battered against the railing, resembling untamed beasts relentlessly assaulting the embankment. Water splashed against my face, mingling with the torrential rain, and my body was already drenched and numb. My mind was consumed by a singular thought: kill Lu Xing. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. I dragged my blade within 10 meters of Lu Xing before gradually halting my advance. The center of the dam was not occupied solely by him. On both sides of the railing, several frail figures were bound. Some had long since succumbed. Others still clung to life in their final throes. From left to right, the first person appeared to be in their 30s, clad in mourning attire, their back impaled by rebar, nailed to the dam's edge. The second, youthful, had their neck constricted by a noose, hanging from the sheer cliffside. The third, even more tragic, was a mature woman with fair skin, seemingly well cared for. Ensnared in a fishing net, her exquisite demeanor was complemented by the scars visible beneath the netting, indicating that Lu Xing intended to execute her by slow torture. Her body bore numerous wounds, yet this third woman still drew breath. Mourning attire, a hanged victim, a harbinger of death? As the rain cascaded, I squinted, slowly comprehending Lu Xing's scheme. From the very beginning, he had never intended to lay a hand on Yibing. Divided into two paths, he personally sought the one marked by the ominous presence of a funeral guest, while Qiaoren took away Yibing, intending for her to become a vessel for the malevolent spirit, a trap laid to ensnare me. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Daoist Xianqing at Xinhu High School to raise the dead this night, I might have already succumbed to Yibing's lethal hands, let alone thwarting the plans of the dual-faced Buddha. Gao Jian, your fortune is indeed remarkable, far exceeding that of this worthless senior brother. Lu Xing laughed maniacally in the face of the rising floodwaters, his madness seemingly intensified. At this moment, Qiaoren stood a few meters behind Lu Xing, his arms severed, his expression grim, offering no retort to Lu Xing's scornful jibes, merely stepping upon a thick chain. Following the chain's line, I gazed eastward, where a black cloth concealed a section of the railing. What lay hidden beneath that shroud? Lu Xing's lethal trump card? Realizing time was of the essence, I summoned the spirit of fate, entering within 10 meters of him. Stop. Take another step, and I shall claim a life. Lu Xing's scarred visage, washed by the rain, appeared even more ghastly as he spoke in a chilling tone. I understood he was not jesting. Yet in comparison to the million lives in Jiangxing, what was the life of one insignificant individual? I stepped forward, the blade dragging upon the dam's crest, a decisive move. He lifted his foot, casting a provocative glance my way before directing a kick at the man clad in mourning attire. The middle-aged man had likely perished hours prior. Lu Xing merely sent his corpse tumbling down the dam. The bloodied rebar bore remnants of the man's flesh, his body descending like a broken sack. In the rain-soaked night, visibility was poor. The onlookers only discerned a shadow plummeting from the dam, oblivious to the fact that it was a corpse. Still dare to approach? Lu Xing grinned wickedly, drawing forth a sharp knife from his waist. I offered no reply, advancing nonetheless. With a swift motion, Lu Xing severed the rope suspending a teenage boy. Having hung for so long, the boy's neck had grotesquely contorted, appearing as though his head had separated from his body. The rope snapped, and the boy's lifeless form fell like a kite severed from its string, swallowed by the surging waters in an instant. Will you come closer? Lu Xing pressed the knife's tip against the last woman's face, leering at her delicate skin, now marred by the fishing net. She was not yet entirely lifeless. Shadows continued to fall from the dam's summit, puzzling the workers below, who illuminated the top with powerful floodlights, eager to discern the nature of the phenomena. The woman ensnared in the fishing net cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy, yet the relentless rain obscured her tears, and amidst the thunder and lightning, no one heeded her cries. I yearned to feel compassion, but now I lacked the right to extend sympathy to others. I lifted my foot, gripping the blade, surreptitiously laying the spirit of fate around us. This woman still lives. Do you not wish to save her? Lu Xing screeched, drawing his knife to slice the woman's arm, his frenzy manifesting as he relentlessly attacked along the fishing net seams. Her garments, stained crimson, turned a deep black, her lips quivering as she begged for mercy, yet all that greeted her were Lu Xing's cruel torments. I quickened my pace. Lu Xing remained true to his word, ceasing his torment of the woman, licking the fresh blood from the blade before severing the knots binding the net. No, save me. Please, save me. In the fleeting moment when the woman's body began to plummet, I surged forward with all my might, calling upon the spirit of death. The meticulously arranged black hair reached out from beyond the railing, ensnaring her form. Grab my hand. I reached out desperately, just as the situation teetered on the brink. Clutching the woman tightly. Gao Jian, your greatest flaw lies in the remnants of compassion within you. You yearn to save everyone, to resolve every dilemma perfectly. But is that reality? The truth is, they regard you as a wanted criminal. Look at those you wish to protect. They hope for your demise, ready to betray you for a bounty. To them, you are merely a monstrous entity worth 100,000. Lu Xing approached with a knife, his confidence unwavering. Everything tonight seemed irrevocable. Hold on tight. The woman, gravely injured and feeble, struggled against the torrential rain that rendered my palms slick. Were it not for the spirit of death below cradling her, she would have fallen long ago. Don't let go. Please don't let go. Her desperate grip reflected a survival instinct more intense than ever before. Gao Jian, do you still have the luxury to save others? I am profoundly disappointed in you. As he spoke, he suddenly accelerated, his blade lunging towards me. I hastily drew my own weapon, one hand clutching the scarred woman while the other defended against Lu Xing's fierce assault. At this rate, I could not sustain this struggle for long. Bang! Gunshots reverberated through the dam, followed by two powerful beams of light piercing the rain, illuminating the perilous scene atop the dam where workers and police were now witnessing the unfolding drama. Someone has fallen from the dam. Quickly, find someone to save her. The woman dangled precariously. Could the two shadowy figures that had just fallen also be human? Had there been fatalities at the dam? The figure clad in insulated gear appeared somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the high-voltage electrician who had recently entered the dam. Was he saving her? Or was the true assailant pursuing him with a knife? Where are the police? Hurry and call the police. The light revealed the dangers unfolding above, and many held their breath in anxious anticipation. Suddenly exposed under the blinding light, Lu Xing hesitated momentarily, but his ferocity intensified. Don't let go. The spirit of death exerted most of its strength to shield me, while the strands of black hair around the woman dwindled. My fingers, stiffened from the night's exertions, had reached their limit. I could no longer maintain my grip. Gradually, the woman's hand slipped lower, and with a sorrowful smile, she released her hold. The expression of despair drifted further away, yet it was indelibly etched in my heart, a visage I would likely never forget. You cannot save her. All your efforts are in vain. Lu Xing laughed heartily, halting his assault as he retreated. The Buddha's plan, 2 decades in the making, was now faded, beyond even the heaven's ability to alter. Draped in mourning, the harbinger of death, the stars of doom. Today, I shall cloak the city in sorrow. Lu Xing raised his hand, and amidst the corridor atop the 200-meter dam, a series of thunderous sounds erupted as the railings buckled inward. I then realized that every few steps concealed a drenched talisman beneath the railing. The violent surge of floodwaters magnified my disorientation. I felt lightheaded, teetering on the edge of a precipice. The 7-star illusion array was far more precious than the finest talismans. Gao Jian, do you truly believe the Buddha would reveal a flaw? Even if you were to find me, what then? Even if you seize the opportunity of the 8 characters and divine spirits, what does it matter? It is too late. Lu Xing retreated to stand beside Xiu Run, near the railing shrouded by a black cloth. Moreover, I have another gift for you, he said with an enigmatic smile, reaching out to pull away the black covering. Leaning against the railing was a woman, endearing and slightly timid, her hair cascading against her pure, flawless cheeks. Her exquisite features, regardless of the moment, radiated an arresting beauty. When she turned her head, our eyes met, as if we had crossed a galaxy. Chapter 296. A person, a city. The Anshin Inn is where my live broadcast began, the place where I first encountered Xiaofeng. In an attempt to unravel the mystery, I casually fabricated a promise to protect her for a lifetime, not anticipating that my initial falsehood would become an inextricable cause and effect. Gazing at Xiaofeng, I felt a surge of panic. It was merely an ordinary glance from her, yet it struck me profoundly. The dam's summit was ensnared by Lu Xing's 7 stars disorientation array. Wandering within the formation, I risked a misstep that could send me plummeting into the abyss below. I yearned to approach Xiaofeng, and although I could discern her visage and form across the array, her words were lost to me. The tempest battered her fragile frame. Beneath her pale skin lay a network of blue veins, revealing her frailty, akin to a flower on the brink of withering. I shouted within the array, my composure unraveling inexplicably. The memories shared between us were few, yet they emerged vividly in my mind. Was it simply that the time apart had not been long enough? It was a sight too heartrending to bear. How pitiful you truly are. Ha! You are even more wretched than I. Lu Xing uttered madly, standing at the center of the dam, gazing at the surging floodwaters. After 2 decades of planning, he had finally awaited this day. He paced the dam's corridor, pinpointing a location before retrieving a palm-sized, double-faced Buddha statue from his bosom. The statue was translucent, yet it bore no features. Several orifices marked its face, while the heart and back of its head were hollowed out. Buddha's 8 consciousnesses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, heart, body, mind, and storehouse, returned to their rightful places. Methodically, Lu Xing placed the 7 consciousnesses, sourced from various locations, into the statue, leaving only the heart consciousness unaccounted for. Senior brother, quickly fetch the last heart consciousness. Lu Xing extended his hand towards Qiu Run, who averted his gaze. I arrived too late. By the time I reached Xinhu High School, the heart consciousness had already been taken by Gao Jian. How could he possibly know the location of the heart consciousness? The Buddha's arrangement is flawless. There should be no oversights. Lu Xing's expression shifted abruptly, panic overtaking him as unforeseen complications arose. I observed everything outside with clarity. Finding the heart consciousness based on my own strength was utterly impossible. Xinhu High School was immense. Who could fathom where the Buddha statue might be concealed? Unexpectedly, it was you, the Yuanshan divine spirit, who ultimately aided me. Had it not been for my prior encounter with the Yuanshan divine spirit and the nightmares it forged from my own memories, I would never have discerned the whereabouts of the heart consciousness. In a tit-for-tat twist of fate, the double-faced Buddha had ruined Yuanshan's life, only for Yuanshan to deliver a fatal blow to the Buddha at the last moment. Indeed, the double-faced Buddha was extraordinary, executing plans with meticulous precision. However, in the end, he could never have anticipated that Yuanshan divine spirit would convey messages through dreams. That infinitely looping nightmare now appeared to contain layers of intricate secrets, interwoven strategies unfolding within the realm of dreams. Gao Jian, surrender the heart consciousness. Lu Xing proactively tore down 2 talismans, and my pressure immediately lessened. Although I still could not approach him, my mind became clear, and my senses returned to my body. Do you think it's possible? That talisman, akin to a sacred relic, lay within my pocket, yet today, I would never relinquish it. The lives of millions rest in my hands, so no matter what Lu Xing said, even if it meant my demise, I could not surrender it. Look what you have done. Lu Xing brandished his knife, glaring at Qiu Ren, then approached Xiao Feng, demanding, hand over the heart-seeking talisman, and I will release Xiao Feng and allow you to leave. Stop deluding yourself. Your words are as empty as the wind. Not even a ghost would believe them. My retort ignited Lu Xing's fury. You refuse? Then I shall take her life. He pressed closer to Qiu Ren, one hand wielding the knife, while the other gripped Xiao Feng's throat. The frail Xiao Feng, ensnared by Lu Xing, had no means to resist. Her feet bound by ropes rendered her immobile. My eyelids fluttered. The worst-case scenario had indeed manifested. Faced with a choice between millions and Xiao Feng, I had thought I would unhesitatingly choose to protect Jiang Cheng. Yet, in this moment, I realized that Xiao Feng had already carved a significant space in my heart. Not out of romantic affection, but due to a promise made long ago. She had endured the harshness of the world, and fate seemed particularly unjust to her. Sacrificing Xiao Feng to safeguard Jiang Cheng, to protect those despicable sycophants, to defend the Jiang family, to shield Qinjiangwo, to guard those who had falsely accused me of murder, branding me a fugitive, wishing for my demise. The memory of 5 years ago, when the entire city turned against me, flooded my mind. No one spoke on my behalf, and the city stood in opposition to me. Why should I protect such a city? My fingers brushed against the heart-seeking talisman as I slowly extracted it. Ah, if you succumb to darkness, who will redeem you? Let it go. Do not become like the person I once was. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Indistinct, perhaps a mere hallucination. Gao Jian, what brings you here? The familiar voice resonated from the other side of the dam. Tai team, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be under the watch of the armed police? It's illegal for you to be out. Captain, it's dangerous. You must not go up there. Bang. The sound of a gunshot drowned out all other noise, and the crowd fell silent, only to hear a commanding female voice declare, everyone, stand aside. The iron gate leading to the top of the dam was kicked open, revealing a soaking wet female officer in uniform, brandishing her weapon as she stood on the dam's corridor. Rain cascaded down from her cap, yet it only served to make her badge shine brighter. Gao Jian, I am late. A tumult of emotions surged within me as I turned my head. Senior, in this city, I am not as alone as I once imagined. Since becoming a broadcaster in the underworld, many have surrounded me, forming bonds with me. Ergo, Lu the Blind, Uncle Bald, Mr. Gu, Taoist Xianqing, Sakura, Yi, and Tai Ningxiang. Being a wanted person has made me a target, yet it has also served as a litmus test. Even as a fugitive, there are those who choose to believe in me and stand by my side. For their sake, I must safeguard the Jiang River Dam. The heart-seeking talisman, give it to me. Lu Xing pressed the knife against Xiao Feng's neck, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Gazing at Xiao Feng's anguished face, I tightened my grip on the talisman, ultimately refusing to surrender it. Do you not care for her life? Do you not realize how much she cherishes you? She calls your name even in her dreams, and this is how you treat her? Lu Xing struck Xiao Feng's cheek with a sharp blade, exclaiming, Gao Jian, how could you be so heartless? My sister has truly lost her sight if she still believes your promises. With each word he uttered, Xiaofeng's face paled further, until by the end, it was impossible to discern whether the moisture on her cheeks was tears or rain. Do you not realize that, even as the sun sets today, my sister still harbored hope that you would come to her rescue? And what is the outcome? You are utterly cruel, coming here solely to inform her that you have chosen to abandon her. Is my poor sister merely a toy in your heart? Perhaps she is even less than that to you. A worthless life, a mere burden? It is futile, Lu Xing. No matter what you say, I shall not relinquish my heart's awareness to you. I remain calm. I have never considered myself clever. The only reason I have survived through so many broadcasts is that I do not lose my wits in the face of terror and horror. Pausing, I turn my gaze to Xiaofeng. If I save the entire city, the only one I owe is you. Xiaofeng, my promise to you has never wavered. Today, I swear by the river. If I cannot rescue you, then I shall accompany you in death. My eyes softened as I looked into Xiaofeng's, suddenly recalling the first time we strolled along the riverbank. The river, unchanged for a millennium, flowed gently, with one side vibrant and lively, while the other seemed as distant as the horizon. A glimmer of color appeared in Xiaofeng's eyes as she summoned all her strength to call my name. Gao Jian. Silence. Lu Xing interjected, gripping Xiaofeng's throat. You shameless wretch, you disgust me, and your presence sickens me. Though he spoke thus, he sheathed the blade, nudging Xiao Run. You lost your heart's awareness, now go retrieve it. Me? Xiao Run, with his arms severed and blood still oozing from his abdominal wound, nearly collapsed under Lu Xing's shove. Go kill Gao Jian and reclaim your lost awareness. Lu Xing's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 297. The universe is upside down. Dragons arise from all directions. It is my fault that you did not retrieve your awareness, but you cannot send me to my death. Xiaoren did not anticipate Lu Xing would push him forward at such a moment. He gazed at me within the 7 stars' mysterious array, fear evident in his eyes. I cannot enter. He will kill me. His dismembered arms, the blood trickling from his shoulders, painted a pitiful picture, yet no one present felt any sympathy for him. Everything that transpired today was of his own making. You lost your awareness. Are you expecting me to retrieve it? If I leave, who will command the array? Are you truly attempting to contend with the Buddha for a sliver of heavenly insight? I dare not. Xiao Ren's knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground. He had long since reached his limit. The gaping wound in his abdomen continued to sap his life. Lu Xing, for the sake of our 20 years as fellow disciples, do not force me further. I know you possess a way. Gao Jian is trapped within the array, and you surely have a means to obtain the awareness. Before me, my fellow disciple knelt, and Lu Xing's expression was inscrutable as he stroked Xiao Ren's hair. Brother, why must you go to such lengths? The absence of one of the 8 awarenesses is not a grave matter. I have already devised a substitute for the lost awareness. That is well, that is well. Xiao Ren swayed, attempting to rise, his expression dazed and shaken by Lu Xing's earlier words. Brother, look at your current state, after years of cultivation. You are still no match for that layman. Your heart is already in disarray. As Xiao Ren struggled to fully rise, Lu Xing suddenly tightened his grip on his hair, forcefully pressing him to the ground. Today, I shall act as the Buddha and enlighten you, helping you find joy and clarity in your heart and mind. The sharp blade glinted mercilessly under the lightning, exuding an aura of cruelty. What do you intend to do? Lu Xing, I am a disciple of the Buddha. With a swift thrust, the knife pierced through Xiao Ren's chest as Lu Xing slapped his face, declaring, Brother, your heart is already in turmoil. I do this to bring you peace. The blade slid deeper, and Xiao Ren's cries grew louder as Lu Xing aimed to extract his heart. If you have lost the Buddha's essence, then let your heart serve as a substitute. Though it may reveal some flaws, I have the situation firmly in my grasp. The 7 stars' mysterious array, with its 49 layers, transformed the world around them, preventing anyone from breaking free within 3 steps of me. As ribs fractured, Lu Xing extracted a pulsating, crimson mass from Xiao Ren's chest. Brother, you shall not die in vain. The Buddha's grand design is about to be realized. Lu Xing's expression became increasingly frenzied. The grand corridor atop the dam was arranged with formations, and neither I nor Tai Ningxiang could approach to halt the unfolding events. Everything seemed predestined. The searing blood from Xiao Ren's heart spilled over the dual-faced Buddha statue, coalescing at the Buddha's heart into a still-beating blood bead. The 8 consciousnesses converged upon the statue, which surprisingly began to shift its features, gradually revealing a semblance of a smile. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the expression of the dual-faced Buddha mirrored that of Lu Xing. With fingers forming seals, Lu Xing stood at the center of the dam, chanting, "Born from a mind unbound by all forms is known as the Buddhas." A faint rumble resonated from within the dam. As I gazed down at the 8 distinct structures below, their positions eerily mirroring the locations of the Buddha's 8 treasures depicted in the mural of Bridge No. 3's crematorium. Each of the 8 internal constructions corresponded to the treasures: the parasol, goldfish, treasure vase, lotus, conch, dharma wheel, endless knot, and banner. The 8 treasures formed a cohesive whole, resembling a wheel capable of altering fate. Do you intend to use the 8 treasures wheel to destroy the dam? Everyone standing upon the dam could sense the trembling beneath their feet. I felt it particularly acutely, given my proximity to Lu Xing destroy the Jiang River Dam. Gao Jian, your vision remains too limited. Lu Xing approached Xiao Feng, pressing the blade inch by inch against her heart. A similar scene had unfolded with Tai Ningxiang. He sought to extract Xiao Feng's heart's blood. Her frail form struggled against the torrential rain and flood, her pained expression indelibly etched in my memory. Fear not. I shall not kill her. She will serve a greater purpose soon. Lu Xing produced his octagonal token, allowing Xiao Feng's heart's blood to drip onto it. From the dark token, the faint sounds of Phoenix and Luan calls echoed, and as the sounds faded, 2 ancient red characters appeared on one corner of the token. Only one more to go. After 20 years, I have finally gathered you all. Lu Xing laughed maniacally at the raging river, slowly raising the knife to stab his own chest. Without hesitation, the blade plunged into his ribs. Lu Xing seemed impervious to pain, his laughter growing more deranged. As he withdrew the knife, and his heart's blood dripped onto the octagonal token, the final blank corner began to reveal the ancient characters of calamity. Indeed, you are one of the 8 characters of divine calamity. I could no longer feel the rain washing over my body. I had become numb. A bitter smile gracing my lips, realizing that Lu Xing's fate was equally extraordinary. The 8 characters of calamity signify misfortunes, disasters, and calamities, embodying the essence of malevolent deities. With a hand raised to support the octagonal talisman, Luxing cast a fleeting glance at me, uttering that one's fate, fortune, and destiny are decreed by the heavens. Yet, I found myself more intrigued by the fact that, despite your seemingly ordinary fate, you remain inextricably entangled with the divine omens of the 8 characters. Like an ant gazing at the sky, your destiny is likely far from simple. Alas, you arrived too late. As the 8 characters converged, the black talisman began its transformation, the exterior resembling a layer of rust that peeled away from Luxing's grip, revealing within 2 starkly contrasting colors of black and white. There were no other hues, as if these colors were bestowed by the divine rather than sculpted by human hands. The talisman bore the words usurp and fate, inscribed in yin and yang, with an age that seemed to stretch back a millennium. This was the true visage of the key. A key? Indeed. It was the key to the great tomb of Jiangqing. Luxing had completely lost his mind. With a sharp blade, he slashed his wrist deeply, exposing white bone. Unfazed, he grasped the octagonal talisman with his severed hand, allowing his blood to saturate every inch of the talisman. As the blood gradually covered half of his fair, half of his grotesque face, an astonishing transformation occurred. The scars that marred his disfigured visage began to fade, revealing beneath them intricate, menacing dragon patterns, carvings once adorned on ancient ceremonial vessels, now etched upon a human face. Had he left scars upon his visage to conceal these dragon motifs? A sudden memory struck me of the elderly man at the Anshin Inn, Luxing's father, who bore a significant scar on his face. Why did they seek to hide such things? What do the dragon patterns signify? My understanding of Luxing, the dual-faced Buddha, deepened with layers of uncertainty. 20 years. Haha. Echoed Luxing's maniacal laughter across the surging Yangtze River, the talisman completely soaked in blood. This day has finally arrived. In his tranquil gaze lay the depths of madness as he stood at the precipice of the dam, a staggering 41 meters high, raising the 8 characters talisman towards the direction of Jiangqing. All calmness and patience erupted into a furious roar. The universe is upended. The dragon ascends from all directions. Invisible ripples traverse the sky, first illuminating the dual-faced Buddha statue with blinding light, then causing 8 major functional structures within the dam to cease operation. The floodwaters, restrained, began to rise at an alarming rate. The invisible ripples continued to spread, resonating through every blade of grass and brick in the ancient city of Jiangcheng. Activating the feng shui formation laid down a millennium ago, 8 resounding booms emanated from the 8 directions of Jiangcheng, the Anxin Inn, Xinhu High School, and the crematorium by number 3 bridge, all built upon the nodes of feng shui, corresponding with the 8 characters of calamity, propelling this ancient formation into motion. Torrential rains poured down, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the heavens seemed to invert. Yet, this calamity was merely the beginning. With scars vanished, Luxing raised the 8 characters talisman above his head, his blood now obscuring all inscriptions upon it. Heaven has perished, the dragon escapes the abyss. Decree from all directions opens the gates of heaven. Cracks appeared upon the talisman, yet Luxing was undeterred. Upon the completion of his proclamation, a thunderous roar resounded from beneath Jiangcheng, reminiscent of an ancient beast unleashing its fury. The entire city could hear it distinctly, and I also displayed an expression of disbelief. Could this truly be the dragon's roar? Was Lu Xing about to unleash the submerged flood dragon beneath Jiangcheng? Turning my head, the sun and moon were obscured, and the city was engulfed in darkness, with only the raging flood violently crashing against the dam. Straining my eyes, I was struck by a dramatic change in my expression as my hand, gripping the Zhanlu knife, trembled uncontrollably. A colossal shadow, stretching 100 meters, emerged from beneath the waters. Chapter 298. Is that a dragon? I could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before my eyes. Heavy rain poured down as dark clouds shrouded the sky. Amidst the gloom, I could barely discern the shadow using my keen sight. It slithered beneath the surface, its length exceeding 100 meters. A dragon? A massive wave knocked me to the ground, nearly throwing me over the edge of the dam. I clutched the railing to stabilize myself, yet before I could regain my footing, the dam shook violently, as if something were colliding with its base. An earthquake? What was happening? Quickly, check the monitoring rooms. The measured water level at Taogong Hanjiang has surpassed 299 meters. Such a flood has never been encountered since the founding of the nation. The dam may not hold. Chaos ensued. Both Jiangcheng and the dam were thrown into disarray. In the face of the surging flood, humanity appeared woefully insignificant and powerless. Amidst the turmoil, I attempted to approach Lu Xing, yet I lost my way. It seemed I was moving toward him, but in reality, I was drifting further away, my hand grasping at emptiness. As if half my body were suspended over the dam's edge. I could not reach him. Even the distant Tai Ningxiang was ensnared in the chaos. Unable to safeguard herself, everything appeared predetermined. The torrential rain intensified, and the heavens and earth seemed to reflect a city submerged in the sea. Everywhere dark waves surged. The great grave had been opened. The trapped dragon sought to ascend to the heavens, striving for a reversal of fate in this final struggle. Lu Xing raised the 8-character token high and turned, casting a fleeting glance at me. You cannot stop me, and you shall bear the burden of 1,000,000 souls' karmic entanglements. No matter how astute you are merely a pawn. He approached Xiaofeng, seizing her hair and yanking her from the ground, pressing her head against the cold railing. Are you ready to say goodbye? My dearest sister, who grew up alongside me. Xiaofeng's face pressed against the icy, rusted railing, her delicate skin marred by the metal's cruel embrace. Every glance at her was heart-wrenching. Silence meant she had no final words left. Lu Xing brandished a sharp blade, raising it high. I told you, you are the last. There is no escape. Stop it. Lu Xing. Long ago, I had heard Xiaofeng mention that Lu Xing intended to kill 7 people. Xiaofeng's sister was the first, and she was the last. Among those, only Tai Ningxiang had evaded this fate. Initially, I believed Xiaofeng might escape disaster, but now it seemed none could evade the schemes of the dual-faced Buddha. Gripping the Zhanlu knife, I watched as the blade drew closer to Xiaofeng. My rationality was overwhelmed by a rare surge of emotion, compelling me to charge forward without hesitation. Yet, I had barely taken 2 steps when I suddenly misstepped. Had it not been for the ghost clinging to my body, I would have surely plunged into the reservoir by now. The 7-star confusion array bewildered the senses, its power surpassing that of ordinary talismans. Did he truly think he could break the formation? The dragon patterns on Lu Xing's face seemed to pulse with life, as if excited by the presence of the dragon hidden within the great river. Did you undertake this act to release the dragon that has been suppressed for a millennium? Even if a dragon exists, its fate bears no significance to me. Lu Xing let out a strange laugh, proclaiming that one's destiny, dictated by the 8 characters, is immutable from birth. This is the celestial decree. I am fated to endure calamities, my life entwined with misfortune. The life I have lived is beyond your comprehension. To alter one's fate, one must defy the heavens. What I seek is not the dragon itself, but the life of the dragon. Through numerous broadcasts, I have gained considerable insight into the intricacies of the 8 characters and divine spirits. Though Lu Xing's words were veiled, I grasped their essence. Contemplating the words usurp fate inscribed on the octagonal token, I began to surmise Lu Xing's intentions, or rather, the plans of the dual-faced Buddha behind him. Do you wish to exchange lives with the dragon imprisoned beneath Jiang City? Upon uttering these words, both Lu Xing and I paused, struck by the implications. I was astonished by my own conjecture, while Lu Xing seemed taken aback by the revelation of truth. And so what? No one can impede me. With the red phoenix as bait, I shall lure the dragon, sacrificing countless souls to the heavens, with you bearing the consequences. Lu Xing laughed maniacally. The scars on his face had vanished, yet his smile appeared even more sinister and malevolent in my eyes. A plan 2 decades in the making cannot be thwarted by my mere weeks of investigation. Bang! Lu Xing swung his dagger, severing the ropes binding Xiao Feng's hands and feet, leaving only a cord around her waist. I have nurtured you for 20 years. Today is the day for you to repay your debt. Struggle with all your might. You are but bait for the dragon. Lu Xing thrust Xiao Feng down the dam, the rope tightening as her body submerged in the water. The water level continued to rise, great waves surging over the dam's crest, while terrifying crashing sounds echoed from beneath the dam. No one knew the source of the noise. It did not emanate from within the dam, but rather seemed to originate from upstream in the great river. What lurked beneath the water, attacking the dam? All the repair workers and police were left dumbfounded by this thought. Science could not explain it. Atop the dam, only a few individuals glimpsed the horrifying, sinuous figure. A serpent? Or perhaps a school of fish? Tai Ningxiang clutched the railing, unable to lift her head against the crushing waves, inching her way towards me, supported by her arms. When Xiao Feng was pushed off the dam, I could scarcely breathe until I caught sight of the thin rope, which slowly calmed me. The 7-star mysterious array enveloped the 100-meter corridor, leaving only Lu Xing's vicinity secure. It could only be unraveled from within. Just as he had claimed, he stood invincible in this moment. Has this accursed dragon been trapped for a millennium, so desperate for freedom that it cannot even detect the scent of the red phoenix? Lu Xing stood atop the trembling dam, furrowing his brow. The Buddha would not deceive me. Could it be that the bait is insufficiently fresh? Lu Xing raised the octagonal token high with one hand while grasping the dagger with the other. He slowly crouched down, resting the blade against Xiao Feng's neck. Sister, if you have anything to say, speak quickly. Out of respect for our 20 years of sibling bond, I grant you 20 seconds. The dagger sliced through Xiao Feng's smooth, pale skin, the pace deliberately slow, allowing the blood of the red phoenix to seep gradually through her body. It trickled down her pristine neck, gliding over her delicate collarbone, drop by drop into the great river. Life ebbed away. Xiao Feng bit her thin lips, slowly gazing at me. Her eyes remained pure, akin to a lake on the plateau. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of guilt and unease washed over me. Her petal-like lips slowly parted, and the blood loss from her neck rendered her voice hauntingly poignant. Yet, I heard her clearly. It was the first time in my life I had heard such unwavering conviction. From the moment I first encountered you, I knew I was destined to be yours. I do not crave your vows, nor do I require you to alter anything about yourself. The happiest moments of my existence have been spent in your company, and that alone suffices. These simple words rendered my mind a blank canvas, as fragmented memories coalesced. It was then that I realized I had not forgotten anything about Xiao Feng. Upon my arrival at the Anshin Inn, I was scalded by boiling water, and she knelt before me, meticulously dressing my wounds. Though we were strangers, she placed her trust in me wholeheartedly. At that time, I was unaware that she bore 7 steel needles embedded in her back. I did not comprehend that my casual promise had cost a woman everything, including her life. In the interrogation room, she bit a police officer. I cradled her head, wiping the blood from her lips. She appeared as a demon, and none dared approach her. Who could fathom such solitude? At Xinhu High School, she donned a striking red wedding gown, charging into the academy to confront Yuan Shun, risking her life for a cause that was absurdly simple, her concern for me. I still remember the bowl of noodles she prepared, She treated my humble shop as her home, while I merely regarded her as a fleeting visitor. Xiaofeng, the dagger of Lexing, sank deeper. She could no longer utter a word, and as she opened her mouth, crimson blood trickled from the corners. The blood of the red lawn drifted in the river. The sound of it crashing against the dam abruptly ceased. Turning to look, I saw that the sinuous figure beneath the river was growing larger, a pitch-black shadow surging upwards. Suffocatingly oppressive, it had taken the bait. Lexing's visage twisted with excitement, yet his hands did not falter. The dagger continued to slide through Xiaofeng's flesh, spilling more blood into the river. It has arrived. After 20 years, the opportunity was finally at hand. The 100-meter-long silhouette drew nearer, the surface of the water erupting in dense mist. The heavens and earth merged, and once more the thunderous roar that shocked Jiangxing resounded. Chapter 299. The Red Lawn Reflects the Sun, Part 1. It has come. It has come. Lexing stood alone by the riverbank, his grip on the knife tightening with uncontrollable excitement. A deep wound marred Xiaofeng's neck and collarbone, and the gash continued to widen. With one hand clutching the knife and the other holding the 8-trigram talisman, Lexing was entirely captivated by the shadow in the river, oblivious to the tumultuous waves surrounding him. Fishing for dragons? Where did he find such confidence? Others may not perceive the truth, but I possess the ability to discern everything occurring beneath the surface. The sinuous figure, drawn by the scent of Xiaofeng's blood, disregarded the dam and surged upwards. The entire river seemed to swell with its tumult, shrouded in mist and spray. The 100-meter-long shadow approached, subtly forming an inverted vortex above the river. This is bad. It seeks to engulf Xiaofeng. I shouted in alarm, but found myself ensnared within the 7 stars illusion, unable to discern direction. Each step I took risked plunging me into an abyss. At this moment, with Xiaofeng in peril, I could not afford to think too much. I felt my way along the ground, silently invoking the Miao Zhan Xin to elevate the scant true essence from my lower dantian to my eyes. My pupils constricted as the torrential rain seemed to slow. I could capture the trajectory of each raindrop. However, this is far from sufficient. The intricacies of the 7 stars illusory array exceed even the most superior talismans. Attempting to breach the grand formation with mere mortal eyes is an insurmountable challenge. Boom. While I continued my search for a flaw in the array, a gunshot rang out from behind me. Tai Ningxiang, situated dozens of meters away, fired her weapon, seemingly aware of Xiaofeng's peril, and in her desperation aimed at Lu Xing. Yet, the bullet, in my perception, was oddly directed nowhere near Lu Xing's position. She too was ensnared within the grand array. To unravel this predicament, there are but 2 methods. The first is to remain outside the formation and execute a long-range sniper attack on Lu Xing, which is exceedingly difficult with only standard police firearms at our disposal. The elite sniper unit has yet to arrive, likely still engaged in a standoff with Ergo. Breaking through from the outside proves arduous. The second method involves penetrating the formation from within. Only at the core, mere steps away from Lu Xing, can individuals and objects freely traverse. However, attempting to dismantle the array from within is nothing short of a fool's dream. Xiaofeng has already been imprisoned, stripped of her capacity to resist. Lu Xing's earlier execution of Qiurun was likely to eliminate any potential disturbances. In this world, he trusts no one but himself. Even his fellow disciples must perish when faced with the opportunity that has awaited him for 20 years. Helplessly crawling on the ground, I am the one closest to Xiaofeng, yet the separation feels like a chasm between 2 realms. The river's water level has risen to match the dam, the entire surface seemingly boiling under the turmoil of a whirlpool. The shadow lurking beneath the water can no longer resist temptation, and a thunderous rumble resonates from beneath the river's surface. What lies beneath the water? The shadow does not resemble a school of fish. Just then, an earthquake occurs. On the dam, everyone speculates, yet none guess correctly, including us on the dam's walkway. We cannot perceive clearly, as if an innate force within our blood compels us to evade the truth. Aside from the howling winds and torrential rain, only Lu Xing's maniacal laughter fills the air. Come forth. The red lawn shall perish. None can impede me. He bites his tongue, blood oozing as he mutters an arcane incantation, and to my astonishment, the dragon patterns on his face begin to spread, his expression growing increasingly bizarre and foreign. Common folk cannot comprehend, yet the shadow below grows ever more agitated, and a tremendous sound erupts from the dam's base, causing the entire structure to tremble. A colossal wave, towering 7 meters high, crashes over the dam, knocking both Tai Ningxiang and me to the ground. Only Lu Xing stands resolutely in the center of the river, his eyes fixed on the whirlpool. The shadow seems to leap from the water, concealed within the tumultuous waves. My mind swims in confusion as I struggle to keep my eyes open. The tumult has subsided, and I catch a glimpse of Lu Xing's expression of sheer horror. His mouth agape, eyes locked onto the whirlpool's center, he murmurs in disbelief. Could there truly be a dragon in this world? At that moment of distraction, a tiny creature, unnoticed by anyone, crawls from Xiaofeng's back into the water, nearly dislodged several times, and perilously makes its way to the shore. In the darkness, something stirs, and I squint to observe closely. The creature, approximately half a foot long, with dual fangs and a multitude of legs, moves with astonishing speed. Is this the thousand-legged Gu of Master Gu? The very Gu I thought lost now races towards the dual-faced Buddha statue, while Lu Xing remains oblivious, lost in his astonishment, unaware of the new presence within the grand array. The centipede Gu drew near to the dual-faced Buddha statue, its body illuminated by the radiance of the Buddha, causing its dark, glossy shell to emit an offensive odor as if it had been corroded. Yet, this Gu insect possessed an unusual sentience, silently penetrating within 3 feet of the statue. The external intrusion stirred Lu Xing, who turned to behold a transformation in his expression. Was it the Gu insect? Seeking its demise. He pivoted to pursue, but could not match the swiftness of the centipede Gu. The insect coiled and entwined around the statue, yet found no means to destroy it. Unaware of the materials from which the statue was crafted, its sharp fangs left not a single mark upon the surface. Had this been a complete dual-faced Buddha statue embodying the 8 consciousnesses, Lu Xing would have had no cause for concern that such a mere insect could inflict harm. However, the pivotal issue lay in the fact that the statue's consciousness was not that of the dual-faced Buddha, but had been replaced by the heart of Qiu Ren. Sensing the scent of blood, the centipede Gu suddenly surged with excitement, elongating its head and piercing its fangs to extract a blood-formed pearl from within the statue. The Buddha's heart was breached. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from the dam, followed by the shouts of workers. Had it been restored? The hydropower station was back online. The floodgates could be opened. The overflow dam was operating normally. Hurry, return to your posts. Today, we must safeguard the dam. The rapidly rising water level was momentarily contained. Yet the ultimate outcome seemed largely unchanged. Iron Ningxiang and I remained ensnared within the 7 stars maze, a formidable barrier akin to an insurmountable chasm. To slay Lu Xing, one must dismantle the formation. The blood pearl, born of Qiu Ren's essence, was whisked away by the centipede Gu, and the radiant light enveloping the dam dissipated entirely. Lu Xing's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from pursuit, sensing an ominous shift. He hastened the progress of his life exchange. The only flaw had been seized. What would ensue next? Was this the scheme of Gao Jian? Lu Xing's gaze, filled with wariness, flickered as he grasped the rope binding Xiaofeng, preparing to continue his fishing expedition, only to realize something was amiss. His outstretched hand was seized by another, slightly swollen arm. Xiaofeng, do you still possess the strength to struggle? A sidelong glance revealed Xiaofeng appeared to be unconscious. This was not her hand. Were there others on the dam? Lu Xing turned to find a youthful, doll-like face pressed closely against him. In unison, we recognized the girl's identity. She was the vengeful spirit that had long inhabited Xiaofeng, the first soul to perish at Lu Xing's hands. When I first encountered Xiaofeng at the Anxin Inn, she had been honoring a black-and-white photograph. Indeed, the girl in that image was she, with the Buddha's heart extracted and the 8 treasures enveloping the dam shattered. The absence of the Buddha's radiance allowed the vengeful spirit concealed within Xiaofeng to finally break free from its suppression. How could this be? I killed you when you were only 4 or 5. Your 3 souls should reside within the dry well, within the Anxin Inn. Have you been hiding within Xiaofeng all this time? All this while, you remained concealed for this very moment. Lu Xing raised the 8 trigram token high, 90% of his focus drawn to the talisman, leaving him little bandwidth to contend with the long-standing grudge of the vengeful spirit. Dark hair coiled toward the token, yet was repelled by an invisible barrier. It seemed no one but Lu Xing could breach this protective veil. Did this wretched being dare to attempt to touch the celestial secrets and provoke the 8 trigram divine calamity? Lu Xing let out a fierce shout as the dark shadow beneath the river was about to be ensnared. although he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The malevolent spirit gnawed at his body, and despite his extraordinary sorcery, he found himself powerless at that moment. In desperation, he reluctantly set down the 8-character talisman. As he felt a sudden lightness, he was about to retrieve a talisman to confront the vengeful spirit when the previously unconscious Xiao Feng abruptly opened her eyes, tearing at her wounds to grasp the 8-character talisman. Lu Xing was utterly unprepared for Xiao Feng's sudden move, being a fellow divine spirit. She effortlessly seized the talisman and hurled it toward me with great force. Chapter 300. The Red Lawn Reflects the Sun, Part 2, Run. Xiao Feng's voice jolted me awake, and I instinctively raised my hand to catch the octagonal talisman. The moment my fingertips brushed against it, I felt an immense weight, as if I were cradling not merely a small talisman, but the entirety of Jiang City. The talisman, drenched in Lu Xing's blood, bore the glaring characters of usurped fate. You seek death. Lu Xing, in a furious rage, produced a malicious black talisman and affixed it to the vengeful spirit. Each talisman pierced deeply into the spirit's form like steel nails. Though he had failed to ensnare the dragon, Lu Xing was now regretting the folly of underestimating his sister, whom he had treated as mere livestock. No, I still have a chance. It appeared Lu Xing suddenly recalled something, lowering his voice as he spoke to me. You are unaware of how to wield the key. The celestial gate has opened, allowing the dragon to escape from the grave. If you wish to prevent the suffering of Jiang City's inhabitants, you must hand over the key to me. I swear to the Buddha that after altering fate, I will seal the celestial gate and suppress the dragon once more. Lu Xing's proposition was indeed tempting, yet I merely smiled coldly. What concern is the suffering of Jiang City's souls to me? Those who seek to kill, imprison, or humiliate me reside within this very city. Would their demise not be for the best? Is that not enough of a bargain? Lu Xing's head hung low, his face contorted with frustration. I can share the dragon's fate with you, assisting you in defying heaven and altering your destiny, freeing you from the causality of this grave. Do not rush to refuse. Fate is predetermined by the heavens. The opportunity to usurp fate comes once in a millennium. The dragon is of supreme importance. Exchanging our true dragon destinies could not only bring you fortune, but perhaps also absolve your karmic debts, granting you longevity. Fortune I do not desire, and longevity holds no allure for me. Do not attempt to deceive me, Lu Xing. If you truly have sincere intentions, then open the 7 Stars Labyrinth formation. Below the dam, a series of tremendous sounds echoed, as those on the dam's walkway struggled to maintain their balance, finding it difficult even to stand upright. Open the formation? Lu Xing hesitated momentarily, his expression reflecting not contemplation but astonishment. This subtle shift in his demeanor did not escape my notice. Could it be related to the talisman of usurpation? My consciousness sank into the talisman, and the 8-character spirit did not hinder me further. Yuan Shun, Tian Yi, Hong Luan, and Jiang Xing seemed to be guiding me deliberately. What is your intent? The cracks on the talisman multiplied, and through it, I peered into the labyrinth formation, which was not merely a maze but also unveiled a side of Jiang City I had never before witnessed, bound by 8 colossal locks. Was there a disparity between what the naked eye and the mind perceived? Why were these 8 chains restraining the entire city? As I strained my vision, I finally glimpsed the ends of the chains. In a certain location within Jiang City sat an individual wearing a paper mask, meditating. An examiner? Without waiting for me to carefully discern, my mental energy had already been exhausted, and a sharp pain coursed through my head, as if my brain were on the verge of explosion. The token of the fate manipulator could perceive the heavenly laws. What did you see? Lu Xing stepped forward, his expression fraught with anxiety, as if he feared his own secrets had been stolen. Are you certain you wish to know what I have witnessed? Suppressing the stabbing pain in my mind, I gripped my blade with one hand. Are you willing to disclose it? Lu Xing regarded me with suspicion, his brow furrowed. Of course. With my eyes aflame and the scar of the red fox exposed upon my chest, I fixed my gaze upon Lu Xing. I saw you perish beneath this deer-slaying blade. Prepare to meet your end. The 7 Stars mysterious formation lay bare beneath the token of the fate manipulator. Though I could not dismantle the formation, I had already located its entrance. With one foot upon the 7 Star step, I charged toward Lu Xing, declaring that today, either you shall die or I shall perish. As I recklessly rushed forward, Lu Xing's countenance turned ashen, a stark contrast to the bravado he had exhibited moments ago while standing triumphantly over the river, preparing to use the red wand to fish for dragons. Yet the tides of fortune had shifted in mere seconds. Insects and malevolent spirits. Very well. Gao Jian, your cunning is profound, and what a masterfully crafted scheme. This game was not orchestrated by me. My foresight does not extend that far. If this entire affair is not the will of heaven, then the only architect I can conceive of is that paper figure I glimpsed through the Fate Manipulator's token. 8 live broadcasts. Merely intended to assess the nature of the underworld showcase? Even the dual-faced Buddha dared to scheme, dismantling a plan that had been in the making for 2 decades within a matter of weeks. A chill crept up my spine, but it dissipated swiftly. The crux of the matter lay in slaying Lu Xing. I aimed to plunge the knife into his heart. I demanded his demise. With a step forward, the world appeared clear. As if a gossamer veil had been lifted. Had I broken free from the formation? A sinister smile crossed my lips. The torment Lu Xing inflicted upon Xiao Feng, I would return it tenfold, 100-fold. I have never considered myself a virtuous individual, nor do I deem it excessively cruel to administer extreme punishment to those of utmost wickedness. Lu Xing. With a flash of silver frost, I lunged forward with my blade, denying Lu Xing the opportunity to threaten me with Xiao Feng. Kill me? I alone possess the knowledge to wield the great tomb key. Do you truly wish to see the flood engulf Jiangxing, claiming the lives of millions? The sky hung heavy with dark clouds. Ostensibly it was dawn. Yet not a single ray of light penetrated the gloom. Instead, something in the river stirred up chaos, the rains intensifying further. Indeed, only you know how to wield the key. I do not deny that. But if I grant you the token, will you truly save Jiangxing? I slashed wildly, blood already seeping from the wounds I inflicted upon Lu Xing. Trust me, Gao Jian. If you hand over the token, I will undoubtedly save Jiangxing. Trust you? Huh. I pressed forward with increasing ferocity. Lu Xing, have you misunderstood a fundamental question? Why should I endeavor to save those millions of souls? Their fates bear no significance for me. I am not a guardian of the righteous. I have already made a grave choice once. I will save them. I swear before the Buddha. Damn it, time is running out. I could not discern whether Lu Xing was feigning or if the situation was indeed dire. All I knew was that mere moments ago, I had made a choice between the lives of millions in Jiangxing and Xiao Feng. I chose Jiangxing. However, upon witnessing the expression on Xiao Feng's face, as I contemplated the consequences of my choice, I realized my resolve had shifted. I could offer you the token, which might grant you a mere 1% chance of saving Jiangxing and all its inhabitants. Yet, if I withhold the token, I possess an unwavering certainty of departing with Xiao Feng. This is a dilemma, a choice between one person and an entire city. My gaze rests upon Xiao Feng. I cannot be the hero who saves the entire city, but I must honor your words that I am irreplaceable. Gao Jian, do you comprehend the weight of the resentment born from the deaths of countless souls because of you? You will be cast into the depths of hell, never to rise again. Lexing is already marked by several wounds. His previous exertion in manipulating Jiangxing's feng shui formation has drained much of his energy, leaving him barely capable of defense. What is there to fear? Am I not accompanied by you? I swung my blade toward Lexing's thigh. He evaded just in time. Yet the tip of my knife grazed him, leaving a long crimson trail. Lexing, if hell truly exists, not even its 18th level can absolve your sins. Realizing I was utterly incapable of communication, seemingly losing my rationality, Lexing fell silent, focusing entirely on evasion. He understood the futility of his situation, desperately striving to manipulate the Qixing Mitzi formation in a bid to buy himself time to escape. The dam trembled, and an earth-shattering roar erupted from beneath the river surface. The hour had passed, yet the world remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of a single ray of light. The river was on the verge of breaching the dam, and the torrential rain only intensified. I pursued Lexing atop the dam, occasionally glancing back to see Xiao Feng emerging from the reservoir. A narrow, elongated wound marred her neck, extending to the collarbone. Blood seeped continuously from her frail form, reminiscent of that day at Xinhu High School, as though she were adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown. Do not fear, slay Lexing, and I shall take you home. I called out to Xiao Feng, indifferent to the rising floodwaters, focused solely on eliminating Lexing before the dam gave way. Upon hearing my voice, Xiao Feng displayed a pure smile. I will wait for you, she replied. Yet instead of remaining in place, she picked up the dagger discarded by Lexing and stood facing the east, towards the rising sun. Xiao Feng, what are you planning to do? An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over me. but held back by Lexing, I was powerless to intervene. Remember to wait for me. She entrusted me with a final message, reaching back to stab the dagger into her own spine, using its tip to extract the rusted needles embedded in her flesh. Chapter 301. The curtain falls. I was filled with uncertainty, deeply concerned for Xiaofeng. The 7 needles lodged near her spine posed a grave risk. Removing them with a knife could potentially harm her bones, and in the worst-case scenario, she might lose sensation in her lower body. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Turning to observe her, I became momentarily distracted, allowing Lexing to seize the opportunity. He lunged at me, using his arm to block my blade, intent on snatching the 8-character token from my grasp. Against a ruthless adversary like Lexing, one cannot afford a moment of complacency. I retreated a step, reversing my grip on the knife to force him back. You are still unwilling to concede. Aiming to claim the 8-character token, Lexing gritted his teeth, declaring, "That was mine. Give it to me." In close combat, the contest between Lexing and me was evenly matched. Though I wielded a long blade, granting me a slight advantage, one hand was occupied with the 8-character token, its peculiar weight causing my entire arm to ache and my movements to become sluggish. Lexing, do not indulge in fantasies. You have already lost. The gates of heaven have opened, and you cannot close them. If you unleash the taboos from the great tomb, you will be cursed by millions of souls. There will be no refuge for you. The actions of Lu Xing grew increasingly frenzied as I fought him with all my strength, risking my life in the struggle. Not far behind me, the sound of long needles striking the ground echoed sharply, seemingly undeterred even by the fiercest tempest. Standing at the center of the Jiangjiang Dam, Xiaofeng's back was stained crimson, with 7 long needles, nearly blending with her flesh, irregularly scattered on the ground. As each needle was withdrawn, vivid scarlet patterns began to emerge on her back, reminiscent of the dragon tattoos adorning Lu Xing's visage. With a beak akin to a chick and a form like a swallow, her graceful silhouette resembled a crane, with a long tail cascading down like the branches of a millennia-old phoenix tree swaying in the breeze, or a waterfall formed from a conflagration. Her demeanor was haughty, her character noble. Every feather was meticulously carved, as if she were a singular treasure in this world. Is this the Red One? Lu Xing's reaction was even more intense than mine. He was losing his mind. You madman. Stop it. Xiaofeng, cease at once. His bizarre and vehement response deepened my foreboding, and I turned my head to look at Xiaofeng. Blood flowed profusely as she faced the rising sun, her gaze meeting mine, imbued with an emotion I could not comprehend. The talisman, Gao Jian, give it to me. I had heard Xiaofeng's voice countless times, yet this time it resonated differently. Without hesitation, I threw the talisman towards her, as Lu Xing attempted to seize it, but I blocked him resolutely with my blade. Without the talisman weighing him down, Lu Xing was no longer my adversary. However, at that moment, I was more concerned about Xiaofeng. What was her intention? Did those 7 long needles possess some other purpose? Catching the talisman, Xiaofeng covered the area previously marked by Lu Xing's application with her blood, then raised the talisman high, facing the east. Hurry! Stop her! The reflective red wand. She seeks to ignite her fate. Lu Xing's expression twisted in panic as he shouted, causing me to hesitate with my blade. Was Xiaofeng truly willing to sacrifice herself? The clouds were thick, yet not a single ray of light penetrated. The sun over Jiangcheng did not rise as usual that day. Xiaofeng, do not act foolishly. I did not stop her, but rather obstructed Lu Xing. I would not allow this demon to harm her any further. 20 years of planning, relinquished. Stop this at once. Lu Xing's heart was in turmoil, revealing a chink in his armor, and I struck him with my blade to his chest. The Zhan Lu blade sliced through effortlessly, exposing his stark white bones. In a fit of rage, he produced a series of black talismans and hurled them towards me. The cries of vengeful spirits echoed, but I held no fear against the innate power of the Zhan Lu blade. Cornered and desperate, he finally revealed a pitch-black octagonal talisman. This talisman resembled the previous ones, but bore no inscriptions of any divine spirits. You still possess one? My eyes widened. Every disciple of the dual-faced Buddha was endowed with a talisman as proof of their identity, though I was unaware if this one belonged to Zi Mao or another. Clever ploy, Gao Jian. The Red Luan's heavenly fortune enters the Fate Palace. Your destiny is indeed intricate. As Lu Xing brandished the talisman, I instantly grew wary. Previously, in the nightmarish realm of the Yuanshan divine spirits, it was the talisman that unleashed its ultimate power, breaking the dream. This talisman must harbor tremendous strength. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. Lu Xing declared, the octagonal talisman reversing as the words usurp fate grew faint and indistinct. At this moment, Xiaofeng appeared to have reached a critical juncture. The token inscribed with the 8 characters was saturated with her blood, which slowly filled every fissure and began to congeal. Unfazed by Lu Xing's threats, Xiaofeng was wholly absorbed, gazing intently at a particular corner of the 8 characters token. The 2 characters Hong Wan gradually faded. When the inscription vanished completely, Xiaofeng let out a cry that resonated like the sound of a flute, clear and vibrant, echoing through the heavens. Was this the phoenix's cry? Lu Xing's face suddenly turned pale. If you seek to alter fate, I shall seize your lives. With the destruction of the 8 characters' divine talisman, no one shall prevail. As he spoke, Lu Xing hurled the token directly towards Xiaofeng's outstretched palm. After the phoenix's cry, the shadow beneath the great river grew restless, the sounds of collisions becoming more frequent and thunderous, as the dam teetered on the brink of collapse. Just then, Xiaofeng slowly knelt before the heavens, her knees touching the ground. On the edge of the token, where the characters Hong Wan should have appeared, a crimson light pierced through the layers of dark clouds. As the red light dissipated, Lu Xing's throne token struck Xiaofeng's raised hands. The already cracked 8 characters token shattered upon impact, emitting a sound of splintering from within. Though the characters Hong Wan had vanished, the pierced clouds showed no signs of mending, and the 8 great locks corresponding to the token ceased their operation. The entire feng shui formation seemed to be disrupted by the token's destruction. Had the rain diminished? The wind had stilled. Look, the shadows of the fish in the reservoir are dissipating. A gaping, unhealable hole had formed in the thick clouds, resembling a divine eye. Soon, a long-awaited ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and fell upon Xiaofeng. The sky had cleared. She collapsed forward, her body succumbing to unconsciousness. I rushed over, eager to support her. Was it all for naught after 20 years of preparation? Lu Xing, disheartened, watched as the dragon markings on his face faded when the shadow in the river vanished, scars now spreading across the other half of his visage. Defeated? Impossible. I still have a chance. Lu Xing's gaze fell upon the cracked octagonal token on the ground. Quietly, he picked it up and surged toward Xiaofeng and me, intent on ensuring our demise. You will die? Most of my focus was on Lu Xing, a perilous figure not to be underestimated. I brandished my Zhanlu knife, aiming it at his rushing form, and thrust. The slender blade easily pierced Lu Xing's abdomen, slicing through flesh and bone alike. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his deranged laughter echoing, "You cannot kill me. The Haijian Buddha has taken note of you." His mind now unhinged, Lu Xing did not retreat despite his grievous wound. Rather, he quickened his pace. This was dire. I was backed against the dam's precipice. The Zhanlu knife was lodged within his bones, proving difficult to extract. I decisively released my grip, but it was too late. Lu Xing, summoning all his strength, charged at me. With one hand supporting Xiaofeng, I found myself unable to exert any force. His intent was clear, to hurl both Xiaofeng and me over the dam. My thoughts raced. An instinct took over as I pushed Xiaofeng aside, and, in the final moment, reached out to grasp Lu Xing. What do you intend to do? To drag you down with me into the abyss. The slick railing buckled under the pressure. I lost my balance, tilting backward with a grotesque expression while gripping Lu Xing tightly. Together, we would descend into hell. He leaned forward, and we pulled at each other as we plummeted from the towering height of the 41-meter dam. Below, all 9 floodgates were wide open, and amidst the swirling mist, I caught sight of the broken sigil in Lu Xing's hand, its surface marred with cracks. Are you still unwilling to give up? I relinquished the grip on my dagger and seized one end of the token. The fierce wind roared in my ears, threatening to tear my eardrums apart. I glimpsed Lu Xing's final expression. That scoundrel was still laughing maniacally, his mouth agape, as if uttering a final word to me. Bang! My body plunged into the river, and the instantaneous impact threatened to shatter me. Darkness, coldness, and exhaustion bore down upon me, and I gazed upwards at the receding water's surface. Perhaps it was time to conclude this. Chapter 302. You are guilty. The surface of the water surged violently, yet beneath it, an unsettling calm prevailed. This sensation was peculiar. My body sank slowly yet futilely against the current. The river seeped into my being, my ears reverberating as if I were isolated in another realm. Breathing became laborious. Perhaps I was simply too weary, and a brief slumber would suffice. My heartbeat slowed, and I gradually closed my eyes, the crimson hue in my pupils having long faded. In the final moment of closure, a young man, strikingly similar to me, appeared before me. His visage was as pale as parchment, and his long, dark hair billowed behind him, ensnaring me in its grasp. A specter of fate? At the riverbed's profound depths, I felt as though something had seized me, pulling my body upwards. My senses dulled. I could only grasp that I was clutching something, my consciousness beginning to dissipate. Faintly, a piercing scream echoed in my ears, one I had never heard before, reminiscent of a child's voice. But do I have a child? The waves battered my body, and time slipped away, second by second. Sunlight graced my face, and I felt my fingers move, gravel rasping against my palm. My body felt as though it had been struck by a vehicle. Every bone ached excruciatingly. After blinking a few times, I finally opened my eyes. My body soaked in blood and bruises. I survived? To have fallen from a 41-meter dam and yet lived. I had no notion of how long I had been unconscious here. My body felt feeble. Even moving my fingers required immense effort. Jiangsheng had not succumbed to the flood. The dual-faced Buddha's plan had been thwarted. I maintained my position, gathering my strength, and gradually propped myself up. A gentle clink drew my attention to a fragment of a token beside my palm. Why was Luxing's sigil, the 8 characters, reduced to half? I desperately racked my brain for memories of the dam. That token, which had once united the 8 characters, was now riddled with fractures. When I had leapt from the dam alongside Luxing, I recalled he still clutched the token, prompting me to instinctively fight him for it. I never anticipated it would shatter. Holding the half-token before my eyes, I pondered whether it was mere coincidence that the characters inscribed upon it read Tianyi, Tianyi, and Jiangxing, with a blank corner that likely housed the original characters for Hongwan. Is Xiaofeng all right? Luxing had mentioned that Xiaofeng intended to ignite her fate to halt the formation. It seemed she had succeeded. Yet, I still could not comprehend the cost of igniting one's fate. It could not be so simple. But as long as one remains alive, it suffices. I tucked the token away and cautiously stirred my body, carefully rising from the riverbank. I straightened my posture and cast my gaze into the distance. On the opposite bank of the great river, I suddenly noticed a figure staring intently at me. Lu Xing? He gazed in my direction for an extended period, yet the distance prevented me from discerning his features. I could only make out that he was tall and slender. Upon realizing that I had spotted him, he hastily departed. It was better if it were not Lu Xing. That scoundrel had likely met his demise in the river. On both sides of the river, some fishermen also engaged in the grim task of retrieving corpses, receiving several hundred yuan for each body they recovered. So I did not dwell on the tall, thin figure. As I stepped outside, a sharp crack echoed from my knee, followed by an intense pain. I grimaced. It appeared my injuries were more severe than I had anticipated. Unable to move, I remained stationary, waiting for someone to pass by. Although the city was safe, my worth had not diminished. Any police officer alerted to my location would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Surely, for the sake of money, many kind-hearted individuals would be willing to rescue me. Seated on the riverbank, I examined my belongings. My phone was still on Jiang Chen's sports car, having been hastily discarded when I left the live stream. I wondered if I would face repercussions for that. I retrieved a tightly wrapped raincoat from my inner pocket, carefully unfastening it. Despite my caution, the talisman papers and superior charms inside had been dampened by the river water. Frowning at these papers, deemed treasures by the Taoist tradition, I was relieved that their special material had prevented them from being damaged, although I was uncertain if they would retain their efficacy once dried. As my eyes scanned the array of talisman papers, I suddenly spotted a small pile of talisman ash. Had one of the charms ignited spontaneously? A similar occurrence had transpired during the live broadcast from the 14th Route Spirit vehicle, when the soul-binding charm I had exchanged activated at a moment of peril, guiding me into a dream that spared me from a life-threatening crisis. What charm had ignited this time? Reflecting for a moment, I recalled that for this live stream, I had exchanged a complete set of talismans for the Dragon Emergence Array, a random superior charm, and a superior charm for salvation that required only 6 points to redeem. Upon inspection, I discovered that the charm transformed into ash was indeed the salvation charm. How could this charm activate on its own? Had I died once? A mere superior charm could not possibly extend life. My gaze sharpened as a realization struck me, and I retrieved the embroidered black cloth pouch from my clothing. Opening the pouch, I poured its contents onto my palm. Along with river water and gravel, there lay a dark, glistening eyeball. Cradling the eyeball in my hand, I focused my attention and employed the eye of pursuit, yet I searched repeatedly without catching sight of the Mingui. The great Mingui can substitute its life for another. A phrase once uttered by Lu the Blind reverberated in my mind as fragments of memory surfaced. When I had plunged into the river, my body sinking, it felt as though something had drawn me upward. As my heart slowed, something had entered my body, infusing me with renewed vitality. It was the Mingui. I sat by the riverbank for a considerable time, having preserved the city and saved Xiaofeng. Yet I had miraculously survived, while the Mingui was nowhere to be found. When I had extracted the Mingui from the clutches of the death deity, I had been cautious, for I did not understand how to manipulate such spirits, yet it had obeyed my commands without question. I allowed it to recklessly consume other spirits, and as a result, its power surged far beyond my own. Yet, it still harbored no malicious intent towards me. The specters and ghostly entities? My mind became a tumultuous whirlwind, for it was humanity that dragged itself from the depths of the river, only to be met with the presence of a spirit. Shielding my eyes from the sunlight, I placed the pitch-black eye before me. You have aided me countless times, yet ultimately succumbed due to my actions. Fixating on the center of that dark pupil, although no semblance of a life-stealing ghost was present, a strand of black hair coiled like a water snake remained. The talisman for alleviating suffering should be utilized by you. Though the path of destiny is merciless, it has left a sliver of hope. Today, you perish in my stead. I shall ensure your resurrection in the future. With my hands clasped, I offered a slight bow to the black eye. In my final moments, amidst the celestial beings, none responded, yet it was the life-stealer who came to my aid. Thus, what harm is there in venerating a ghost? After stowing away the embroidered black cloth bag, I crawled towards the roadside, where I finally garnered the attention of passers-by. Hey, don't move. You're covered in wounds. My heavens, have you been in an accident? Can you help me call for an ambulance? If possible, also notify the police. They have been searching for me for quite some time. The individual who offered assistance appeared quite kind, likely not of malevolent intent. Thank you. The police will reward you after this. I could no longer hold on. My arms weakened, and I collapsed. My consciousness faded in and out, feeling as though I was being moved. There were sirens of ambulances and police vehicles, accompanied by the cacophony of bystanders' shouts. Subsequently, I was transferred to the First People's Hospital, where my belongings were seized by the police, and I remained in the emergency room for several hours. After a drowsy slumber, I awoke to find one of my hands shackled to the hospital bed, while the other was gently clasped by someone. A faint fragrance wafted to my nostrils. Turning my head, I saw Tai Ningxiang, also clad in a patient gown. You're awake. Please don't move. You can rest a bit longer if you wish. Her soothing words were impossible to refuse. I glanced at her jade pendant, hesitantly retracting my arm. What has become of Xiaofeng? Just as Tai Ningxiang was about to respond, several armed officers entered the ward, fully equipped and carrying firearms. They appeared to be guarding an extremely dangerous criminal. They escorted Tai Ningxiang outside, then lined up, and one of the leading officers addressed me. Gao Jian. You are hereby arrested for suspected charges of intentional homicide, arson, kidnapping, robbery, theft, traffic offenses, and a total of 21 statutory violations, as sanctioned by the Jiangxing People's Court. Chapter 303. The Defender's 6 armed officers sealed the doors and windows of the ward. At this moment, even if I possessed immense capabilities, escaping was futile, especially given my precarious physical condition, having lost even the ability for basic self-care. 21 charges. The Jiang family aimed to solidify my case into an unassailable conviction, ensuring I would never rise again. Just one charge of intentional homicide, given its severity, could warrant the death penalty, let alone the additional 20 charges I faced. The leading officer bore a grave expression, stating, "This matter is unrelated to the Jiang family. What you defy is the law. My name is Wu Yang, captain of the first squad of the armed police. According to Article 254 of the Criminal Procedure Law, offenders sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment or detention who are unable to care for themselves and do not pose a societal threat may be granted temporary release from medical treatment. You are temporarily under the care of our 1st Division of Armed Police until your life-threatening conditions are resolved, after which you will be transferred to the Jiangxing People's Court for your first trial." A trial? I furrowed my brow, sensing that the normal judicial procedure is not so straightforward. There seems to be an issue with your investigation and evidence collection. I am innocent. Do as you please. But until your discharge, you are not permitted to leave our site for any reason, whether it be eating, drinking, or other necessities. Wu Yang remained expressionless. And I advise you not to engage in any furtive actions or harbor any illusions of escape. The entire ward is equipped with 16 surveillance cameras, and your every move will be meticulously recorded. I glanced at the 6 armed police officers before me, who remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Is it truly necessary? In the face of Jiangxing's most audacious criminal in nearly 2 decades, we cannot be too cautious. Wu Yang placed a thick stack of documents regarding my case beside the bed. The doctor mentioned that your health is recovering well, and you may be discharged in no more than 2 days. During this time, you are to remain here and reflect on your offenses. A specialist will come for your interrogation in the afternoon. Flipping through the so-called case report, I found that much of it reflected the truth. Many of my actions indeed violated the law. However, compared to my achievements in saving Jiangcheng, these transgressions are trivial. I must seek out Tai Ningxiang. I need a lawyer to mount a defense of my innocence. Since I cannot change the situation through force, I shall resolve it through proper judicial channels. Tai Ningxiang is likely of no help. She has been negligent and violated firearm regulations at the police station. All I want is for her to come in and speak with me. Is that too much to ask? I showed no sign of retreat when facing the impassive Wu Yang. Minutes later, Tai Ningxiang was brought in by an armed police officer, her eyes betraying concern as she settled on the edge of my hospital bed. I'm sorry, Senior. I've caused you trouble, she said. It's my fault for not being able to assist you, only adding to your woes. Tai Ningxiang adjusted my pillows so that I could recline more comfortably. There is something else I need to tell you. Is it about Xiaofeng? My heart stirred with a sense of foreboding. Tai Ningxiang nodded. Xiaofeng is missing. Missing? After you and Luxing fell from the Jiang Dam, it seemed as if something enveloped the dam's summit. I was unable to escape and could only watch as a girl in a red dress took Xiaofeng away. I pondered Tai Ningxiang's words. If Luxing were not dead, the 7 stars misty array would not be broken. The girl in red who took Xiaofeng must be the malevolent spirit that has been haunting her. Why would she take Xiaofeng? Is she alive or dead now? Do not overthink it. Focus on how to extricate yourself from this predicament. The commotion last night, combined with the Jiang family's clandestine machinations, has put you in a perilous situation. Tai Ningxiang's gaze swept over my numerous injuries as she gently placed her hand on my shoulder. Take care of your health, and I will think of a way. Do not give up until the very end. It seemed that Tai Ningxiang intended to appeal to her stern deputy chief father for a favor. Relationships have always been something I detest. Senior, there is no need for such hassle. Let us place a wager today. Tai Ningxiang looked slightly taken aback. A wager on what? Let us wager whether the law you hold dear is truly fair. After Tai Ningxiang departed, the 6 armed police officers divided into teams. 3 stood guard outside, while another trio remained vigilant within the room. After lunch, I sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the Miao Zhen heart method to expedite my recovery. At a little past 2 o'clock, the door to the hospital room was knocked upon once more. This time, 3 detectives entered, led by Wu Ming. After the routine questioning concluded, Wu Ming instructed the 2 accompanying detectives to wait outside, standing alone by the bedside, his expression tinged with helplessness and bitterness. Captain Wu, why the long face? I inquired lightly, a smile playing on my lips. You truly are nonchalant, Wu Ming remarked, waving the statement in his hand. Do you comprehend the consequences of submitting this confession to the higher authorities? There is a 90% chance you will be sentenced to death. I am aware. Then why admit to these crimes? Wu Ming tossed aside the statement as Wu Yang, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward. Captain Wu, please be mindful of your words. The suspect's admission of guilt is a positive development. What nonsense, Wu Ming muttered under his breath. The dam at the riverbank nearly burst. I was there at that moment. Although I cannot fathom how Gao Jian managed it, he must be credited as the savior of the dam. In the end, he plunged into the river alongside Lu Xing, the murderer we had been pursuing. I can only imagine the ferocity of their struggle. Captain, in criminal cases, mere imagination is insufficient. We must rely on evidence, Wu Yang interjected, neatly organizing the statement before handing it back to Wu Ming. Your time is up. You may leave now. Wait, I interrupted, raising my hand. Captain Wu, there are still some past offenses I have not clarified. I wish to confess in hopes of leniency. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang hesitated to obstruct me further and stepped aside. You have a criminal record? Even Wu Ming appeared taken aback. I nodded affirmatively. There is crucial evidence related to a murder case contained within a large-screen smartphone. I left that phone in Jiangchen's sports car last night. You must retrieve it. The smartphone is vital. It harbors numerous secrets. I find myself somewhat relieved that the phone's mailbox has an automatic cleaning function, erasing call logs and messages after each live broadcast. Very well, Wu Ming replied, somewhat skeptical, yet agreeing. One last request. I wish to have a lawyer as my defender. His capability need not be extraordinary. I simply require someone who can maintain impartial judgment. My demands were modest. I would handle my own defense, but needed a spokesperson to take the initiative during the trial, which necessitated securing a defense attorney. This poses some difficulty, Wu Ming said, his tone heavy. During this period, the Jiang family has controlled public opinion. From the elderly of 80 or 90 to children of 7 or 8. Everyone knows you are a murderer on the run, and your arrest is particularly egregious. Your case is already classified, and few lawyers would be willing to take on your defense. Once again, the Jiang family. My gaze hardened, a thought of mutual destruction flickering in my mind. In the black suitcase hidden within the girls' dormitory of Xinhu High School, I have concealed a dossier on Jiangjin real estate's bad debts. If all else fails, I will expose the true nature of Jiangjin real estate. It's complicated, but I will do my best to assist you, Wu Ming stated before departing with the statement, leaving me seated on the hospital bed, my expression shifting between hope and despair. The following morning, Wu Ming arrived promptly, accompanied by 2 detectives, hurrying and holding a document bag. What's the rush? I spent an entire night in meditation, experiencing profound revelations only after enduring significant trials. Following these 8 live broadcasts, my mindset has undergone a substantial transformation. While I cannot claim to have completely transcended worldly attachments, I find myself now comprehending scriptures that once eluded my understanding. Wu Ming's countenance was not particularly bright as he delivered some disheartening news. All law firms in Jiangxing and its vicinity have declined to represent me. A lawyer friend informed me that the elder Jiang has exerted considerable influence, even prompting the Provincial Public Security Bureau to issue a directive regarding my case. This effectively seeks to obliterate all avenues for my defense. Clenching my fists, I slowly gritted my teeth in response. Noticing my unstable demeanor, Wu Ming hastily reassured me, urging patience as Chairman Huang from Qianding Pharmaceutical is also working on my behalf, preparing to recruit specialists from other provinces. Chapter 304. An unexpected ally. Wu Ming paused, cautioning that it may take some time, hoping it would be in time for the court proceedings. My assistance to Huang Guiyuan was initially motivated by self-interest. Whether in investigating Huang Guanhong's cause of death or aiding Huang Shui in reconciling with Huang Lan, the actions I took were ultimately for my own benefit. To me, Huang Guiyuan is merely a businessman, and our relationship has been one of mutual exploitation. His willingness to extend a helping hand in this predicament genuinely surprises me. The directive from above specifically emphasizes the importance of my case, entangling Huang Guiyuan in a scenario that offers him no advantage. Given his character, he typically would not engage in such matters unless compelled by Huang Shui. Regardless of Huang Guiyuan's true intentions, by the time he secures a lawyer from another province, I anticipate the judgment will already be rendered against me. Wu Yang previously mentioned that once I am out of immediate danger, the case would be transferred to the People's Court. Elder Zhang's influence has likely secured all necessary connections, and the moment I exit the hospital, I may very well be subjected to isolation and detention, making any visitation exceedingly difficult. In his grasp, he possesses the power to deal with me as he pleases. Indeed, in Jiangqing, Elder Jiang holds dominion over all affairs. As I sat on the hospital bed, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, I reflected on the clear skies following a torrential downpour. Yet, who truly comprehends the sacrifices I have made to salvage this moment? There are still many in Jiangcheng who believe in your innocence. Do not lose hope, Wu Ming offered in consolation as he sensed my distraction. I redirected my gaze, indifferent. Please find me a trustworthy proxy lawyer as soon as possible. After a moment's contemplation, I added, Wu, I would also like to inquire about 2 individuals. One is the taxi driver I took hostage at the crematorium on bridge number 3, a balding man approximately 40 years old. The other is a young man named Chen Ergu, who assisted in my abduction of Jiang Chun to delay the armed police. Wu Ming's expression turned knowing. Both of these individuals are not simple characters. The balding uncle managed to drive the vehicle to the county district under police pursuit and, upon capture, adamantly denied any association with you, claiming he was coerced. Following an investigation into his connections, It was determined he had no links to you and was temporarily released after providing his testimony. As for Chun Urgu, the situation is less favorable. He has been classified as an accomplice, and if your charges are confirmed, he faces a minimum of life imprisonment. Chun Urgu, fully aware of my criminal actions, not only failed to intervene but also concealed himself under a raincoat to assist my escape, which constitutes a legal violation. It is I who have led him to this fate. The final words spoken by Ergo in the Shanyang Mall deeply moved me, even if not for myself. For Ergo's sake, I cannot plead guilty. Lowering my head in contemplation for a considerable time, I realized that my only saving grace lay in the Jiang family's bad debts and the clandestine correspondence between Jiang Detao and Jiang Long, which even implicates matters of life and death. Should I expose these secrets, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout Jiang City, providing me with grounds to justify my actions. However, I lack a trustworthy ally. The evidence and broadcasting equipment are secured within a black leather case, which I cannot retrieve myself. I must enlist someone to assist me. This is precisely why I have been seeking a proxy lawyer. These items can only wield their full power in the hands of someone knowledgeable in the law. Casting a discerning glance at Wu Ming, I noted that while he possesses commendable strength, he lacks the necessary cunning. Entrusting him with full authority could lead to complications. This is my sole opportunity, and I must tread carefully. Observing my deep contemplation, Wu Ming refrained from disturbing me until Wu Yang approached and urged him, prompting him to clear his throat and open the document bag. Gao Jian, we have retrieved this large-screen phone from Jiang Chen's sports car. You mentioned it relates to another murder case. Can you elaborate? Have you found it? The phone from the Underworld showcase has been recovered, which is the best news I've heard recently. My eyes slowly narrowed. You have all seen the contents of the phone, haven't you? Wu Ming nodded. The phone contains only 4 applications, one of which cannot be opened, and all call records have been deleted. However, we did find a peculiar message in the inbox. When was it sent? Yesterday morning, shortly after 6 o'clock, just as the torrential rain ceased. Wu Ming extracted the phone from the evidence preservation plastic bag. We have scrutinized this message multiple times, yet we still find it rather perplexing. May I see it? I eagerly sat up straight. At that moment, Wu Yang also approached, standing at the bedside and observing my every move. Wu Ming said little, simply opening the inbox and scrolling through the screen. Live broadcast task, before midnight. Find showrun and complete the task. Completing the live broadcast task earns 1 point. If the peak viewership exceeds 5,000, an additional 7 points are awarded. If the total gifts received during the broadcast exceed 1,000 Underworld coins, 1 point is granted. Completing a commission from the Underworld earns an extra point. Optional Task 1. Kill Qiurin for a reward of 5 points. Optional Task 2. Kill Lu Xing, not completed. Task 3. Save Jiang City. Completion earns 1 question opportunity. Upon finishing 8 live broadcasts, all assessment tasks completed grant an extra 30 points. Note: please immediately proceed to upgrade the live broadcasting equipment after the broadcast ends. This broadcast did not utilize the help phone function. The free opportunity remains for the next live broadcast. Total points acquired from this broadcast amount to 45, bringing the current total to 84 points. The product catalog for the 8th live broadcast will be updated following the upgrade of the showcase live broadcasting equipment. Upon finishing the lengthy message, my expression darkened significantly. Optional Task 2 not completed? Lu Xing is still alive. Gao Jian, what does this message imply? Wu Ming inquired. Furrowing his brow, and after a considerable pause, I replied, let us not concern ourselves with its meaning for now. Do the Jiang family members know of the phone's existence? No. When I personally retrieved it last night, the phone was undisturbed in the sports car. Who has seen this text message? Noticing my inappropriate tone, Wu Ming grew serious. Could this message be related to those unsavory matters? Only I and 2 on-duty detectives had seen it since I was brought into the station yesterday. The content of the message must not be disseminated. It could lead to significant problems. During this time, you must be exceedingly cautious and avoid places with heavy negative energy. If possible, visit a Taoist temple to acquire some talismans to carry with you. I have not meddled in the underworld. My surroundings are monitored by armed police, and I do not wish to invite further trouble. Nodding, I cautioned him once more to stay safe and to expedite the search for a trustworthy lawyer. My fate hinges on this final gamble. After Wu Ming departed, I sat on the bed, preparing to practice the Miao Zhen heart method, when Wu Yang approached me. What does that text mean? Live streaming? Completing a murder task to earn points? What exactly is your identity? Seeing my silence, his curiosity intensified. Are you a professional assassin? Live streaming murder? There are questions best left unasked. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you met your demise. Wu Yang found himself rendered speechless by my retort. After a moment, he sneered. I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant. Still seeking a lawyer for a retrial? Let me be frank. On the day of your incident, Old Master Jiang had already contacted law firms across Jiang City and neighboring counties. No one dares to assist you. He glared at me with malice, adding, there's worse news. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Old Master Jiang has hired the most renowned legal team in the country. Retrial? Just wait to die? Before I could respond, a sudden knock echoed at the hospital room door. Was it Wu Meng returning? Wu Yang, irritated, strode over to open the door, revealing a well-dressed, unfamiliar middle-aged man. Who are you? This is a special care ward. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Wu Yang barked at him, armed to the teeth. Any ordinary person would have been flustered, but the man outside merely smiled politely. I am Mr. Gao's defense attorney, just returned from abroad. Here is my business card and attorney credentials. An attorney? One who dares to risk his life? Wu Yang turned to me. Is this the lawyer you hired? I did not respond directly, but scrutinized the individual before me, uncertain. I had never hired a lawyer. Could he be sent by Huang Buiyuan or Tai Ningxiang? Seeing my prolonged silence, the man outside remained unhurried, producing a pen to write a few words on the back of his business card. Please pass this to Mr. Gao. Wu Yang handed me the card, which I examined. Still undecided. The man's name was Du Yu, and he held an array of titles, all inscribed in foreign languages. Shaking my head, I was about to decline when I noticed the 7 Chinese characters written on the back. Socratic Paradox. Chapter 305. Du Yu. I once encountered a remarkably insightful friend in the New Century Amusement Park livestream, who called himself the Socratic Paradox. He helped me see through Chiu Ren's lies and analyze the causes of the ghostly apparition. From his demeanor, I sensed his extraordinary nature. We had even agreed to meet when time permitted. Looking toward the doorway, I was taken aback by his unexpected appearance at this moment, now as my defense attorney. Indeed, he is the lawyer I hired. Let him enter. With a smile, I waved to him. Wu Yang did not immediately release the person, but instead meticulously searched Du Yu from head to toe, questioning, where did you spring from? This lad carries more than one life on his conscience. He is utterly wicked. Do not jeopardize your future, taking money from others to avert disasters. He presented my lawyer's practice certificate, the law firm's verification, and the legal aid letter. I hope you will not disturb the normal communication between me and the defendant. After Du Yu cooperatively allowed Wu Yang to search him, ensuring he carried no dangerous items, he was escorted to the ward. Hello, Mr. Gao. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Du Yu, a senior lecturer in criminal psychology at the University of Athens, the proponent of marginal social ideology, and an honorary visiting professor at Columbia University. I am also a practicing lawyer. Du Yu rambled on, and though I did not fully grasp his words, I instinctively felt that he was unreliable. His convoluted discourse resembled mere fabrication. Hello, Mr. Du. I extended my unshackled hand for a brief handshake, acknowledging him. Du Yu regarded Mr. Gao with scrutiny, stating, you seem much more haggard than on-screen. In my eyes, you are a passionate warrior, unyielding to illusions. Just call me Gao Jian, I replied with a wry smile, inwardly questioning the notion of being a passionate warrior when I was merely fleeing from vengeful spirits. Such fervor seemed a distant memory. Du Yu nodded slightly, glancing around. I need to speak with the defendant. Could you momentarily excuse yourselves? Apologies, Gao Jian, but this individual is extremely dangerous. We must remain vigilant in this room. Wu Yang decisively countered, standing nearby, tense and unwavering. Extremely dangerous? Mr. Gao, they hold you in high regard, Du Yu remarked, and then retrieved 2 contracts from his briefcase. These letters and authorizations bear my seal. You need only sign them for them to take effect. I shall officially become your representative lawyer to help you safeguard your legal rights. He handed me a pen, and I glanced at the contract, which appeared to be a standard authorization letter, the only distinction being the remuneration aspect, pro bono legal assistance. I gazed at Du Yu, bewildered by his intentions. Indeed, pro bono legal assistance. You need only agree to a trivial condition, he continued. What condition? If convenient, I would like to be seen with you by the audience. Du Yu maintained an impassive smile, concealing his true thoughts. I hesitated to acquiesce, pondering his desire to broadcast together. What benefit could this bring him? Was he perhaps also an entertainer from the underworld? His sudden appearance the day after my incident felt too coincidental. Confusion enveloped my mind as I stole a glance at him. Clad in a tidy, clean suit with polished shoes that reflected images, he exuded an air of reliability and warmth. His well-maintained fingers bore no marks of physical labor, nor did they show the calluses typical of a surgeon. His ordinary yet gentle demeanor, coupled with his prestigious position at a renowned institution, showcased his sharp intellect and sound psychological constitution. From Duyu, I perceived not merely the attributes of a lawyer, but rather the traits of a highly intelligent criminal. Would a lawyer truly linger before a computer, awaiting my life and death broadcast? This behavior does not align with his current demeanor, leading me to surmise that Duyu's identity must extend beyond that of a mere lawyer. However, to be candid, his identity holds little significance for me. Even if he were a concealed serial killer, I would not mind collaborating with him, as I am presently perceived as the truly culpable suspect in this homicide case. With a hint of caution, I raised my gaze toward him and inquired, "Do you wish to be seen by the audience? Could you enlighten me as to why?" Out of sheer curiosity, my request was modest, requiring merely one instance. With the timing at your discretion, Duyu appeared remarkably accommodating, readily conceding. Given such generous terms, I had no reason to decline this agreement. To an outsider, my conversation with Duyu must have seemed utterly nonsensical. Wu Yang was experiencing just that sensation, eavesdropping with perked ears, yet comprehending naught of the chaotic exchange that had just transpired. After signing the contract, Duyu meticulously organized the documents and began to inquire into the details of the case, all while unperturbed by the surrounding armed police officers. Approximately an hour later, Duyu had acquired a fundamental understanding of my case, which involved the violation of 21 statutes, ranging from hit and run to kidnapping and murder. Mr. Gao is indeed extraordinary. Any ordinary lawyer would likely have retreated in the face of such challenges. "I hope you are not an ordinary lawyer," I replied somewhat absently, my mind racing to assess whether this individual was worthy of my trust and whether I should divulge the Jiang family's dubious debts to him. Duyu sorted and classified the case materials, ultimately extracting a single document. "Mr. Gao, I can assist you with all 20 criminal charges, but this one presents a complication. I need you to speak the truth." I glanced at the document in Duyu's hand. It was the police report from the night of Jiang Long's murder. "Did you kill this man? Or is there a direct connection between his death and you?" Duyu's words were chosen with great care. "Mr. Gao, only by telling the truth can I provide my assistance." The armed officers around us also focused their attention on me. Any utterance from my lips could significantly affect the case's trajectory. I sifted through the forensic report on the bed, noting that the police had collected my shoe prints, fingerprints, and DNA residues from Jiang Long's villa, along with testimonies from Jiang Long's associates and recorded phone conversations preserved by the elder Jiang. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, it seemed I had little room for denial. However, upon scrutinizing the details, I gradually regained my composure. Crucial evidence was conspicuously absent in Jiang Long's murder case. Firstly, the cause of Jiang Long's death remains a mystery. The forensic expert has yet to determine a conclusive result, and there were no visible injuries on his body, suggesting he may have succumbed to acute myocardial infarction. Secondly, nothing linking me to Jiang Long was extracted from his body. I had instructed the spirit to attack without having directly engaged with Jiang Long. Thirdly, no one witnessed the circumstances surrounding Jiang Long's demise. A mere recording cannot substantiate any claim. Based on these 3 points, I can entirely refute any involvement in Jiang Long's death. I closed the documents and cast them aside. I did not commit murder. Jiang Long held certain unspeakable secrets about the Jiang family, and his death could stem from numerous motives, with the most plausible being that Jiang Detao contracted someone to silence him. What is the elder Jiang's true identity? Contracting a hit? You would do well to tread carefully, Wu Yang warned, standing by my bedside with his weapon drawn. Admit it, Gao Jian, confess the details of your crime, and perhaps you might secure a reprieve. Did you truly not kill him? Duyu pondered over my words repeatedly, speculating whether Jiang Detao had hired someone to commit murder, uncertain if any evidence existed. Of course, I smiled faintly, asking if he recalled the location of my second live broadcast. Duyu nodded slightly as I gently grasped his hand, inscribing the words "the girl's apartment." First floor upon his palm. If you visit this place and locate the suitcase I carried during my previous broadcasts, you shall uncover crucial evidence. Under the guise of Wu Yang, I discreetly revealed the location of the black leather suitcase to Duyu. Although I could not yet place complete trust in him, I had no alternative but to take this gamble. Do not let anyone else see, I cautioned. Old Master Jiang has extensive connections. Some individuals nearby might be his lackeys. After I spoke, I casually glanced at Wu Yang, whose expression was far from favorable. I understood the course of action I needed to take. I did not expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. It truly intrigues me. Do you maintain a gentle smile? Yet I sensed a sharpness lurking beneath it, akin to a concealed dagger. Chapter 306. The Trial Under the Watchful Eyes of the Armed Police. I had to navigate our conversation with Du Yu, avoiding sensitive topics such as how to exonerate oneself or evade criminal charges. Once we had roughly established the objectives and fundamental strategies for the criminal defense, Du Yu was escorted out by the armed police. Wu Yang had long since grown impatient. Our discussion always left him feeling bewildered, grasping only fragments of comprehension while the majority eluded him. After your incident, you remained in the hospital. How did you manage to contact him as your defense attorney? Wu Yang's eyes fixed on me, as though striving to see through me. Can you guess? I languidly stretched, leaning back against the hospital bed while gazing out the window. It was a matter of either mutual destruction or compromise. Justice and interest hung by a thread. With your aspirations for mutual destruction, you possess quite the audacity, Wu Yang scoffed. Old Master Jiang has enlisted the most renowned legal team in the country. The prosecuting attorney is none other than the illustrious Go Changzheng, a professor and doctoral supervisor at Huaxia University of Political Science and Law, as well as the executive deputy editor of the Legal Daily. Not to mention, he boasts millions of followers on Weibo and WeChat and has published numerous works. Is that of any use? I raised my gaze to Wu Yang. I haven't even obtained my police academy diploma. Yet I managed to elude you for 3 days and nights. If it weren't for my proactive report to the authorities, would your elite armed police have apprehended me? Enjoy your freedom while you can. When you're sentenced and incarcerated, my associates will ensure you are well rehabilitated, Wu Yang threatened. Though the surveillance cameras inside and outside the room restrained him from acting on his words. I fear you may not have that opportunity, I responded with a faint smile, closing my eyes to cultivate my inner peace and restore my health. At 5 in the afternoon, Du Yu returned, having procured a piece of evidence that was indeed pivotal. Under the watchful gaze of several armed police officers, Du Yu appeared remarkably composed, as if conversing with an old friend. You have proven quite efficient, encountered no obstacles, I presume. I cast a subtle glance at Wu Yang, who had lowered his head, rendering my expression concealed. Just a few flies and mosquitoes, hardly a hindrance. A minor stratagem was sufficient to shake them off, Du Yu replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu Yang's facial muscles tensed, and he let out a cold snort as he placed his hand upon his firearm. I find myself in a state of uncertainty regarding the events that transpired between the armed police and Du Yu. All I am aware of is that, given the level of attention I have received, everyone who has come into contact with me is likely under stringent surveillance. The fact that Du Yu managed to effortlessly evade police scrutiny to retrieve my black leather case from Xinhu High School has certainly piqued my interest. However, I do not intend to place blind trust in him, as there remains the possibility that Du Yu is not the Socratic paradox he claims to be. During this period, I have been contemplating this very issue. My livestream audience spans across China, although most remain concealed within the masses, living behind masks. One cannot discount the possibility that someone from Jiangxing Police Station may have watched my broadcast. Consequently, there exists the chance that the police, in an effort to uncover my secrets, have impersonated the Socratic paradox. While he appears to advocate for me, his true intent may be to unearth my vulnerabilities and sever all avenues of escape. Du Yu has visited my hospital room twice, and I have meticulously observed his every gesture and verbal nuance, yet I have yet to detect any abnormalities. Your case involves numerous individuals, and the normal judicial process is unlikely to expedite the court proceedings. For now, consider this a respite. Let your expertise lie in your recovery, and leave the rest to me. Du Yu continues to wear a calm smile, unperturbed. If I manage to evade this calamity, I shall certainly fulfill your requests. In the presence of the armed police, I recounted all the events of my 8th livestream to Du Yu. Around 5 o'clock, Du Yu prepared to depart, assuring me that I should focus on my recovery until the court date. He would refrain from visiting again, as he needed to avoid police detection and temporarily disappear. For only then could he execute a surprise rescue. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to state this in front of him? I gestured towards the armed police guarding the door and windows of my room. It matters not. There is one more thing I must convey, Du Yu replied. standing in the center of the room without any hesitation. During the trial, I shall present a defense of not guilty on your behalf, absolving you of all charges, including murder. Therefore, during my absence, regardless of the police's methods of coercion, you must not confess to any wrongdoing." He paused, offering me a gentle smile. "Even if that individual were indeed the one you killed, you must not admit it." Upon hearing his words, I had not yet reacted when several armed police officers, led by Wu Yang, became restless and surrounded Du Yu. "What did you mean by that statement? Even if he truly is the one who was killed, he cannot confess?" Wu Yang pressed, his hand firmly blocking Du Yu's escape. Indeed, Du Yu maintained his unwavering smile, which seemed to have become second nature to him. "What of your conscience as a lawyer? Are you aware that your actions are a disdain for the law?" Wu Yang's voice rose, now suspecting Du Yu of being my accomplice with possible criminal intent. "Officer, I implore you to choose your words carefully. I have never disrespected the law." Du Yu gently pushed Wu Yang aside, grasping the door handle. "If you must pursue this matter, I can also tell you that while you perceive the law as a representation of fairness, to me, it is merely a tool." With a courteous smile directed at the assembly, he departed. Listening to the sound of his footsteps gradually fading down the corridor, I shook my head. This individual is indeed intriguing. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the familiar barks of a dog echoed down the corridor, soon followed by the sound of claws scratching against the door. Who could be outside? The 3 armed police officers immediately fell into a state of readiness. Forming a pointed formation, one lay in ambush at the door while another crouched beside me, with Wu Yang positioned centrally. "I am Wu Meng, and I need to inquire about certain matters related to Gao Jian." The hospital door swung open, and my eyes brightened. Bai Qi, a pale yellow figure darted past, Bai Qi wagging its tail as it circled the entrance. "How could there be a dog here?" Wu Yang raised his weapon, chambering around, warning, "Don't do anything foolish." Wu Meng ignored him and loosened his grip on the leash. In an instant, Bai Qi sprinted over, standing by my side, barking joyfully. I could feel Bai Qi's excitement as I embraced it, stroking its head, taking some time to collect myself. Bringing a dog into the hospital was already against protocol, especially in a ward for high-risk offenders. I glanced up at Wu Meng, initially intending to express my gratitude, but I suddenly noticed his pallor. His smile was forced. "Captain Wu, what's wrong? This stubborn dog has been refusing to eat for 2 days. I feared for its well-being, so I brought it here to let it see you. It would be too tragic for such a majestic creature to perish from starvation." He hesitated, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Gao Jian, I have several pieces of bad news to share with you." "Several?" Wu Meng pursed his lips, offering a bitter smile. "The Jiang family has exerted considerable influence. Your case cannot be delayed any further. The first trial is set for tomorrow afternoon at 3. Director Huang and the Iron Team have done everything possible to assist you, but the results have not been favorable. The implications of your case are substantial, and capable lawyers are reluctant to represent you for fear of jeopardizing their own careers. We can find amateur lawyers, but unfortunately, their abilities are limited. I have inquired with them, and the highest-priced lawyer cannot guarantee a sentence of commuted death. Tomorrow afternoon? And they can't even secure a commuted death sentence?" I sat on the bed, cradling Bai Qi, stunned. The Jiang family's actions were too swift. I had initially anticipated at least another week. Noticing my despondent expression, Bai Qi licked my cheek, as if reluctant to see me go. Gazing into Bai Qi's deep black eyes, I finally understood why Wu Meng had brought it along. He wanted me to bid farewell to Bai Qi for the last time. "Gao Jian, take care of yourself. As for the lawyer, no need. I've already arranged for a lawyer. He should arrive punctually tomorrow afternoon at 3. I set Bai Qi down from the hospital bed, scratching its chin. "Bai Qi, you must eat and drink well. I will personally come to bring you home tomorrow evening." Chapter 307. The absent defender Wu Meng sighed as he watched me with Bai Qi. "Gao Jian, take care of yourself. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you. Take good care of Bai Qi. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Meng departed with Bai Qi, believing that this visit marked our final encounter. The law is devoid of compassion, and my circumstances were exceedingly precarious. Even lawyers were unwilling to take on my case. Anyone who looked at me could see that my chance of overturning the verdict was slim. Tomorrow's trial loomed, and today I found myself dreaming of recanting my confession. Such thoughts were futile. Wu Yang closed the hospital door, stating, "The lawyer you hired is not very reliable. You spent 2 days preparing, Yet he has less than 24 hours to prepare and wants to evade police scrutiny, attempting to spring you from this predicament with surprise tactics? It's utterly laughable. In the face of Wu Yang's cold mockery, I merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before resuming the operation of my Miao Zhan XINFA, hastening the recovery of my body. I must prepare for both eventualities. If Du succeeds, so be it, though the odds seem slim given the limited time, an arduous challenge. Should he fail, the period of my incarceration will present my final opportunity for escape. Thus, I must restore my body to its peak condition as swiftly as possible. The following day, at 8 in the morning, before I had even had breakfast, the doctor entered my ward accompanied by armed police to conduct a comprehensive examination. Surprisingly, despite the severity of my injuries and the slight internal bleeding, I had already made remarkable progress in my recovery. The resilience of life is truly astonishing. The doctor and nurses expressed their amazement, while Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that I would indeed be able to attend the trial. His prior concerns about my physical state preventing my appearance now seemed entirely unwarranted. The lunch served that day was especially sumptuous, reminiscent of a Last Supper. After hastily consuming the meal, I was escorted from my hospital room in a patient-esque attire. Enjoying the fearful glances of fellow patients as I made my way to the hospital entrance, where 3 police vehicles awaited. Wu Yang ushered me into the middle car, and to prevent my escape, the 3 vehicles formed a serpentine formation, their speed deliberately moderate. Behave yourself. Our sidearms are fully loaded. And we possess the authority to execute you on the spot, they warned. My handcuffed hands were concealed beneath my outer garment, a final vestige of dignity afforded to a prisoner. Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly, I replied verbally, though no one could see that beneath my coat. I had pilfered a metal hairpin from a nurse during the examination. With deft fingers, I shaped the pin into the necessary form, unbeknownst to Wu Yang. I had already managed to unlock and relock the handcuffs several times. The police vehicle headed directly to Jiangxing People's Court, sirens blaring as we navigated through traffic. Swiftly reaching our destination. At the courthouse, a formidable flight of steps loomed, elevated several meters above the surrounding structures, signifying the authority of the state. The architecture, sharply defined, exuded an aura of solemnity and inviolability. By the time I arrived, a throng of journalists and police had gathered at the entrance, my case sending shockwaves through Jiangxing. More insidiously, an invisible force was orchestrating public sentiment, attempting to link me to the unresolved serial murder case from 5 years prior. Before the media could encircle us, the armed police had already escorted me through a side path directly into the holding room of the court. All manner of media representatives had assembled. Such an extravagant trial was unprecedented in Jiangxing. Wu Yang removed the garment obscuring my face and sneered, "Even if you receive the death penalty, at least you can die with your eyes closed." Seated on the hard wooden chair in the holding room, I did not raise my head. The commotion surrounding me stemmed not from mere happenstance, but rather from the Jiang family's desire to publicly secure my death sentence. Leveraging public opinion to exert pressure on the relevant authorities, they sought to bypass fundamental procedures, initiating the trial merely 3 days after my arrest. What a cunning strategy from old Master Jiang. He understands the peril of prolonged uncertainty and recognizes that he is not as untarnished as he appears. Once I regain my composure, hire a competent lawyer, and prepare thoroughly, this trial will likely span several months, rendering a swift resolution improbable. Turning my head to glance at the clock on the wall, I noticed it was 10 past 2, leaving 50 minutes until the court session commenced. The door of the holding room swung open, and judicial police officers, part of the court's law enforcement team, entered to change my attire. They then stationed themselves outside, accompanied by armed police, to prevent any contact with others. At 2:40, a court officer furrowed his brow and approached me, inquiring why my defense attorney had yet to arrive. "Have you made the necessary arrangements?" "No one has come." This news startled me, and a flurry of thoughts invaded my mind. Had something happened to Du? His previous punctuality seemed inconsistent with any notion of tardiness. Could he truly be an undercover agent for the police? Despite boasting earlier, he now appeared to be retreating like a turtle. Wu Yang scoffed. "The attorney you've hired is quite unreliable. Let us wait a bit longer. The session hasn't begun yet." "He'll probably arrive shortly," I replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Suppressing my swirling thoughts as I sat in the holding room, silently reciting the mantra of the Tao to steady my spirit. "You seem rather optimistic." "I doubt he will show up," Wu Yang remarked, finally releasing some pin-up frustration. Right now, you're like a rat in the street. Everyone's out to get you. Who would want to get involved with you? Only a fool would oppose the entire Jiangxing for your sake. Breathing deeply, I listened to the rhythmic ticking of time, gradually calming my restless heart. At 2:50, the court officer took over from the armed police and escorted me through an internal corridor, a path reserved for those guilty of heinous crimes. This route was specifically constructed to protect them from potential attacks by enraged victims' families. Walking through the long, oppressive corridor, I realized that when facing judgment, I was surprisingly unperturbed. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. As the light illuminated my form, I stepped out of the corridor and instantly became the focal point of the room. Photography and recording were strictly prohibited in the courtroom without prior permission. However, this case was exceptional due to its sensational nature, stirring public outcry. To assuage public sentiment and demonstrate the authority of the law, several major media outlets would conduct a joint live broadcast of the proceedings. The courtroom had established a few basic regulations. All communication devices must be turned off, and applause, noise, or any disruptive behavior was strictly forbidden. At 2:55, I was led to the defendant's seat, where the officer removed my handcuffs, controlling my hands on either side. In stark contrast to the sparsely populated defendant's area, the plaintiff's side was filled with numerous individuals, most of whom I did not recognize. However, I did spot a few familiar faces. Seated at the front was Jiang Chun, accompanied by a lawyer in his 40s, dressed in a sleek black suit. His hair meticulously styled, perhaps a bit too much hair gel had been used, giving him an awkward appearance. This man wore French eyewear, the frames alone worth 8,000 francs. Is that Guo? I continued to scan the crowd, spotting a balding uncle and an elderly gentleman from the convenience store of Zhenhu High School. Clearly, it was their first courtroom experience. They attempted to mimic others, sitting stiffly and refraining from speaking or fidgeting. I found myself in the largest courtroom of the Jiangxing People's Court, capable of accommodating 100 spectators. As the session neared its commencement, the public seating was already filled, with the front rows occupied by major media outlets. A cursory glance revealed that among the nearly 100 attendees, I could not identify a single familiar face. Among the plaintiffs, there are familiar faces, yet not a single one among the spectators can speak on my behalf. A wave of melancholy washes over me as I observe the eager, unfamiliar faces before me, most likely summoned by the Jiang family. Is it possible for them to manipulate the courtroom so thoroughly that they can even control the audience and the jury? My heart grows heavy, as the haunting memories of 5 years ago threaten to resurface. And what is more terrifying this time is that they have directly brought me to the stand. They possess crucial evidence for 21 charges, effectively severing any possible escape routes for me. I saved the city, and now it seems I am to be cast aside by it. My gaze ultimately falls upon the vacant seat reserved for the defense attorney, which appears to mock me. Chapter 308. The defense of innocence. The time has come. It is 3 o'clock. The courtroom gradually falls silent as a clerk steps forward. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance, please maintain silence. I now announce the court's regulations. Except for personnel authorized by the court for work purposes, no one else is permitted to enter the trial area. Without the presiding judge's permission, no one is allowed to speak or ask questions. Those who disturb the court's order through uproar, assault, insults, or defamation against the judicial staff will be held criminally liable, with lighter offenses subject to fines. Once the courtroom is devoid of sound, the clerk, upon receiving a nod from the presiding judge, continues, "Now, let the court police enter to perform their duties and summon both parties and their appointed representatives." According to Article 123, Paragraph 1 of the Criminal Procedure Law of Huaxia, we must ascertain whether the parties and other participants in the litigation are present. Is the plaintiff or their representative present? The clerk looks towards the plaintiff's bench, and Jiang Chun, as the representative, rises to declare the plaintiff is present. Is the plaintiff's defense attorney present? Go Changzheng stands to indicate that he is present. The clerk then turns to me, asking, "Is the defendant or their representative present?" "I am present," I reply in a low voice. "And is the defendant's defense attorney present?" The courtroom remains silent. The clerk repeats the question. "Is the defendant's defense attorney present?" I stare blankly at the empty defense attorney's seat as murmurs begin to circulate in the courtroom. How pitiful. Even the defense attorney has abandoned him. Why show sympathy for a murderer? Such a person deserves to be ostracized. Isn't it true that the serial killings from 5 years ago are linked to him? He narrowly escaped last time, but now he continues his heinous acts. It's terrifying. He must be psychologically deranged. I wouldn't mind seeing him suffer 1,000 cuts. Isn't it said that he offended the Jiang family? Which is why he is being specially targeted. It's more than just an offense. The victim was one of the board members of the Jiang family. It's a case of dogs fighting amongst themselves, and none of them are virtuous. The previously quiet courtroom erupts into whispers again, prompting the clerk to elevate his voice. Silence. He furrows his brow and looks at me. Defendant, have you not appointed a representative or hired a defense attorney? I have, I respond. Then why has that person not yet arrived? I ponder for a long moment, unable to provide an explanation, and finally utter 3 words. I do not know. The clerk is momentarily taken aback. Having worked in law for many years, he has never encountered such a situation. He turns to seek the presiding judge's opinion. Proceed to the next item. At the center of the judgment bench sat a middle-aged man with graying temples, his square face set in a stern expression. Before him, a plaque bore the name Chief Judge Chen Hai. Upon receiving a response from the presiding judge, the court clerk no longer lingered on the plaintiff and defendant. As both parties had raised no objections to the qualifications of the litigants and the power of attorney submitted to this court, which were entirely consistent. After concluding his remarks, he stepped aside, and the sound of the gavel echoed through the courtroom. Chen Hai, seated at the center of the bench, proclaimed, "The Jiangxing People's Court is now in session to hear the case of Gao Jian. This case involved serious charges including intentional homicide, kidnapping, arson, assault on law enforcement, robbery, violent resistance to arrest, and evasion, totaling 21 counts. The court's panel was comprised of Chief Judge Chen Hai, along with Judges Huang Zheng and Yuan Zhong, with Clerk Li Wei serving as the court recorder. The plaintiff or their designated representative was to read the indictment first. After Chen Hai's words, the gaze of the assembly shifted toward the plaintiff's seat. The unusually long plaintiff's bench was crowded with individuals, including Jiang Chun, a balding uncle, an elderly gentleman from a convenience store, and representatives from Public Security and the Road Management Bureau. The Jiang family had invested considerable effort in detailing the charges, with each of the 21 counts meticulously outlined, presenting a coherent and logically sound case that even I, the defendant, found difficult to contest. With each charge articulated, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience, and the glances directed at me transformed. How could someone so seemingly ordinary be capable of such brutality? This individual had committed murder, evaded capture, resisted arrest, and even seized a police firearm. How deceptive appearances can be. The sentiment was clear. This man should be executed. Leaving him alive would only invite further calamity. As the reading reached the 17th charge, the courtroom was in an uproar, compelling the chief judge to strike the gavel in an effort to restore order. Silence. Do not disrupt the court's proceedings. Only after all 21 charges had been presented did the audience gradually quiet, yet their collective gaze remained fixed upon me, the defendant, as though my presence commanded a stronger aura than the crowded plaintiff's bench. Chen Hai scrutinized me for a prolonged moment, seemingly pondering the depths of psychological distortion required for an individual to commit such crimes in a mere 3 days and to confront the police directly, even going so far as to lure them into a trap. With the plaintiff's charges read, it was now time for the defendant or their representative to respond. His statement further intensified the focus on me, as all eyes were eager to witness how a defendant without even a defense attorney would articulate a rebuttal. The weight of their gazes bore down on me. My lips felt pale, perhaps a reflection of my body still in recovery. The opposing side had prepared meticulously. The 21 charges were not arbitrary, but carefully selected and substantiated. The Jiang family's legal team, undoubtedly one of the most professional, had analyzed every aspect, from logic to criminal motive and rationale, with impressive precision. I found myself at a loss to refute their claims, as much of what they asserted was indeed factual. The incidents of assaulting police officers, seizing police vehicles, commandeering taxis, and resisting arrest were all verifiable occurrences, supported by surveillance footage and a multitude of eyewitnesses. Whatever I might say could be easily countered by their evidence. Chen Hai, observing my prolonged silence, urged once more, "Defendant, do you have any rebuttals to the plaintiff's 21 charges?" It felt all too reminiscent of 5 years ago. Perhaps I should not have meddled, unaware of the impending flood. I wondered if you could still sit here, impeccably dressed, to cast aspersions upon me. In that fleeting moment, I recalled a message received prior to the 8th live broadcast, which ominously stated, "You stand beside them, and you were cast into the abyss." Only now do I grasp its true significance. Indeed, It is a chasm of death. My mind raced for solutions. Although Du had not arrived on time, his previous words had sparked enlightenment within me. Even if I were indeed the one who had taken a life, I could never concede to such an accusation. The crux of these 21 charges lies within the case of Jiang Long's death, yet they cannot wholly prove that I am the murderer. How could a complete chain of evidence be established in merely 3 days in a case where even the manner of the deceased's demise remains unclear? Defendant, if you are prepared to forego your defense forfeit, why should I relinquish? Though clad in prison garb, I stood tall, my gaze sweeping the courtroom until it rested upon the plaintiff's seat. I am innocent. All of their allegations are unfounded. The utterance stirred a commotion throughout the room. The surveillance footage had nearly become a personal photo collection, and yet I shamelessly claimed to be wronged? With witnesses and material evidence at hand, could I still dare to argue? The audacity to maintain composure amidst charges of murder, arson, and fleeing from the police. This individual possesses remarkable psychological fortitude. Silence. Within mere minutes of the proceedings, Chen Hai had already called for order multiple times, an unprecedented occurrence in previous public hearings. He struck the gavel, announcing, "Plaintiff and defendant have completed their statements. We shall now proceed to the next phase of evidence examination." This segment is arguably the most critical aspect of the court proceedings, where both parties must present their collected evidence to everyone present, including the jury and spectators. The evidence listed during this examination will serve as the cornerstone for the ensuing arguments. The plaintiff shall elucidate the sources of the evidence, the matters it seeks to prove, and the defendant will conduct the examination. Chen Hai nodded towards the plaintiff's side, signaling the lawyer clad in a tailored suit, adorned with expensive spectacles, and meticulously styled hair to rise. Plaintiff's attorney, Go Changjung, requested the judge to summon the first witness to the stand. Chapter 309. A clash of wits. The first witness, supported by a court officer and leaning on a cane, entered the courtroom. His sunken eyes and emaciated frame suggested he had recently endured a severe illness. Though merely in his 20s, his movements resembled those of a frail elder in his 50s or 60s, trembling and in need of assistance to walk. Once he reached the witness stand, Go Changjung picked up the documents in his hand. The plaintiff's first piece of evidence was the testimony of the witness Yu Bin, also known as Bin, who affirmed that Gao Jian had entered Jiang Long's villa on the night of the 11th. He was one of the on-site witnesses and also a victim. I glanced up at the young man. A flicker of recognition sparked within me. Jiang Long had sent him upstairs to investigate, only to encounter me after I had tampered with the circuit breaker. At that moment, the Grim Reaper stood right behind me, and he bore witness to the true form of the entity, an apparition woven from countless strands of dark hair that left him utterly petrified. Subsequently, I commanded the spirit of death to siphon away a portion of his vitality, yet I refrained from taking his life. At that moment, Yu Bin stood in the witness stand, his body still trembling, not fully recovered, and he dared not raise his gaze until the judge inquired of him, prompting him to utter his name. However, when called to identify me, an unexpected incident transpired. Upon locking eyes with me, Yu Bin lost control of his emotions, as if confronted by a profoundly terrifying memory that he had only just managed to forget. "A ghost! There is a ghost!" he shouted, pointing at me in a daze. "I see it! I see it!" Silence. Judge Chen Hai struck his gavel, yet Yu Bin reacted even more vehemently, gripping the arm of the bailiff beside him, pleading, "Let me out! There is a ghost! A ghost!" The spectators in the gallery were bewildered, whispering among themselves, and I too was perplexed. Could he truly see ghosts? Yet the spirit had already claimed its life. What did he mean by ghost? In his unstable state, Yu Bin was incapable of providing testimony, and reluctantly, Judge Chen Hai ordered the bailiff to escort him away. Go Changjung's expression grew awkward, his gaze towards me turning decidedly less cordial. Hadn't we rehearsed our lines before coming in? Why had he suddenly lost his composure? Go Changjung muttered softly to Jiang Chun, who slightly lowered his head, cautioning, "That Gao Jian is somewhat uncanny." Clearing his throat, Go Changjung presented the second piece of evidence: fingerprints, shoe prints, and surveillance footage obtained from the perimeter of Lungting community, as well as testimonies from the thugs present that night at Jiang Long's villa. He laid out this evidence, all pointing towards me, and reconstructed the events of that fateful night, revealing a narrative alarmingly close to the truth. This individual possessed a remarkable insight, able to recreate the scene of the crime solely from the thugs' testimonies and the details of the evidence. Defendant, do you dispute the claims made by the plaintiff? Judge Chun-hai regarded me with an expression that was decidedly peculiar after witnessing the earlier chaos of the witness losing his sanity. I do, I shouted at Go Changzheng, asserting that he was fabricating lies and falsely accusing me. As I vociferously protested, I contemplated the clues in the Jiang Long murder case that the police had yet to uncover. Firstly, the video footage you provided originates from the outskirts of Longting community, merely proving that I entered the premises that night within the time frame of the crime. Secondly, the fingerprint and shoe print evidence collected from the interior only indicates that I had been present at the murder scene that night, which does not directly implicate me as the murderer. Thirdly, all your testimonies come from Jiang Long's subordinates, whose accounts are suspiciously identical. I suspect that you conspired in advance to deliberately frame me for the crime of murder. While practicing the art of true sincerity, I often recite scriptures. And as I spoke, an aura of righteousness enveloped me, and I found myself believing my own words. In the testimonies you provided, it was repeatedly stated that I entered Jiang Long's villa alone, without any accomplices. Who was Jiang Long? Surely, someone present must know. 20 years ago, he stood by Jiang Detao's side as they carved their path to dominance, a formidable figure in the North District whose very presence instilled fear. How could such a notorious individual, surrounded by his loyal subordinates, be murdered in his own villa by an outsider? I turned towards the plaintiff's bench and challenged. Can your story become any more fantastical? Indeed, Jiang Long, known as the mixed Jiang Long, was a ferocious and bloodthirsty individual. To confront him alone and emerge victorious would be no small feat indeed. With so many underlings present, a single strike could easily bring down Gao Jian. Yet, curiously, his body bears no evident wounds. I can't shake the feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye. The spectators murmured among themselves, while Go Changzheng was eager to continue speaking. However, I seized the initiative, unwilling to relinquish my grip so easily. I am but a victim of slander. Their testimonies are fabrications. As for their motives to conspire against me, it is because I possess a monumental secret regarding the Jiangjin group. Revealing this secret could very well upend the group's esteemed reputation in the eyes of the public and potentially trigger a seismic upheaval in Jiangcheng concerning the foremost financial conglomerate. This trial is being broadcast live by multiple media outlets, which emboldens me to speak out. My inadvertent revelations sent shockwaves through the audience, inciting a growing stir. Silence. Judge Chen-hai, visibly pained, rapped his gavel to quell the tumult. He turned to Jiang Chen, representing the plaintiffs, and inquired how they would account for the defendant's claims. This is a case of the thief shouting to catch the thief. Jiang Chen stood up in a fervent response, his reaction somewhat disproportionate. Cough, cough. Go Changzheng gently tugged at Jiang Chen to sit down. This court is a bastion of fair and impartial adjudication. All matters must adhere to evidence, not mere words. I urge the defendant to present substantial proof. If unable, you may find yourself facing a 20-second charge of malicious defamation and public deception. Do not presume that I am unaware of your cunning schemes. Jiang Detao has leveraged all his connections to obstruct my access to a defense attorney and critical evidence, preventing me from confronting you in court. But do you think that my demise would suffice to conceal the truth? I disregard the judge's admonishing gaze, fully adopting a defiant stance. To be candid, I have entrusted those documents to various individuals for safekeeping. Should anything happen to me, they will promptly duplicate and deliver the documents to the prosecutorial authorities, igniting a storm throughout the city. Do not say, I did not forewarn you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. He is not as seasoned as Jiang Detao, and a mere feint exposed his vulnerabilities. I now grasped the Jiang family's limits, instilling me with a newfound confidence. As long as I withhold the specific locations of the documents, I shall remain secure for the time being. Please maintain decorum in the courtroom. Speaking without permission is prohibited. Judge Chun-hai cautioned me once more, signaling for Go Changzheng to proceed. This cunning lawyer asserted that the allegations concerning the Jiangjin real estate secrets are purely fabrications by the defendant, designed to divert attention. The circumstances surrounding Jiang Long's death are abundantly clear. The defendant possessed the motive, means, opportunity, and capability. Furthermore, Jiang Detao, the chairman of Jiangjin Real Estate, has retained a recording that vividly captures the defendant's arrogant and vicious nature, all while live-streaming the act of murder. Subsequently, Go Changzheng submitted Jiang Detao's phone recording, in which portions of his own voice were muted, while mine was preserved in its entirety. Defendant, how do you explain this? In the recording, I am heard boasting about live streaming a murder, which I indeed executed. However, given the current circumstances, I cannot concede that the voice on the phone is mine. Although it is true that I spoke those words, I did so under deliberate provocation. This is a perfectly rational response. Who would dare to live stream a murder in front of the chairman of Jiangjin Real Estate, with no desire for wealth or gain, but merely seeking to reclaim what is rightfully theirs? As the topic veered towards the macabre details of the underworld showcase, I instinctively brought the conversation back to the matter of Jiang Long's demise. Regarding the evidence provided by the plaintiff, I firmly believe it to be utterly unfounded. If they allege that I committed murder, then let them present the autopsy report of Jiang Long for the judge to scrutinize, revealing the weapon used and the method by which Jiang Long met his end. Go Changzheng, shrewd and cunning, deftly sidestepped the question, shifting his focus to other charges, while I clung tenaciously to the case of Jiang Long's death, plunging the courtroom into a stalemate until Go Changzheng's time for questioning concluded. Now it was the defendant Gao Jian's turn to present evidence, with the plaintiff's defense attorney poised to cross-examine. After Chen Hai concluded his statement, all eyes turned towards me, while Go Changzheng sneered at Jiang Chong, declaring that even the defense attorney remained ensnared in military custody, so where could he possibly procure evidence? From the outset, we had already secured an unassailable position in this trial. An eerie silence enveloped the courtroom, and under the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes, I racked my brain but could conjure no further strategies. Defendant, please present your evidence, or your previous statements will be deemed invalid, urged Chen Hai alongside several judges. My arms felt stiff, the air conditioning chill biting at my back, and the sweat on my forehead alternately dried and dampened. I licked my cracked lips, my gaze fixated on the malevolent figures in the plaintiff's section. Some wore expressions of glee, while others subtly gestured provocatively, leaving me isolated in my predicament. Go Changzheng was correct. I had no evidence to offer. With a resigned sigh, I prepared to concede my cross-examination when the courtroom door swung open. A shaft of sunlight pierced the room as a middle-aged man, beaming with a smile, traversed the spectators' seats. I am the defense attorney for the accused. I apologize for my tardiness. Chapter 310. This day, I have waited 5 years. Part 1. He was the defense attorney? Surely I misheard. Was there still someone bold enough to advocate for a suspect in such a notorious case? I had heard of Du Yu, a renowned lawyer from the Jiangcheng law firm, though I had never encountered him before. He seemed merely an amateur, far inferior to Go Changzheng. This promised to be an intriguing spectacle, as few dared to challenge the Jiang family's secrets in Jiangcheng. Whispers filled the audience as most turned their attention to this unexpected defense attorney. I finally made it. Gathering evidence took longer than anticipated. Du Yu approached the defense table, placing a briefcase on the desk before turning to flash me a smile. I watched the live stream of the trial on my way here. Your arguments were quite compelling. You maintained clarity of thought even in dire straits, a commendable trait. Du Yu exuded a unique aura that inspired confidence, though flanked by 2 bailiffs. I could only nod politely in acknowledgement. The moment had come for him to take charge. Silence. Chen Hai rapped the gavel, reiterating the court's order to maintain decorum and resuming the cross-examination phase. Now it was the defendant's turn to present evidence, subject to scrutiny by the plaintiff's defense attorney. Du Yu methodically sifted through his briefcase, as the attention of the entire courtroom converged upon him. Is it conceivable that the suspect's previous statements hold any veracity? Does he possess evidence concerning the Jiang family? One could surmise such a possibility merely by observing the Jiang family's young master, whose complexion resembles that of liver. Thus, it seems he might genuinely be a victim of wrongful accusation. The deployment of armed police for his apprehension and the premature court proceedings appear to be an attempt by the Jiang family, harboring guilt, to silence him. The gaze of the jury and the lens of the cameras were fixated upon Du Yu, precisely on the thin stack of documents in his hand, merely a dozen pages, yet captivating the attention of all present. Before I present this evidence, I wish to clarify the logical relationship of this case for the presiding judge. The defendant, Gao Jian, faces 21 charges. Yet the most critical accusation pertains to the murder of Jiang Long. The subsequent 20 charges arose from the conflict between the police and the defendant during the pursuit. The incident concerning Jiang Long's death occurred on the night of the 11th of this month, and an A-level wanted notice was jointly issued by the Public Security Bureau of Jiang City and the Provincial Public Security Department on the morning of the 12th, merely hours after the crime. I am perplexed as to how the relevant authorities could ascertain the identity of the murderer within such a brief time frame. And upon what evidence were they so assured that the perpetrator was indeed Gao Jian? Du Yu's voice resonated with authority, his warm smile concealing sharp rhetoric. 5 days and nights have elapsed since the incident. However, the evidence submitted by the plaintiffs lacks even the most fundamental autopsy report. Here, I wish to pose a question before the presiding judge and the esteemed jury. How can the public security agencies justify issuing an A-level wanted notice for the defendant Gao Jian less than 12 hours after the crime, when 5 days and nights have proven insufficient to establish a complete chain of evidence? Du Yu gestured toward the plaintiff's seat where Jiang Chen sat, questioning whether the deceased, Jiang Long, held some peculiar significance merely by virtue of being a director of Jiangjin Real Estate. Does this grant the privilege to bypass legal protocols and issue a citywide manhunt before confirming the identity of the killer beyond a doubt? The Jiang family wields considerable influence in Jiang City, to the extent that court proceedings can be expedited, let alone the issuance of a wanted notice. With the patriarch himself intervening, a multitude of questions arise that seem to dissipate into thin air. The audience murmured in discontent. Indeed, such actions by the authorities are questionable. If I were the true perpetrator, it would be one matter. However, should I be innocent, the relevant authorities must bear the burden of culpability. Order in the court. Chen Hai struggled to recall how many times he had maintained courtroom decorum. Once tranquility was restored, Du Yu offered a subtle smile before unleashing another bombshell. Let us return to the heart of this case. The police and the Jiang family have consistently posited that Gao Jian is the murderer. However, I have scrutinized the social connections between the defendant and Jiang Long, discovering that they had no prior interactions before the 11th of this month. Thus, what could possibly motivate Gao Jian to commit murder? To venture to the victim's residence at night with the explicit intent to kill a complete stranger? From the outset, this case has traversed into a realm of misconception. The true killer is not Gao Jian. He is merely a scapegoat. The actual intent to eliminate Jiang Long lies with another party. Upon concluding his statement, he passed the documents to the court clerk, who proceeded to activate the projector, arranging the files in sequence for display. As the text gradually came into focus, the courtroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The initial few images serve as evidence from 2 decades ago, showcasing the Jiangjin Group during its nascent stages, when it acted as an agency for developers. Frequently, they encountered difficulties in collecting commissions, which led them to resort to violent means, resulting in numerous injuries. The subsequent images reveal the Jiangjin Group's unscrupulous tactics in competing for development projects and their illicit fundraising efforts, amassing sums exceeding 10 million. The final images are even more alarming, depicting the Jiangjin Group's investment of over 100 million into the establishment of the new Hu High School Noble Academy, with a significant portion of these funds mysteriously disappearing. Within the organization, many financial flows remain ambiguous. All evidence presented is not fabricated. Each document and ledger is genuine. Originally preserved by Jiang Long as a contingency, yet unexpectedly, it has now become my shield. Although the documents are copies, the official seals cannot disguise the authenticity of these materials. I ponder whether the Jiangjin Group owes Jiangcheng an explanation. Moreover, most of the provided information originates from Jiang Long, and it is likely that some now comprehend who desires Jiang Long's demise the most. Du Yu stands at the center of the courtroom, wearing a smile that, to Jiang Chen, is profoundly unsettling. If demons exist in this world, they would likely resemble him. Order! Order! Chen Hai struggles to quell the disturbances in the audience, allowing Du Yu to continue presenting evidence. A portion of the evidence is held by Gao Jian, a former private investigator who inadvertently uncovered the Jiangjin Group's secrets. As he prepared to delve deeper, he stumbled upon a conspiracy involving Jiangjin Real Estate, only to be framed by the true culprits. This explains why an individual would venture into an unfamiliar location in the dead of night, protected by numerous underlings, to murder the combat-experienced Jiang Long. Du Yu maintains his smile, which also elucidates why Jiangjin Real Estate urgently sought to apprehend Gao Jian, hastily calling for a trial to eliminate him. Next, I present my second piece of evidence. Du Yu produces testimonies from local lawyers, revealing that Jiangjin Real Estate issued a near-tyrannical notice to all surrounding law firms, forbidding them from taking on cases related to the defendant, aiming to prevent any contact between the defendant and the outside world that could expose internal secrets of Jiangjin Real Estate. My second piece of evidence also includes financial records. The true perpetrators, ridden with guilt, resorted to bribery, attempting to trade justice for profit. This has likely been their consistent tactic. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to the city's Criminal Investigation Division for their assistance. This transactional information was provided by them. Due to the sensitivity of personal financial information, Chunhai displays considerable caution and instructs the clerk to present Du's second piece of evidence directly to the bench. After reviewing, the three judges request that the clerk submit the testimonies and financial records to the plaintiff, who must verify the authenticity of the evidence. Plaintiff, do you contest the evidence provided by the defendant? After reviewing the evidence, Guo Changzheng and Jiang Chen's expressions darken, as multiple remittance records flood into a public official's personal account from various channels within a short time frame. An inquiry that even the city's criminal investigation team could not unravel regarding the counterpart's identity. I have never encountered him in this country. The documents are unequivocal. There can be no forgery. However, Guo Changzheng has only recently begun to pay attention to Du, though it may be somewhat too late. The authenticity of the accounts remains indeterminate on our part, and we do not rule out the possibility that the opposing party has deliberately fabricated information. Specific verification is required before a response can be provided. Chapter 311. On this day, I have waited 5 years. Guo Changzheng paused momentarily as the defendant's defense attorney persistently attempted to redirect public attention to the Jianglong murder case, an act perceived as an evasion of the remaining 20 charges against the defendant. The evidence, both testimonial and material, substantiates that the remaining 20 charges constitute criminal acts, resulting in a severe societal impact. Plaintiff's counsel should be mindful of their phrasing. I have not intentionally diverted attention, but have defended in accordance with the causal relationships of the case. Du interjected without hesitation, asserting that the defendant, wrongfully accused, chose to flee and resist arrest to preserve the evidence of Jiangjin Group's criminal activities, thus upholding the most fundamental sense of justice. Article 20 of the Criminal Law of Huaxia stipulates that actions taken to prevent ongoing unlawful invasions of state, public interests, personal safety, property, and other rights, which may cause harm to the unlawful aggressor, are deemed justifiable self-defense and shall not incur criminal liability. According to the materials provided by the plaintiff, it is evident that the police had issued a citywide manhunt, even authorizing the immediate use of lethal force against the defendant, who acted in self-defense when faced with a serious threat to their safety. Utter nonsense. Guo Changzheng disregarded the presiding judge's subtle signals and stood up. The public security organs symbolize societal fairness and order. If everyone were to confront the police based on uncertain information as the defendant has, chaos would surely ensue. The defendant could have cooperated with the police investigation, yet it is clear that such considerations never crossed their mind. In the convenience store of Xinhu High School, the defendant incited the owner to report to the police, maliciously interfering with their judgment. Ultimately, the defendant was cornered and forced into a desperate situation, yet showed no remorse, using the police's sympathy to ram into Shijixin Garden, injuring several officers, and even brazenly kidnapping Jiang Chun while openly challenging the police. Such conduct is appalling, marked by arrogance and malevolence, and must be met with severe punishment. Guo Changzheng concluded with fervor, casting a sharp glance at Du. The two defense attorneys seemed to disregard the presiding judge, as though the judge's presence was merely to maintain courtroom order. If the public security organs are as you describe, I believe the defendant would not be foolish enough to confront the entirety of Jiang City alone. The resolute refusal to cooperate with the police stems from the fact that certain individuals within the police department harbor ulterior motives, poised to harm the defendant without granting an opportunity for honest discourse. Do not slander the relevant departments with baseless accusations. Guo Changzheng smiled coldly, fully aware that he himself was the one who killed Jiang Long. As the police's manhunt and pursuit were all legally sanctioned, there was simply no question of silencing anyone. Du did not respond to Guo Changzheng, but turned to the presiding judge, Chenhai. My third piece of evidence is a segment of surveillance footage. He retrieved a USB drive from his briefcase and handed it to the clerk, indicating that this footage documented the actions of certain law enforcement personnel, coincidentally captured by the surveillance system. The courtroom's large screen began to display surveillance footage from a USB drive. At a glance, I recognized the scene near the city center, where, in my haste to contact Liu, I halted a taxi to borrow a phone from a mother and daughter in a nearby shop. Ultimately, I was unable to borrow the phone, but instead encountered Lu Xing, leading to a fierce gun battle, all of which was meticulously captured by the surrounding surveillance cameras. Among those present, only Du Yu and I were aware that the two audacious police officers who fired upon me were, in fact, impersonators, Lu Xing and Qiu Ren. In the footage, the first officer entered the shop, and shortly thereafter, the impersonating officer, Lu Xing, exited his vehicle, brandishing a handgun and unhesitatingly opened fire inside the store. As the video continued to play, viewers were horrified to witness Lu Xing, clad in a police uniform, personally execute a fellow officer beside him, shattering his skull. This gruesome scene exceeded the wildest imaginations of the courtroom attendees, who watched in rapt silence, fixated on the screen. Prior to my arrival, I had arranged for the authentication of the video with the relevant authorities. This is the certification document. Can the plaintiff's defense attorney still assert with conviction that I am slandering? Do you cast a knowing smile towards Go Changzheng, his enigmatic grin offering no clarity? As the surveillance continued, more police cars and ambulances arrived, culminating in the moment I seized a police vehicle. Did you see that? I posed rhetorically. The video evidence provided by the plaintiff is incomplete. The actions of the defendant, Gao Jian, in commandeering the police vehicle and seizing a service weapon occurred amid an environment where the police had become a threat, intent on exterminating him, even resorting to killing their own when their initial attempts to execute him failed. The defendant was merely acting in self-defense, as the police had become untrustworthy under such circumstances. Du Yu smiled faintly again, his gaze shifting towards the plaintiff's side. Furthermore, we might boldly speculate what could have provoked those two officers to act with such reckless abandon, disregarding all else in their attempt to silence him. I believe the answer to this question lies with Jiang Chun, the manager of Jiangjin Group, and the prosecuting representative from the Public Security Bureau. With a few succinct words, Du Yu had reversed the tide of the situation, drawing all eyes toward Jiang Chun and the representative from the Ministry of Public Security. The two officers in the video had gone missing and were currently untraceable, leaving me unable to provide answers. The representative from the Ministry of Public Security stood up, uncertain whether to remain standing or sit, equally perplexed by the inexplicable behavior of the officers, who had shown no prior signs of abnormality. Oh, untraceable? Du Yu chuckled lightly. Perhaps a different term would be more fitting. How about fleeing in fear of their crimes or silencing witnesses? At his words, both Jiang Chun and the representative from the Ministry of Public Security felt a chill. Jiang Chun was oblivious to the machinations of his family's patriarch, while the representative was merely a procedural delegate without insight. Now, I trust you have all observed the stances of Jiangjin Real Estate and the relevant authorities. Next, let us examine the actions of this alleged criminal suspect on that fateful night. Was he truly, as the rumors suggest, rampant with murder and arson, openly defying the police? Du Yu beckoned towards the courtroom entrance. I present my fourth piece of evidence. Please bring in the witness. The courtroom door swung open, revealing a police officer with a leg wrapped in bandages, supported by a mother and daughter as he entered the proceedings. The footage from earlier failed to capture the interior scenes of the store. I now invite the proprietor of the establishment, a witness to the entire shooting incident, to elucidate the true nature of the accused. Du Yu signaled for the witness to speak, his words captured by the myriad cameras positioned in the front rows. The mother and daughter appeared somewhat embarrassed. The daughter timidly stood behind her mother. It was the injured officer who spoke first. I am a police officer from the Hanyang District Police Station, badge number 112101. I was the first officer to enter the store as seen in the surveillance footage. At that moment, I was conducting a routine inquiry when I was suddenly struck by a bullet from behind. I collapsed to the ground, and my teammates, in a frenzy, were firing indiscriminately, intent only on eliminating the suspect, without any warning or inquiry for self-preservation. Stray bullets grazed my body multiple times. Just as my colleagues entered the premises, prepared to silence me as well, it was the suspect who, amidst the hail of gunfire, dragged me to safety, thus saving my life. This officer, leaning on a cane, spoke with unwavering resolve. Perhaps I should not testify on behalf of the suspect, but had it not been for his intervention that night, I would have perished. Therefore, I am willing to stand here, fully aware that this may alienate me from my colleagues and bring scorn from my neighbors, yet I do not regret it. I aspired to become a police officer because of the honor associated with the profession. To retreat now would be a greater disservice to the badge that symbolizes justice and fairness. Upon concluding his statement, he steadied himself on his cane and turned to me. There was something I wished to communicate that evening, and now I seek to express it. With great difficulty, he turned, grasped his cane tightly, and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." As the officer finished speaking, the expressions of those in the audience had shifted dramatically, with even several judges appearing astonished. This was merely the fourth piece of evidence prepared by Du, yet the tide of the situation had completely turned. Chapter 312. On this day, I have waited for 5 years. Part 2. Whispers filled the spectators' area as the jurors exchanged murmurs. The expressions of the plaintiffs fluctuated, and even the usually composed Gu Changzheng wore a pallid countenance, unsure how to counter his opponent. Receipts could be dismissed as forgeries, and the video could be claimed as manipulated, yet the living testimony stood before them. Gu Changzheng found himself unsettled. His hands fidgeted beneath the table. His neatly pressed trousers now rumpled. After the injured officer's account, the shy girl stepped forward. The uncle's demeanor was indeed vastly different from that portrayed in the media. As soon as she uttered these words, Gu Changzheng felt an even graver foreboding. "Uncle? You refer to a wanted criminal who barged into your store late at night with ill intentions as uncle? My dear girl, your politeness is rather commendable." The events of that night unfolded through the girl's recounting. "Initially, we perceived him as a vicious fugitive. My mother and I were terrified. However, upon reflection, we realized he had no intention of harming us or robbing us. He merely wished to borrow a phone to make a call. My mother handed him the phone, but before the call could be made, the police arrived. At that moment, I believed we were finally saved. Yet little did I know that the 2 officers who entered afterward were more ferocious than the robber himself, firing indiscriminately from a distance, utterly indifferent to the lives of others." The girl now reflects upon the harrowing scene and still feels a chill of fear. Her shoulders tremble slightly as she leans against her mother, the gunfire resounding far louder than she had imagined. Panic envelopes her, and she clutches her head, her body succumbing to weakness. The bullets shattered the glass of the display window, and she witnessed the shards of glass flying everywhere. Terror grips her as she contemplates the possibility of dying in that very spot. To her astonishment, amidst such peril, someone from behind lifted her up, shielding her with their own body. Nestled in their embrace, she watched as bullets grazed their shoulder, shattering the bottles behind the counter. Eventually, he pushed her behind the counter, gently pressing his arm against her head. She sensed no malice from him. His sole intention was to protect her. The girl's words were simple and unembellished. Her voice not loud, yet each syllable resonated clearly in the ears of all present. As she spoke, everyone fell silent, their gazes shifting between her and the girl. The testimony of the injured policeman mirrored that of the apprehender, while the girl's account represented that of the victim. It was hard to fathom that they would both stand to defend a wanted criminal. The courtroom scenes she had previously witnessed appeared to be quite different from this. Soon after, the girl's mother added some remarks, pleading with the presiding judge to apprehend the 2 policemen and bring them to justice. Once the 3 witnesses concluded their statements, Chun Hai found himself at a loss for words. The situation had shifted dramatically, presenting a courtroom scenario he had never encountered before. Could the plaintiff contest the testimony of the defendant's witnesses? At the presiding judge's inquiry, Gu Changzheng instinctively rose, stating that the credibility of the testimonies was yet to be verified. He pondered for a moment, glancing back as if he had spotted someone, a realization dawning upon him. He could not ascertain whether the opposing witnesses had been coerced or incentivized to testify. "We testify to uphold our conscience. Our words are the truth. Where is the coercion or inducement?" Both the injured policeman and the girl refuted this, yet Gu Changzheng seemed oblivious, continuing to assert that the opposing testimonies were biased towards the defendant, implying a lack of integrity. He noted that there were individuals in the plaintiff's seat who had interacted with the defendant that night, and he wished to hear their differing opinions. Gu Changzheng gestured towards the back, relinquishing the floor to the other plaintiffs. The first to step forward was the taxi driver. Before encountering the bald uncle on Bridge No. 3, he had previously commandeered a taxi, which was occupied by a passenger at the time. The driver had responded with harsh words, yet he had been forcefully ejected from the vehicle. This driver, petite and resembling a lean monkey, exuded an astute demeanor. He identified himself as one of that night's victims, asserting that the defendant's behavior was nothing like the portrayal offered by others. He was nothing short of a brutish lunatic. At that moment, passengers were in his vehicle, and the defendant, in a bid to seize the taxi, not only assaulted him but also threatened both him and his passengers with death should they fail to comply with his demands. The driver cast a wary glance in my direction, recalling that my passenger and I were compelled, under duress, to don raincoats and risk being mistakenly shot by the police in order to assist him in diverting their pursuit. The previously one-sided narrative began to shift, and the crowd turned their curious gazes towards me. How could the same individual appear so vastly different through the accounts of different witnesses? Who indeed was lying? Go Changzheng discreetly gave the driver a thumbs up. The emergence of conflicting testimonies ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Clearing his throat, he addressed the judge, asserting that, as everyone had heard, the defendant's image in the eyes of many was far from the flawless portrayal presented by the opposing witness. Even if he had offered assistance at a crucial moment and distinguished right from wrong, this could not absolve him of his criminal actions. Such behavior could merely be a coincidence, or perhaps a calculated display by the suspect to create an escape route for himself. Go Changzheng adjusted his suit and regained his composure, his demeanor radiating wisdom. I could find many similar witnesses among the plaintiffs, he declared confidently, and some in the audience began to believe his words. Shun Hai nodded. For the sake of fairness in the courtroom, he inquired if any other plaintiffs were willing to step forward to elaborate on the defendant's misdeeds that night. However, upon the presiding judge's request, not a single person from the plaintiff's side stood up. Go Changzheng, feeling the awkwardness, wiped his sweat and glanced around. To break the impasse, he randomly pointed to an individual. This elder gentleman, who owned a convenience store near Xinhu High School, was the first eyewitness regarding the defendant, and he was called to testify. The elderly man, still pondering the meaning of testify, was pushed forward. As he looked at me, standing alone in the defendant's seat, he sighed softly. The young man didn't seem too bad to me. He didn't rob my store, and he spoke quite politely. He even helped me fix a broken shelf. He doesn't strike me as someone particularly contemptible. After the elder's statement, Go Changzheng appeared even more embarrassed. He waved to the people nearby to escort the elder back and then pointed to another individual. Let us change witnesses. This gentleman here is also a taxi driver who has been threatened by the suspect. His finger landed on a balding uncle who seemed eager to speak. I believe the defendant is not as despicable as my side's lawyer claims. He indeed pleaded for my help, saying someone was after him and that he was at his wit's end. Throughout the ordeal, he never laid a hand on me. Nor was he as unruly as some have suggested. The balding uncle then pulled out 10,000 yuan from his wallet, placing it on the courtroom table. Before I came to court, a mysterious person gave me this money, hoping I would behave and follow what my lawyer suggested. But how could I engage in such a morally repugnant act? This money might buy a corrupt official's compliance, but it cannot purchase the dignity of a taxi driver. That concludes my statement. Thank you all. Isn't this a blatant act of bribery towards the plaintiff's witness? Who is this mysterious person he speaks of? Although his words were rather absurd, I couldn't help but applaud. A smile crept across my face after hearing the balding uncle's testimony. Once again, he had come to my aid. Go Changzheng had inadvertently shot himself in the foot, and it was a grievous misstep indeed. The plaintiff's side was willing to testify for the defendant, revealing that there were indeed spies within their ranks. Was this all part of a meticulously crafted scheme from the start? Go Changzheng cast a puzzled glance towards Du Yu, who, with his unchanging, warm smile, felt like a sunbeam upon him, yet sent a shiver down his spine. The farcical display put forth by the plaintiff was truly remarkable. Now, let us return to the courtroom. Du Yu maintained his pace, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It is nearly time to conclude. Next, I shall present my final piece of evidence. Chapter 313. The will of the people. Is there still evidence? Guo Changzheng had carelessly let slip 21 charges. Had he clung to even a single detail, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. It is not the plaintiff's incompetence that is to blame, but rather the defendant's intricate scheming. Both the accused and his defense counsel are astute. The lawyer's deliberate tardiness crafted an illusion that the defendant was so bereft of representation that Guo Changzheng, in his negligence, wasted the plaintiff's time, allowing the well-prepared defense to make its entrance. This tactic was undeniably cunning. The initial pieces of evidence provided by the defense pertained to the very foundation of the case. Could it be that he was preparing to mount a defense of acquittal for the defendant? To entirely overturn all 21 charges? His ambition is truly remarkable. Increasing murmurs from the audience filtered into my ears, and I found myself astonished. Du Yu had presented me with an abundance of surprises, and I was equally intrigued by his final piece of evidence. Silence. Shen Hai rapped his gavel twice. There are 8 minutes remaining in the evidence presentation phase. I asked the defendant's counsel to submit the final piece of evidence. Du nodded with a smile, retrieving a thick case file from his bag. The document, though aged, was well preserved, with legible handwriting. This file was borrowed from the Public Security Archives and pertained to a case that had shocked Jiangxing 5 years prior, the Rainy Night serial murder case. Du presented the case file to the judge. What relevance does an old case from 5 years ago hold? Guo Changxing instinctively felt uneasy, craning his neck to ascertain the contents of the file. After several courtroom officials perused it, they instructed the clerk to project the case file onto the screen, ensuring transparency in the proceedings, granting all present the right to knowledge. 5 years ago, on a similarly tempestuous night, every hour past midnight, Jiangxing bore witness to the emergence of an innocent victim, each death marked by a cruel, bizarre, and ritualistic manner. Amidst this relentless spree of murder, with the police utterly stymied, a rookie officer stepped forward. He suspected that the murderer had infiltrated the police communications, thus defying headquarters directives by pursuing the culprit alone on that stormy night. History would vindicate him. Through remarkable insight and analytical prowess, he preemptively identified the killer, extending the life of the fourth victim. The ritualistic murder was disrupted, and in a bid to escape, the assailant rendered the rookie officer unconscious, leaving him at the scene of the fourth murder. Herein lies the crux. When the police breached the door, discovering the rookie officer and the deceased together in one room, they did not immediately summon medical assistance, but instead opted to document the scene with photographs. In the ensuing weeks, as the case wallowed in stagnation, pressured by public outcry, they made the regrettable decision to sacrifice the rookie officer, with both the precinct and headquarters asserting a unified claim of significant suspicion against him. Du's voice bore a weighty tone, his smile more akin to mockery. Politics is not synonymous with justice, nor is interest, yet when politics and interest intertwine, they transform into champions of justice, eager to see this rookie officer brought to justice. Although his case was dismissed in the first trial due to insufficient evidence, his life was irrevocably altered. He was expelled from the police academy and barred from the precinct. The sole impetus for his survival became the quest to uncover the true murderer. After 5 years of disdain and public scorn, he had finally awaited this day. On the fateful night, 5 years ago, the perpetrator of a series of heinous murders returned to Jiang City, this time with a more deranged intent to sabotage the Jiang River Dam. After 3 days of relentless torrential rain, the river's water level soared to its highest since the founding of the nation. Should the dam fail, the entire downstream area would be submerged. Under the cover of darkness, the assailant infiltrated the dam with malicious intentions. A wrongfully accused intern officer, determined to overcome various insurmountable challenges, ascended to the dam's summit and single-handedly thwarted the criminal. He fatally shot one of the assailants, while another, in a desperate act, dragged him down into the abyss alongside himself. The scene that unfolded held countless witnesses in breathless suspense. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the falling figure. Everyone atop the dam could clearly see that the one who leaped to protect Jiang City was none other than the defendant, Gao Jian. Du's voice gradually softened, acknowledging that he had saved Jiang City, that he had saved them all. Yet, how do they now treat him? They clothe him in prison garb, shackle his wrists, restrict his freedom, and point a gun at his head, all while gazing down from their lofty perches, judging him. Lawyer Du, your point seemed to stray from the topic. If you have concluded your final piece of evidence, I shall request the judge to reconsider the examination of evidence, interrupted Guo Changzheng. He was compelled to intervene, as the courtroom had fallen under Du's influence, and the spectators were swayed by his narrative. This trajectory could prove detrimental to the plaintiff's case. Straying from the topic? I am merely stating the facts, retorted Du, producing his final document, a DNA test report of the criminal shot by the defendant Gao Jian, blood sample analysis, and photographs of victims discovered in the basement of the New Century amusement park. The analysis of dismembered victim samples from the Wax Museum matched precisely with the preserved information from 5 years prior. All materials were provided by the city's Criminal Investigation Department, assuring their authenticity. Your evidence merely indicates that the defendant killed a criminal. It does not exonerate his actions, Guo Changzheng maintained, struggling to uphold his position. The Jiang family had paid him a fortune for his legal services, and a failure in this seemingly winnable case would tarnish his reputation. Article 71 of our criminal procedure law stipulates that those who display meritorious conduct may receive lighter sentences. Those with significant contributions may have their penalties reduced or waived altogether. The defendant, Gao Jian, alone, had slain the criminal without fear for his life, safeguarding the Jiang River Dam and averting a catastrophe that could have claimed millions of lives in Jiang City. Such a monumental act of heroism surely outweighs charges of fleeing, resisting arrest, or traffic offenses, does it not? Upon Du Yu's conclusion, the audience of over 100 and several judges fell into contemplative silence, the situation increasingly unfavorable for the plaintiff. Go Changzheng, seizing the moment before the presiding judge could speak, asserted, "The law is devoid of mercy. Even if the defense attorney's claims are entirely true, a crime is a crime. Openly defying the law will invite retribution. I request the presiding judge to initiate a new examination of evidence." Go Changzheng's argument held merit. The law is indeed unforgiving, and several judges nodded in agreement. I see no necessity for a new examination. This final piece of evidence must be revealed, Du Yu declared, setting down his briefcase as he exited the defense table. What do you intend to do? You cannot leave your seat without permission, an official protested. I merely wish to present the evidence to you all, Du Yu replied. Du Yu, undeterred by the bailiff's attempts to obstruct him, strode purposefully across the plaintiff's bench and drew back the heavy curtains. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, rendering the text on the screen hazy. What was he attempting to accomplish? In order to prevent the leakage of case details, the courtroom forbade the casual opening of the curtains. Lawyer Du, you are transgressing the law, someone remarked. Ignoring their protests, Du Yu pointed outside, urging, look there. The spectators and the jury were the first to rise, straining their bodies to gaze outwards. The presiding judge followed their gaze, captivated by something beyond the window, their attention seemingly ensnared. Curiosity piqued. I too stood on my toes, peering over the windowsill to behold the courthouse's main entrance. There, on the 20-odd steps, stood a throng of workers clad in electrician and mechanic uniforms, alongside soldiers who had been on standby at the dam during the flood. Most striking was the sight of the criminal investigation team from the Municipal Bureau, led by Iron Ningxiang and Wu Ming, all in uniform, saluting the courtroom. These individuals were the workers and police who had braved the front line of life and death, the eyewitnesses to the defendant's efforts to save the dam. I had not compelled them to accompany me, yet they chose to come, standing resolutely on the steps, eager to testify for the defendant, even if they could not enter the courtroom. Du Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the courtroom. In this case, there existed an absolute disparity between legal justice and natural justice. What I wish to convey is that the judiciary encompasses not only the enforcement of written rules, but also the value propositions underlying those rules, intertwined with ethical standards and the sentiments of the populace. Chapter 314. Acquittal. After Du Yu uttered the phrase "the sentiments of the populace," no one in the courtroom dared to refute him. Almost everyone was drawn to the upright figures outside, spontaneously organizing to testify on my behalf. The bailiffs barred their entry. Yet they remained on the steps, awaiting a satisfactory response from the law. The law does not tolerate sentimentality. It abhors personal emotions and material desires, as well as the corruption and connections that flourish in the shadows. The sunlight streamed in behind Du Yu as he refrained from closing the curtains, instead stepping into the courtroom's center, embodying the emotions of the legislators and the warmth of humanity. Fairness, justice, and compassion, this is the essence of true law. The presiding judge declared the defendant's cross-examination concluded. Chen Hai, reminded by Du Yu, regained his composure and turned to Go Changzheng, inquiring if the plaintiff had any objections following the completion of the defendant's cross-examination. Go Changzheng opened his mouth several times to articulate a response, but ultimately fell silent, offering only a wry smile as he removed his eyeglasses. The plaintiff had no objections. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen subtly signaled to Go Changzheng. Yet he chose not to elaborate further, bowing his head to return to the plaintiff's attorney bench. With the cross-examination phase concluded, the court adjourned for 15 minutes, allowing the jury and presiding judge to deliberate on whether the plaintiff's 21 allegations held merit. After Chen Hai spoke, he summoned the court clerk and several associate judges to discuss the final resolution. There was substantial disagreement among the judges, and the debates grew increasingly heated. The last 15 minutes would be pivotal in determining my fate, and my heart raced with anxiety. Relax, I reminded myself, even if the first trial finds you guilty, there remains the option for appeal and final review. Du Yu spoke words of consolation, as I had originally anticipated that the trial would take place 3 days hence. Yet unexpectedly, the opposing party had commenced proceedings ahead of schedule, leaving me unprepared. Du Yu wore an expression of self-reproach. seemingly vexed by what he perceived as a lack of effort on his part. I was at a loss for words, merely casting a glance at Go Changzheng, who appeared despondent, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the wall. Indeed, without comparison, there could be no suffering. A full 30 minutes elapsed before the judges reached a unanimous conclusion. The recess was over, and the jury returned to their positions, with all present awaiting the final verdict. Chun Hai rose from his seat, holding the judgment that had been determined after intense debate. During the previous proceedings, the panel had diligently listened to the statements of both parties, organized courtroom cross-examinations, and engaged in deliberations. The verdict is now announced as follows. The plaintiff's accusations against the defendant, Gao Jian, comprising 21 counts, have been dismissed due to unclear facts and insufficient evidence, rendering the alleged crimes unsubstantiated. In accordance with Article 191 of our criminal procedure law, I hereby declare the defendant, Gao Jian, not guilty. The courtroom scene was broadcasted live by the media, allowing the entire city of Jiangqing to witness the proceedings. With my arms released by the court police, I stood in the narrow space of the defendant's stand, listening to the jubilant cheers from outside the courthouse. At that moment, I experienced a surreal sense of disbelief. I am innocent. The defense by "Do you truly" prevailed. Silence. Chun Hai struck the gavel for the final time, declaring the conclusion of the trial regarding the heinous murder and assault on police officers in Jiangqing. The court is now adjourned. The clerk stepped forward, requesting everyone to rise as the presiding judge and jury exited. The representatives of both parties were asked to review and sign the records, while the audience was instructed to exit in an orderly manner. It is over, acquitted. The court has pronounced my innocence. The weight of 5 years finally lifted from my shoulders. I had waited for this day for a long 5 years. As the defendant's stand opened, the court police blocked the throng of journalists eager to approach, escorting me into the lengthy corridor designated for suspects and back to the detention area. A contingent of armed police led by Wu Yang awaited my return, under orders to maintain strict surveillance and prevent any potential escape. The armed police replaced the court police, pressing me into a chair. Just as Wu Yang retrieved handcuffs to secure me, 2 court police officers approached, questioning the need for restraints. Quickly, remove those handcuffs. He needs to change out of that prison garb. Have you prepared any other clothing for him? Change clothes? Why must he change? Wu Yang lowered his weapon slightly, displaying a hint of confusion. I had almost forgotten that the detention area lacked visibility of the trial proceedings. One of the court police patiently explained that the defendant, Gao Jian, had been acquitted and the plaintiff's 21 accusations were all unfounded. What a joke. This scoundrel has seized a police vehicle, fired upon armed officers, and even kidnapped the son of the chairman of the Jiangjin group. How could he possibly be declared not guilty? Wu Yang slowly raised his weapon, assuming a defensive posture. You, sir, I kindly remind you, yet you remain ungrateful. Well then, keep him restrained until your superiors give further instructions. The courtroom proceedings are being broadcasted live. If you do not release him, it will only serve to embarrass the public security agency. What is the point? The court police, upon witnessing Wu Yang elevate his firearm, retreated immediately. You ought to exercise caution. The defense attorney representing the defendant is exceptionally skilled. Should you offend him, you might find yourselves in the defendant's seat next. After the bailiff finished speaking, he stepped back, and within 5 minutes, Wu Yang received a call from Chun Zhengwo himself, instructing him to release me. But Captain, Wu Yang began, only to be interrupted. No buts, just release him. The call ended, and Wu Yang, with an air of reluctance, unlocked my handcuffs. What sorcery have you employed to deceive all the judges? With the cuffs removed and the yellow prison garb shed, I sat on the hard bench clad in a hospital gown. Before long, Diu entered the detention room, holding the acquittal document. Gao Jian, I have fulfilled my promise to you, and you must honor yours. Rest assured, I will notify you the moment I am ready. Diu handed me his business card along with the acquittal, then left with an air of nonchalance. I perused the lines of text on the judgment, folding it carelessly in my hands. Officer Wu Yang, may I take my leave now? Would you care to join me? Wu Yang's facial muscles tightened, gritting his teeth. No, we have other duties. Oh, then I shall take my leave first. My laughter echoed in the detention room as I stepped out of the courthouse in my hospital attire. P.S. out. P.S. out. Gao Jian, that's the one from that night on the dam. He even pretended to be an electrician, wearing insulated clothing, and fooled me completely. I nearly had a heart attack when I returned. As I looked at the crowd on the courthouse steps, I felt an unprecedented, peculiar sensation. and I bowed slightly. Thank you. Without raising my head, I felt a hand grasping mine, warmth flowing into my body, and a faint fragrance wafted past my nose. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on her hand. Senior, I'm sorry to have worried you. Tai Ningxiang took a step closer, and the two of us, already near, almost touched. She widened her eyes, gazing into my clear, wave-like eyes, scrutinizing me as if I might vanish at any moment. Raising my hand gently, I intended to place it on her back, but a sudden thought of the blood-stained wedding dress atop the dam, a heavy promise unfulfilled, crossed my mind. I silently withdrew my hands and glanced at the heart-shaped jade pendant around Tai Ningxiang's neck, which she had never removed, and said nothing more. After expressing my gratitude to everyone, I declined Wu Ming's proposal for a grand feast, weaving through the crowd, clutching the acquittal in my hand, and traversing the bustling city in my hospital garb. 3 days had passed since the last live broadcast, and the 9th one was scheduled for tonight. My unusual attire drew curious onlookers, but I paid them no mind, watching as the neon lights gradually illuminated, walking further into the distance alone. The street behind me reverberates with the melodies of yesteryear, their tunes eerily familiar. Nothing is truly magnificent. Much like the narrow devotion I exhibit in the face of your generous praise, I sway anxiously amidst this chaotic joy, having long approached the precipice. Caught between roses and mud, I am filled with dignity, yet find myself with nowhere to go, awaiting redemption in humble glory. Nothing is immortal, as brilliance is but a majestic facade constructed of falsehoods. When the chimes of truth drift from the banks of sorrow, I stumble upon the street of burning desires. I have already fallen into the abyss, caught between the crescent moon and moss. I am filled with affection, yet possess nothing, yearning for rebirth in humble glory. Chapter 3:15. Identity in doubt. As I crossed the street, a discreet black sedan approached from behind. Get in, I'll give you a ride, Dou called out. Leaning out of the car. I prefer solitude, and it seems you do as well. Outside, the media were fervently searching for me, so to evade them, I did not hesitate to open the door and take a seat. Please drive faster to the Happy Peak Adult Store on Ting Tang Road. You're rather demanding, he remarked. By the way, check the black leather case containing your streaming equipment beneath the back seat. I haven't touched anything aside from the financial documents of Jiangjin Real Estate. That's unnecessary. I trust you. I retrieved the black case and brushed off the dust. In the rearview mirror, I caught sight of Duyu's expression, which consistently bore a gentle smile. While initially comforting, maintaining such a smile for prolonged periods began to unsettle me, reminiscent of another habitual smiler from my past. During my 8th live stream, I visited a bank to exchange items, where the receptionist, the lobby manager, wore a similar smile. By day, it seemed innocuous, but by night, it appeared haunting. Do you? Before witnessing my live stream, did you ever observe others conducting similar broadcasts? I inquired, my tone deliberate. Indeed, driving casually, Duyu's nonchalant response narrowed my eyes. When? I pressed. What did he stream? He broadcasted paranormal investigations on the Chayu platform, but his channel was permanently banned for promoting superstition. Was it a murder stream? Did anyone die? Boss, do you think everyone is like you, stumbling upon crime scenes during every live stream? Don't test me. I was abroad engaged in criminal psychology research prior to seeing your stream, which unexpectedly led me to extend my stay. Just returned home? Duyu's tone remained unchanged, leaving me uncertain of his sincerity. This individual possesses the ability to rescue me from impending doom, his capabilities far surpassing mine. Do you recall any peculiar occurrences the first time you saw my stream? Peculiar occurrences? I was residing in the faculty dormitory at Xinhua University when a male student leaped from the building in the dead of night. Out of curiosity, I wandered around the scene, and upon returning, I inexplicably stumbled upon your live stream. You appeared relaxed. Isn't your stream accessible to anyone? Must it meet certain specific conditions to be seen? What initially seemed a jest took on a gravity that compelled me to nod in agreement. Based on the information I have gathered, there are likely 3 types of individuals who might witness my live broadcast. The first category comprises those who are inherently laden with negative energy. The second includes those who may meet an untimely demise in the coming days. And the third consists of individuals ensnared by malevolent spirits. Do you, however, dismiss the notion? Which type do you think I resemble? I pondered. You likely belong to the third category. I earnestly began to analyze the situation. A young man had committed suicide by jumping from a building, and here you were, wandering to the scene of death in the dead of night. It is plausible that the spirit of that boy followed you home, and as you locked your door, it might very well be lurking within your abode, perhaps standing at the foot of your bed, or even hiding beneath it. Your professional integrity as a broadcaster is commendable. Inadvertently, you've ensnared yourself in a ghost story. Do not take this lightly. It would be wise to exercise caution in the coming days. I shall draw you some protective talismans to carry with you. Although I spoke casually, it was merely a facade. In reality, I had shifted to the back row, concealed in a blind spot. As long as Du did not turn his head, he would be unable to discern my expression through the rearview mirror. My gaze remained fixed upon him, seeking elusive answers in his demeanor. Du indeed provided assistance, yet I questioned his true intentions. Was it merely to join me in the live broadcast? This rationale seemed tenuous, and I had never fully placed my trust in it. With 8 live broadcasts completed, I had passed the examination for the Underworld showcase. However, I was uncertain what the next phase of broadcasting would entail. One thing was clear: even the assessment broadcasts had proven overwhelming, and I doubted I could endure many more once the formal broadcast commenced. To safeguard my future, I needed to delve deeper into the Underworld showcase. Blind compliance was not an option, and I must remain ever vigilant for resistance. Relying solely on my capabilities was exceedingly limited, while Lou the Blind, Mr. Gu, and Ergo were ill-suited due to their antiquated views, impulsiveness, and youthfulness, respectively. Du's emergence provided a glimmer of hope. His profound interest in the Underworld showcase, coupled with his composed and calm demeanor, aligned perfectly with my requirements. Yet, I found myself uneasy about his inscrutable smile, reminiscent of the peculiar expression I had once observed on a bank manager. If that manager were indeed connected to the Underworld showcase, could Du also share such ties? I contemplated these thoughts, refraining from revealing too much to Du, as there was still time to unravel the truth gradually. Upon returning to Ting Tang Road, I disembarked with my black leather suitcase. Whenever it's convenient, remember to call me for the next live broadcast, Du remarked before driving away. I peeled away the seal from the adult shop shutter and, upon encountering the locked door, realized with dismay that I had left without any of my belongings, having rushed in my haste. Embarrassed, I sat at the entrance, contemplating borrowing a phone when a police car approached. You've made quite the escape, haven't you? Do you think that just because the court declared you innocent, you can walk away freely? The matter is not yet resolved. Come with me to the city precinct. Wu Ming pounded on the car door and reluctantly clutching my suitcase. I followed him to the precinct. Where did you acquire this black box? I didn't see you carrying it when you left the courthouse, he inquired. My defense attorney provided me with some materials, I replied. I casually responded, not anticipating that Wu Ming would take it seriously. You must pay more attention to the identity of the defense attorney you hired. There is an issue. At that moment, when he approached us seeking our cooperation, the Iron team scrutinized his business card. There had never been such an individual associated with any domestic law firm. As for the array of titles listed on his card, the Iron team investigated each one and discovered that all the information was fabricated. Indeed, there is a Chinese lecturer in criminal psychology at the University of Athens, but he is a man in his 50s. The number of honorary visiting professors at Columbia University is exceedingly limited, and the Iron team meticulously compared photographs without locating him. Was his identity forged? Not only his identity, but even the retainer letter and the agent documents were fraudulent. The only verifiable aspect was his lawyer's practice certificate. However, this posed the greatest contradiction. The Du you recorded in the system and the Du you defending you appeared to be two entirely different individuals. Aside from their identical appearance, their personalities, behaviors, and speech patterns exhibited significant discrepancies. As I listened, my heart grew increasingly uneasy. What kind of person is the Du you investigated? Wu Ming shook his head. The information we have on him is of little use. There is a gap in his life. A gap? Indeed. At the age of 30, he severed all contact with the outside world and reportedly left the country alone. Today marks his first appearance in 5 years. No one knows what he has experienced during that time. It is a complete blank, making it impossible to trace. I slowly furrowed my brow, relieved that I had not revealed anything to Du earlier. He only wished to collaborate with me on a live broadcast. Could it be that he, too, was in search of the underworld stage? Time flew by during our conversation, and before I could draw any conclusions, we arrived at the municipal bureau. Accompanying Wu Ming, I entered the criminal investigation department, greeted the surrounding detectives, and was promptly pulled into an office by Tai Ningxiang. Is there anything else you need me to record? I obediently seated myself in a chair as Tai Ningxiang retrieved an item from her drawer. This phone must be quite important to you, correct? Contained within the evidence bag was the phone from the underworld broadcast, which Tai Ningxiang held with a complex expression. During the live broadcast at the New Century Amusement Park, she was aware of my part-time work as an online streamer and had not given it much thought at the time. However, the last live message from the underworld broadcast had not been deleted. After reading it, she must have begun to harbor suspicions about me. Chapter 316, Yinchuan indeed. This phone is of great importance to me. I did not deny it, my gaze shifting from Tai Ningxiang to the phone. Have you seen the contents within? Tai Ningxiang nodded. Since the corpse concealment case at the Anshin Hotel, you have been present at the scenes of various homicides. Initially, I thought it was merely coincidence. But there have been too many coincidences for me to convince myself otherwise. She handed me the underworld broadcast phone. This phone must be the special encrypted communication tool your superior uses to contact you, correct? I do not know what you are talking about. I casually stuffed the phone into a black leather case, attempting to deflect the conversation. Tai Ningxiang did not press further. I harbor no intentions of prying into your secrets. I merely wish to assist you. This sentiment has remained unchanged since the first time we met at the Anshin Hotel. I understand your distrust of the police for various reasons. Yet I still hope that one day you can share the truth with me so that I may help you bear the burden. She spoke with utmost sincerity. I sat in contemplation for a considerable time, ultimately choosing to decline. One day, I shall reveal everything to you, but not now. Do not investigate on your own. It is a presence far more terrifying than the dual-faced deity. Lu Xing. Tai Ningxiang did not press me further. She leaned against the table, let out a sigh, and said, "Very well, let us not dwell on this topic. The reason I summoned you today is for another matter." She produced a document from behind her and handed it to me. Following your fall from the dam with Lu Xing, the police commenced a search and rescue operation but found no trace of his body. They did recover your long knife, but it has been confiscated by the Cultural Relics Department, making retrieval quite challenging. As I perused the document, I discovered several autopsy reports. The first was for Chiu Rin, the second for a middle-aged man clad in mourning attire, and the third for a young man whose body had been severed. The latter two were indeed the unfortunate souls who bore the mantle of the mourners. Lu Xing had cast them from the dam as an offering to the heavens. Isn't one missing? I mused. The mourners, the harbingers of death. I recall there was also a middle-aged woman ensnared in a fishing net who was pushed over the dam. The final woman had not perished. She had survived 2 days in the hospital and had regained consciousness, expressing a desire to thank you profusely. Tai Ningxiang's expression turned peculiar. Do you know who that woman is? Who? I queried. That night at the top of the dam, I initially grasped her hand, attempting to pull her to safety. However, when Lu Xing launched his attack, I had no choice but to relinquish my hold, and the spirit of fate cushioned her descent. She is the second daughter of Li Changwei, the wealthiest man in Nuhu City. My suspicions were confirmed. The woman had immaculate fingers, appearing to be between 30 and 40 years of age, yet her skin was remarkably well maintained, devoid of any wrinkles, with a meticulously crafted visage adorned in exquisite garments. You observe with great acuity. Have you been plotting this for a long time? Tai Ningxiang jestingly chided. Not long ago, Li Changwei passed away, and his vast fortune, worth over $1 billion, was inherited by his eldest son, Li Chuanxiang. His second daughter, Li Jingyu, was not only dismissed from her position in the group, but also had her family property reclaimed by the company. The night before her abduction by Lu Xing, she happened to be drinking alone in a bar, utterly intoxicated. A frown creased my brow, instinctively sensing impending trouble. What does this have to do with me? I did save her. Surely she cannot repay my kindness with malice. Who can say? Tai Ningxiang retrieved a letter from her pocket and handed it to me. After she was rescued, she wrote this for you. It is sealed, and we have no knowledge of its contents. To avoid complications, I did not inspect it, instead placing it directly into a black leather case. Does the senior have any other matters to discuss? Indeed. The primary reason for your summoning is to inquire about Nuhu High School. Tai Ningxiang endeavored to soften her tone, but I detected a hint of unease. What about Nuhu High? In the burning trench, 32 bodies were discovered, with a time of death dating back 5 years. The cause of death was shrouded in mystery. I had to scour the archives to unearth fragments of information that suggested they died by suicide. The news was suppressed to avoid public panic. Tai Ningxiang's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. There is evidence indicating that when you were evading the police, you sought refuge at Nuhu High. You must be well acquainted with that place, correct? Senior, please refrain from involving yourself in this case. I have yet to comprehend that school. Upon mentioning Xinhu High School, an eerie sensation envelopes me. Initially, I believed that the Yuanshan divine spirits and the Tongseng talismans were the institution's most concealed secrets. However, each time I step onto the campus, an unsettling feeling washes over me. Even more peculiar is the warning sign on the school's fence prohibiting entry. It is perpetually buried deep within the mud, and no matter how tightly I bind it with iron wire, it remains defiant. There surely exist other beings or entities hidden within Xinhu High School that should not be trifled with. I am not suggesting that I wish to meddle in affairs beyond my own. This is simply a forewarning. The Public Security Bureau will dispatch personnel for an investigation. Special personnel? Suddenly, I was struck by a thought. Could it be Taoists akin to Lu Jin? Tai Ningxiang nodded, indicating that they would likely arrive in Jiangqing shortly. Given your conflicts with them, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. After conveying this, Tai Ningxiang waved her hand, mentioning that your clothing, keys, and talismans were all in the first cabinet by the door, and Wu Ming had already attended to other trivial matters. Bai Qi is stationed at the guardhouse, watching over the young man who impersonated you and kidnapped Jiang Chun. We have also arranged for his bail, and he should be released tomorrow. Lastly, if you have time, do visit the hospital. Yibing has been in a deep coma for nearly 3 days, and Zhang Fei is currently taking care of her. I retrieved my clothes, donning them over the hospital gown, and the talismans wrapped in the raincoat remained intact. Yibing, I think I shall forego the visit. I have other matters to attend to at 8 this evening. I believe it would be wise for you to check on her. Furthermore, the pair of Taoist masters you encountered that night at Xinhu High School are also in the hospital. The elder Taoist's condition is rather dire. Xianqing Taoist? Very well. I shall go at once. Exiting the police station, I first made my way to the guardhouse to escort Bai Qi, and then Wu Ming drove us to the hospital. Bai Qi, wait for me here and do not wander off. I instructed Bai Qi to stay beside the black leather case in the shade while I entered the hospital clad in my patient attire. Prior to my arrival, Tai Ningxiang had already informed me of the ward numbers for Yibing and Xianqing Taoist. I hastened to the second floor of the general ward area, where the environment was quite ordinary. Beds were in high demand, and patients receiving 4 drips occupied the corridors. Pushing open the door to the ward, I found it cramped with 3 occupants, the air stagnant and permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Xianqing Taoist had shed his voluminous robes and sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. I apologize for the intrusion, I said. Upon hearing my voice, Xianqing Taoist slowly opened his eyes. Benefactor, are your injuries no longer a concern? He inquired. I witnessed the court hearing on television this afternoon. The innocent shall clear their name, and your heart's burdens should have been alleviated. I expressed my profound gratitude to the Taoist for intervening at Xinhu High School. Had you not stopped Yibing, I would have been unable to thwart those nefarious individuals. As I sat beside the bed, the absence of his robe revealed how remarkably frail Xianqing Taoist had become, resembling little more than skin and bones, a stark contrast to the impression he had previously imparted. Taoist, your health. He waved his hand dismissively. My time is limited. I am already content to have reclaimed my life that night. What transpired after I left with Yinchuan? I have heard that Yibing has also succumbed to a coma. What ultimately became of that fox's corpse? I voiced my concerns all at once. After your departure, I summoned the ancestral master to possess me and, alongside the girl who was also possessed, we barely managed to subdue the fox spirit, until the young girl's spirit was entirely depleted, rendering her unconscious. I found myself powerless, unable to contend with the fox spirit. After it injured my foundational essence, I could only watch helplessly as it made its escape. How formidable is the corpse of this fox spirit? In my previous understanding, I believed the fox spirit's corpse could at most match the possessed Yibing, but I never anticipated it could face 2 opponents and retreat with such ease. The fox spirit's corpse is not as simple as you might think. The Taoist priest Xianqing sighed, casting a glance towards the corridor outside before turning to me. Benefactor, while Yinchuan is away, I must entrust you with a task. You need only ask within my capabilities. I shall certainly assist you, I replied without hesitation. If I do not survive this tribulation, I hope you can look after Yinchuan. He is still naive and has only practiced corpse guiding with me, lacking any other skills. I fear he may stray from the righteous path. Chapter 317. Deep coma, of course. Is there anything else? I nodded in agreement. That fox spirit's corpse, if not dealt with promptly, may become increasingly troublesome. The resurrection of a fox spirit is unprecedented in the lineage of corpse guiding. I cannot offer you assistance, but you must exercise caution. The Taoist's tone was grave. When you first arrived at the Qingta temple, the fox spirit's corpse reacted. You must possess something it desires. In the future, it will certainly seek you out. A shiver ran down my spine. Being targeted by such a terrifying entity was indeed unsettling. Taoist, does this fox possess any weaknesses? As of yet, I have not discerned any weaknesses, but it is likely that the transformation of the spirit will require substantial fresh blood. Remain vigilant. No sooner had the Taoist spoken than Yun Chuan entered from the doorway, carrying 3 thermoses, 2 of which were for the other patients. Benefactor, what brings you here? Yun Chuan poured a cup of hot water for the Taoist, testing the temperature with the back of his hand before presenting it to him. His attentive gestures revealed the depth of his care for the Taoist, showcasing his commendable character. Yun Chuan, after I am discharged, you should accompany the benefactor and learn from him. Remaining cooped up in the temple will not benefit the path you are destined to walk. The Taoist expressed gently from his bedside. If I were to leave, who would care for you? Let us wait until you are fully recovered, Yun Chuan replied, busying himself around the room without a second thought. My disciple may not possess beauty, yet his heart is pure, devoid of ulterior motives. I fear he may suffer greatly in the future. The Taoist expressed his concerns. Benefactor, I hope you can offer support regarding Yun Chuan's affairs. Rest assured, I affirmed. With my assurance, the Taoist visibly relaxed, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Concerning the girl who was possessed, you must pay heed to the malevolent entity suppressed beneath bridge number 3 at the crematorium, which resides within her body. Though it is merely a fragment of consciousness, it should not be underestimated. The girl possesses a rare fate, marked by calamity, and is indeed a pitiable soul. This possession has severely harmed her mind. If she awakens, it would be wise to take her to a legitimate Taoist sect to seek talismans for calming her spirit and exorcising the demon. Saving her would be a meritorious act. Everyone has their destiny. I shall do my utmost. After bidding farewell to the Taoist, I took the elevator to the 8th floor, where the VIP wards are located. The corridor was immaculate, serene, and rarely traversed by others. Upon knocking on the door, I entered the spacious double room, where only Yi Bing lay. Zhang Fei was present, gently wiping Yi Bing's arms and cheeks. Has she still not awakened? I inquired, peering in from the doorway. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback before rising to her feet. A vague, indescribable dimness clouded her eyes. The brain CT scan revealed no abnormalities. Yet the neurologist suspected that a severe stimulus might have caused a temporary cessation of brain function. They could not specify when she might awaken. It could be in a minute, or it might require months, years, or even a lifetime. Approaching the bedside, Zhang Fei gazed at Yi Bing's pallid visage. Her arm connected to an 4 drip, while several empty bottles adorned the bedside table. Unable to consume food, she relied solely on nutrient solutions and glucose to sustain her life. Zhang Fei meticulously tended to Yi Bing's body, and compared to our first encounter, she had undergone a significant transformation. The once flamboyant and unruly daughter of the Jiangjin Group's chairman seemed to have been buried alongside her memories in the depths of the Hate Mountain Mental Hospital. You have endured much during this time, I remarked, my gaze sweeping over Yi Bing's face, which retained the expression from the moment of possession, her brows furrowed as though trapped in an unending nightmare. Endured? It is surprising to see you here. My brother has yet to visit, Zhang Fei replied. Your brother? I was at a loss on how to characterize Zhang Chun. It seemed that his interest in Yi Bing was not rooted in genuine affection, but rather a desire to possess her corporeal form. After a brief pause, I added, not in the conventional sense of desire, but in a possessive manner. He aims to exploit Yi Bing's unique fate to fulfill his own ambitions. Recalling the incident with the little ghost, I was reminded of certain matters concerning my father and the Jiangjin Group. Initially, my brother and father were not as they are now. They were kind-hearted until they encountered a dark-robed Taoist, which marked the beginning of their transformation. Zhang Fei's words piqued my interest regarding the figures behind the Zhang family. The actions of nurturing little ghosts and constructing buildings to suppress the dragon head of Jiangxing seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary businessman. Have you ever seen the face of that dark-robed Taoist? Or does he possess any distinctive features? I inquired with curiosity. Zhang Fei shook her head. There is not just one dark-robed Taoist. They refer to themselves as the 3 sect, reminiscent of ancient factions. They are divided into 3 branches: Snake Master, Mengpa, and ghost infant, based on the embroidered patterns on their collars. Embroidered collars? A sudden realization struck me. Those inexplicably surplus black robes in the lacquered coffin had collars adorned with the image of a vibrant, venomous snake. So, it was they who delivered the summons to the king of hell. Typically, they remain concealed from view, only emerging during large project launches, particularly when groundwork is being laid. They often accompany my brother to the construction sites at night, claiming to perform rituals. Yet, no one truly knows what they conduct there. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Fei continued. On one occasion, while constructing a school laboratory building, a dark-robed Taoist ordered the workers to bury a colorful package deep underground, specifying a depth of 3 zhang and 3 feet. However, the workers, slacking off, only dug a pit 1 zhang and 1 foot deep before burying it. Consequently, the next morning, that worker vanished, and the foreman, along with the other laborers, discovered a large pit in the center of the site, teeming with writhing venomous snakes. It remains a mystery what had drawn them there. After waiting for a day and a night, the venomous serpents finally dispersed, revealing a disfigured corpse at the bottom of the pit. Upon examining the identification badge, it was discovered to belong to the worker who had dug the pit. There were many similar incidents, though I had only heard of them. I had never witnessed such occurrences myself. My father had always forbidden me from engaging with those Taoist practitioners, urging me to maintain my distance should I ever encounter them. After listening to Jiang Fei, a multitude of memories flooded my mind. The 3 portraits hanging in the underground prison of the Jianglong Villa, and the elderly man who once foretold my fate, claiming that I bore 9 seals. They all seemed to be connected to the sinister 3 sect, with the dual-faced Buddha unresolved. The emergence of the 3 sect was unexpected. I had never realized that my surroundings harbored such malevolence. Dark sects and ghostly paths concealed themselves within the urban elite, while the righteous pursued their ascetic practices in the mountains. As times changed, practitioners diverged onto various paths. After discussing more about the 3 sect with Jiang Fei, I prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Gao Jian. Jiang Fei grasped my sleeve, adopting a pleading demeanor. The doctor had mentioned earlier that if a close person spoke to his sister frequently, it might hasten her awakening. Since we had known each other for many years, I hoped you could try to speak a few words to her. I gazed at Yi Bing, her eyes tightly shut, lingering for a moment before releasing Jiang Fei's hand. The words I needed to say had already been expressed. I had ceased to be someone she held dear since a certain time. Observing the clock on the wall, I exited the ward, unconcerned with Jiang Fei's thoughts on me. My focus was on the impending 9th live broadcast, where the harsh curtain of life and death would soon be drawn at midnight. Leaving the hospital, I accompanied by Qi to seek the last person I needed to meet, Lu the Blind. Upon arriving at Lu's residence, I found him, bandaged and engaged in a game of chess with Mr. Gu. Seeing them both unharmed brought a sense of relief. "Old Lu," I called out, and Lu the Blind looked up in confusion. Upon recognizing me, he expressed surprise. "You truly have a hard life. It seems you cannot die." He and Mr. Gu approached, and I smiled in return. "Enough of that. Lend me $20 first. The driver is still waiting outside." Chapter 318. The phone call at 8 o'clock. After paying for the cab, Lu the Blind led Mr. Gu and me back to his modest abode. "Have you both been staying here these past few days?" I inquired, surveying the 60-square-meter-old house, half of which was cluttered with Taoist texts and miscellaneous items. The windows allowed for air circulation, yet the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine permeated the space. "Where else would I stay? On the streets?" Lu the Blind lamented. The Lu family was once esteemed a century ago, yet who could have foreseen such a downfall? He removed a black cloth from his eyes and began feeling along the walls, searching for something. Mr. Gu hurried over to assist him. Lu poured out a concoction of dried herbs, wrapping it in a cloth and gently applying it to his eyes. "Old Lu, your eyes." I suddenly recalled the moment I encountered Lu the Blind at the Anshin Inn, when blood tears streamed from his closed eyes. "Do not be alarmed," he replied. "Though Lu Xing has injured my eyes, I have found fortune in misfortune. Experiencing true darkness over these past few days has allowed me to understand how external sights and sounds can bewilder the heart of a practitioner. With time, I have finally shattered the barriers of perception, achieving a harmonious cycle of inner and outer realms, reaching the state of Zhongxi. Moreover, I possess a solid foundation, and I estimate it won't be long before I break through once again." Lu the Blind spoke lightly, yet I felt a disquiet in my heart. "For your assistance, you sacrificed your sight. Who informed you of my blindness?" It is merely a temporary inability to withstand bright light. At our age, why not to indulge in such sentimental musings? I feel quite embarrassed on your behalf. Lou the Blind fetched a wooden box and perched himself atop it, applying the herbal residue he had concocted to his eyes. I exchanged a glance with Mr. Gu, who offered a wry smile and nodded. The old blind man did not deceive you. His vision remains intact. Yesterday, I sought a few books to explore the fusion of Gu techniques, and to my astonishment, he emerged from the inner room, brandishing a shoulder pole, startling me immensely. All is well, I reassured myself as I regarded the two extraordinary folk before me. Although Lou the Blind often found himself chased by city officials, he at least had a place to rest in Jiangchen, whereas Mr. Gu appeared to be a true wanderer. His black robe faded from wear. The purpose of their visit today was twofold. First, to express my gratitude for their assistance on that fateful day. Should you require anything, be it elixirs, spells, scriptures, or even currency, do not hesitate to ask. My sincerity was palpable. They had risked much by aiding me while I was being hunted throughout the city, and such kindness must be repaid. Lou the Blind showed little interest in my offer, stating, "My ties to the Liu family entangle us. Aiding you is akin to helping myself." In contrast, Mr. Gu rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat bashful as he said, "If possible, I indeed require your assistance in retrieving a certain item." "What is it?" I inquired. "I need the heavenly quail from Xiao Feng," Mr. Gu replied hastily, raising his hand to clarify, "I mean no harm. It's merely that the Gu worms are malevolent and sinister. As a man, if this continues, not only will I fail to elevate my realm, but I may also face mortal peril. Thus, I have the audacity to seek your help. That young lady is quite obedient to you, so acquiring the heavenly quail should not pose too great a challenge." Though Mr. Gu's request was somewhat awkward to articulate, it was not an object of great worth. However, Xiao Feng had been taken by the malevolent spirit that possessed her, and her whereabouts were unknown. Even if I wished to assist him in reclaiming it, I found myself powerless. After explaining Xiao Feng's circumstances to Mr. Gu, I sensed his disappointment. The second reason for my visit today pertains to Xiao Feng. Although she has escaped the clutches of Luxing, her current status is uncertain, and she bears injuries. I fear for her safety, as she is innocent and has a tragic past, evoking in me a deeper sympathy and guilt. If she wishes to conceal herself within this vast city, finding her would be an arduous task, which is why I seek to entrust this matter to Mr. Gu. The 1,000 feet Gu should still be with Xiao Feng, so locating her should not be insurmountable. At the dam's summit, the red phoenix shone brightly. Xiao Feng had sacrificed her fate. I remain uncertain about the repercussions of such a sacrifice on her health, but my sole focus is to find her swiftly. Rest assured, she was lost through my negligence, and I shall certainly retrieve her, Mr. Gu affirmed, nodding in agreement. Even for his own cultivation of Gu techniques, he must locate Xiao Feng. I expressed my gratitude, bowing to Mr. Gu, and then produced a crumpled raincoat from my pocket. Before the two of them, I unfolded it, saying, "Old Liu, I possess some talismans. Could you examine them and discern their efficacy?" Liu the Blind removed the herbal poultice from his eyes, and upon glancing at the array before him, he found himself unable to divert his gaze. A complete set of talismans? A formation? Liu the Blind arranged a complete set of talismans upon the table, each inscribed with dragon scales and patterns, depicting a pair of dragons emerging from the sea. Could this be the legendary formation of the two dragons rising from water? Yet, no, the two dragons formation is a closely guarded secret of the Jianghu, an esoteric art of water manipulation. How could you possess such knowledge? Perhaps fate has brought us here. Do not dwell on the details. How should this formation be arranged? Ever since I encountered the 7 stars dispersing array at the dam, my curiosity about formations has intensified, for their power surpasses that of talismans by a significant margin. The records of strange tales once documented that this two dragons rising from water formation conceals the essence of the dragon, a symbol of masculinity, while water embodies femininity. In the interplay of yin and yang, all things find tranquility. Yet once the dragons breach the water's surface, their might becomes overwhelming and unstoppable. Liu the Blind recollected the accounts of this formation, yet it harbors a grave flaw. Dragons, as sovereigns of the sea, must never converge. The one who presides over the formation must possess strength and martial prowess to contain their yang energy, preventing their union. The formation's core requires specific materials, demanding an object of extreme yin to function properly. The arrangement is exceedingly complex, and my heart sank upon hearing this revelation. As I had intended to set this formation around my modest shop, I tucked away the complete set of talismans and retrieved the superior talisman, presenting it to Lou the Blind. Old Lou, could you discern its purpose? Its unique material emanated a subdued divine light. Even if it had been sullied, the essence still flowed, suggesting it was crafted by a master of celestial arts. However, its specific utility remained elusive. It did not seem to be a talisman for vanquishing demons or malignant spirits, but rather resembled a funerary talisman meant for sealing the deceased. Lou the Blind squinted, and after prolonged observation, the corners of his eyes began to weep faint crimson tears. This talisman differed from ordinary ones. It could not cure ailments, avert misfortune, or summon deities, but it had the power to prevent a corpse from returning to life, binding the evil spirits for centuries, commonly found within grand tombs. Lou returned the talisman to me, admitting his ignorance of its application, yet offered to conduct further inquiries. Thank you, I replied, placing the 2 dragons rising from water formation and the superior talisman into my pocket. Glancing at the time, I hastily departed. Upon returning to Ting Tang Road, I opened the shop door to find the interior in disarray, items strewn about. I prioritized charging my phone before ascending to the 2nd floor. Pushing open the door revealed the lacquered wooden coffin, untouched, yet humorously adorned with 2 police seals upon its lid. Lifting the lid, a faint metallic scent wafted into the air. The red clay within had been disturbed, yet the police had seemingly overlooked me as a suspect. Fortunately, this coffin concealed the lives of 2 souls. I retrieved an embroidered cloth bag and placed the black eyeball atop the red clay. A slender black hair curled within the eyeball, writhing like a serpent, seemingly alive. After tidying the room, I re-established the gathering formation and replaced the coffin lid. Rest assured, I shall revive you. Descending to the ground floor, I busied myself with organizing as I awaited the arrival of my 9th live broadcast. The night had enveloped the world, and the clock ticked steadily. At a certain moment, the phone screen emitted a cold glow. It was 8 o'clock, precisely on time. I answered the call, holding the phone to my ear. Hello? Mr. Gao, do not be alarmed. All 8 assessments have been successfully passed. Congratulations. You are officially a host of the Underworld Showcase. The voice of the interviewer on the other end of the microphone was dry and devoid of any semblance of human emotion, reminiscent of a corpse recently delivered to the morgue, still clinging to the vestiges of life. I had encountered this phrase long ago, and there was no need for congratulations. There was little joy to be found in this matter. I was somewhat taken aback to discover that the call was from the interviewer of the Underworld Showcase. Could it be that some unforeseen developments had occurred during the 9th live broadcast? Chapter 319, Room 443. I pondered the words of the interviewer, attempting to extract any useful information, but their discourse was impenetrable, yielding no clues. When would the 9th live broadcast commence? What did the upgrade of the broadcasting equipment entail? Furthermore, having completed the previous task, did I now possess the right to pose a question? I was uncertain how long the interviewer would remain on the line, so I poured out all my inquiries in one breath. Please remain calm. The new live task has been temporarily postponed. I need you to come to Wooting Road. I have certain items to hand over to you in person. Remember, do not bring any living creatures. You must come alone. With that, the interviewer abruptly ended the call, leaving me no opportunity for further inquiry. The broadcast had been delayed, and now I was to travel to Wooting Road. I had not forgotten my eerie experience there. The old woman had provided me with hints regarding the Underworld Showcase, and I had yet to decipher the meaning of when soldiers come, block them, when water comes, bury it. Perhaps this time, I could unveil the shroud of mystery surrounding the Underworld Showcase. After rummaging through my belongings for some change, I instructed Bai Chi to stay behind and watch the house, while I set off alone, clutching my large-screen phone and hailing a taxi. The journey was far from uneventful. Not long after setting off, I sensed that I was being followed. Was it members of the Jiang family? Or perhaps the police? Having been acquitted, my identity had become sensitive, and many eyes in Jiangcheng were watching, eagerly anticipating my downfall. After switching taxis twice to elude my pursuer, I finally arrived in the old city by 10 o'clock at night. After paying the fare, I ventured into the labyrinthine alleys of the old district, relying on my memories to locate the buy goods store, which I had visited twice before. The door was closed, but I could see a faint glow of firelight through the cracks. Standing at the entrance, I felt the autumn chill in the air, a reminder of the changing season. I chose not to disturb the paper craftsman inside, and instead used the buy goods store as a reference point to recall the path I had previously taken. It should be in this direction. I wandered around Wooting Road for a considerable time until I lost my sense of direction. Suddenly, familiar nursery rhymes echoed in my ears. Was it the old woman? Turning around, I found no one at the end of the street, so I followed the sound, which led me to several dilapidated buildings. Wooting Road number 43, Wooting Road number 44. An old rain canopy swayed precariously in the wind as I pushed open the door and entered the house. I took out my phone for illumination, and unlike my last visit, I felt a chilling draft sweep through me upon entering, as if I had crossed into a completely different realm. Could it be that this underworld showcase was truly situated in the realm of the dead? The aged floorboards creaked beneath my weight as I explored the interior, ultimately discovering a passage leading to the basement. The decaying wooden handrail was undoubtedly old, and my gaze fell upon the cracks in the floor, where numerous strange and unidentifiable insect corpses lay buried. As I descended to the fourth underground level, darkness enveloped me, the sole source of illumination being the faint glow emanating from my phone screen. I felt akin to a solitary spirit traversing the path of the underworld. Unable to discern what lay behind or ahead, my hand brushed against the decaying door, and I leaned in to inspect the numbers 441, 442, and 443. Before I reached room 444, my hand merely grazed the door of room 443, and to my astonishment, it was not locked. With a slight push, the door creaked open just enough to reveal a narrow gap. This room, adjacent to a haunted stage, might conceal other secrets. I positioned my phone at the threshold, directing the light through the crack, illuminating a pitch-black interior. A faint breeze whispered through, as if numerous shadows were traversing the space. The moldy carpet, the furniture, the imposing bookshelves, and the walls adorned with blood-red graffiti. Straining to adjust my angle for a clearer view of the artwork, I inadvertently nudged the door open a finger's breadth. Raising my phone to illuminate the scene, I leaned closer, only to be confronted by a paper face suddenly emerging from behind the door. A pallid visage, wearing an unchanging grin reminiscent of a puppet. His appearance was so abrupt that I was struck with terror, retreating several steps, my phone tumbling to the ground. The face remained wedged in the door crack, its paper mask concealing its true expression. One hand struggled to extend from the room, a pale gray arm seemingly afflicted by prolonged absence from sunlight. His fingers clutched the door tightly, as if exerting all his strength to escape the confines of that room, and soon his neck emerged as well. However, the respite was fleeting. Within a second or two, a horrifying scene unfolded. Numerous hands of varying lengths and thicknesses reached out from within the room, seizing the figure and dragging him back inside. His desperate struggle contrasted sharply with the eerie smile of the paper mask, creating a disconcerting juxtaposition. Ultimately, he was unable to escape. Just as his head was forced back inside, he seemed to realize his fate, relinquishing his grip on the door and tossing a crumpled piece of paper outward. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, and silence fell, as if the bizarre sight I had just witnessed was merely a figment of my imagination. I picked up my phone, attempting to push the door again, but this time it was firmly locked. What had he thrown out? I searched diligently and discovered a crumpled piece of paper beside a corpse of an insect. Curiosity piqued. I stood in the corridor and unfolded the paper. There were words. A few delicate characters caught my attention, inscribed in a crooked manner as if penned with closed eyes. Some letters overlapping. Save me, Xiachi, save me. A simple 6-character plea devoid of punctuation sent a shiver down my spine. Xiachi? Wasn't he the brother of Xia Qingji, who had been missing? Had he been imprisoned here all along? I attempted to parse the 6 characters, arriving at 2 distinct interpretations. The first suggested that the individual was calling for help, knowing that Xia Qi could rescue him, hence the explicit mention of his name. Alternatively, it could imply that the individual was indeed Xia Qi himself, cognizant that invoking his name in the plea would summon aid. I carefully tucked the paper away, momentarily abandoning any intention to rescue him, as confronting the haunted stage head-on would undoubtedly spell doom. Standing in the cold, desolate corridor, I shivered and pushed open the door to room 444. The interior remained unchanged as I gazed at the faded characters of the underworld showcase. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the compartment. The temperature dropped further. Behind this door lay the place where my live broadcast would commence. Congratulations, Mr. Gao. You have successfully passed all 8 assessments and are now officially a broadcaster for the Underworld Showcase. 3 examiners, adorned with paper masks, were seated in a row beside the longevity table. Having interacted with them for the second time, I managed to maintain a semblance of composure, my eyes scanning their attire in search of any flaws. Pray tell, what is the reason for summoning me this time, given the postponed broadcasting task? After the assessment live broadcast, we cannot predict what awaits you. Many restrictions placed upon you will also be lifted. Restrictions? What do you mean? The examiner seated in the center gently adjusted his paper mask, perhaps indicating the end time for the broadcast. Another examiner began to elaborate during the live broadcast. You need only ensure your survival until dawn for it to conclude successfully. However, once the true broadcast commences, if you fail to fulfill your commission task, the broadcast will not cease, whether day or night. Your life may be at stake at any moment. This was indeed ominous news. I frowned, contemplating the implications. If I were to survive until the next broadcast without completing this one, would the 2 broadcasts intertwine? Regrettably, even if you miraculously endure until the second broadcast begins, the commission from the previous broadcast will not cease. You will be concurrently engaged in 2 commissions until death terminates the tasks. The examiner's cold tone, combined with the eerie smile of the paper mask, evoked a peculiar discomfort reminiscent of a bank manager. My unease gradually materialized into reality. I forced myself to remain calm. Are there any other changes? The examiner nodded slightly and retrieved a box from beneath the longevity table. Within this box lies a brand new broadcasting tool provided for you. As I opened the box resting on the longevity table, a strong metallic odor assaulted my senses. Looking down, I discovered an intricately crafted brooch nestled within, neither gold nor silver, but exhibiting a lustrous black hue. Is it shaped like a plum blossom? I reached out, lifting the brooch to examine it closely, only to find a minuscule camera nestled in the center of the flower. A pinhole camera? The juxtaposition between its antiquated appearance and the modern camera was jarring, leaving me momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is your new broadcasting tool, the examiner continued. By connecting the Underworld Showcase mobile device to the mobile coding stick and activating the switch on the back of the brooch, the pinhole camera will operate autonomously. In situations where holding a mobile phone is inconvenient, you can adjust the shooting angle within the live broadcast. The examiner then turned the box upside down, revealing a blood-red cord. Should you find it inconvenient to wear the brooch, you may use this cord to secure it around your neck. The pungent metallic scent emanating from the cord caused a stir within me. However, recognizing its value, I reluctantly accepted it and tucked it away. Seeing me accept the blood-colored cord, the examiner nodded. Hand me your phone. There are certain things you ought to see. As he left, my phone remained unresponsive. But upon its return, 2 new applications requiring identity verification appeared on the screen. One program is titled Personal Center and the other Merit Ledger. The contents of these 2 applications must never be revealed to others, regardless of how intimate the relationship may be, lest unforeseen calamities befall one. The examiner pointed to the icons on the mobile screen, indicating that the Personal Center includes details such as your remaining points, total rewards account, physical condition, and records of product exchanges. As for the function of the Merit Ledger, your current understanding has yet to reach a level where you can grasp its subtleties. For now, simply remember that accumulating merit can reduce the difficulty of live streaming and enhance your chances of survival. The term merit originally stems from Buddhist terminology, signifying the ability to transcend life and death, to attain nirvana, and to liberate sentient beings. Thus, it is referred to as merit. I curiously opened the Merit Ledger, only to find a single line of Chinese characters stating, loss of 99. Loss presumably refers to a deficit. Does loss of 99 imply that my merit is negative 99? I was perplexed and inquired. Indeed, a loss of 99 indicates that your merit is insufficient, falling short by 99 acts of merit compared to an average person. The examiner replied. I found it difficult to accept this, for I had just saved countless lives in Jiangqing. How could my merit possibly be in the negative? Just as I was about to voice my confusion, the examiner seemed to anticipate my thoughts and interjected, stating, you should rightfully possess a surplus of 100,000 merit for saving countless lives. However, in order to offset the karmic ties between you and the 8 characters' divine calamities, that merit has already been expended. Noticing my lingering disbelief, the examiner pointed at my nose and remarked, your fate is ordinary, afflicted by hidden ailments, and your lifespan is not long. By the time this merit reached you, only a fraction remained. The little merit you have left has been utilized to alter your fortune and restore your vitality. Have you noticed any changes in your body of late? I realized the examiner had taken a photo of himself while pointing at my nose, leading me to discover that the horizontal lines on my nose, which had once been etched there from a fall, had vanished. Despite sustaining internal injuries and severe damage to my tendons from the fall, only a few days had passed, yet I felt invigorated, my complexion markedly improved. However, could such changes possibly require 100,000 merit? I recalled descriptions of merit in Buddhist scriptures, which generally discuss merit in terms of magnitude rather than specific quantities. Seeing my reluctance to let go of this topic, the examiner offered no further elaboration and coldly responded. The first 8 live streams were merely assessments arranged by the Underworld Showcase. Thus, the merit accrued must adhere to our regulations. My eyes narrowed as his words revealed much. The implication that merit is allocated by the Underworld Showcase suggested that merit is something they desire as well, not entirely selfless. Understanding this, I chose not to continue debating with the examiner. After all, in the realm of contracts, should relations sour, they could disregard our agreement and act against me, leaving me defenseless. Closing the merit ledger, I then opened the personal center. The points and physical condition appeared normal, but I was astonished to discover that my total rewards account had accumulated over 30,000 ghost coins from 8 live streams. I wondered what purpose these ghost coins served. Involuntarily, I inquired, and the examiner, showing no reluctance, replied, "The money earned from rewards cannot be utilized for others. You will have to explore their specific uses. The most basic application is to exchange for merit, where 10,000 ghost coins can be exchanged for a mere point of merit." 10,000 ghost coins for a single point? I exclaimed. Doesn't that mean I would need 99,000 ghost coins to remedy my negative 99 merit? Once the formal livestream commences, your broadcast will garner increased visibility, and the extent to which you can attract financial contributions will hinge upon your performance. The examiner, holding a paper mask, seems to take pleasure in this gesture. After the official start, the gift system for the Underworld Showcase will be fully activated. With offerings ranging from the modest to the extravagant, the offerings include nether coins, yuan bao, paper boats, and spirit coffins, wherein 1,000 nether coins equate to 1 yuan bao. 100 yuan bao equal 1 paper boat, and 10 paper boats correspond to 1 spirit coffin. Furthermore, should one bestow 9 spirit coffins, the backdrop of the live stream will transform into a scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin. 9 dragons pulling a coffin? Is this an inherent entrance effect? It feels oddly discordant to utter such words in this eerie, unsettling environment. I let out a bitter laugh. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, and for the moment, I shall not indulge in the luxury of gifts. Survival is of utmost importance. The live streaming tools have been upgraded, and the next broadcast is scheduled for tomorrow evening. You have a day to recuperate. If you have no other matters at hand, you may take your leave. The examiner in the center issued a dismissal. Reluctantly, I prepared to depart, securing my Underworld Showcase mobile device, and casually remarked, "The 8th live stream has concluded. I saved Jiangcheng, and the task reward allows me to pose a question. May I seize this opportunity now? Are you certain you wish to use it at this moment? This is a chance earned by saving a city. Do not squander it," they cautioned. I pondered whether I would be able to endure until the next live stream. I should have utilized this opportunity earlier to ease my troubled mind. "Please, ask. As long as we possess the knowledge, we shall share it with you." The 3 examiners replied in unison with unwavering certainty. I am permitted to inquire only once, yet my mind is inundated with countless questions regarding the Underworld Showcase. Who established this showcase? What is its purpose? Why do the examiners perpetually wear paper masks? What lies beneath their masks? Are they human or specters? What fate befell Xiaoqi before his mysterious disappearance? Is the individual I witnessed in room 443 truly him? The questions are numerous, yet the opportunity to inquire is singular. After careful deliberation, I opted to pose a question of profound significance. All the world is bustling for profit. All the world is in turmoil for gain. What is your purpose in attracting a vast audience? Conventional livestream platforms draw viewers to profit from advertisements, memberships, bidding rankings, and e-commerce extensions. What motivates your elaborate endeavors? This inquiry strikes at the very essence. What is the significance of the Underworld Showcase? Are you truly siphoning the lifespan of viewers? Or are you disseminating some unseen essence through your broadcasts? The 3 examiners exchanged glances, and after what felt like the duration of a burning incense stick, The central examiner finally spoke. There are numerous reasons for the establishment of the showcase. I can only divulge the most superficial aspect, to attract viewers and entangle the fates of beings, all to obscure celestial secrets and accumulate the life force of many. Lu Xing once sacrificed an entire city for a grand tomb, unleashing dragons to defy fate. The simple concept of fate can incite madness in countless souls, and even a profound existence such as the Underworld Showcase seems to be intertwined with the notion of destiny. Destiny, also known as the life chart, is unique to each individual. From the moment of your birth, it is predetermined, a decree established by the heavens. The position of celestial bodies at the time of one's birth constitutes their life chart, with each person corresponding to a specific star. The forces of destiny may alter the future, yet one's fate remains distinct. The myriad wonders of this concept have eluded understanding for countless generations. Chapter 321, the 9th live broadcast. According to your assertions, this world is devoid of chance, existing solely in the realm of inevitability, where everything is predetermined from the moment of birth, and fate dictates all. I must express my dissent against the claims of the Underworld Examiner. The noble man, in his unwavering pursuit of self-improvement, embodies the principle of resilience. Thus, one should be able to transform circumstances through earnest effort. While fate may be immutable, destiny is capricious, akin to a spirit deer frolicking in a mountain brook. Every seemingly insignificant encounter invariably influences the trajectory of future fortunes. Once causal bonds are established, they cannot be severed. The examiner, with remarkable patience, provided answers, much like the woman you met at the Anshin Inn, whose birth, marked by the auspicious red lawn, foretold an extraordinary life. Even if she cannot ascend to a position of power, marrying into a humble household, she could still find happiness. Yet, you have witnessed her fate. The encounter with calamity left one feeling a profound sense of regret, suggesting that fate does not govern the future. If fate cannot be altered, why then do you gather souls of various destinies? Why does Luxing insist on defying the heavens to alter fate? While the examiner addressed my inquiries, he simultaneously invited further contemplation. I inform you that what I shared may not be the definitive answer. Rather, that which you perceive with your own eyes, hear with your own ears, and touch with your own hands constitutes the true answer. Return now, for I have resolved your initial question. The examiner urged my departure, yet I found no urgency to leave. I still held potential value for the underworld arena, and they would not harm me at this juncture. Having entered room 444, I aspired to gather as much pertinent information as possible. Is the newly opened ledger of merit related to fate? I have heard it said that my destiny appears nebulous, obscured from the corresponding celestial bodies. Could it be that my fate is indeed exceptional, allowing for a balance against the 8 characters and their divine influences? Your fate is obscured to ordinary eyes because your path diverges from the righteous way of the mortal realm. Your fate has been altered by a fate manipulator, spoke the examiner seated to my right. Fate manipulator? I recalled the octagonal tokens wielded by Luxing and his associates, inscribed with the words fate manipulation on both sides. Might you elaborate further? Although this examiner was typically reticent, he did not refuse my request this time. The study of fate encompasses a vast array of disciplines. If one acts in accordance with the heavens, several significant branches emerge, such as the Tai divination of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, Qimen Duanjia, Lu Ren divination, Jingfang Yijing, and the Zi Ping 8 characters, as well as celestial studies like the Gua Lao star sect, the 7 political stars, the 4 residuals, the Ziwei Do Shu, the Meihua Ishu, and Western astrology, alongside the natural cycles found in the I Ching. These schools of thought share a commonality. They align with the mandate of heaven, deducing personality traits and fortunes based on the characteristics of birth dates, seasonal changes, meteorological phenomena, and the natural or unnatural elements surrounding one's life. However, there exist special fate practitioners who contravene divine will, challenging the heavens, altering the predetermined fates, and engaging in celestial thievery. Such individuals are labeled as fate manipulators. The examiner's words ignited contemplation within me. If defying fate is indeed the case, then the dual-faced Buddha must be among the fate manipulators, commanding disciples of remarkable skill. How formidable must he himself be? Although Luxing and his cohorts are my adversaries, one must acknowledge their formidable prowess, be it in the form of Qiu Run, the twin brothers, or that sorcerer. The examiner seemed poised to utter something further. yet was abruptly silenced by the intermediary examiner. Even through the paper mask, I could sense the chilling aura emanating from him. This journey had proven immensely beneficial, prompting me to take my leave after conducting a thorough check of my belongings. Upon exiting room 444, I found myself alone in the corridor. Pausing briefly outside room 443, I reached into my pocket and grasped a crumpled piece of paper. This corridor stretched endlessly before me, and the subterranean structure's total number of floors remained a mystery. If each room harbored an individual adorned with a paper mask, a shiver coursed through me. I dared not dwell on such thoughts. Yet I realized that my courage had significantly grown since my initial entry. I discreetly activated the camera function on my phone, capturing a sweep of the corridor, though nothing peculiar emerged. Subsequently, I retrieved my personal phone and snapped 2 photographs of room 443, providing at least some form of accountability to Xia Qingji. No longer lingering, I ascended and, upon exiting the old house, navigated a dimly lit street for approximately 30 minutes before finding my way out. This place, it seemed, was challenging to enter but rather easy to exit. The 9th live broadcast had been postponed until tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. I did not rush back to Tingtang Road, opting instead for a taxi to the residence of Old Lu. The dilapidated bungalow exuded a faint yellow glow as I knocked and entered, only to discover Lu, the blind man, engrossed in perusing a Taoist scripture. "Where is Mr. Gu?" I inquired. "Gu, being of a sinister nature, requires the light of the moon for his cultivation. He has gone out to tend to his worms," Lu replied, setting down the scripture with a tone of resignation. "What brings you here at such an hour?" I turned to close the door behind me. "Old Lu, I have acquired some intelligence regarding the figure behind Lu Xing. That dual-faced Buddha is likely a master of fate alteration." "A master of fate alteration?" Lu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Do not speak recklessly. The mere utterance of the term fate alteration can invite misfortune and offend the heavens." His words only intensified my curiosity. "Old Lu, just how formidable is a master of fate alteration? If I were to confront the dual-faced Buddha, what chance would I stand?" "Confront him? Do not jest. A master of fate alteration recognizes but one adversary: the heavens themselves. All others are beneath their notice." Lu shook his head. "Life, fortune, and feng shui. This realm of fate is the most arduous to cultivate, yet once mastered, it becomes the most terrifying." "How so?" I humbly sought his wisdom, knowing that such knowledge could be vital in a critical moment. "The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, the sun, moon, and stars, these form the board on which all living beings are but pieces. Every cause and effect entwined is akin to the threads of the game, transforming the entire cosmos into an infinite chessboard. You and I are mere pawns, our fates predetermined, no matter how far we wander. We remain within the confines of the game." Lu closed the scripture with a sigh. "In the eyes of the heavens, we are indistinguishable from ants. However, masters of fate alteration are different. By defying destiny, they transcend the role of mere pieces and become players, contesting with the heavens, even in death. They are no longer bound by the game." Lu held the masters of fate alteration in high regard, and I committed his words to memory. "Old Lu, I have one more inquiry. What is the significance of merit? Previously, I suffered from numerous ailments, a prominent mark of misfortune upon my nose. Yet after thwarting Lu Xing's sinister plot and saving Jiang City, all my afflictions mysteriously vanished. The concept of merit is somewhat elusive to me. Our focus lies in the cultivation of inner wisdom and the pursuit of enlightenment, navigating the complexities of the mundane world without being swayed by external influences, neither elated by possessions nor disheartened by personal misfortunes. For inquiries regarding merit, perhaps one might consult a practitioner of Buddhism for greater insight." After bidding farewell to Lu, I hailed a taxi back to the adult store, all the while pondering the matters of the soul reaper and merit. The dual-faced Buddha, neither monk nor Taoist, embodies the profound intertwining of Buddhist and Taoist practices, evident in the celestial configurations of one's destiny and the 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism. Such a person possesses a formidable mastery of both paths, making them a challenging adversary. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, I indulged in some food and drink from a night market stall, sharing a hearty feast with Bai Qi. It was not until the depths of night that I found solace, cradling Bai Qi as I drifted into a deep slumber, a state of rest that had eluded me for quite some time. The following day, undisturbed, I engaged in quiet meditation to nurture my spirit and body. As the mealtime approached, I took Bai Chi out for a lavish meal. Leisurely moments passed swiftly as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, cloaking the world in twilight. In the dimly lit adult store, the rhythmic thumping of my heart intertwined with the ticking of the clock. At 8 o'clock, a pallid glow emanated from my phone screen. Without much thought, I answered the call. Hello? I would like to consult you about some matters. The voice on the other end, a middle-aged woman, was not sinister, but rather calm. Her words echoed in my mind, reminiscent of a child's plea. I want my mother. There were times I would sit at home, suddenly compelled to open the door, convinced my son was calling for me. In my dreams, I often saw his tearful and frightened visage. Has your son gone missing? I ventured, piecing together her words. Silence lingered on the line for a moment, as if she too were in contemplation. I found myself uncertain, gazing at the multitude of children now standing by my bedside. Chapter 322. The red and white dress uncertain? I furrowed my brow. The woman's voice remained placid, uncharacteristic of someone lost to madness. Yet the presence of numerous children beside my bed felt profoundly disconcerting. Pardon my intrusion, but are you a kindergarten teacher or associated with a daycare center? I am a nurse, she replied succinctly. A nurse? How could a group of children be at your bedside? Where are you currently? In a pediatric clinic? I regarded her merely as an ordinary client, maintaining a courteous demeanor, unaffected by the spectral nature of the call. Today is my night shift, and it's peculiar. There's no one else in the building aside from this group of children. Suddenly, her voice halted. Shoo, do you hear that? It sounds as though someone outside is calling my name. My son has returned. The woman did not disconnect the call, and I could hear footsteps. Yet what sent chills down my spine was the realization that the sounds were not singular. They were myriad, as if a throng was trailing behind her. As the door creaked open, the call was abruptly terminated. This was utterly bewildering. Following the end of the conversation, a text message arrived in my inbox, casting doubt upon the mirror that reflects the world's grotesqueness. The live streaming task required arrival at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital before midnight. Note: live streaming is prohibited in the presence of any living beings. Optional task: locate the missing child for a reward of 5 points. Optional task 2 involves identifying the true culprit with a reward of 5 points. Task 3 grants an additional point for every life saved. Be advised that the Special Assistance Hotline on the Underworld Show app is activated when you encounter an insurmountable predicament. Dialing this enigmatic number may lead to your escape or plunge you into deeper despair. The first call is complimentary for 3 minutes. Subsequent calls require 10 points. Upon reading the messages within the Underworld Show app, I was taken aback to discover that this live broadcast would take place at the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. I had passed by there during the last live stream of the 14th funeral vehicle when I witnessed several children throwing a bamboo basket containing an infant onto the vehicle. Caution is paramount. This official live broadcast differs significantly from the assessment broadcasts and is likely to be far more perilous and unpredictable. I conducted an online search for information regarding the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, only to find scant details on its official website. In response to medical reforms, the hospital boasts that its special maternity ward and newborn disease screening center have been newly established, adhering to maternal and child health policies while emphasizing their core tasks. Following an avalanche of official rhetoric, I stumbled upon several comments that had yet to be deleted. A heartless hospital. Return my child's life. The Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital colludes internally, violating the most basic ethics of medical staff, operating under the guise of a public hospital while exploiting people for profit and jeopardizing health. This very hospital stole my child. They terminated a life. What a sin. I heard the director is missing. Serves them right. Even heaven could not bear to witness it. Death is better. The comments on the official website overwhelmingly reflected negativity. Further investigation through alternative channels revealed that the hospital did not appear to have major issues, at least when compared to the new Hu High School or the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium. During the funeral vehicle broadcast, I had personally witnessed a few wild children venturing deep into the hospital around 1 in the morning. Their presence was certainly not for amusement, hinting that the hospital was far more complex than it seemed. I had initially believed that after 8 broadcasts, I had traversed most of Jiangcheng, and that the 9th live stream would lead to Xinhu or another city. However, I was surprised to find that the location remained in Jiangcheng. What other secrets does this city conceal? The first 8 broadcasts were all connected to the two-faced Buddha. I wondered what other sinister forces would be unearthed in the upcoming broadcasts. After gathering information, I took a couple of cigarettes to clear my mind and began organizing my belongings. The task requirements prohibit conducting the live stream in the company of living beings, which meant I could only leave by Chi to guard the house. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead during the official live broadcast, I placed all the talismans I could use into my pockets. This set of 2 dragons emerging from water talismans still felt somewhat damp, and I was unsure of the material used for their creation. They remained impervious to water, and the inscriptions seemed to come alive even more when wet. I meticulously checked the broadcasting equipment, pinning the brooch to my chest to ensure the camera was positioned directly ahead. With preparations complete, I dragged my black suitcase out of the small shop. It was just past 8 in the evening, and I had ample time. So I decided to arrive early and scout the area to gain some insight. I boarded a taxi, closing the door firmly. But upon stating my destination as the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the driver resolutely shook his head and refused to take me. "Master, I have already boarded. Why won't you take me away? Please get off. I just started my first shift after handing over the previous one, and I cannot go to such an ominous place." The driver, indeed superstitious, had talismans and amulets hanging in his vehicle. What could possibly be unlucky? "You need not draw too close. Just take me to the vicinity. You might want to switch vehicles. For us taxi drivers, transporting a pregnant woman is considered a good omen. However, if we happen to encounter a stillborn, the entire car would be deemed inauspicious, and trouble would inevitably follow." The driver sighed. "You should really change cars." After the driver kindly asked me to exit, I encountered several vacant taxis. Upon hearing my destination of Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, they all waved their hands in polite refusal. Is this place truly so sinister? Later, I altered my approach and mentioned I was heading to the stop before the hospital, which finally led to a driver agreeing to take me. He even kindly cautioned, "That area is quite desolate. You shouldn't venture ahead alone." The young driver appeared to be around my age, lighting a cigarette as I subtly probed. "What is there to fear? It's only 8 or 9 o'clock. Could there really be robbers? If one were to encounter robbers, that would be manageable. Paying for one's life is preferable. It's the entities that seek lives without regard for wealth that truly terrify me," the young driver replied while driving. "Entities that seek lives without regard for wealth?" I feigned disbelief. "Don't try to scare me. I am quite curious by nature and like to dig deeper. Perhaps once I get off, I will walk forward to see for myself." "You mustn't." The young driver suddenly became anxious. "If you step off and walk ahead, you will reach Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. There have been numerous rumors about that place recently, stories of the director going missing and children being stolen by nurses. How come I have not heard of this? If it were true, wouldn't the police intervene?" I narrowed my eyes, paying close attention to every word from the driver. "The police have been preoccupied with the manhunt for Gao Jian. They will soon be able to address it. I advise you, under no circumstances should you go there." It seemed the driver recalled something dreadful. "I won't shy away from sharing a true story with you. Lately, every night, a woman in a red and white outfit has been stopping taxis, insisting on going to Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. I had heard of her, but hadn't taken it seriously until last night when I picked up a fare to Miyun Mansion and, on the way back, encountered a woman in a red and white dress. She requested to go to Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and before boarding, she spoke calmly and politely. Appearing far from mad, being young and bold, I disregarded my friend's warnings and let her in. However, once the car began moving, I sensed something was amiss. The woman sat in the back seat, right in the middle, her legs tightly crossed, as if something were perched upon her knees. Furthermore, she indeed exhibited signs of madness, conversing with thin air and frequently turning her head as though surrounded by an audience. Upon arriving at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, she paid the fare and exited the car, closing the door behind her. Can you guess what I saw? Just say it plainly, don't be cryptic. The young driver grimaced. The back seat where you were sitting is covered with tiny footprints. Upon hearing this, I instinctively touched the seat beside me. Do you remember any distinctive features about that woman or anything unusual? Nothing particularly different. I only recall that she wore a red and white dress. Chapter 323. The helpline. The striking red and white color scheme is a rarity in the market. Could I have misinterpreted it? I casually inquired, seeking further clarification. Absolutely not. At that moment, I was exceedingly anxious. Her peculiar demeanor captivated all my attention, leaving no room for error while I drove. The young driver, with unwavering conviction, insisted on the accuracy of his observation, yet I pondered a deeper implication. Could the red on a white dress possibly be blood? As soon as I uttered this thought, The driver's expression shifted dramatically, his tone wavering in uncertainty. Surely not. Bloodstains could not be so uniformly spread across fabric. Please elaborate on the design of that dress. I shall assist you in analyzing it, I suggested, taking a puff from my cigarette, attempting to extract hints regarding the live stream from the driver's words. He collected his thoughts, recalling that the white dress had a base adorned with evenly spaced red stripes, resembling a child's whimsical doodles rather than splattered blood. Furthermore, if she bore any bloodstains, how could I have allowed her into my vehicle? Red stripes and circles? Does that hold any significance? I mused, preparing to inquire further when a faint glow emerged from my pocket. The light was subtle. Had I not been deep in thought, I might have overlooked it. Someone was calling me. As I reached into my pocket, my hand hesitated midway. No, that was the phone from the Underworld show. My hand lingered above the pocket as I deliberated for a moment before retrieving the large-screen device. The pallid, cold light illuminated the car's interior, confirming that someone was indeed calling, yet no caller ID appeared. I had no way of knowing who it was. Only two options visible: answer or hang up. This was peculiar. In my previous 8 live broadcasts, such an occurrence had never transpired. The Underworld show phone was programmed to receive calls exclusively on the night of the live broadcast at 8 o'clock, and it was now nearly 9. Who could be calling? Based on my past experiences, only the deceased could connect to the Underworld show phone. Could this be a misdial? A wry smile crossed my lips. I dared not answer the call. One live broadcast task had already left me on the brink of despair, and the prospect of another was daunting. My rich array of facial expressions caught the young taxi driver's attention. Having just endured yesterday's ordeal, he was already on edge, and now he encountered me, with our destination alarmingly close. His gaze fell upon the heavy black suitcase at my feet, and his eyes widened in shock as he noticed the faint traces of blood at the suitcase's bottom. This suitcase had accompanied me through 8 live broadcasts, and I had no idea when it had become stained. It was difficult to clean and not overly conspicuous, so I had paid it little mind. Who would have thought it would spark wild speculation in a taxi driver at this moment? Should I answer the call? The pale, cold light emanating from the screen seemed to lower the temperature within the taxi. What is destined to occur cannot be avoided. I picked up the phone and answered, "Hello? Helpline connected." Both parties must not disclose any personal information, should not meet without confirming identities, and must not engage in any private dealings that violate the existence of the Underworld show. You have 1 minute. Agree to assist and earn 5 points. The countdown begins now. Upon answering, a cold, emotionless synthetic voice greeted me. A helpline? Is this the function of the Underworld show as helpline? Exchanging 10 points for a mere minute of conversation? How peculiar that this individual has sought assistance from me. Could it be that there are other spectral entertainers besides myself? I quelled my inner perplexity, maintaining a demeanor of calmness, refraining from speech as I awaited the other party to initiate dialogue. After a brief pause, a voice filtered through the microphone, unmistakably altered, revealing itself as a false tone. I am currently in the underground morgue of Jiangxing Central Hospital, where a fox is pilfering the corpses of children. I am no match for it. This fox must have attained the status of a celestial fox, replete with treasures. Should you assist me, we may divide the spoils equally. A fox stealing the corpses of children? This description oddly resembles the tale of the celestial fox's body that the Taoist Xianqing misplaced. I pondered that if it were indeed that body, and it did not seek to trouble me, I would be fortunate. There would be no reason to foolishly walk into a trap. Just as I was about to decline, I reconsidered. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as someone had reached out to me. I had the chance to engage with other performers and could not let it slip away. Furthermore, there was an additional reward of 5 points, equivalent to a selectable task. After much deliberation, I finally spoke, inquiring how I could assist. Upon hearing my voice, the other party visibly relaxed. Bring your magical artifacts and hasten to the underground morgue of Jiangxing Central Hospital. Together, we shall vanquish this demon, and the merits, along with the treasures, shall be shared, thus fostering a benevolent connection. To the morgue? I am currently occupied with another task, and I cannot oblige, I replied. The insincerity in the other's tone was palpable. Despite the artificial voice, I could discern a weakness and desperation. Clearly, the supplicant was cornered. I had witnessed the prowess of that celestial fox, as Taoist Xianqing, 2 or 3 realms above me, could not subdue it even with the assistance of the ancestral spirit. Going there would be tantamount to courting death. Where are you? I can come to you, I offered. The urgency in the supplicant's voice hastened as the minute dwindled. Now you're in a hurry? If you wish for my aid, demonstrate some sincerity. The notion of slaying the fox and sharing its treasures is hardly credible. As I prepared to end the call, my own broadcast was imminent, and I had little time to concern myself with others. The supplicant then proposed additional conditions, some of which I had never even heard of. As my resolve began to waver, the call abruptly terminated. A minute had elapsed. Would I choose to assist the supplicant? A new message appeared in my inbox. After much contemplation, I opted to decline. The pursuit of truth should not be hastened at the cost of my safety for a mere 5 points. It was not worth it. I would have ample opportunities to uncover the truth in due course. Retrieving my spectral entertainment device, I gazed ahead, noting the young driver's countenance had soured. I inquired about the cause, but he was unwilling to elaborate, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle sped onward. Beneath the black box lay blood. Was this individual human or spirit? Could he be associated with the red and white dress from yesterday? Oh heavens, what ill fate has befallen me? Upon returning to the city, I ought to contact the authorities at once. The taxi driver muttered under his breath, and with my keen hearing, I caught his words. Sharing a knowing smile without much concern, the driver, unwilling to proceed before reaching the destination, preferred to forego a portion of his fare rather than transport me further into the desolate outskirts. With no alternative, I clutched my suitcase and disembarked early, making my way to the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, which was nearing 11 o'clock. Standing beside the bus stop for Route 14, I gazed into the distant darkness, where the outlines of buildings appeared somewhat indistinct. This locale, already deemed suburban, was devoid of any illumination, and the expansive road remained barren, with no vehicles in sight for many minutes. This was indeed the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, now temporarily closed due to the director's disappearance and frequent medical incidents. I glanced down at my watch. There was still a considerable interval before midnight. During my last live stream, I alluded to it possibly being my final broadcast, so I decided to commence early to clarify matters to my audience. I activated the camera feature of the Erie Showcase and connected my mobile encoding device. The image acquisition was in progress, the barrage connection was established, and the data stabilized. Should I commence the live stream? Yes. Welcome, Teletubbies Murdered, to the live stream. Welcome. Teeling Biaoyi. The live broadcast stabilized, my figure clearly emerging on screen. Observing the rapid surge in viewership, I smiled, for it seemed my audience had not abandoned me. Welcome to the super thrilling live stream. Before embarking on today's session, I must convey that the midnight bell is about to toll. The red and white dress twirls within the haunted hospital as a deranged woman seeks her missing child. Regardless of the outcome, the terror of this city shall persist. Chapter 324, Her Profession. Greetings, I am your host, Gao Jian. Having narrowly escaped peril last time, the super thrilling live stream shall continue. I stood tall, my demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of grace. Is this your rationale for delaying the broadcast? Fear not. I shall tend to those sisters who wander in their pajamas. Having been single for 25 years, I assure you I will not engage in any bizarre antics with them. Wasn't it stated that this was to be the last episode? Such emotional investment feels wasted. An unscrupulous host, devoid of professional integrity. Bah. If I were to watch your stream again, may the downstairs neighbor suffer a reduction in stature. Teeling Biaoyi gifted 1 gold ingot to the super thrilling live stream. What a dazzling effect this gift possesses. I may be ugly to the depths of my soul, yet here I am broadcasting. To be frank, I have followed the host since the very beginning, but remained silent out of fear. Today, witnessing the multitude criticizing the host, I felt compelled to speak a few words in their defense. This live stream has marked a turning point in my life. I was once a simple, honest farmer, rather naive and straightforward. Since entering this live stream, it has opened the door to a new world for me, revealing terms like fake girl, BL codes, double tap 666, and adorable girls, all of which are nuggets of knowledge. The brothers and friends here are incredibly lively, often engaging in late-night racing and sharing benefits, incessantly shouting phrases like young wives. I am utterly clueless about their meaning, yet it feels exhilarating. Teletubbies Murdered gifted 1 gold ingot to the super thrilling live stream. Wow. The last remark from above shone brightly. Come on, brothers, let us ride the wave of excitement. Young wives. Young wives. Soaring through the clouds. Rabbit Tooth, wait. Have you considered the feelings of the female audience? There are girls in this live stream. I do not care. As midnight strikes, the live broadcast commences, and none can hinder my aspirations. I yearn to cultivate my abilities. My powers are boundless. The ethereal aura elevates me to the celestial realm. The enchanting lady soars through the clouds. To the newlywed, may you perish. You all deserve to be obliterated by the forces of humanity. The barrage of comments in the live chat resembles a frenzied steed, unpredictable in its trajectory. In a fleeting moment, no one heeds my previous words, possibly my last. In this grand era of entertainment, to take matters too seriously is to lose. Dear viewers, our live session unfolds at the maternal and child healthcare hospital behind me, situated in the outskirts with an expansive area of several thousand square meters. However, this private institution has now been shuttered, reportedly for various reasons, including the mysterious disappearance of its director and the unsettling loss of patients' children within its confines. As I patiently provide background on the hospital, I remain vigilant, scanning the comments for the presence of Taoist priests or fortune tellers in the chat. From the 3 available tasks for this broadcast, it is apparent that unraveling the secrets of the maternal and child healthcare hospital and locating the missing child are paramount. The 3rd task involves safeguarding the living. For every individual saved, an additional point is awarded. Thus, it is likely that I will encounter more than one living soul tonight, and rescuing them could significantly illuminate the truth behind the events and ease the difficulty of the stream. Unlike standard broadcasts, this live session will not conclude if the tasks from the netherworld remain unfulfilled. Hence, I must concentrate my efforts on solving the mysteries at hand. The Chi Village Maternal and Child Healthcare Hospital, although masquerading as a public institution, is merely a subpar clinic, with many of its practitioners lacking proper credentials. This explains its considerable footprint, yet its timid location within the remote outskirts of the city. I have come across numerous reviews online, predominantly negative, and my own previous encounters have illuminated certain issues. The spirit vehicle on Route 14 had Zhang Rong, who came here for an abortion under the cover of night. The earlier incident involving the balding taxi driver entangled with a ghostly infant was also linked to a pregnant woman heading to the same hospital. The challenges inherent in this venue are undoubtedly formidable. I cast aside distractions, dismissing thoughts of distress signals, fox spirits, and the Jiang family's vendetta, and mentally prepare myself for this broadcast. Is it merely about finding the missing child? This endeavor should pose no great difficulty for me. Adjusting the brooch on my chest and altering my angle, I refrain from activating the switch, as I have grown accustomed to streaming via my mobile device. Departing from the Route 14 bus stop, I approach the maternal and child healthcare hospital, flanked by abandoned residences. With a concrete road running between uneven dirt ditches and oddly contorted trees, is there not a soul in sight? I inhale deeply and circle the hospital. Every door and window is sealed, the pitch-black panes resembling the eyes of demons. Perhaps it is mere illusion. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that something lurks behind one of those windows, watching me. Equipped with talismans, I need not concern myself with ordinary vengeful spirits or malevolent ghosts. Should mischief arise, I am not at a disadvantage. Compared to previous broadcasts, this one appears superficially less challenging, yet it is precisely this simplicity that stirs a sense of unease within me. Have I overlooked something crucial? Before midnight, I was in no rush to enter, my eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, I noticed a Maserati Quattroporte speeding towards me. It wasn't that I had an extensive knowledge of luxury cars. Rather, the vehicle's flamboyant design and fierce demeanor, with headlights resembling a tiger's fangs, caught my attention. As it passed the maternal and child health hospital, it gradually slowed down, coming to a stop at the bus stop for Route 14. The heavy metal music blaring from within ceased, and the door was dramatically flung open, revealing a sleek leg stepping out. What a long leg! What is happening here? I retreated slightly, clutching my phone, and silently observed the woman emerging from the car. She appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, her figure undeniably alluring. Dressed in a simple yet sexy manner, one of those individuals you yearn to glance at again after the first sighting. My gaze fell upon her abdomen, which had an elegant curve. She must engage in regular exercise, as her stomach was flat, unlike someone preparing for surgery. What could compel a woman to arrive at a maternal and child health hospital in the dead of night? A few minutes later, the woman locked the car door and emerged with a handbag, seemingly heading towards the hospital. The entrance was firmly secured. Anyone with their wits about them would recognize that. The situation appeared complex, and I couldn't fathom the reasons behind it. However, given that this location had been designated as a live streaming site, by the paranormal community. It undoubtedly harbored dangers. Out of goodwill, I stepped from the shadows and waved to her, intending to convey that this place was unsafe. The woman, surprised to see me, reached into her handbag and approached me slowly. As she drew nearer, I scrutinized her more closely. Though it was already autumn, she wore shorts that barely reached mid-thigh, paired with a chiffon blouse. Although her appearance fell short of the likes of Tai Ningxiang or Guishu Lingxiang, her makeup rendered her quite attractive, reminiscent of those internet celebrity goddesses. This place is extremely dangerous and has been closed off. If you have any needs, I suggest you seek another hospital. I urged her kindly. However, she seemed unfazed, her enchanting eyes appraising me until I felt a shiver run down my spine. What are you? A gatekeeper? A police officer? A villager? I set my phone down, furrowing my brow. What I am is of no concern to you. Of course it is, she replied, placing a finger to her lips in mock contemplation. If you are a police officer, I will leave immediately. If you are a gatekeeper or a villager, we can negotiate. Negotiate what? Just days ago, some individuals went missing here, and there are tales of a madwoman who roams these grounds at night searching for children. It's perilous. Though the live streaming tasks offered extra points for protecting lives, I had no intention of watching her leap into danger for the sake of a mere point. I was simply a passerby, offering a warning with no ulterior motive. Are you just a bystander? She chuckled lightly, rummaging through her handbag. Do you know what I do? What you do is of no relevance to me. You should leave before something tragic occurs. Chapter 325. Companionship. Before I could finish my sentence, the woman produced a high-end selfie stick from her bag, adeptly attaching her phone to it. She then turned to me with a sweet smile. Actually, I am an outdoor ghost hunting streamer. Huh, are you sure you're not stealing my lines? You're really a ghost hunting streamer? As I glanced at her, I couldn't deny that her outfit bore a resemblance to those female streamers I had encountered before. Ghost hunting streaming? As I spoke, a chilling thought suddenly pierced my mind. On my way here, I had received a distress call from a supernatural show, and it was quite possible that the caller was one of its hosts. Could she be the very person seeking help? Was her spirit lingering, drawn to this place? Yet, I hadn't disclosed my address during the call. Surely, it must be mere coincidence. Indeed, I am Chun Xiaozong, the leading outdoor host on the Panda platform. Feel free to call me Sister Tsong or Teacher Tsong. The woman spoke with undeniable authority. Moments ago, I had seen you aimlessly filming with your phone. Are you also here to communicate with spirits? Her eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she had already unraveled my intentions. What a surprise to encounter a fellow host. My expression was a curious blend of amusement and disbelief. Enough with the grim face. I assure you, with me around, your popularity will surely soar tonight, Sister Tsong proclaimed, waving her hand dramatically and casting me a knowing glance. Please, don't cover for me. This place is genuinely perilous. If you intend to stream, you should consider a different location, I sincerely advised, but she was unmoved. I had traveled quite a distance from Xinhou to Jiangxing solely to uncover the secrets of this hospital. My friend, the room manager, had promised that if I spent a night here, I would ascend straight to the top of the weekly rankings with 99 rockets launched. Hearing about your room manager gives me goosebumps. I prefer the company of my loyal viewers, I remarked. Come now, don't be so stingy. You arrived here first. But this place is vast. We can explore separately without interfering with one another, can't we? Sister Tsong said, her demeanor suggesting she understood me well. Do not fear that I will overshadow your popularity. As a host with over 100,000 viewers, I hardly concern myself with such trivialities. If you cooperate with me tonight, I can effortlessly promote you and elevate your status in no time. Her alluring eyes sparkled with promise. And I understood well that some prominent hosts prearranged scripted performances to maintain their viewer engagement. It was all an act. So what do you think? It's a win-win situation. All right, but after midnight, we must operate separately, I proposed. Primarily to avoid her interference, and also because the rules of the supernatural show prohibit live streaming in the presence of living beings. Her unexpected appearance, not initiated by me, should not be considered a violation, yet caution is always prudent. After midnight, no problem, as long as you don't regret it, she replied with a mysterious smile. I wasn't certain of her ulterior motives, but her agreement left me pondering. The scoring for supernatural show streams is based on gifts and viewer engagement. If she could genuinely double my popularity, it would be immensely beneficial for me. Let us proceed. But do be careful. Why the rush? Can't you see I haven't even started streaming yet? Sister Tsong retorted, pulling out a makeup kit to touch up her appearance before activating various filters and beauty enhancements. Only then did she commence the stream, watching her fuss over her appearance. I grew impatient and began walking towards the maternal and child health hospital. "Hey, the stoic guy, wait. My viewers want to see you," Sister Tsong exclaimed, chasing after me with her selfie stick. "Why are you walking so fast? Want to see the screen shake? Want to see your audience get dizzy?" Success seems effortless, yet it is all about the details. Details? Spare me. You are the one who is stoic. Your entire family must be stoic. I snapped back. As I continued forward, I maintained my pace, pulling out a cigarette, ready to light it, only to have it snatched away by her. "Sister, am I not allowed to smoke in your presence? Do not compel me. I too once aspired to be a delinquent in my youth. Smoking is detrimental to health, and moreover, stringent regulations now prohibit the portrayal of smoking, drinking, and other activities detrimental to the healthy development of adolescents in live broadcasts. Are you unaware of this? By the way, which live streaming platform do you represent?" Chun Xiaotsong angled her camera so that I could appear in her frame. It was evident she intended to assist me by promoting my presence through her channel. I appreciated her goodwill, yet the phrase "infernal showcase" must remain unspoken. I retrieved my lighter, casting a fleeting glance at her screen. Within mere minutes, her popularity surged to 100,000, with gifts raining down. "Do not feel shy, sister. Tonight, I will surely support you." Sister Tsong, hands on her hips, showcased her splendid figure. "I shall refrain from disclosing the name of the streaming platform to avoid causing you any trouble. My channel is called Super Thrilling Live Broadcast. If fate permits you to catch a glimpse, do pay heed to what lies behind you." My low, ominous tone momentarily stunned Song, who gave me a thumbs up, impressed by how swiftly I had embraced my role. "Believe it or not, this is the truth." I shook my head, dragging my black suitcase toward the maternal and child health hospital. Teeling Biao generously rewarded the Super Thrilling Live Broadcast with 1 gold ingot. She is a popular streamer with a following of 100,000, yet I felt an odd sense of superiority in my own broadcast in her presence. The streamers possess an effortless charisma, having long since attained a state of harmony between themselves and their audience, unaffected by external factors. Perhaps this is the essence of manhood. A sharp crack echoed at the hospital entrance as Tsong searched for an entry point. I smashed a brick through the corner window on the first floor. Glass shards scattered across the ground, and upon hearing the commotion, Chun Xiaotsong gaped in astonishment. "Have you lost your mind? This is a hospital window. We, as streamers, must also be mindful of our image and promote positive energy. How else am I to enter? I have surveyed the surroundings. There are no other entrances. All doors and windows are sealed." I placed the black suitcase beneath the window and tossed away the brick. For me, this was merely a routine action. "Are you not concerned that such antics may lead to the suspension of our live broadcast?" Song held her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words. "Suspension? That seems improbable. Compared to live streaming police chases or even murders, breaking a window is as trivial as drinking water. Is there a need for astonishment?" I declared, flipping my phone and climbing into the hospital. Chun Xiaotsong followed behind, kneeling on the black suitcase with one leg, and with considerable effort, she finally managed to squeeze through the window. Upon landing, without even assessing her surroundings for danger, she hastily pulled out her makeup kit to touch up her appearance. "What are you doing?" Even when encountering spirits, one must maintain elegance. Her actions illuminated certain truths for me. She was merely an online streamer. A host of an infernal showcase could not afford such carelessness. My wariness toward her gradually diminished. Once inside the maternal and child health hospital, I felt akin to a predator in a hunting state, nerves taut, body pressed against the wall, eyes vigilant to the surroundings. Based on my previous live streaming experiences, true terror only manifests after midnight, and with some time still remaining until then, I aim to seize the opportunity to gather clues. As a newcomer to this realm, I found myself in a state of utter darkness, indeed in a passive position. I cautiously advanced, ensuring that no corner went unnoticed, ever vigilant of the ajar doors and the stairway turns. Behind me, footsteps echoed as Chun Xiaotsong, wielding a selfie stick, hurried to my side. "Are you perhaps overacting? The one who dared to smash a window with a brick now appears so timid?" she warned. "Be careful. Navigating this place is perilous. Stand behind me." I gestured for her to lower her voice and continued onward, but to my surprise, Chun Xiaotsong trailed closely. All right, you put on quite the act. To be frank, even if there were indeed demons lurking here, fear not. I am well prepared." She opened her satchel to reveal a thick stack of talismans. Initially, I paid little heed, but a casual glance revealed intricate divine patterns, the brushwork imbued with profound meaning. However, these talismans lacked offensive capabilities, primarily serving to attract fortune and avert misfortune. Is that so? Look at you, so naive. These talismans were procured at a premium from the Miaotian Temple. Have you heard of it? Allow me to divulge a fragment of wisdom. This world is far more complex than you can fathom. What you perceive is merely the surface, the most superficial layer. Noticing my momentary pause, Chun Xiaocong adopted a look of satisfaction, as if she had found a teachable student. Chapter 326, The Great Spell of the Big Dipper. I am eager to learn more. I chuckled softly, regarding Chun Xiaocong with curiosity, wishing to uncover her true understanding of the mystical arts and supernatural beings. Do you doubt my words? Do not dismiss my insights lightly. The depths of this world are profound. With her selfie stick in hand, she posed enticingly for her livestream. She reached into her satchel, withdrawing 2 talismans and offering them to me. Take these for protection. Consider it my care for you. Observing the talismans she presented, I hesitated to accept one, a talisman meant to cure livestock of disease, and another, a talisman for travelers, capable of capturing the essence of loved ones so that when far from home, one might feel as if accompanied by family. Both were crafted by a true celestial master. Authentic talismans of Miaotian, yet regrettably, they were of lesser efficacy, hardly worthy of mention. While these talismans may indeed bring good fortune when carried, they fall short of warding off malevolent spirits. Given her sincerity, I felt compelled to be forthright. Should we encounter any supernatural entities, her reliance on the livestock talisman would surely lead to chaos. Do you wish to reconsider? Misunderstanding my intentions, Chun Xiaocong assumed I doubted her claims and stuffed the talismans back into her bag. By the time midnight arrives and various beasts emerge, we shall see if you can maintain your composure. Her demeanor and conduct were far from that of a practitioner of the Tao, yet possessing authentic talismans. Her origins must be intriguing. The use of talismans necessitates accompanying footwork, hand seals, and incantations. Are you certain you can wield these talismans to their fullest potential? Or do you believe that merely casting them will suffice to vanquish demons? Chun Xiaocong's collection piqued my curiosity. How could someone so unfamiliar with the mystical arts obtain such an array of celestial talismans from Miaotian? Might I glimpse the other talismans within your bag? Rest assured, I shall merely observe, not seize. Chun Xiaocong, somewhat dubious, retrieved a stack of talismans from her bag. I swiftly flipped through the assortment. Talismans for livestock, purifying dust, soothing night cries of children, enhancing gambling luck, and harmonizing romantic fates. Most of these talismans seemed rather ineffectual, until I was on the verge of surrendering the ones in my hand when a particularly unique piece of talisman paper caught my eye. The intricate divine patterns on this talisman were 100-fold more complex than those of the others, its head depicting the Big Dipper, a symbol of celestial authority. A mere glance from my mind felt as though it might be drawn into the talisman itself. Such familiar divine patterns and Taoist essence. It suddenly dawned upon me that this was a talisman I had read about in the Miaotian detailed explanation, the Great Dipper Divine Spell. This talisman could ascend on clouds, severing malevolent sources, capable of summoning true energy and transcending water and smoke, marking it as the most powerful among the lesser talismans. Back when I broke through to the breathing realm at Xinhua High School, I had the fortune to learn this talisman, but alas, my foundation was too weak and time too scarce, forcing me to abandon it. I never imagined it would present itself to me in this manner tonight. Holding the talisman, I felt a sense of connection. Where did you acquire this talisman? I inquired. I bought it. This whole set comes with discounts, Chun Xiaocong replied dismissively, casually taking whatever talisman she fancied. I shook my head. Either Chun Xiaocong was not being truthful, or she had experienced some extraordinary event. While it was plausible that the other talismans were purchased, the Great Dipper Divine Spell from Miaotian Temple was certainly not something one could casually sell. The creation of the Great Dipper Divine Spell is immensely challenging. The requirements for both the talisman material and the skill of the talisman artist are exceedingly high. To successfully craft such a talisman, one would need at least 49 days. From Lu Jin's various displays upon descending the mountain, it was clear that Miaotian Temple was not financially destitute. Even in times of economic hardship, they would never resort to selling the Great Dipper Divine Spell. One must understand that in a slightly smaller Taoist temple, a single Great Dipper Divine Spell could be considered a treasured possession. Who would dare to sell it? Moreover, to sell it to a completely uninformed female streamer would be akin to casting a pearl before swine, allowing a precious item to gather dust. Since you are unwilling to disclose, I shall not press. May I borrow this talisman for a while? I will save your life tonight in return. Save my life. Brother, are you getting too immersed in your role? Fine, I shall lend you the talisman, or rather, I gift it to you, Chen Xiaozong replied, her attention wholly absorbed by her wealthy viewers in her live streaming room, oblivious to her surroundings. Thank you. I extracted the Great Dipper Divine spell, recalling its application, and returned the other talismans to Chen Xiaozong. Acquiring such a potent lesser talisman was a delightful surprise, and this female streamer, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, was rather pleasant to interact with. Safeguarding the Great Dipper Divine spell, I held my phone, the only source of light, ahead to navigate. Although I had never live-streamed in a hospital before, I had visited places reminiscent of one. The Haishan Mental Hospital and Amusement Park Hospital Haunted House were far more unsettling compared to the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, which appeared relatively normal. The corridor was devoid of chaotic clutter and conspicuous bloodstains. On the surface, it seemed merely a standard hospital. The phone's light was the sole illumination in the entire building, offering visibility of only a few meters. The walls were painted white, and a layer of dust coated the tiled floor. Yet neither the paint nor the dust bore any signs of external intrusion. There were no footprints or handprints to be found. If the child of that individual went missing, there should have been some clues left behind at the maternal and child health hospital. The spectral setting I am compelled to explore for the child is sealed off. And after circling the premises, I found that all doors and windows were securely locked. Assuming that the child did not possess the key to the hospital's locks, it is plausible that he was confined there before the facility was shut down. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he was abducted by someone else and brought here. The urgent matter at hand is to ascertain the identity of the missing child or to locate him as swiftly as possible. I recall the tone of the woman on the phone. It was remarkably calm, entirely unlike that of a mother who has lost her child. Moreover, she mentioned that a group of children stood beside her bed. Such an eerie circumstance is unsettling to contemplate. Chen Xiaozong, trailing behind me, remains oblivious to the potential dangers of this live broadcast. Yet, through her interactions with the audience, I can sense her underlying fear. The heavy makeup conceals her slightly pallid complexion, and her occasional lapses in conversation, coupled with her furtive glances toward my silhouette, betray her anxiety and tension. It is precisely due to her subconscious dread that she chose to offer me the talisman, hoping to fulfill my request so that she would have someone to accompany her into this ominous structure. Exploring a foreign environment alone is likely a daunting experience for any woman. However, having a companion would significantly alleviate the sense of terror. I comprehend her thoughts, yet I firmly believe that, oftentimes, it is humanity itself that poses the greatest threat, far more than any specter. Thus, I would prefer to venture forth alone rather than accompany her. As the clock nears midnight, let us part ways. In light of the talisman you just provided, should you encounter any peril, simply call out, and I shall hasten to your aid. Additionally, a word of caution. This place harbors unsettling secrets, and it would be wise for you to leave before the stroke of 12. Accompanying this woman would undoubtedly hinder my progress. Hence, after imparting this advice, I set off in the opposite direction, for unraveling the mystery is the key to survival tonight. Chen Xiaozong, brandishing a selfie stick, stood in the corridor, and a sudden chill swept through the air, brushing against her smooth, taut thighs. Hey, are you just going to leave me here? Think it over, she called out. Don't walk so fast. Are you still a virgin? The voice from behind caused me to slip momentarily, narrowly avoiding a fall. Realizing she was merely shouting and not following, I dismissed her antics. The Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital comprises 4 floors. Upon reaching the consultation hall, the main entrance of the hospital, I quickly located the internal layout map. The first floor houses the Neonatal Care and Rescue Center, the Prenatal Diagnostic Testing Center, and the Genetic Disease Treatment Center. The second floor contains the Gynecology, Obstetrics, and Pediatrics departments, while the office of the hospital director is situated on the top floor. Chapter 327, The Disappeared Child. The female streamer did not follow. I ascended to the 4th floor alone. The Pediatric Health Department and the Forensic Evidence Judicial Identification Office, paternity testing, reveal that the hospital, nestled in the suburbs, boasts commendable facilities, starkly contrasting my previous assumptions of a clandestine clinic. In the innermost part of the 4th floor, I spotted a door marked Director's Office. With a forceful kick, I flung the door open, illuminating the empty room with my phone. It appeared to have been long abandoned. The commentary I discovered lacks a precise account of the dean's disappearance. Judging by the dust and the arrangement of the room, it seems that the unfortunate dean has been missing for quite some time. The space is modest, adorned with regulations on the walls and a few pristine pediatric medical books adorning the craft shelf, books that appear untouched. Approaching the desk, I noticed a photograph of a man in his 40s. Though dressed with sophistication, his appearance exudes an unsettling demeanor, perhaps due to his notably small eyes and faint eyebrows. Wang Xiusen. In the drawer, I found several signed documents bearing this name. The most recent signature dates back a month. If he vanished at that time, one would expect someone to have reported his absence. The dates on the documents only allow for a rough estimation of the timeline. Is he truly missing? A seemingly healthy middle-aged man has been absent for such an extended period. Rather than merely missing, I am inclined to believe he has met with foul play. As I continued to rummage through the drawer, I unearthed a doll concealed beneath a stack of papers. With a large face and long limbs, it appeared anything but endearing, resembling a trinket one from a claw machine at a park. The presence of a child's toy in the office of a hospital dean is somewhat peculiar, though this is a maternal and child health facility with many children. The dean's office is certainly not a place where children would casually roam. Is this doll a gift for his own child? Persisting in my search, I made another discovery. Hanging on a coat rack was a white lab coat, and from the pocket, I retrieved a box of Avanafil. The pale blue pills are familiar to me. They are also sold in my adult store under the name Viagra. The dean of a maternal and child health hospital? A doll? Avanafil? I set the lab coat aside. The dean's office contained no hidden compartments or secret rooms, and after a thorough search, I decided to abandon my quest. Nevertheless, I gleaned some insight into the character of the missing dean. With scant clues, I am unable to reconstruct the truth of the case and must continue seeking the slightest traces left behind in the hospital. Adjacent to the dean's office lies the pediatric health department, a spacious internal section with a door unlike those of typical patient rooms, vibrantly painted with cartoon characters. I attempted to push the door, finding it unlocked. This room possesses a unique ambience. Upon entering, I was greeted by a shoe cabinet, 4 tiers high and divided into several compartments, each labeled with names. Su Qin, Wang Xiaowei, Wang Yu. As I crouched down beside the compartment marked with Wang Yu's name, I discovered a pair of children's shoes, knockoffs likely purchased from a street vendor. Judging by the size, the child must be around 4 or 5 years old. The cabinet was otherwise empty, with only this solitary pair of shoes remaining, which does not seem intentionally left behind. Wang Yu warrants further attention. The pediatric health department is divided into 2 sections, the left for psychological health and the right for comprehensive training. Lacking expertise in child health, I ventured into the left room to investigate. The examination room was impeccably clean, furnished with several unfamiliar instruments, and the walls were adorned with information on psychological health and descriptions of the facilities. The so-called psychological care for children involves capturing the psychological dynamics of the human mind through instruments and employing methods such as mazes and drawing, guided by professional physicians to treat conditions such as ADHD, emotional anxiety, stress, and congenital autism. In a third-rate maternal and child health hospital located in the suburbs, such elaborate practices are surprisingly present. Prior to my visit, I discovered that most of the physicians at this facility lack the necessary medical qualifications. If even the gynecologists and surgeons are not duly certified, one can hardly expect a psychologist tasked with nurturing children's development to be a professional in the field. This revelation has instilled within me a growing concern, as human psychology is an exceedingly intricate discipline, with criminal psychology alone encompassing numerous branches. Similarly, the psychological guidance for children is far from the simplistic notion many parents may harbor. Even before they learn to articulate their feelings, children begin to deeply sense the world around them. Once psychological issues arise, they often find themselves without assistance, often unaware of their own distinctiveness. I have encountered a child with congenital autism at a rescue station. At first glance, he appeared indistinguishable from any normal child. However, after spending some time with him, it became evident that even after engaging in conversation for an entire afternoon, he would not recognize me upon my return. This child, immersed in his own world while sitting in a corner, could entertain himself for an entire day with a mere piece of wire. Psychological treatment and guidance for young children necessitate not only professionals, but also the patience of parents and all those around them. Only through such unwavering support can the child's formidable psychological defenses begin to crack. He may eventually emerge into the world, basking in the sunlight, and encounter a beautiful angel. Given the level of medical care at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the likelihood of recovery for children with psychological disorders is virtually non-existent. The various reports and comments regarding this hospital suggest it serves merely as a tool for investors to profit. How could one expect compassion from a place that even facilitates clandestine abortions for minors? This unscrupulous institution appears to be driven solely by two interests: monetary gain and the pursuit of maximizing profits in the shortest possible time. On a table in the psychological care room, I discovered a price list for psychological counseling, boasting guidance from renowned overseas physicians, with the highest rates reaching an astonishing 120 yuan per hour. Surely, no one would be deceived by this. I was perplexed by the purpose of the machines in the room and, upon inspecting it, noticed that the wastebasket had not been emptied. Upon closer examination, I found it contained some crumpled pieces of paper. Strangely, these scraps bore no dust, suggesting they had been discarded recently. It felt as though I had stumbled upon a new discovery. I emptied the trash onto the table and meticulously unfolded each piece of paper. Among the documents were billing statements and a list of participants for the first stage of psychological counseling, featuring names such as Su Qin and Wang Yu. I recognized these names from my earlier observations. They possessed dedicated shoe cabinets, indicating they were frequent visitors. The subsequent pages contained lists for the second, third, and fourth stages of counseling, with the names dwindling significantly. By the end, only these two children remained on the list. For 2 months, I dedicated 3 hours a day to training across 4 distinct phases, incurring an expenditure exceeding 20,000. While this sum may seem trivial for families in large cities, I couldn't help but notice the shoes belonging to Wang Yu in the shoe cabinet, their frayed edges suggesting they were cheap, knockoff products. This implies that his family may not be particularly affluent. In contrast to the exorbitant fees of several tens of thousands for formal psychological counseling, this 20,000 indeed appears modest, yet for Wang Yu's family, it could represent a significant financial burden. My conjectures were slowly taking shape, though numerous details remained unrefined. Su Qin, could the child I am searching for be among them? I placed the list of the first phase of psychological counseling into my pocket and turned to enter the adjoining department on the right. The space of the comprehensive training department was 3 times that of the psychological health department, with a puzzle carpet covering the floor, separating the interior from the exterior, and featuring an independent room within. As I walked through, the carpet was strewn with various toys, as if mischievous children had just played there, and their parents had not yet had the chance to tidy up. The walls were adorned with warm wallpaper, depicting an array of adorable and playful characters. I took a cursory glance around and found nothing amiss. Could the issue lie within that isolated room? As I was about to approach, I turned around and noticed a toy in the corner that seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the same doll I had seen earlier in the director's office. How did it end up here? Chapter 328. Clue to the homicide with slender arms and legs. The doll's body was merely 1/4 the size of its face. Its peculiar appearance had left a lasting impression on my mind after just one glance. Were there 2 identical dolls? Or had someone pilfered the toy from the director's office as I entered the psychological health department? I was not the only individual at the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The presence of the female anchor had introduced an element of unpredictability into all matters. It was still well before midnight, and I had ample time. In addition to the plush doll in the corner, there was also an inflatable swimming pool, a 1.5-meter square basin with a depth of about half a foot. This diminutive pool was intended to assist children under 3 years of age in balance training. The theory that all life on Earth evolved from the sea and that humans cannot be separated from water is a notion that has gained traction in certain child healthcare circles. The water in the inflatable pool had evidently not been cleaned for several days, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. I took a look with my phone and discovered that the water was far from pristine, with several decaying leaves floating atop. How could leaves have drifted into the pool when the doors and windows were tightly shut? Holding the leaves in my hand, I found them brittle, crumbling into fragments at the slightest touch. They could have been brought in from outside, but why would anyone wish to enter the pool? It seemed absurd that someone would exert such effort to sneak into a closed hospital merely to play in the water. There was nothing around the pool, and the notion of splashing about became my conjecture. Adults would not engage in such behavior, but if it were a child, that would be an entirely different matter. Rising to my feet, I glanced toward the isolated room at the far end of the facility. Approaching closely, I noticed the door was marked as a special treatment room. After shaking the door handle a few times, I discovered that this inconspicuous door had 2 locks. What could be so precious in a mere special treatment room that it necessitated such security? With no one around, I aimed a kick at the door lock. Applying the strength I had honed through my training, which had significantly enhanced my physical prowess. However, this door proved to be more formidable than I had anticipated. It took several vigorous kicks in the same spot before it finally yielded. Would such a commotion disturb the slumbering entities within the hospital? I glanced at my watch. It was just past 11, and I still had ample time. The partition door was adorned with a thick white curtain, which I touched. It was not only designed to shield against prying eyes, but also to muffle any sounds from within. Was it a precaution to prevent the treatment process from being observed? As I lifted the curtain, the scene within was somewhat unexpected. Contrary to my expectations of advanced medical apparatus, I found merely a rather ordinary private resting room. In the center lay a hospital bed, the headboard embedded with smooth metal handrails, ostensibly for the occupant to grip while moving. The room was impeccably tidy. The bedding was neatly folded, and the sheets lay perfectly flat without a single wrinkle. The adjacent desk was devoid of dust, as if it had been meticulously maintained by a dedicated caretaker. Inside the desk drawer, I discovered several documents detailing the rehabilitation records of a few children, indicating that each child's physical and psychological conditions were steadily improving. Child psychological correction is one of the most challenging subjects in psychology. How could they achieve such success? Although my skepticism lingered, the records were explicit. There were 4 treatment phases, and by the end, only 2 children remained, Suchin and Wang Yu. The records clearly stated that Suchin suffered from congenital brain damage, likely caused by oxygen deprivation just before birth. Wang Yu was diagnosed with congenital autism. He was older than the other children, yet the doctors had invested the most effort in his treatment, which proved equally challenging as with the others. In the first phase of treatment, he was unable to communicate normally and exhibited emotional instability, even having bitten healthcare personnel. In the second phase, he still could not engage in normal conversation, but had stabilized emotionally and could comprehend the words of his parents and the hospital staff. The third phase saw him unable to communicate with healthcare providers or parents, yet he had formed a companion with whom he could engage in brief exchanges. The fourth phase declared him successfully cured, with stable emotions, the ability to understand and follow the instructions of his parents and the medical staff, and to communicate normally with peers. After perusing the lines of the report, I shook my head. The ability to comprehend and execute commands from healthcare personnel hardly constituted a cure. The most significant distinction between humans and animals lies in self-awareness. They had trained these children to behave like obedient pets, a notion that could hardly be deemed a cure and might even be viewed as a secondary injury. The intervention of individuals lacking an understanding of psychological treatment would undoubtedly yield complications. The report claimed both children had been successfully cured, yet it concluded abruptly, with no further details. Their parents had raised no objections, and I noted their signatures at the report's conclusion. Suchin and Wang Yu. I could scarcely fathom the nature of the training they underwent that transformed them from children into compliant puppets. The fourth phase of their treatment took place in this peculiar ward. I rummaged through the room, but found no useful clues. Proceeding further inside, I discovered a narrow private room. Curiously, I pushed open the door, and a pungent scent of disinfectant assailed my nostrils. At the far end of the hospital room lies a private restroom, merely 2 or 3 square meters in size. To the left, a toilet stands, while to the right, a tile basin is carelessly strewn with mops and rags. Upon reaching out to touch one of the rags, I was surprised to find it still slightly damp. The hospital had been sealed off 3 days prior, marked with official tape, yet the presence of a wet rag suggests that someone had been here before nightfall today. Spirits would not idly touch rags. I possess a 50% certainty that, at this very moment, apart from myself and the female broadcaster, there are others concealed within this edifice. The sounds of kicking doors and shattering glass may have been heard by the intruder who has yet to seek me out, likely in pursuit of the broadcaster instead. My instinct for counter-surveillance is relatively astute, with senses heightened beyond the ordinary. If he were searching for me, I would detect it immediately. The broadcaster has not screamed. Perhaps she has not encountered danger yet, or perhaps she has already met her demise. If the assailant employed ether or similar substances to incapacitate her from behind, she would be utterly unable to call for help. Regardless of the situation, I cannot rescue her. The maternal and child healthcare hospital is neither too large nor too small, and wasting time in search may result in both of us perishing here. Glancing back at the ward door, I left it ajar, utilizing my keen eyesight to easily survey the surroundings. There is another abnormality in this room. The potent scent of disinfectant permeates the air, as if deliberately masking another odor. Is it plausible that the disinfectant is intended to cover up foul smells in the restroom? I doubt it. Picking up the mop, I noticed several strands of hair among the rag, some black, others light blonde, indicating different women. This restroom is more concealed than the public restrooms in the corridor. Had I not forcefully opened the door to this special ward, I would have never discovered it. Is the assailant planning to use the restroom to dispose of something unspeakable? My gaze shifted to the toilet, which seemed the only means for disposing of items via the drain. Employing my sharp vision, I observed the inner wall of the toilet reflecting light distinctly. I retrieved a bed sheet to wipe the interior, revealing that the reflective layer was grease. Compared to bloodstains, biological fat is far more challenging to eradicate. A dismemberment? A cover-up? The severity of the case escalated in an instant. I discarded the bed sheet. Piecing together the clues, the damp rags and mop suggest that the murderer may still be within this building. The hair on the mop is exclusively female. Thus, the assailant's targets are likely women, placing the broadcaster in grave peril. With the perpetrator primarily targeting women, I remain uncertain of the connection to the child I seek. To unravel this enigma, I require further clues. The vanished child, the murdered women, and the dismemberment case. The threads intertwine. Exiting the private restroom, I turned my gaze to the bed, from which I had yanked the sheet, revealing the mattress beneath. Unlike the pristine sheet, the mattress appeared uneven, as though something were hidden within. Chapter 329. The color of strawberries. The mattress was wrinkled, with irregular hard lumps, and the cotton within seemed congealed. Upon tearing the mattress open, I discovered large patches of light-colored blood stains on the cotton. Someone had made an effort to clean it. Yet blood-soaked cotton is not easily cleansed. Beneath the mattress lies not merely an unadorned bed frame, but several sheets of white paper concealing a short stick. Unfolding the paper, I discover the reverse side is blank, while the front is adorned with an exquisitely painted plate brimming with strawberries. Is this realism? Despite the use of ordinary colored pencils, the artist's depiction is astonishingly lifelike, almost as if the strawberries could leap from the page. I paid little heed to these sheets of paper, casting them aside, only to find that nestled among them was a rubber stick. What purpose does a rubber stick serve in a child's psychological counseling room? Surely, it belongs in the security office. As I grasped the short stick, I pondered its unique material. It possesses an ability that other implements lack. Striking a person with a rubber stick leaves minimal marks yet inflicts considerable pain. I am somewhat familiar with this, as such tools are occasionally employed during police interrogations. A child's skin is tender, yet if the rubber stick is wrapped in a damp towel, it could strike without leaving a trace. Even if bones are fractured, the skin would remain unbruised. Standing by the bed, my gaze fell upon the headboard and the railings at the foot of the bed, which were evidently constructed for support. The children sent here grapple with psychological and intellectual challenges, yet their physical condition shows no abnormalities. There is no reason for them to be unable to stand. What, then, is the purpose of these railings? Holding the rubber stick, I observed the railings on either side, gradually engulfed by a chill. How does one inflict pain without damaging bones or leaving conspicuous marks? The answer is simple. Strike the inner thighs where the muscle density is 5 times that of the gluteal region, a concealed area that avoids bones and joints, allowing for quick recovery. At that moment, I comprehended the rationale behind the railings. A severe strike to the inner thigh could render one temporarily incapable of walking. These supports were deliberately erected to assist the struck individual in regaining their footing. Is this truly the method employed to treat children with intellectual deficiencies and psychological obstacles? The instinct to flee from pain is inherent in both humans and animals. The purpose of pain receptors is to signal harm. The doctors at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital are not psychological experts. They merely apply methods used to train pets to educate young children. Their so-called successful treatments, where patients can understand and follow the commands of parents and caregivers, are not born from genuine intent, but rather from coercion. Violence cannot rescue the withdrawn. It only exacerbates their conditions, driving them further into isolation. The fourth phase of treatment involves just two children, Su Qin and Wang Yu, both of whom have congenital defects preventing communication. Even in the face of harm, they fail to inform their parents. I sighed, reflecting on the duality of human nature. For every good person, there exists a bad one. While one can recognize the kindness of the virtuous, the depths of a person's malice remain ever elusive. With the rubber stick concealed upon my person, I departed from the pediatric department, making my way to another ward. The Forensic Evidence and Judicial Appraisal Department is the closest to pediatric care. Their title may sound professional, yet I harbor profound doubts regarding the hospital's forensic capabilities. Upon entering, I found the room narrow, comparable in size to the director's office, with instruments and glass cabinets housing files lining both sides. The space was impeccably tidy, the workbench devoid of superfluous items, and the glass cabinet doors securely locked. What an inconvenience! I closed the door behind me and shattered the glass, quickly sifting through the documents within. Amidst a pile of routine reports and meeting guidelines, I unearthed a paternity test that captured my attention. The reason for my intrigue lay in the conspicuous absence of parental signatures in the designated section, a stark deviation from the norm. Surely, no physician would conduct such a test without parental consent, regardless of their reliability. Upon scrutinizing the report, I discovered the child's name was Wang Yulan, a girl. The document explicitly stated that the DNA single-strand alleles were inconsistent, indicating a non-parental relationship. In the hospital, the surname Wang was quite prevalent, with Wang Yu, Wang Yulan, and Wang Xiusen all sharing it. The similarity between the names Wang Yu and Wang Yulan was peculiar, prompting me to connect the three names in contemplation. Wang Xiusen, the hospital director, was associated with the paternity report of Wang Yulan, which lacked parental signatures yet was still processed by the doctor. This anomaly could perhaps be attributed to the involvement of an internal hospital member. Wang Xiusen, the director, also bore the surname Wang and had reportedly been missing for approximately 3 to 4 weeks. Glancing back at the paternity report, I noted that it was dated a month prior. All signs pointed to the possibility that Wang Yulan was indeed the daughter of director Wang Xiusen. However, this remained merely speculation without any substantial evidence to substantiate it. After carefully securing the paternity report, I glanced at the time and was about to explore other rooms when a woman's piercing scream echoed from below. It was that female broadcaster. Having accepted payment for her protection, I could not ignore her plight. I flung open the door and raced towards the source of her voice on the second floor. After her initial scream, silence enveloped the air. As I hastened along the corridor, a sense of eerie calm prevailed, interrupted only by the oppressive darkness. Had the perpetrator of the dismemberment appeared? Clutching a rubber baton, I pressed my body against the wall, advancing cautiously down the hallway. As I proceeded, I discerned the mechanical whir of machinery, leading me to the door of the prenatal diagnostic testing center, from whence the sound emanated. I tentatively pushed the door, finding it unlocked, and held my breath as I swung it wide open, scanning the interior with keen eyes. The source of the noise was a 3D ultrasound machine deep within the room. Apart from that, it was eerily devoid of any presence. Where could the broadcaster have gone? Who was operating the machine? Or had she been moved elsewhere? I approached the ultrasound machine, its pale green glow casting an unsettling hue in the corner. What was this apparatus? The probe used for the ultrasound was lodged within the machine, and the images displayed on the screen left much to be deciphered. A vivid array of crimson fragments and several protruding red masses filled the screen. As I beheld this ultrasound image, a torrent of gruesome scenarios flashed through my mind. Dismemberment, homicide, and the twisted proclivities of depraved killers, each scene unfurling vividly in my thoughts. It was somewhat repulsive, yet the substance depicted did not resemble blood. The liquid's viscosity appeared distinctly lower than that of blood. I lifted the dust cover from behind the ultrasound machine and grasped the device, pulling it outward. Just as the machine shifted, an inexplicable substance began to ooze from the crevice in the wall. I crouched down to peer into the deep crimson liquid. So dark it appeared almost black, revealing the decayed pulp detected by the ultrasound machine, which turned out to be nothing more than a pile of strawberries. It struck me as peculiar that strawberries, when clustered together, could create such a horrifying image on the ultrasound screen, reminiscent of dismembered bodies. This led me to ponder the oddity of strawberries appearing in a hospital, especially since it was not the season for their harvest. Despite being rotten, the majority retained a vivid red hue, suggesting they had been brought into the hospital recently. who would deliberately purchase strawberries and place them in a hospital. Did strawberries hold some other significance? The gruesome chaos depicted on the ultrasound screen bore an unsettling resemblance to a crime scene. Earlier, in the pediatric psychological health department, the drawings on the paper wrapped around the rubber sticks featured strawberries. Could the artist be hinting at something? I switched off the machine, my mind swirling with questions as I exited the testing center. This live broadcast felt markedly different. The female host had just let out a scream. Perhaps finding her would yield some answers. I tore off a piece of paper from the report and stuffed it in the gap of the door before turning to leave, knowing that if the paper fell, it would indicate someone had entered. Chapter 330. The arrival of the infant spirit after departing from the prenatal diagnostic center. I traversed the corridor in search of the female host. Most of the doors along the way were locked, their handles coated with dust. The person I sought likely wouldn't be hiding within. The scream had indeed emanated from the second floor. I could not be mistaken, yet where was she? Upon reaching the end of the hallway, I sensed something amiss. Beside the emergency exit was an inconspicuous wooden door, a storage space for cleaning supplies used by the hospital's janitors. It appeared to have been opened recently. Crouching to examine the ground, I noticed debris scattered around the door, likely the result of someone hastily entering to avoid detection, causing items to tumble out. Larger objects had been removed, leaving the smaller debris difficult to clean up quickly. I gently knocked on the door, receiving no response, and my brow furrowed in concern. "Come out, don't hide," I whispered at the entrance. The corridor's silent enough for the occupant to hear me clearly. "If you choose not to emerge, then step away from the door. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." I retreated a couple of steps, my eyes fixated on the lock, then kicked the door with force. The lock was jolted open, and it seemed something was propping the door ajar as I heard the sound of a bamboo stick snapping. "Come out," I commanded, clutching the rubber stick tightly, positioning myself just a short distance from the door. Before long, the storage room door creaked open, and the individual inside, realizing they had been discovered, emerged with a furtive demeanor. "Chen Xiaozong?" I inquired, observing the well-figured female host, her eyes betraying a sense of unease. "You were the one who screamed just now, weren't you?" I scrutinized the small space behind her, which was cluttered with mops, dustpans, and buckets. "Speak," I urged, noting how her previously bold demeanor had given way to a nervous disposition, her gaze flitting away as if she dared not meet my eyes. Yet, her hesitation only piqued my curiosity further. Such a drastic change surely indicated she had encountered something troubling. "Did you run into someone else?" I pressed, and her expression shifted dramatically at my words. Seizing the moment, I inquired, "Did they intend to do you harm?" The female host took a step back, her hand rummaging through the cluttered room until it grasped a broom, which she held in her palm. "Why don't you speak?" she demanded. "You were chattering incessantly before entering, yet now you've chosen the silence of the grave. My patience is wearing thin. Stop the charade, let me go, and we shall pretend that this evening never transpired." I understood her intentions all too well. She need not dream. My live stream was being observed by tens of thousands, and the police were en route. After a prolonged silence, the female host finally spoke, her tone steady, a stark contrast to her earlier exuberance. She held a selfie stick, now snapped in two. "Am I acting? Did anything transpire between us tonight?" I refrained from immediate denial. Her words confirmed that during my absence, she had encountered a third individual within the building. The identity of this person remained uncertain, but it was evident from her implication that he was likely an adult male, not a missing child. Her face was as cold as ice. "There are only you and me in this building. You speak sweetly of leaving alone. I trusted you and was prepared to help you garner more popularity. Yet, I never anticipated your true nature would be so vile and depraved. Dare you claim that the one who accosted me at the stairwell corner was not you? You embraced me from behind, attempting to use force." Her voice quivered, betraying her bravado. Even an outsider could discern her facade of strength was but a cover for her profound fear. "If you wish to leave, I wholeheartedly agree. Yet, you may have misinterpreted. I was not the one harboring ill intentions toward you. This building houses more than just the two of us." My words flowed swiftly, devoid of hesitation. "I was on the 4th floor when I heard your scream and rushed over." You might recall the details of the assailant, compare his height, voice, and other characteristics with mine. Upon hearing my account, the female host remained unconvinced. "It's too dark. How could I possibly see clearly?" She had a point. Not everyone possesses the keen observational skills of a police officer. Realizing further discourse was futile, I shook my head. "Very well, I shall escort you out." This building is perilous. Once you leave, do not return. With that, I turned toward the emergency exit, adjacent to the cluttered room. Wait. She hesitated, her expression betraying uncertainty. Could we avoid the emergency exit? She regarded me with trepidation, as if haunted by something. Is this where you were attacked? I gestured toward the dark corner of the stairwell between the first and second floors, where not even the moonlight could penetrate, rendering it utterly pitch black. The female host clutched the broom to her chest, feigning ignorance. I will not exit through there. Her resolute demeanor left me at a loss. I scrutinized her more closely, growing increasingly suspicious. I had just received a distress call from the underworld show, and this female host had somehow intertwined herself into my livestream. Although I did not disclose my location during the call, I could not dismiss the possibility that she might possess other means to uncover it. This was my first suspicion. The second arose from the peculiar talismans within her handbag. How unusual for an entertainment host to possess such an abundance of authentic talismans, including one of formidable power, akin to the Northern Dipper spell. This was far from normal. Could she also be a host from the underworld show? The mobile device employed by the female host differs from my large-screen phone, a pink model tailored for women. I cast a glance at her chest, noting the absence of a pendant or any brooch from a ghostly showcase. What are you looking at? Is the truth finally about to unveil itself? At such moments, women tend to be exceedingly perceptive. She aimed her phone's camera directly at me, as if wishing for everyone in her live stream to recognize me distinctly. Naturally, I refrained from delving into explanations on this matter, for elaboration would only deepen the intrigue. It was far more prudent to expedite her departure to mitigate any potential variables within the hospital. I forged ahead, clearing the path while instructing her to follow without uttering a word. Circling around, we arrived at the main staircase of the hospital. As I descended swiftly between the first and second floors, I was suddenly startled by the female host's exclamation. We stood on the staircase, engulfed in darkness. What are you screaming about? Following her gaze upwards, I discerned a shadow less than a meter tall, crouched against the handrail of the third-floor staircase. The distance was too great. Even with my keen eyesight, I could only make out the vague silhouette of a child, its head and body extending outward, as if embracing something. A shadow? A child? Could it be the missing one? A jolt of realization surged through me, and I abandoned the idea of escorting the female host out, racing up the staircase instead. Where are you going? The female host stood frozen in place, surrounded by darkness. I have other matters to attend to. You should leave on your own. I sprinted with all my might, intent on capturing the child, but that shadow darted away like a startled rabbit. The moment I took a step forward, it withdrew its arms and vanished from sight. Arriving on the third floor, I found the corridor shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. The doors and windows were intact, and no footprints marred the floor. Where could it have fled? Focused, I prepared to thoroughly investigate the third floor before midnight. The departments on this floor were newly established at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital this year, including the Obstetrics and Gynecology Special Needs Ward and the Newborn Disease Screening Center. I attempted to push open the doors to these wards. Intriguingly, none of the doors on the third floor were locked, an exceedingly unusual detail that sparked a thrill within me. That child might be hidden among these wards. Just as I was about to delve deeper, another scream from the female host echoed from below. Hesitating momentarily, I decided to abandon my original plan in light of the urgency and rush downstairs. Approaching the hospital's cash service desk near the main entrance, I noticed flickers of light and hastened towards them without a second thought. Why haven't you left? Do you really think your life is so long? As I pushed open the door, I found the female host standing at the far end of the small room. The glimmers emanating through the glass of the cash register were also coming from that corner. It wasn't Chen Xiaocong neglecting the live stream. She pointed to the printer still operating automatically. I had exited through the same route, but had forgotten which room we had entered, hence my search for the key, only to discover this machine at work. Are you surprised? I had long asserted that a third person existed within the hospital. My earlier scream was due to something else. The female host interrupted me, stepping aside to observe the sheets of paper continuously emerging from the printer, each imprinted with the word baby. Chapter 331. They have arrived. Imprinted with baby? I picked up a sheet and looked down, my eyes widening in shock as a chilling sensation coursed through me, raising the hairs on my scalp. In the center of a standard A4 sheet, a vague shadow looms, a ghostly infant seemingly striving to emerge from the paper. Its eyes, nose, and facial features are remarkably distinct, and it feels as though it is smiling directly at me. I pick up another A4 sheet from the ground, which also depicts an infant. However, upon comparison, subtle differences in their likenesses emerge. The distinction lies not in their appearance, but rather in their movements, as if the printed image encapsulates a living being. It appears to be in constant motion. The paper merely captures a fleeting moment of its actions. Do you think there could be a baby inside that machine? The female host's complexion darkens, her body leaning against the cash register, her toes pointed as though the room were filled not with scattered white sheets, but with a host of little specters. Shall we take a look? This maternity and child care hospital has a sinister reputation. If anyone claims there are no spirits here, I would be the first to dispute that. How shall we see? Before she could react, I had already unplugged the machine, removing the cover and the back panel. Aren't you afraid there might be something inside? Fear resolves nothing. Besides, this is not the most terrifying scenario. As I dismantled the machine, I turned to her and remarked, if I had unplugged the printer and it continued to operate, incessantly spewing out sheets, that would indeed be the most horrifying situation. The machine's interior was cramped, making it impossible for an infant to crawl inside. My sole discovery was two severely decayed strawberries wedged in the gaps, the origin of which remained a mystery. I gazed at the scattered sheets, lost in thought. It was still before midnight, yet the lurking malevolence seemed to be growing restless. You are the first witness. Did you notice anything unusual upon reaching the cash register? To glean more clues, I needed to inquire further from Qin Xiaocang. She shook her head, stating she had seen nothing. Had it not been for her search for the keys, she would not have approached the register at all. Looking for keys? That excuse is rather flimsy. There are myriad ways to exit this building. When one is engulfed in panic and fear for their life, they would not resort to such a gentle approach. I positioned myself in front of the door, feeling it imperative to discuss the perils of this building. The true horrors would only manifest after midnight, and I could not allow an unstable element like her to linger by my side. If you only came here at night to livestream, I urge you to leave immediately. Your two screams have disrupted my plans and consumed precious time needed for unraveling this mystery. I chose to assist you out of consideration for that talisman. But once is enough. Should you scream again, I shall disregard you entirely. I hope you refrain from any foolish actions. With a rubber baton in hand, my demeanor remained calm and indifferent. I certainly will leave. The female host, sensing my unyielding expression and the blockage of the sole exit, appeared flustered. Before I could finish my sentence, I discerned from our brief encounter that her demeanor was not typical of an online broadcaster. Rather, her conduct had surpassed what one would expect from a mere internet personality. Dressed flamboyantly, she had entered this reputedly haunted hospital alone, without any companions. To livestream, this was far from normal. My gaze fixed upon her, I inquired, do you have ulterior motives? Is your livestream truly different from the ordinary? My last inquiry was rather explicit, merely lacking a direct question to ascertain whether she was a host from the underworld. The female streamer, aware that she could not evade the matter, hesitated momentarily before confessing that she was, in fact, compelled by circumstance. She had entered the industry later in life, and her age rendered her incomparable to the younger girls who effortlessly earned money by chatting, singing, or merely flaunting their legs. Thus, she was forced to forge an alternative path. Qin Xiaocang recounted her tale. Throughout the past year, she had deliberately chosen locations steeped in urban legends for her ghost hunting broadcasts to attract viewers. Initially, her show gained immense popularity, peaking with an audience exceeding 800,000. The alluring combination of beauty and thrill garnered her a plethora of fans in a remarkably short span. With the wealth amassed from her broadcasts, she was able to purchase a house and a car through installment payments. However, this golden period was fleeting. A few months later, audience fatigue set in, compounded by the fact that her ghost hunting expeditions yielded no results. Not only did she fail to encounter any spirits, but even unsavory characters were notably absent. Viewers, through her live streams, found no evidence of the supernatural, but instead often remarked on the stability of public safety in China. As her popularity dwindled, she gradually fell from her initial position at the top of the rankings. In a desperate attempt to revive her audience, she resorted to hiring actors to portray ghosts. But this ruse was soon uncovered, leading to a further plummet in her popularity. The streaming platform even contemplated terminating her contract. Streaming was her sole source of income. Losing her position as a host would mean forfeiting her luxury car and home to the bank. With no alternatives, she had no choice but to venture into increasingly remote and perilous locations, hoping to encounter a genuine spirit one day. The rumors surrounding the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital were relayed to her by a viewer with the username FengMailNGO, who also acted as an intermediary for selling her protective talismans. The individual assured her that with these talismans, she would remain safe even in the presence of ghosts. Every household has its own struggles, and behind her glamorous facade lay an immense, unspoken pressure. Hence, despite knowing the dangers, she disregarded my warnings and chose to remain in the hospital to broadcast live. I did not fully believe her story. If she truly were a host from the underworld, her narrative might have been premeditated. One cannot fathom the survival of those who endure such spectral performances through conventional reasoning. I understood her predicament, yet I felt compelled to inform her that without encountering any spirits, her losses would merely be her luxury car and home. However, should she actually confront a ghost, she would risk losing everything. It was nearly midnight. I urged her to leave swiftly, as I did not wish to become distracted by unnecessary matters. As she opened the door, I observed her passing by, taking note of her well-proportioned figure, with her arms and legs devoid of much muscle, suggesting she had never trained in combat or martial arts. To be a host from the underworld entails facing not only supernatural entities, but also the sinister nature of humanity. Acquiring self-defense skills is indispensable. "Have you seen enough, sir?" she asked, furrowing her brow and giving me a pointed look, her demeanor betraying a hint of vulnerability as she raised her phone to film me. "I'll escort you out." As I recalled the name of the ward I had entered, I walked several meters away, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. The doors lining the corridor were intact, showing no signs of damage, and despite my distance, the safety exit at the end of the corridor seemed unchanged in relation to me. Had they arrived? I took out my phone and glanced at the time. It had unknowingly surpassed midnight. This is bad. We might be encountering an inexplicable phenomenon. Inexplicable phenomenon? Upon hearing this rather popular term online, the female streamer perked up, lifting her phone to capture the surroundings. "Be careful and watch your back." I couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked deep within the corridor, shrouded in darkness, obscuring my vision. Aside from myself and the female streamer, there should be two other living beings in the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. 1. The perpetrator of the gruesome murders, who seems to possess a pathological craving for women. He was likely the one who attacked Chen Xiaocang. The other living being is presumably the shadow I previously spotted hiding on the staircase. Its identity remains uncertain, but it is likely that of the missing child. I recalled the peculiar figure on the third floor, standing in an odd pose, its body pressed against the railing, arms extended downwards as if preparing to leap into an embrace, or perhaps clutching something to prevent it from falling. All the doors on the third floor were unlocked. There was definitely something amiss. Once I escort this woman to safety, I will investigate immediately. A plan formed in my mind. Seize the female streamer and leave this place at once. I kicked open the door to the adjacent ward, the wooden door slamming heavily against the wall, the sound echoing far and wide. Searching for something to break the window, I pushed Chen Xiaocang into the room and turned to the windowsill, only to be frozen in shock. Outside the transparent window stood several gaunt children, lined up side by side. They were short, their bodies obscured by the windowsill, revealing only their pale faces. Chapter 332. Rumors. The scene before me was exceedingly eerie. The children seemed to have anticipated our entrance into this ward, lying in wait outside. Pressed together, their faces, a blend of gray and white, bore expressions inscrutable to any observer. Their tightly contorted features held a venomous gaze, and their slightly parted lips appeared to be uttering some unknown words. A sharp intake of breath broke the silence beside me. The female streamer's eyes widened in alarm, her mouth slowly agape. "Don't panic." I quickly covered her mouth with my hand, pulling her back towards the door. The sensation at my fingertips was cold and soft as I forcibly dragged her out of the ward. It was past midnight. This place was no longer safe. I released her and closed the door behind us. "Those children are so strange." Chen Xiaocang's voice was shaky. "Are they children from the nearby village? Why aren't they home in bed at this hour? Wouldn't their parents be worried?" I let out a cold laugh and shot a glance at the female streamer. "Haven't you always wanted to see a ghost? You've just witnessed one." "Ghost? Are you saying those children are ghosts?" "Impossible." Chen Xiaocang shook her head resolutely, perhaps struggling to reconcile the sight before her with her beliefs. She could not accept my words, insisting that the children merely had peculiar expressions, their eyes, noses, and brows no different from anyone else's. They must be homeless waifs residing here. You certainly have a knack for justifying their presence. When confronted with the extraordinary, people instinctively reach for familiar explanations drawn from their own experiences. Sometimes, even when brushing against the supernatural, individuals refuse to believe, instead cloaking themselves in the comforting veil of self-deception. Consider the delicate image of the infant within the printer. It was indeed vividly discernible. Clutching the Beidou divine charm, I guided Chen Xiaozong towards the third floor, unwilling to squander any further time. "Release me," she suddenly exclaimed, shaking off my arm and regarding me warily. "This is all you're doing. The printer that operates autonomously and the children, these are merely your prearranged mechanisms. Each time I utter a sound, you appear instantaneously. How could you possibly know I was concealed in the storage room amidst so many chambers in the corridor on the second floor? I suspect you were lurking on the opposite side of the hallway. Your unreasonable insistence on saving me is merely to fulfill the causality of this talisman. Should you continue this nonsensical tirade, I shall no longer concern myself with your fate," I replied, my voice frigid and entirely truthful. Chen Xiaozong, already gripped by fear, appeared utterly disoriented by my words. This evening's spirit-seeking live stream felt distinctly different from those past. Yet, she could not articulate what precisely had changed. "Dear brother, I have been live streaming longer than you can imagine. Do you think such trivial tactics could frighten me into submission? Is that even possible?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the female broadcaster resolved to act. Baring her canines, she glared at me fiercely before turning to push open the hospital room door I had previously kicked ajar. "Those children are merely your hired actors. I shall expose you in front of hundreds of thousands." With her phone raised, she pushed the door open, revealing an interior that bore no alterations from before, save for one stark difference. The children who had once stood outside the window were now all gathered within the room, lined up by the bedside, their beady eyes fixed intently upon the broadcaster. "How did you get in here?" she demanded. "Close the door." In a mere 3 or 4 seconds, not only had all the children entered, but their standing positions remained unchanged. The broadcaster's expression began to shift subtly as she glanced towards the windowsill. The windows were securely shut, and the seals had not been disturbed, lacking any signs of having been torn. The seals were intact. The windows had never been opened. So how did these children gain entry? "Run." I seized Chen Xiaozong's arm and, without hesitation, sprinted up the stairs. She was rendered speechless, her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor, her mind echoing with my earlier words. Does this world truly harbor ghosts? As the broadcaster and I raced ahead, a chilling presence loomed closer behind us. Where are we to escape? Chen Xiaozong, filled with trepidation and despair, regarded me with distrust, perceiving me as a sordid and depraved individual. She had no desire to flee with me, but the children trailing behind were undeniably more terrifying, leaving her with no choice but to allow me to lead her away. With danger both ahead and behind, and her phone lost, I thought, "Oh, Chen Xiaozong, tonight you may well find yourself at a dead end." She sighed inwardly as we reached the third floor together. The chilling aura continued to encroach upon us. Without looking back, I instructed her, "Hand me the talisman." She passed me her bag, and as I reached the stairwell of the third floor, I plunged my hand into the bag, extracting a handful of talismans without a glance. Drawing upon the meager reserves of my innate qi, I flicked my wrist and sent the talismans soaring forth. The innate essence of the Miao Zhen heart method, combined with the celestial talismans of the Miao Zhen Dao. Although these talismans may appear to be of little significance, the Taoist essence contained within has been activated, radiating forth golden light as if the ethereal energy of a thousand-leaf phoenix envelopes the space. The malevolent spirits struck by the talismans emit harrowing cries, their bodies seemingly scorched by a red-hot iron, exuding wisps of blue smoke. Is this sorcery? Chen Xiaozong gazes in astonishment. She had attempted these talismans numerous times before, yet regardless of her methods, she had never achieved such astounding results. "Let us hide. I have exhausted my innate energy," I said, my complexion somewhat pale. Seizing the moment while the spirits were filled with trepidation, I hastily sought refuge in an empty room. After closing the door, I surveyed my surroundings to ensure no danger lurked nearby, then sat cross-legged to swiftly enter a meditative state, channeling the Miao Zhen heart method. After 2 full cycles, my innate energy reconstituted, akin to a gently flowing stream reappearing in my dantian. This essence of innate energy indeed possesses boundless utility, serving as the foundation of cultivation. I opened my eyes, a brilliant light shining forth. Chun Xiaozong's gaze towards me shifted. During my meditation, my aura transformed significantly, devoid of scheming, exuding a serene and natural Taoist essence. Are you a Taoist? She finally asked, unable to suppress her curiosity after much contemplation. Sort of, I nodded. With no guidance or mentorship on my cultivation path, I cannot truly be considered a Taoist. Chun Xiaozong, intrigued, glanced at my smartphone. Do Taoists also engage in live streaming? How trendy. Her tone lacked the hostility it once held, a fact I noted. Ignoring her, I approached the door, listened intently, then activated the switch on my brooch, slipping it through the crack to observe the environment outside. It was safe. The spirits had not pursued us. Sighing in relief, I opened the door, retrieved the brooch, and pinned it to my chest. You probably can't leave for now. Follow my instructions closely. It's the only way to survive. This female streamer, though younger than me in appearance, had transformed from an obscure newcomer into a popular anchor with hundreds of thousands of followers in a short span, a testament to her inherent talent. I counted the remaining talismans in my bag. I had carelessly thrown out most of them earlier, leaving only a third. That should suffice for one more use, I mused, pocketing the talismans and returning the bag to Chun Xiaozong. Wait, no matter what we encounter, remain calm. Do not shout, and certainly do not flee aimlessly, I instructed before stepping out of the ward, intending to explore other departments. Why were all the rooms on this floor unlocked? Could it be that even during the hospital's lockdown, people frequently entered and exited this place? The two largest departments on the third floor were obstetrics and gynecology, along with the neonatal disease screening center. After searching, I found little of significance aside from several documents regarding newborn patients. Based on the proportions of consultations, it appeared that this hospital had identified a case of congenital disease in 1 out of every 4 infants, a rather alarming statistic. Upon encountering these medical records, I was suddenly reminded of various comments circulating online about this hospital. Some have alleged that during prenatal examinations, the hospital deliberately informs expectant mothers of numerous ailments concerning their unborn children. Should the mothers insist on proceeding with the pregnancy, it is claimed that the hospital would then substitute their healthy child with a stillborn infant, informing the distraught mothers that their baby tragically succumbed. If such remarks hold any truth, this hospital transcends the realm of a mere black clinic. Its actions are akin to those of beasts devoid of morality. The trafficking of children and the sale of infants purely for profit? Initially, I did not delve deeply into the hospital's practices, assuming they were motivated solely by financial gain. However, it appears the situation is far more complex. In our country, child trafficking is a grave offense, and the establishment of a hospital as a facade for systematic criminal activities is a crime of an even greater magnitude. I pondered how the comprehensive facilities of the maternal and child health hospital could exist in such a remote suburb, only to realize it serves as a cover for the sordid chain of transactions occurring within. It is no wonder that children go missing and that restless spirits linger here. The atmosphere is laden with a heavy sense of resentment. Where are we headed now? The female broadcaster, clutching her bag tightly, followed me out of the newborn disease screening center. She cast several apprehensive glances in my direction and asked, "How should I address you after all this time?" "My name is Gao Jian." Upon hearing my name, the broadcaster instinctively recoiled, her gaze evasive. I could not help but notice her peculiar behavior and, with a quick deduction, surmised the reason for her fear. "Are you frightened because I bear a striking resemblance to a wanted criminal?" "No. Please don't misunderstand. I know nothing." Chun Xiaozong hastily waved her hands in denial. I was not at all surprised that my appearance had been recognized. A typical individual might not have noticed. But Chun Xiaozong is a popular streamer with a following of over 100,000. It was entirely plausible that her audience could have recognized me from her broadcasts. With our names and appearances aligning, coupled with her lost phone severing her connection to the outside world, it was understandable that she felt profoundly unsettled. If I intended to harm you, I would have acted already. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I will not bring you any harm. Upon uttering these words, I suddenly realized that many antagonists often preface their misdeeds with similar reassurances. Noticing Chun Xiaozong's complexion grow even paler, I shook my head and proceeded to explore other departments alone. After traversing a few meters, I heard footsteps behind me. Although Chun Xiaozong was clearly reluctant, she seemed to find me, a living person, more trustworthy in comparison to the ghostly children. I thoroughly searched the departments on the 3rd floor without yielding any results. As I approached the emergency exit to access other floors, I caught sight of a shadowy figure standing quietly in the dimly lit staircase. Utilizing my keen eyesight, I discerned that it was a child, barely a meter tall. I believe I have seen you before. Earlier, when I planned to escort the broadcaster out, I had noticed someone peering from the third floor. They must be the same individual. This time, I refrained from acting impulsively, remaining stationary for fear that sudden movements might frighten them. We come from outside the hospital and mean you no harm. The shadow remained motionless, its bright, black eyes glimmering in the darkness, an indication that this was no mere specter. What is your name? Where are your parents? Regardless of the inquiries I posed, the individual remained silent, akin to a mute, fixated on a singular point without any discernible change in posture. I had come to investigate the case of the dean's disappearance, driven by a quest for truth and devoid of malice. As I cautiously approached the child, he did not flee, which sparked a flicker of hope within me. I took a deep breath and gradually quickened my pace. When I was merely 3 meters away, his evident unease compelled me to halt. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the child possessed a delicate appearance, adorned with a boyish haircut, yet attired in a meticulously crafted outfit reminiscent of a doll. This peculiar attire rendered the child's gender ambiguous, leaving me with a sense of unease regarding his demeanor. Was this a young boy or a girl? Chen Xiaozong, following closely behind, shared my curiosity and observed the child with intent. Recognizing my predicament, she approached and advised me to lower my stance and regard the child as an equal. With that, she crouched down and extended her hands towards the child, calling, "Sister. Come here." Sister? I mused, bemused, considering that the child's mother was likely younger than Chun. Though I initially scoffed at the notion, I acknowledged my limited experience with children and mimicked her actions, lowering myself to the ground. Perhaps this equality in gaze fostered a sense of trust. As the child's emotions began to stabilize, yet he remained rooted in place, as if his feet were anchored to the earth. Despite the child's bizarre attire, there was an undeniable charm about him. The female host crouched down, moving closer to the child, who not only refrained from fleeing, but also extended his hands towards her. This gesture struck a chord of familiarity within me. The first time I encountered him, he leaned against the staircase railing, half of his body protruding beyond it, arms dangling in a similar embrace-like motion. What significance did this gesture hold? As I shook my phone, capturing the scene on screen, I was startled to find another figure alongside the child. Before him stood a girl, her visage grotesquely altered, with empty black holes replacing her eyes and nose. Her tangled hair resembling a bundle of withered grass. From her diminutive frame emanated an unfathomable malevolence. This chilling aura was unlike that of typical spirits. Compared to the ghostly children I had previously encountered, this little girl exuded a far greater danger. While she may not rival a powerful ghost, she was undoubtedly more formidable than an ordinary vengeful spirit. The strength of a spirit is not determined by corporeal form or age, but rather by the weight of resentment, obsession, and magical prowess. Among all the spirits I had encountered during my 8 live broadcasts, the Great Life Ghost undoubtedly claimed the top position. Even with superior talismans at my disposal, I might still be no match for it. Following closely was the malevolent ghost from my first live broadcast at Xinhu High School, which had manifested as a being of solidified malevolence, born from the essence of extreme Yin. Next in line were the red-clad, vengeful spirits witnessed during the 14-lane spirit car broadcast, whose grievances compelled them to halt the spirit vehicle using the bodies of the deceased. Weaker still were the spirits possessed by malevolence and the 3-eyed, ghostly infant that clung to Yi Bing. Beyond these, the remaining solitary and wandering spirits fell into the lowest tier. Not that they lacked fearsome qualities, but in comparison. If I were to categorize the spirits I had encountered into 5 levels, they would occupy the weakest tier. Before me in the live streaming room stood a girl whose power lay somewhere between that of a vengeful spirit clad in red and a ghostly infant. Without the invocation of the Beidou divine spell, subduing her would prove to be a formidable challenge. "Do not approach," I cautioned, gripping the shoulders of the female streamer, refraining from allowing her to see the ominous display on my phone. "What are you doing? This is a living person. Do not frighten him." The female streamer was both alarmed and terrified. "I assure you, I mean no harm. I am here to rescue you," I declared, addressing the child before me with utmost sincerity, as well as the wrathful apparition on screen that exuded hostility towards everything. "You?" The streamer regarded my earnest expression, then glanced at the solitary boy standing before me, shivering in place, clearly sensing that I was no ordinary individual. I will assist you. Can you tell me your name? I inquired patiently, yet the boy merely gazed at me with bright eyes, silent. Are you unable to speak for certain reasons? Allow me to guess a few names. If I am correct, simply nod your head, all right? I maintained eye contact with him, softening my tone. Wang Xiusen, Suqin, Wang Yulan, Wang Yu. Upon uttering the name Wang Yu, the boy exhibited an uncontrollable tremor, struggling to maintain his balance. It appeared I had hit the mark. I reached out, intending to lift the boy and examine him, but the girl's spirit blocking his path regarded me with intense suspicion. Her hollow eyes fixated on my neck as if poised to strangle me. Immediate and true, the essence of the Tao manifest. I silently recited the incantation, allowing righteous energy to envelop me, effortlessly penetrating the girl's spirit as I grasped the boy's frail form. You must be the missing child. Chapter 334. Bound by infant spirits. As I stroked the boy's hair, it felt remarkably soft, akin to that of a newly hatched chick. I am here to save you. My fingers moved gently, my actions deliberate and slow. Through the spectral display on my phone, I could see the vengeful girl's spirit glaring at me, poised to strike should I show any intent to harm the boy. Come to me. I will help you. With arms extended, I gradually embraced the boy's shoulders until his trembling ceased, at which point I exhaled a sigh of relief. The boy had not uttered a single word nor resisted, indicating that he believed in my identity and could comprehend my words. Can you share with me why you have been hiding in the hospital? The boy's freedom was evidently not constrained. If he wished to leave, he likely had ample opportunities to do so. Yet he remained silent, his expression unchanged. His peculiar demeanor left me perplexed. I had anticipated significant revelations upon finding him, but instead, he seemed dazed and mute. Perhaps he had endured too much trauma. I reasoned within myself, noting his pronounced reaction to the name Wang Yu, suggesting he might indeed be Wang Yu. However, the question of why a boy would be dressed in female attire remained a mystery beyond my comprehension. It was possible that during his time concealed in the hospital, he had encountered other inexplicable events, and even if I were to inquire, he might remain reticent. Thus, I was left to investigate further on my own. Wang Yu is afflicted with autism, and the misguided treatment from his psychological counselor has exacerbated his condition. This deterioration manifests not physically, but rather as a psychological exclusivity. He has completely enclosed himself within a narrow world, making communication with outsiders exceedingly challenging. Let us go, I said, taking the boy's small hand, which felt icy to the touch. He instinctively flinched, but ceased to struggle thereafter. With the aid of my phone, I observed through the spectral realm, where a girl's vengeful spirit grasped his other hand. It was as if the boy and the ghost were inseparable companions. The spirit, steeped in resentment, exhibited a peculiar dependency on the young boy. I recalled the information I had discovered in the comprehensive training room. 2 children had participated in psychological correction at the 4th stage. Could this spirit be the other child involved in the treatment, Suqin? Suqin's affliction was severe, extending beyond mere psychological issues. She suffered from localized functional deficits in her brain, resulting in congenital intellectual disability. Her parents had placed great hopes in the hospital. Yet one child's condition worsened while the other transformed into a haunting spirit upon death. It is unfathomable to think of what those so-called doctors had subjected them to. As I led Wang Yu down the staircase towards the 2nd floor, he suddenly halted. Turning back, I discovered that the vengeful spirit had seized his arm. The screen of my phone clearly displayed the spirit's agitated visage, its mouth gaping wide, almost splitting to the roots of its ears. Though I was unversed in the ways of ghosts and could not comprehend their language, my experience from numerous live broadcasts suggested that such anomalies were often accompanied by malevolence. This boy and spirit had managed to hide in the hospital for an extended period, undoubtedly possessing some form of power. I decisively released Wang Yu's hand to observe the spirit's next actions. No sooner had I done so than the boy was yanked backward, stumbling toward the 3rd floor. Is the 2nd floor off limits? I called to Qin Xiaocong, urging him to follow the child. Under the spirit's pull, the little boy hastily sought refuge in a random room, and Qin Xiaocong and I followed suit. The door was unlocked, and I stood behind it, anxiously wondering if something ominous were approaching. I retrieved my brooch and peered through the door's crack, using my phone to illuminate the spectral realm. After a few seconds, the corridor resonated with the laughter of children, high-pitched and indistinguishable in gender, sending shivers down my spine. Moments later, inexplicable water stains appeared on the floor tiles. Upon closer inspection, they revealed a series of dripping, wet footprints. The spectral phone could capture what the ordinary eye could not. Yet the darkness outside rendered the screen incapable of revealing even a blurred silhouette. Curiosity piqued. I deemed it necessary to investigate further, gripping a mystic talisman while silently increasing the phone's brightness. In a fleeting moment of illumination, I glimpsed several emaciated figures passing by the doorway, bodies grotesquely deformed, resembling a horde of diminutive monstrosities rather than human beings. Having taken but a single glance, I swiftly covered the phone's screen and inhaled deeply, waiting until the children's laughter had faded before I dared to lower my hand. The light illuminated the brooch camera, transmitting the scene it captured into the room. As my gaze fell upon the screen, my heart leapt at the sight of an unsightly face dominating the display. Outside the door, a small ghost lingered, now crouched beside the brooch. This was bad. I had been discovered. With no escape route in the ward, I resolved to fight rather than succumb to fate. I concentrated my energy and grasped the talisman tightly, flinging open the ward door to vanquish the malevolent spirit. The incantation had not yet been completed when a chilling gust swept past me, and what unfolded on my phone screen left me astounded. The vengeful spirit of a girl pounced upon the small ghost outside, sinking her teeth into its neck and pinning it to the ground. Exorcism. Seizing the moment, I drew forth a talisman imbued with potent spiritual energy and affixed it to the small ghost's head. The wretched creature offered little resistance before being consumed by the girl's vengeful spirit. Unlike the complete devouring of a spirit, the girl merely took a few bites, and the small ghost was soon utterly vanquished. This girl was rather fierce. Having dealt with the small ghost, I took Wang Yu's hand and exited the ward, the girl no longer obstructing our path. So many small ghosts were merrily heading toward the same destination. Was something summoning them? I possessed a talisman of the Great Dipper that could annihilate high-level malevolent spirits in one fell swoop. But such an opportunity was rare. Should I fail, there would be no chance for redemption. Let us proceed and investigate. Holding the phone displaying the underworld scene aloft, I led the way, following the direction the small ghosts had taken until we reached the central staircase. From the third floor, I glanced down to see the hospital's main entrance had been opened, revealing a woman wandering the first-floor corridor, carrying a large bag. How did she gain entry? Chen Xiaocong nudged my arm and whispered. I signaled for silence, as he could only see the woman in the corridor, oblivious to the surrounding scene. Through the lens of the underworld camera, the true image of the first floor emerged. The woman in a red and white dress was surrounded by a throng of ghostly children, ugly, deformed little spirits tugging at her skirt, pulling her hair, while some had even climbed onto her. The sight was utterly horrifying, and my palms were drenched with sweat. Wang Yu, who had been silent, suddenly appeared unsettled upon seeing the woman, shaking his head repeatedly as if trying to convey something. The deranged woman on the first floor, covered in small ghosts, wore a foolish grin, her gaze vacant as she occasionally reached into her bag to toss something to the spirits. The horde of apparitions clamored for the offerings, akin to trained monkeys in a frenzy. I focused intently on what the woman was extracting from her bag. It bore a resemblance to strawberries, in colors ranging from vibrant red to a deeper, darker hue. Strawberries? Do the ghosts enjoy strawberries as well? I observed as some of the spirits seized the items and popped them into their mouths, only for the colors to dull significantly upon their return. The revelry on the first floor persisted for 5 or 6 minutes until the woman's bag lay empty, prompting the small ghosts to reluctantly disperse, leaving her crawling on the ground, meticulously collecting the remnants of what the spirits had eaten and subsequently regurgitated. This woman, possessing the hospital keys, was undoubtedly a crucial figure. I gestured to the female anchor to take care of the little boy. If I do not return, or if danger arises, ensure his escape. Having spoken, I cautiously made my way along the wall towards the first floor. The little specters scattered and vanished in the blink of an eye, with only a few darting past me, posing little threat. I carefully descended to the first floor, picking up an item expelled by the apparitions. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was not a strawberry, but rather a shriveled heart. Chapter 335, Family Planning Department. The heart in my hand emanated a foul stench. Its size suggested it was not a human organ, but rather resembled the hearts of chickens or ducks. It seemed that fresh organs were being used to nourish the little specters, hinting that deeper within this hospital lay other secrets. I placed the withered heart at the corner and concealed myself in the shadows. In the dim light, the appearance of these fresh organs bore a certain resemblance to strawberries. I had seen numerous strawberry still-life paintings in the psychological training room. Could those artworks be suggesting something to the viewer? Among the myriad of fruits, why focus solely on strawberries? This in itself raised questions. I deliberately tossed the shriveled heart in front of me, and before long, the woman crawled over. She resembled a lowly servant, meticulously gathering the refuse left by the little specters, placing the hearts they had consumed into an opaque bag. As she drew nearer, I seized the moment when she reached for the heart. I sprang from my hiding place, pinning her down with my knee while covering her mouth with one hand. I had no intention of harming her, yet the moment she sensed my presence, her reaction was alarmingly intense. Her jaw snapped shut like that of a piranha, attempting to bite my hand. Realizing the peril, I hastily withdrew, hearing the sound of her teeth colliding from half a meter away. What force did she possess? Was she trying to sever my fingers? With a swift motion, I struck her at the nape of her neck and shoved her bag into her mouth. I restrained her arms with one hand while pressing her down with my body, commanding her to be still. She writhed like a fish caught on land, struggling with all her might, her arms flailing and legs kicking. I was wary of her making too much noise, so I resorted to force. And it took her several seconds to cease her thrashing. What have you done to her? Chun Xiaocong, accompanied by Wang Yu, rushed over. Her gaze, filled with trepidation, reinforced my status as a wanted criminal in her eyes. Stop talking nonsense and fetch some sturdy rope. If there is none, use bed sheets or 4 tubes as substitutes. Do not be deceived by this madwoman's current calmness. She nearly broke free earlier and possesses considerable strength. You're not seriously planning to do something to her, are you? Helping you would make me an accomplice. Get moving. I barked, and Chun Xiaocong hurried into the room, emerging moments later with 2 bed sheets torn into strips, which she handed to me. With the makeshift ropes in hand, I slowly rose from her, scrutinizing her closely. This deranged woman was not clad in a red and white dress, but rather in a rather ordinary nurse's uniform, now loose and tattered due to the tearing. The peculiar red markings on it initially appeared random, but upon closer examination, I discerned that the stripes were arranged with a certain order, deliberately drawn. Hey you, help me strip her of her clothing, I commanded, gripping the madwoman's wrists toward Chun Xiaocong. Strip her? Me? Chun Xiaocong's expression revealed her distress as Gao Jian urged her to cease her actions. The door leading outside had already swung open. She should not persist in her ignorance, descending deeper into a path of crime that offered no return. It was not that I lacked the will to assist her, rather, I could not bear to witness her continued folly. Do not make me repeat myself, I exclaimed. Chun Xiaocong, an ordinary mortal, had failed to perceive the multitude of spirits that filled the hall. She mistakenly believed I sought to torment a madwoman unknown to me. With her counsel falling on deaf ears, her face contorted in frustration, she removed her nurse's coat, standing awkwardly as I bound the woman's hands with a bedsheet. You will reap what you sow, she cautioned. Once the madwoman was secured, I spread her nurse's coat on the ground. Blood traced intricate patterns, converging at the lower abdomen of the uniform to form a complex character resembling infant in traditional script. This character struck me as unsettling. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to divide into 3 distinct spirits. The character, adorned with blood, served as a protective talisman, a symbol inscribed upon the garment. My familiarity with talismans allowed me to discern that this particular symbol held little efficacy, merely shielding an ordinary person from minor spirits and infantile phantoms. Crafted through dark sorcery, this talisman employed blood to command spirits. The woman's ability to traverse a horde of spirits without succumbing to their drain on her vitality was attributed to the existence of this garment. Spirits thrived on malevolent energy. As long as this energy remained intact, they would persist. Why then did they specifically seek fresh poultry and organs for sustenance? Did flesh and blood possess unique properties for spirits? My understanding of spirit cultivation was limited, leaving me to conjecture. I set aside the talisman-embroidered nurse's uniform, initially intending to drape it over Wang Yu, but the girl's vengeful spirit obstructed my efforts, as if this garment posed a threat to human life. The girl's ghost would likely not harm Wang Yu. I resolved to keep the garment for the time being. As I secured the madwoman's mouth with a cloth strip, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Turning to Chun Xiaocong, I inquired, "Why do you linger? The door is open. Will you not depart with me?" At that moment, most of her attention was fixated on the madwoman, whose freedom had been stripped away, her hands bound, her mouth silenced, rendering any plea for help futile. "I have other matters to attend to and cannot leave just yet," she replied resolutely. Unlike formal broadcasts, task-based streams persisted until their objectives were met. I was determined to uncover the truth behind the events that transpired here and seek justice for the wronged souls. Other matters? Chun Xiaozong glanced at the now defenseless woman and then at the boy dressed in feminine attire, her eyes widening in horror. "Then I shall take my leave," she stated, hastily exiting the health facility as if fleeing from a plague. It appeared she had misconstrued the situation, but that was of little consequence. I seized the madwoman and retreated to an adjacent patient room, bombarding her with inquiries, yet she remained unresponsive. How could I extract useful information from her? The health clinic was rife with spirits. The earlier sight of countless entities congregating in the hall still sent chills down my spine. Armed only with a talisman of the Northern Dipper, I knew I could not confront all the spirits simultaneously. Searching room by room would be far too inefficient and perilous, inviting an ambush from the spirits. Though the madwoman ignored me, her gaze frequently drifted towards Wang Yu, a detail I noted with interest. It seemed she was acquainted with Wang Yu. Stalemate was not a viable solution, so I reluctantly released my grip, curious to observe whether the woman would exhibit any peculiar behavior. Kneeling on the ground with her hands bound, she whimpered incoherently, the words escaping her lips unintelligible. Then, she arched her body, using her head to support herself as she crawled towards Wang Yu. This motion, though seemingly ordinary, evoked an unsettling sense of terror. Witnessing the woman inching toward him like a grotesque insect, Wang Yu's facial expression shifted for the first time. His once bright eyes dimmed, and he obediently lowered his head, a flicker of fear evident within him. Why would Wang Yu fear this woman? Was she truly his mother? Yet, even a biological mother should not inspire such trepidation. A hypothesis began to form in my mind. Clad in a nurse's uniform, this woman might have been procuring fresh organs for the hospital. Perhaps even a nurse at a maternal and child health hospital, capable of instilling primal fear in developmentally challenged patients. Could she be the psychological correction specialist assigned to Wang Yu? Just as I was about to intervene and halt the woman's advance, Wang Yu suddenly stepped back, uttering his first words since our meeting, "Mom." His gaze drifted toward the door, seemingly stimulated by the madwoman, thoughts flooding his mind. "Is she your mother? Or do you wish for me to help you find her?" Wang Yu evaded the deranged woman and fled the room, accompanied by the ghostly girl. "Where are you going?" I grasped the madwoman and followed closely behind him. The child skillfully bypassed the little ghost and arrived at a room on the first floor, adjacent to the emergency exit and restroom. The sign on the door read Gynecology, Family Planning. I had never heard of a family planning department in a maternal and child health hospital. What was its purpose? I trailed Wang Yu, watching as he pushed the door open. Chapter 336. The Origin of the Infant Spirit. Upon entering, I realized the so-called family planning department was a facility for abortions. Of all the wards in the maternal and child health hospital, this was the one I found most repugnant. The room was small, divided into 3 compartments, with walls tiled neatly and cleanly. There was no foul odor. At first glance, the department appeared quite ordinary. However, as I ventured further inside, an overwhelming sense of suffocation gripped me, an icy chill emanating from my core, causing involuntary shivers. The oppressive aura of yin qi within this room had likely intensified to a nearly tangible degree. My complexion drained of color. I appeared gravely ill. Why was the yin qi so heavy here, when it was not a designated yin xia? Neither Wang Yu nor the ghostly girl exhibited any strong reactions, suggesting that there were no little ghosts present. I retrieved my phone to capture the scene. The waiting area outside was furnished with 2 rows of plastic chairs, shrouded in a swirling yin qi, as if the threads of mist had come to life, drifting toward the other compartments. The surgical procedures must take place in the other 2 sections. Why had Wang Yu brought me here? What did he wish for me to witness? The intertwining yin qi manifested vividly on my phone, creating an unsettling experience for the viewers in the live stream, who began to express their dissatisfaction in the comments. Life is so bleak. This episode lacks substance compared to the previous ones. Please, streamer, invest some effort. Allocate a fraction of the time spent on female fans toward the broadcast. We crave the thrill of genuine combat, not endless puzzles. Do you understand? The new driver, still in a state of bewilderment, pondered the recent events. Hadn't that woman been bound just moments ago? Was the binding I witnessed different from what I had envisioned? Observing the streamer's deft techniques suggested years of immersion in this craft. Yet, the lesser beings resorted to trivial effects to deceive the audience. I had just transitioned from the realm of the renowned teacher Tsang, May I inquire as to why Teacher Song has concluded her broadcast? I too have migrated from her stream. What a wretched domain this is. No wonder the popularity is so low in this obscure corner of the internet. As a fellow devotee of Teacher Song, this stream feels rather toxic. I had been searching for it in vain, prepared to abandon my quest, when suddenly, the stream appeared on my phone, startling me. Are you aware? Recently, a tragedy occurred at our school's restroom, where a girl from another school was reportedly strangled to death. Wait, I'm not even connected to the internet. What is happening? By chance, I glanced at the barrage of comments, astonished to see the popularity soaring to over 9,000. Is that the result of Chun Xiaosong's advertisement? I quickly dismissed that notion. Perhaps the surge was due to her sudden departure, prompting her viewers to frantically search for my stream out of curiosity. As long as there are some unclean elements nearby, they might stumble upon my broadcast. I wonder if that could be considered a disservice to them. An increase in popularity is advantageous for me, as it signifies that the broadcast has concluded and I will accrue more points. The comments flew by at an astonishing pace. I couldn't locate the IDs Lu Banxian and Wandi Daolong, but a new friend caught my attention. His manner of speaking was refreshingly candid, exuding a certain sophistication. A celestial being, he beseeched the king of earthly beings to liberate the souls of aborted infants to the Western Pure Land. Judging by his comments, he seems to be a practitioner of Buddhism, though I am not well versed in its doctrines. The titles bestowed upon Buddhist practitioners include Master, Venerable, Practitioner, and Celestial Being. His chosen name suggests he may be an enlightened monk. I approached with humility, inquiring if this esteemed celestial being could discern the reason for the lingering negative energy in this place. Celestial being, he replied, the universe is influenced by myriad transformations, all stemming from the heart. Just call me Tianxin. He continued, I have perceived the karmic burdens here. It is indeed a grave matter. Through the screen, I could almost envision a monk, striking his chest in lamentation. Could you speak plainly? I asked, for I felt an unsettling discomfort even before entering the inner chamber. Moments ago, I had observed the dark threads of energy coalescing into the compartment. I feared that venturing inside would invite peril. Tianxin, he cautioned, it is best to avoid the inner room unless absolutely necessary. This space has witnessed too many acts of violence, now corrupted by negative energy, transformed into a haven for spirits. Yet, I felt compelled to enter. To be candid, I have dabbled in a bit of Taoist practice and possess some confidence in dealing with minor spirits and malevolent entities. I voiced my thoughts to the screen, eager to hear this Buddhist practitioner's perspective. Celestial being, he responded, if it were merely ordinary spirits, it might be manageable. But within this room resides the most challenging and pitiable entities, spirits of aborted infants. These souls represent the most sorrowful entities in the world. They resemble ghosts, yet differ from those who have been reincarnated. In most cases, they can only linger in this realm until their original lifespan has expired before they can enter the cycle of rebirth. They endure the pain of being forcibly severed from life and the torment of their existence slipping away, which fills them with resentment and hatred, harboring deep-seated animosity towards all things. The spirits of these lost children, known as infant spirits, are ominous entities that even those who nurture spirits tend to avoid, as they are uncontrollable and exceedingly perilous. Infant spirits? I find this term somewhat unfamiliar. Is there a distinction between infant spirits and minor ghosts? According to the celestial sage, a woman's pregnancy, approximately 20 to 45 days in, sees the infusion of what is referred to as the fetal heart, which symbolizes the essence of the unborn child, a testament to their humanity. Minor ghosts arise when an infant has already been born or during early childhood, and external factors lead to their untimely demise. Their resentment is generally only a fraction, about 1/10, of that of infant spirits. Such a disparity in resentment? Not only I, but also many viewers in my live stream find this intriguing. The celestial sage elucidates that the fundamental difference between minor ghosts and infant spirits lies in the fact that it is the biological parents who terminate the infant spirits, not outsiders. The bond between children and parents is profound. Without such ties, they would not enter your family. There are 4 types of karmic connections: gratitude, resentment, debt collection, and debt repayment. If they come to repay a kindness, aborting them equates to murder, obliterating the kindness and cultivating enmity. Should you encounter them again, they will seek vengeance. Conversely, if they arrive bearing resentment, killing them only deepens the grudge, perpetuating a cycle of retribution across lifetimes. In modern society, many regard abortion lightly. Medical advancements have made the procedure increasingly accessible, resulting in a rising number of infant spirits. In truth, numerous gynecological and male reproductive ailments, as well as unexplainable afflictions in living children and unforeseen calamities befalling parents, are linked to the vengeance of these aborted spirits. Is this not absurd? In this era of openness, why should one still be concerned about such matters? Many viewers in the stream express skepticism towards him. The celestial sage, with an aura of profound wisdom and discipline, does not speak falsely. The act of abortion brings harm not only to others, but also to oneself. It can lead to physical depletion and emotional unrest, as well as karmic repercussions. Furthermore, intentional abortion is abhorred by the divine, and until the debts incurred are resolved and the sins cleansed, many blessings offered to those who have aborted will prove ineffective. His words are soon drowned out by the barrage of comments in the stream, with some dismissing him and others resorting to harsh language. Yet, the celestial sage remains unfazed, continuing to share his insights as though steadfastly holding his ground against the world. I convey this not out of prejudice, but as a sincere counsel. Our compassionate teachings aim to cease wrongdoing and promote goodness. I find a certain affinity for this celestial sage. He exudes a presence akin to that of Lu Banxian or Taoist Master Wan, embodying the essence of a true sage with profound knowledge and skills. Master Tianxin, aware of the presence of infant spirits here, I ponder how I might enter without incurring their wrath. Standing in the outer room, a chill seeps through my bones. The multitude of infant spirits has tainted the feng shui and energy of this place, transforming it into a haunted pit. To transcend the infant spirits is not an endeavor to be undertaken lightly. It requires sincere repentance and the endurance of karmic flames. Through the celestial sage's commentary, I realize that resolving matters concerning infant spirits in a conventional manner is fraught with difficulty. Unlike minor ghosts, these spirits, which should rightfully inhabit the world but have had their lives cruelly cut short, harbor profound resentment towards the living. Ordinary practitioners of ghostly arts dare not provoke them, for their intelligence remains dormant and they cannot be subdued. Their resentment and hatred run deep. Once disturbed, they will relentlessly haunt you. To liberate the infant spirits, Master Tianxin must first locate the individuals responsible for their demise, urging them to sincerely repent. The success of this endeavor hinges upon genuine contrition, allowing the infant spirits to sense the remorse. Subsequently, a memorial tablet must be erected in a temple to honor their spirits, and once their grievances are alleviated, they will naturally depart. Master, your method offers me no assistance. The hospital I work in is a clandestine clinic, having facilitated countless abortions. Where shall I find these women and compel them to sincerely repent? I responded helplessly, flexing my cold fingers. Your connection to the aborters is non-existent. Why involve yourself in the karmic affairs of others? Are you not afraid of igniting trouble for yourself? Fearful or not, I must enter the premises. Secrets of the victims may lie hidden within, and I must see for myself to ascertain the truth. After a considerable pause, Master Tianxin replied, I had not anticipated that you, too, are a person of profound virtue, exceptional beyond the ordinary. I am in admiration. However, you must contemplate this carefully. If you anger the infant spirits and fail to liberate them, they will drain your essence and haunt you for eternity. Master Tianxin, if you possess any effective methods, please share them swiftly. The feng shui of this place has already shifted, and the number of malevolent entities has likely reached a terrifying level. If we do not liberate them soon, it will become increasingly difficult to manage. I solemnly recall the Buddhist saying, if I do not enter hell, who will? I implored, please, Master, teach me the way. What a noble aspiration. You are destined to connect with the Buddha. I shall offer you my assistance today. Master Tianxin departed briefly, and then the screen displayed lengthy passages of incomprehensible scriptures. While I recognized each character's pronunciation, their assembly eluded me. The scriptures were obscure, and their recitation demanded particular attention. After completing the first segment, Master Tianxin sent another message. What I just transmitted to you is the Kshitigarbha Sutra. Reciting this text invites the immense compassion of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, who specializes in restraining infant spirits and minor ghosts. However, it exacts a great toll on the mind. The average person can endure no more than 22 breaths before experiencing dizziness. Be cautious not to overexert yourself, for should you become ensnared by the infant spirits, The consequences would be dire. Embarrassed, I scratched my head. Master, I do not comprehend this scripture. Could you provide a detailed interpretation? Buddha bestows wisdom upon those with affinity. Surely, you possess great intelligence and can discern the meaning, Master Tianxin replied. Focus your mind and contemplate the scripture once more. I scrolled through the messages again, seeking the segments of scripture from Master Tianxin. This time, I concentrated and allowed my thoughts to delve into a state of meditative oblivion. The passages danced like golden birds within my consciousness, gradually coalescing into clear characters. With a heart attuned to the blessings, I instinctively recited aloud, supreme and profound subtle law, difficult to encounter over countless eons. Today, I have heard and received it, and I wish to comprehend the true essence of the Tathagata. Through the accumulation of compassion and virtue, I vow to rescue all sentient beings. With the golden staff in hand, I shall open the gates of hell. The precious jewel in my palm illuminates the vast world. In the sound of wisdom, amidst auspicious clouds, I serve as a testament for the suffering beings of Jambudvipa, invoking the great compassion, great vows, great sanctity, and great kindness of the revered Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. My voice resonated like a bronze bell, and my body felt purified, as though the chill within my bones and meridians had significantly diminished. Is this the essence of Buddhist practices? The dignified countenance I bear emanates a sense of righteousness that causes all malevolence to retreat, perhaps due to the foundational training in my spiritual practice. I find myself swiftly assimilating the essence of Buddhist scriptures. Although I do not fully grasp the nuances of Buddhist cultivation, I can confidently say that my recitation of these texts marks my entry into the fold. Am I destined to tread the same dual path as the two-faced Buddha, pursuing both Buddhist and Taoist arts? Upon reflection, my explorations extend far beyond just Buddhism and Taoism. I have delved into various esoteric arts, including ghostly techniques, gu cultivation, dream weaving, and geomancy. With the underworld's exchange marketplace as my support, it is conceivable that I might evolve into a versatile practitioner, adept in both celestial and infernal realms. My spirit jolted back to clarity, and I perceived the sinister energies within the room, which now dared not approach within 3 feet of me. Such profound power emanated from a mere fragment of scripture. One can only imagine the transformative potential of a complete text. Turning my gaze, I noticed the golden threads in my eyes suppressing a pool of crimson. The girl, a specter standing beside Wang Yu, swiftly retreated behind her, evidently harboring a considerable apprehension towards me. The malice radiating from her was more potent than that of the most nefarious spirits. If she feared me, it seemed my journey would not be fraught with peril. I expressed my gratitude once more to the celestial being in the live stream as I attuned my fortune and stepped into the room. Under the compassionate protection of Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, I visualized the scriptures within my mind, finding tranquility akin to still waters as I counted my breaths and advanced purposefully. The family planning facility was partitioned into 3 sections. The outermost was the waiting area, while the 2 inner compartments were designated for the actual procedures. As I recited the scriptures, the surrounding malevolent energies began to recede. Yet the atmosphere thickened with a palpable darkness, resembling a series of grotesque chains. This malevolence, intertwined with resentment and hatred, felt distinct from what I had previously encountered. The absence of infantile spirits amidst such intense negativity left me pondering the astonishing scenes that might unfold deeper within the compartments. Employing my mental faculties to visualize the Kitagarbha Sutra was taxing and with time of the essence. I did not hesitate to stride forward and push open the door to the compartment. To my astonishment, the chamber was devoid of infant spirits, yet the oppressive energies of resentment and malice had intensified. Even without the aid of the underworld showcase, I could discern the abnormalities with my naked eye. The sterile operating table bore stains of deep crimson, akin to blood that seemed impossible to cleanse. Touching it felt as though my fingertips were pricked by needles. This compartment was indeed where the physicians conducted their surgeries, with all instruments preserved in their original state, cold metallic tools, unambiguously instruments of death. A beam of light from my phone illuminated the apparatus, revealing tendrils of resentment coiling around them, manifesting only in the dark of night. I could not help but speculate, without malice, that these very tools were employed by doctors to invade the bodies of the girls. Of course, this was merely a glimpse into the grim practices of this illicit clinic. I circled the room, finding nothing beyond the oppressive darkness and the bone-chilling malevolence. 22 breaths slipped by in an instant, prompting me to retreat outside to recalibrate my state. It appeared I had reached the final compartment. The remaining space was a surgical preparation room, accessible only to doctors and nurses. Once more, I chanted the Kittagarbha Sutra and raised my phone to push open the door. The air filled with the haunting sound of weeping, unlike any cry I had ever heard. It was piercing and terrifying, sending chills down my spine. The darkness enveloped me, rendering everything invisible. As I stepped further into the room, a peculiar sensation brushed against my legs, as if several small hands were grasping me. I recited the Buddhist scriptures, pondering how these infant spirits could possibly draw near. Before my inner turmoil could find resolution, the half-open door behind me suddenly slammed shut. The room was engulfed in darkness, my heart racing and breath quickening. This was my 9th live broadcast, and it marked the first encounter with peril. Yet, I never anticipated it would be so lethal. I channeled all my focus into chanting the scriptures, daring not to reserve any strength. My recitation flowed seamlessly, safeguarding my spirit while fortifying my corporeal form, each aspect harmoniously distinct. I maximized my phone's brightness, refusing to relent for even a moment, my eyes like lightning fixed upon the glowing screen. The room, shrouded in a miasma of malevolence, felt as though true specters lurked at my feet, crawling upon my legs, and even along my back and shoulders. I could see the infant spirits, their forms hazy yet their eyes filled with malice, gnashing their teeth at me. Fortunately, a thin veil of golden light enveloped my skin. The words of the scriptures shimmering faintly, circulating the Kittagarbha Sutra. Only 10 breaths remained. Chapter 338, The Infant Eating Demon. The scene on my phone screen was utterly horrifying. The infant spirits, those resentful souls tethered to this realm, were all crawling towards me. Were it not for the Kittagarbha Sutra's deterrence, these spirits would have likely burrowed into my body, draining my life force. The sheer number was overwhelming. Multiple entities were crawling on my back. That sensation of tiny hands gripping me raised the hairs on my body. 8 breaths left. With gritted teeth, I took a step forward, raising my phone to illuminate the compartment. The infant spirits gaped, revealing sharp little teeth, their malicious laughter echoing as they exhaled resentment and malevolence. Scuttling about the corners of the room, the oppressive atmosphere obscured my vision, and I strained to discern the images on the screen. The preparation room was approximately 15 square meters, its walls adorned with cursed talismans, the symbols resembling coagulated blood upon dusty parchment, suggesting it had been long abandoned. The dilapidated state of the room and the multitude of spirits were anticipated, yet one aspect surpassed my expectations. As I chanted the Kittagarbha Sutra, I ventured deeper into the thick miasma. The small room felt boundless, akin to a vast, unfathomable lake. Each step I took stirred chilling waves, the golden light from the scriptures flickering erratically. Gritting my teeth, I pressed onward, finally arriving at the room's center. There lay an ordinary wooden table, its pale yellow paint starkly contrasting with the room, as if it had been relocated from another department. The table itself bore no remarkable features. However, my attention was drawn to the woman sprawled across it. Her body lay in a starfish position, devoid of dignity. Marks of binding adorned her ankles and wrists. Yet no ropes or chains were present in the room. She appeared to have been deceased for some time, her arms limp and clothing intact, albeit showing distinct signs of having been forcibly removed and then hastily redressed, several buttons misaligned. Was it not the infant spirits hidden in the depths of the abortion chamber, but rather a woman? With just 4 breaths remaining before my departure, I approached the wooden table to observe the woman closely. Her hair cascaded to the ground, and her 10 fingers were firmly pierced into the surface by slender silver needles, which had also penetrated nearly every joint and acupoint on her body. Who could have committed such an act? The use of silver needles to puncture acupoints is certainly beyond the realm of Western medicine. The emergence of talismans on the walls signified that this was no mere act of murder or child abduction. An exceedingly malevolent cult must be lurking behind this maternal and child healthcare facility. I gazed at the woman, her body densely adorned with silver needles, counting my heartbeat as I hastily retreated from the preparation room, not daring to look back as I fled to the outermost area. The talismans in that room imposed significant restrictions on the infant spirits. After my departure, the infant spirit that had been clinging to me could not escape due to the constraints of the talismans. How fortunate I was! Breathing in the fresh air, I sat cross-legged on the ground, ignoring Wang Yu's presence, as I began to meditate and restore my spirit. After running a full cycle of energy, my headache eased slightly. I rose to check on my live streaming room. Was Master Tianxin still present? Earlier, in the third compartment, there was a woman pinned to the table with silver needles. I wondered if anyone had discerned anything from this. Surely, that woman must also be a ghost? When I saw the streamer pass by, her fingers were in motion, and there were signs of revival in her pulse. The Teletubby had met a tragic end, constantly surrounded by so many infant spirits. If she were not a ghost, that would indeed be the greatest tragedy. Yes, a living person nailed to a table, serving as a vessel for the infant spirits to unleash their resentment day and night, is nothing short of torture. I would rather believe she is a ghost. Is it possible that the other party is performing some kind of ritual? This room was brought to the streamer by a young boy. Could the woman nailed to the table be his mother? I wonder if any viewers have observed the woman's features. I suspect she bears a striking resemblance to the boy. The upstairs comments have merit. But why would the boy's mother be pinned to a table in conjunction with infant spirits? The stunningly beautiful Xiaojian. There is but one truth. I believe I have come to understand the reason for this woman's entrapment. Yueliang, I am eager to hear more. The mischievous girl Xiaowei tipped a super creepy 1 yuan in the live stream room, announcing her arrival with forceful curiosity. The stunningly beautiful Xiaojian noted that the streamer entered the room by first stepping with his left leg, taking 4 steps in total, consuming 10 breaths of time. At that moment, he was precisely 21.03 centimeters away from the wooden table, tilting his right hand at a 60-degree angle to capture the scene. Based on these observations, I discovered a detail that none of you had noticed. The manner in which this person spoke was reminiscent of a paradox worthy of Socrates. As I regulated my breathing, I awaited the next message in the chat. The stunningly beautiful Xiaojian remarked that the woman lay flat on the wooden table, her lower body unpadded. Her outer garments spread to either side. According to empirical data from certain documentaries, the coefficient of variance between measurements of a woman lying supine versus prone is approximately 0.6. Thus, I can responsibly inform everyone that, usually, the barrage of comments in the live stream is swift, yet at this moment, not a single comment appeared. Thousands were waiting for this data analyst's final conclusion. This woman's bust size is at least a 36D. Caught off guard, I struggled to catch my breath, nearly succumbing to madness, as the live stream erupted in a chorus of curses. Get lost. The chaos of my thoughts has been thoroughly disrupted. I cast a wary glance at the eclectic group of viewers in the live stream, aware that their words cannot be entirely trusted, as many of them lack credence. Is Master Tianxin present? If you hear me, please respond with a 1. Master Tianxin, the answers you seek have already been imparted to me by the Buddha. The figure lying upon the wooden table is neither a living person nor a corpse. It is a unique spirit. If she is indeed a spirit, why is she pinned to the table alongside the infant soul? This is precisely where her peculiarity lies. The true master, Tianxin, spoke, and the other viewers fell silent. The infant soul is uncontrollable, and its utility pales in comparison to that of lesser spirits. The compartment you just entered is specifically designed to seal away infant souls. The talisman above, if I am not mistaken, should be the Mo-ku dueling formation. This formation targets spiritual entities, and upon your entry, those infant souls desperately sought to invade your body to seize your flesh and escape the formation. I shook my head, puzzled. What connection does this Mo-ku formation have with that woman? Mo-ku signifies boundless suffering and hell. Every grand formation requires a focal point capable of containing the Mo-ku formation's essence, which must withstand the wrathful energies of the infant souls. The sheer number of infant souls within this room is beyond even my own capabilities to manage. Typically, to suppress such a multitude of infant souls, one would require exceedingly rare treasures. The one who arranged this formation, unable to procure such items, resorted to a cunning tactic, employing a spirit as the focal point. A spirit as the focal point? My knowledge of formations is somewhat limited, yet I have never encountered such a concept. Master Tianxin clarified that an ordinary spirit would certainly be inadequate. That woman must have faced coercion in her life. According to the arranger, she had cared for these infant souls and subsequently endured inhuman torment, transforming into a type of spirit that is eternally barred from reincarnation, a spirit that nurtures infant ghosts. The Zhengfa Ninshu Jing categorizes worldly spirits into 36 types, with the nurturing spirit being one among them. Its distinct traits include the shadows of its own children etched deep within its eyes, clutching a bag filled with indistinct flesh and blood, existing in a daze, and instinctively serving the infant souls, making it the soul spirit that will not be attacked by them. Upon reading Master Tianxin's commentary, I couldn't shake the feeling that this description bore a striking resemblance to the madwoman who tends to small spirits. Upon inquiry, I learned that the madwoman was indeed undergoing the process of being refined. Compared to the resentment of the infant souls, her hatred was relatively minor, allowing her to persist in existence. The arrangement is truly cunning, trapping the infant souls within a grand formation while employing the nurturing spirit as the focal point, ensuring the infant souls do not initiate aggression against the nurturing spirit, thus rendering the formation impervious. Chapter 339. Three-eyed, four-armed. The perspective you present is skewed. In my humble opinion, this grand formation has reached a precarious state. Why do you say this, Master? Just as I began to grasp the principles of the MOQ formation, Master Tianxin sent forth another message. The one who arranged this formation has underestimated the nurturing spirit. These entities, not passing into reincarnation, linger in the mortal realm, possessing varying degrees of power. The ordinary nurturing spirits are, in fact, the biological mothers of the infant souls, who, after being harmed by these infant souls, transform into spirits that serve them to repay their karmic debts. Once the infant soul's resentment dissipates, they too will vanish. However, the woman in this room is entirely different from an ordinary nurturing spirit. She was wronged and cruelly transformed into a spirit. The conjurer, in order to enable her to serve as the focal point of the formation and to shield her from the attacks of the infant spirits, must have confined her with numerous infant spirits while she was still alive, employing dark sorcery to compel her to forge a connection with them. You recently ventured into the inner room, enduring merely 10 breaths before being overwhelmed. This woman likely cohabited with those infant spirits for several days during her lifetime. The thought of a living person amidst a room full of infant spirits is harrowing. Recalling how Yi Bing was ensnared by a ghostly infant, I feel utterly drained, and the torment inflicted by so many spirits leaves me trembling, reluctant to continue my contemplation. In the realm of the celestial, suffering begets profound transformation. A spirit feeder, tasked with serving an infant spirit, possesses only half the magical power of the spirit it serves. Those capable of simultaneously attending to 2 infant spirits possess a strength and resentment that rivals that of the infant spirits themselves. The spirit feeder acting as the focal point in this instance may be capable of serving dozens of infant spirits. Should this be the case, it is indeed terrifying. The resentment inherent in infant spirits is exceptionally potent and challenging to dissolve, rendering them far more formidable than ordinary wandering souls. Among the 5 ranks of spirits, their power should undoubtedly secure them a position within the 4th rank. If one infant spirit is so formidable, I cannot optimistically assume that there are only a few within this malevolent maternal and child health institution. This establishment has been operational for many years, and countless individuals have undergone procedures here. Even if merely 1/10 of those have transformed into infant spirits, that constitutes an exceedingly alarming figure. The celestial conjurer has sealed the spirit feeder's ghostly veins with the soul-binding needle, yet as the spirit feeder gradually acclimates to the power within her body, it is not impossible for her to break free from the silver needles one by one. Moreover, the most critical concern is that, despite my years of cultivation, I have never encountered such a formidable spirit feeder. I fear that she may awaken her intelligence and, harnessing her formidable resentment, subjugate the infant spirits. At that point, she would transcend mere spirit feeder status, potentially evolving into a ghostly matriarch commanding a legion of ghostly children. Ghosts are fundamentally composed of resentment and obsession, and a ghostly matriarch, sustained by 100 infant spirits, would continuously draw upon their resentment and hatred. As long as even one infant spirit remains, the ghostly matriarch cannot be vanquished. A ghostly matriarch? This is the first time I have encountered such a term. I wonder how the ghostly matriarch compares to the transcendent fate of a death spirit. The primary function of a death spirit is to replace life. In terms of magical power, they are comparable, yet when it comes to resentment and the potential harm to the mundane world, the ghostly matriarch far surpasses a death spirit by 100-fold. Additionally, given that a ghostly matriarch is nearly impossible to eradicate, she is virtually immortal. When all factors are considered, a transcendent death spirit pales in comparison. In my mind, a transcendent death spirit had already represented the pinnacle of spiritual entities, and yet I discover that the ghostly matriarch is even stronger. After a moment of reflection, a previously overlooked question arises. If the spirit feeder were to transform into a ghostly matriarch, then everything the conjurer has sacrificed would amount to naught. What then is the true purpose behind their considerable risk? Does the Mo-Ku fallen spirit formation possess additional functions? Indeed, the Mo-Ku formation harbors a little-known capability. It is said to connect with the Mo-Ku hell. Within this formation, infant spirits engage in a brutal struggle, devouring one another, akin to nurturing a venomous creature. The sole survivor may evolve into a Rakshasa ghostly infant, possessing 3 eyes and 4 arms, with intelligence akin to that of an ordinary child of 4 or 5 years. A Rakshasa ghostly infant? 3 eyes and 4 arms. I seem to have encountered these matters before, as they linger in my mind. The small ghost I extracted from Yi Bing's home, using the life ghost, ultimately transformed into a 3-eyed, 4-armed ghostly infant at the base of the stone tablet. After the life ghost consumed it, signs of a third eye began to emerge on its forehead. Could it be the dreaded Rakshasa ghost infant? The sensation is not particularly strong. I recounted the events to Master Tianxin, who shortly thereafter sent a message. The Rakshasa ghost infant possesses average strength, but immense potential. With only 2 methods of creation, one being the refinement from small ghosts, and the other through the Mo-Ku grand array, the latter of which offers a significantly higher probability of acquiring a ghost infant. Should the ghost infant penetrate the abdomen of a forsaken individual, draining the maternal essence to be reborn, it would evade a cycle of reincarnation and transform into a true Rakshasa malevolent spirit. This is a fearsome entity, a 3-eyed, 4-armed creature existing solely in legend, never before witnessed by mortal eyes. The forsaken individual mentioned by Master Tianxin likely corresponds to the Taoist notion of the morning passenger, affirming the fragmented clues in my mind. Initially, Jiang Chun wed Yi Bing due to her unique constitution, intending to utilize her body for the rebirth of the Rakshasa ghost infant. However, I inadvertently thwarted this plan, saving Yi Bing and allowing the life ghost to devour that exceedingly precious Rakshasa ghost infant. The ghost infant, Jiang Chun, Jiang family? Numerous scenes flashed through my mind, ultimately settling on the Jiang Long Villa, where I had previously discovered 3 paintings inscribed with the names of the Snake King, Meng Pua, and the ghost infant, bearing the signature of a sect known as the 3-Yin sect. The Rakshasa ghost infant was mistakenly consumed by the life ghost. To further their plans, they must have set up a formation in the maternal and child health hospital to gather infant spirits and small ghosts. This line of reasoning feels somewhat disjointed, as formation talismans cannot be completed in just a day or 2. Standing at the entrance of the family planning department, a profound chill enveloped my heart. Perhaps the establishment of the Chi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital was originally intended to provide the so-called 3-Yin sect with small ghosts and ghost infants. With its comprehensive facilities deliberately situated in the remote Chi Village, the allocation of such a vast area must be linked to the Jiang family's activities. The sinister sect and the financial conglomerate are entwined. I had initially assumed that the Jiang family was backed by a prestigious orthodox faction. Little did I know they were associated with a disgraceful evil cult. This time, I shall reckon both old and new grievances. I have not forgotten the deeds the Jiang family perpetrated against me. I lack the magnanimity to overlook past grievances. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is my principle. Master Tianxin, if I wish to utterly obliterate this hospital, do you have any sage advice? After all, this place is steeped in malevolence, filled with the cries and wails of children, which weighs heavily on my heart. Covering my chest with one hand, I gazed toward the live stream. Master Tianxin replied, "Benefactor, your heart is filled with compassion. If you could bring ruin to this place, it would indeed be a great merit. However, your capabilities are limited. Alone, it would be challenging to ensure your own safety, let alone to guide these small ghosts and infant spirits to peace." Master Tianxin's words were somewhat disheartening, yet they rang true. Perhaps a more considered approach is warranted? After leaving here, I shall impart to you the minor vehicle of Buddhist teachings to aid you in attaining the transformation into the golden body of the self-transcended. At that point, you shall be impervious to water and fire, undisturbed by ghosts and deities, and capable of vanquishing the wicked. I shook my head in refusal. That is too slow. By the time I attain such Buddhist powers, who knows how many more will fall victim to their malevolence? Master, do you have an immediate solution? If one truly desires immediate results, there exists but one perilous method, which, if mishandled, could cost one their very life. Master, I have no path of retreat. Speak your will. My gaze is fixed upon the screen, anxious not to miss a single message from Tianqin Shangren. Soon, you shall remove the silver needles from the ghost feeding points in the order I instruct, slightly loosening the seal to reveal a flaw in the grand formation. Then, we shall draw out the infant spirits one by one for their transmutation. Though the process may be slow, it is the best course of action I can conceive. Very well, I shall proceed as you say. Subsequently, Tianqin Shangren transmitted to me a passage from the Sutra of the Bitter Sea and a verse of the Rebirth spell, urging me to memorize them for interchangeable use. Once all preparations were complete, I directed my consciousness into the spiritual platform, reciting the Kitagarbha Sutra once more, seeking the protection of Kitagarbha Bodhisattva before re-entering the final compartment. When the practitioner Tianqin removes the needles, it is imperative that no other needles are disturbed. Otherwise, the ghost's escape would be certain death for you. From the messages of Tianqin Shangren, I gleaned the peril of the situation, yet at such a moment, one must press on resolutely. I pushed open the wooden door of the compartment, and as I created a mere crack, an invisible force flung the door wide open. At the threshold, a multitude of infant spirits gaped at me with cavernous mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as if they yearned to devour me entirely. My throat tightened as I glanced at the live stream. Tianqin Shangren had relayed the sequence of acupoints to me: the head maintaining point, the hairline point, the Yangbai point, the Qiming point, and the Qingqi point. These 5 acupoints lie upon the face of the ghost-feeding entity. You must extract the needles in the order I dictated, pausing for a breath after each removal to ensure the ghost does not react before proceeding with the next. I found myself troubled. Master, these acupoints are unknown to me, and I cannot discern their precise locations. What if I were to err? A single misstep could destabilize the formation, allowing not only this ghost to escape, but potentially unleashing all the infant spirits within, wreaking havoc for miles around. Even reinserting the silver needle would be futile. The 361 silver needles form a cohesive unit, segmented into 9 zones, each containing 2 fixed spirits needles. The other needles are of lesser concern. But should the fixed spirits needles be withdrawn, the needle formation would be dismantled. The ghost, filled with vengeful energy, would not afford you the chance to reinsert the silver needles once the seal is broken. Fixed spirits needles? This was never mentioned by the master before. I dared not be negligent and pressed for clarification. Tianqin Shangren, unable to articulate clearly at that moment, instructed me to remember that all the acupoints I was to extract are located within the facial region. The fixed spirits needles are positioned at the tongzilio point, nestled closely beside the eyes. These 2 silver needles must not be disturbed under any circumstances. Tianqin Shangren further guided me in identifying several other acupoints, which I committed to memory before reciting the Kitagarbha Sutra and entering the room. The atmosphere inside was a stark contrast to that outside. The sounds of grinding teeth echoed in my ears, and I felt an unsettling sensation as if something were toying with my earlobes, causing the hairs on my back to stand on end, soaked in cold sweat. Moving cautiously in darkness, I halted upon colliding with a wooden table, illuminating it with my phone to gaze upon the ghost-feeding entity lying upon it. At first glance, she appeared no different from a normal person. Yet as I reached out to touch her exposed skin, it felt as frigid as an ancient icy pool. I cast a quick glance at the live stream, where Master Tianqin had already dispatched the acupoints. Following his guidance, I raised my hand, hovering it over the face of the infant spirit. To speak frankly, this ghost was adorned with an array of silver needles, densely packed. A moment's distraction could lead to a misstep or an unintended contact with another needle. With little time to spare, I focused intently on the location and pinched the tip of the needle with my index and middle fingers. The head-regulating acupoint would awaken the mind. My hand remained steady as I gradually extracted the silver needle, which laid flat upon the wooden table. And I noticed the infant spirit's body flinch slightly. The section of the ghost's body where the needle had penetrated had turned an ominous black-gray, as though it had succumbed to corrosion. At this rate, even if I refrained from pulling out the needles, this series of binding and sealing needles would not hold for much longer. What a dreadful fate! An unsettling sensation coursed through my body, akin to 1,000 tiny hands twisting my flesh from various points. It was exceedingly uncomfortable. However, thanks to the experience gained from 8 previous live streams, my composure remained unshaken. Despite the uncontrollable tremors of my body, my fingers, steadfast in their task, continued to extract the needles. With a delicate touch, I found the position of another needle at the Baichuan acupoint. As I withdrew it, the long hair of the infant spirit, which had been coiled behind her head, cascaded to the ground, measuring over a foot in length. The ghost had entwined her dark hair with malevolent energy, suggesting that her hair was a weapon to be wary of. I repositioned myself and removed the needles from the Yangbai and Qingming acupoints. Upon extracting 4 needles, the infant spirit's countenance transformed, taking on a healthy flush. To an unsuspecting observer, it would appear as though a living person lay before them. Now, only 1 needle remained. My mind approached its limits. I had intended to swiftly extract the 5th needle and leave, but upon witnessing the expression on the infant spirit's face, I hesitated. It seemed to smile. With each needle I pulled, the ghost's expression underwent subtle changes, leaving me momentarily frozen. This scenario was far more terrifying than performing an autopsy in a hospital morgue. In this deserted space, the infant spirits crawled upon me like ants, and I dared not turn my head carelessly. I understood the increasingly oppressive weight upon my shoulders was no mere figment. I feared that a slight movement would result in a horrifying confrontation with the malevolent spirits. Should I continue to extract the needles? The viewers observed the transformation in the spirit's expression. This woman was not displaying such an expression moments ago. I have the screenshots. Goodness, would she suddenly sit up? Caution was paramount. Why aren't you pulling them out? I'm feeling increasingly anxious. Teacher Tsang's guardian spirit rewarded a staggering sum in the live stream, stating that this broadcast was quite thrilling and informing Teacher Tsang that I wouldn't be returning tonight. I merely glanced at the live stream again, noticing that Master Tianxin did not intervene as my fingers descended upon the final silver needle at the Chongqi acupoint. As my fingers pressed and the needle departed from the ghost's body, the smile that had adorned the infant spirit's face vanished, replaced by one filled with resentment and regret. The transformation was not yet complete. A new vitality seemed to surge within the formerly lifeless body, with tendrils of black energy swirling throughout. The ambient malevolence in the room grew chaotic, as if ropes were entangling the remaining 356 silver needles. Master Tianxin, what is happening? The malevolent energy appears to be acting autonomously, seemingly attempting to aid her escape. This is dire. She has already attained the status of a ghostly matron, and those infant spirits deliberately allowed you entry. Quickly, reinstate the silver needles. The master abruptly changed his tone, leaving me utterly flustered, stripping me of the focus to observe the barrage of comments. I frantically searched for the needle holes left by the recently withdrawn silver needles. Despite my ignorance of the technique of acupuncture and my unfamiliarity with the locations of the acupoints, I could only resort to this clumsy method. I leaned closely beside the infant spirit, meticulously searching for the needle holes that had just been there, only to find that they had all miraculously healed. As the silver needle was extracted from the Chengqi acupoint, the ghostly figure underwent an even more bizarre transformation. Its tightly shut eyelids parted slightly, allowing black tears to flow outward through the narrow slit. 2 deep marks traced down its cheeks, and the infant spirits surrounding it seemed akin to sharks sensing blood, eagerly crawling towards the ghostly visage to compete for a taste. The number of infant spirits increased, gathering around the ghost. Their resentment and the accompanying dark energy surged through the several acupoints I had opened, entering the ghost's body. The eyelids of the infant spirit began to twitch uncontrollably, and the silver needles on either side of its eyes began to quiver. What should the master do now? I watched in trepidation, hesitantly moving towards the door. All the infant spirits congregated on the wooden table, and the sheer number would likely frighten even Master Tianxin into instability, burdened by the depths of their grievances. The sea of suffering is vast, yet the human heart knows no bounds. May the compassionate Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva protect us. With a grimace, I stood at the doorway, fearing that if the ghostly mother escaped, it could lead to yet another calamity. Master, my merits are already lacking. If I were to commit another sin, what would become of me? Master Tianxin, I implore you to enlighten me. The venerable Tianxin replied, the ghostly mother is emerging, and I am powerless. The best I can suggest to you is to escape while you still can. Since even the master had spoken thus, any further resistance on my part would be futile. However, upon reflection, releasing this ghost could be seen as thwarting the schemes of the Jiang family and the 3-yin sect. The person whom this ghost resented most in life was undoubtedly the one who set the formation. It should be the 3-yin sect that is now burdened with concern. Sister, grievances have their sources, and debts have their rightful owners. I have shown you kindness. Do not repay it with malice. Just as I was about to turn and flee, I unexpectedly bumped into something with my leg. Looking down, I saw Wang Yu had somehow approached, standing behind me. The girl's spirit shielding his body from the dark energy. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. I grasped his arm, but Wang Yu, typically compliant, surprisingly began to resist this time, his hands gripping the door frame as if he intended to enter the room. It's dangerous inside. We must go. I had no time to explain, forcibly prying his hands away and scooping him up as I rushed outside. At that very moment, the infant spirit, which had been lying on the wooden table, arched its neck upward, and the silver needle piercing its pupil shot out. Its eyelids ceased their trembling and suddenly flung open. In its pitch-black pupils, blood vessels were engorged, and a child's figure flickered deep within its gaze. Turning back, I locked eyes with the infant spirit, as dark energy coalesced into a massive black vortex swirling atop the ceiling, countless infant spirits providing their resentment to aid in its escape. The silver needles, corroded by the dark energy, began to visibly alter, resembling rust spreading across their surfaces, until one by one, the silver needles transformed entirely into black. The dark energy thrummed the silver needles, akin to strings being plucked, vibrating ominously within the room. This is bad. I pressed Wang Yu's head against my body, sprinting frantically. As the ominous aura of the ghostly mother intensified behind me, the terror I felt was unprecedented. Even a formidable entity like the Great Ascension Ghost could not compare to even a fraction of her power. This creature likely rivaled the legendary Fox Immortal's corpse. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I dared not pause, clutching Wang Yu with one arm while dragging the madwoman with the other. The Fox Immortal's corpse had once been capable of contending with the possessed Yi Bing and Taoist Xianqing. If the ghostly mother was of the same caliber, even the Northern Dipper Divine spell would be of no avail. As I contemplated my strategy amidst the chilling winds, I gradually regained my composure. Infant spirits, steeped in resentment, typically sought revenge only against their biological parents. Despite the ghostly mother absorbing the grievances of numerous infant spirits, her strength was formidable. However, grievances have their origins, and as long as I did not provoke her, she should not pose a threat to me. Different schools of thought offer various interpretations of ghost formation, yet it is undeniable that all mention a connection between ghosts and obsessions. With her heavy aura of resentment, she would undoubtedly seek out the one who set the formation first. Although this place was sealed, the Grand Array continued to operate, and there were certainly watchful eyes of the formation's creator nearby. My deductions were sound, yet the unfolding reality differed from my expectations. The oppressive aura surged forth like an anchor cast from a ship, violently smashing through the door of the family planning department, along with the doorframe, onto the ground. This was merely the beginning. Visible chains of dark energy writhed out from within the room, and other small ghosts hiding in various departments on the first floor scurried out in a panic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This creature was terrifying beyond belief. I dashed towards the hospital's main entrance. Wang Yu was the linchpin of this live broadcast, and as long as I brought him along, there remained a glimmer of hope for completing the task. Just as I resolved to retreat, calamity struck once more in the family planning department. A surge of dark energy coalesced into a colossal hand that erupted from the building, indiscriminately reaching for me. What grievance could you possibly hold against me? No matter how swiftly I ran, I could not outpace the encroaching darkness. It sought to extinguish my life. Reluctantly, I set down Wang Yu and the madwoman, steeling my resolve as I retrieved the Northern Dipper Divine spell, turning to Wang Yu and urging, quickly, run outside the hospital. There was no time for further instructions. With my fingers forming the celestial seal and my feet executing the 7 stars step, my eyes blazed with determination as I recited the incantation. Northern Dipper's 7 primordial spirits. Unite to command the heavens. Great sage of the celestial talisman, with boundless radiance. The dark hand surged forth with swifter momentum than I had anticipated, accompanied by the howls of tormented spirits. Cold sweat drenched my face as my fingers faltered, nearly shattering my concentration. The previous recitations of the Earth Store Sutra had drained my spirit excessively, and I had not fully recovered. Forcing myself to employ a minor talisman at this moment could inflict irreparable harm to my mind. Though apprehensive, I did not cease my incantation. I perceived this as my sole opportunity to eradicate the source of evil. As I neared the completion of the spell, the dark hand loomed ominously above me, and my complexion paled, leaving me insufficient time to finish the incantation. This was dire. The chilling winds ruptured my eardrums, and my cheeks burned as though sliced by a blade. Encountering a creature of such caliber during a live broadcast was indeed a thrilling surprise. With a bitter smile, I relinquished my incantation. Even if I possessed a superior talisman, my chances of victory against such a malevolent entity were exceedingly slim. A gigantic hand, shrouded in ominous energy and larger than my entire being, obscured my vision. I had anticipated it would unhesitatingly crush me into a pulp, yet to my astonishment, this oppressive hand halted merely inches from my face. What could this mean? Was it intent on tormenting me before delivering the fatal blow? I was aware that many spirits preferred to torment the living rather than kill them outright, deriving pleasure from their anguish. The shadowy hand hovering above my head seemed to waver for a moment, and after several seconds, it slowly dissipated. Dispersed? Such an eerie occurrence was unprecedented in my numerous live broadcasts. A jolt of realization surged through me. This was not the time for inquiry. I took a step back and turned to flee, only to feel a tug at my pant leg. Glancing back, I discovered it was Wang Yu standing before me. "What are you waiting for? Run." I crouched down, attempting to lift him, but he evaded my grasp. The child's gaze was fixated on the family planning clinic, as if he were anticipating something. Having narrowly escaped death, I gradually regained my composure and joined him in observing the scene. Pale fingers gripped the doorframe, and a face almost indistinguishable from that of a normal person emerged from the clinic. A feeding demon. It would be more fitting to call it a ghostly mother. The unprecedented aura of malevolence sent shivers through my very bones. Half of its body protruded from the door, one hand clutching a bag woven from hair, from which the malevolent eyes of infant spirits could be glimpsed. The garments it wore were likely those it had donned in its final moments, swaying as it slowly exited the room. The silver needles embedded in its acupoints had mostly fallen away, revealing skin akin to that of a normal human, albeit marred by countless childlike handprints in hues of purple and blue, bruises laid bare as if a puzzle, hinting at the horrific experiences it had endured in its last days of life. Its black hair hung low, veiling half of the ghostly mother-esque face. It seemed unaccustomed to walking on two legs, moving in an unnatural manner as if devoid of bones, dragging itself toward Wang Yu and me. In contrast to my trepidation, Wang Yu appeared remarkably composed. I could not ascertain whether the child was merely paralyzed by fear, but he made no sound, elongating his neck and widening his eyes as he stared at the ghostly mother. Something was amiss. Having narrowly escaped death, I sensed the oddity, and the boy's behavior sparked a new hypothesis. Could the feeding demon have been Wang Yu's mother? As the ghostly mother drew closer, my suspicions solidified. Within the depths of her pupils, Wang Yu's reflection was evident. I had witnessed a similar phenomenon with the fake ghost, whose eyes had also mirrored my own. Was this a manifestation of high-level spirits expressing memories and obsessions? I refrained from making any rash moves, scrutinizing the ghostly mother before me. She appeared to be a woman of approximately 30, her skin gradually becoming smooth under the nourishment of the shadowy energy. Were it not for the occasional emergence of infant spirits from the hair-woven bag she held, I might have mistaken her for a living being. The ghostly mother's attention was not directed at me. She stood before Wang Yu, her expression unchanging, still filled with resentment and distortion, as if harboring hatred for all that existed in this world. Wang Yu, shorter than his peers, strained to lift his gaze, his expression one of utter inability to communicate as he fixated on the ghostly matron. I stood to the side, drenched in sweat, bewildered by the bizarre situation, unsure of how to respond. The oppressive aura thickened, the ghostly matron emanating a heavy, resentful energy that rendered Wang Yu's complexion pale, his lips cracked and bleeding. It seemed to perceive Wang Yu's agony, reaching into her hair-embroidered satchel to retrieve a completely white infant spirit. This infant spirit bore little resentment, its eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. The ghostly matron's subsequent actions left me perplexed. She placed the infant spirit before me, and upon sensing the presence of the living, a narrow fissure appeared above its brow, revealing 3 eyes. Chapter 342. The Interplay of Fortune and Misfortune, the Three-Eyed Ghost Infant. The Mo-Ku fallen spirit array possesses a certain likelihood of transforming an infant spirit into a Rakshasa ghost infant. The 3 sect established arrays in maternal and child health hospitals to nurture small spirits, and this infant spirit was undoubtedly conceived for such purposes. As I gazed at the 3-eyed infant spirit resting in the ghostly matron's palm, a tempest brewed within me. The coveted Rakshasa ghost infant of the 3 sect had indeed manifested, albeit concealed by the ghostly matron, eluding their detection all along. Without the array birthing the Rakshasa ghost infant, the ghostly matron's power would not wane, growing stronger by the day. The roots of the silver needles were wholly corroded by the malevolent energy. Even without my intervention, it was merely a matter of time before the ghostly matron broke free. This spirit, now possessing intelligence, was inherently powerful and could not be confronted directly. I could not fathom the ghostly matron's next move. As her hand drew nearer, my body instinctively recoiled. A sharp cry escaped the 3-eyed infant's lips, akin to a serpent's hiss, causing my legs to tremble as I watched the ghostly matron press the 3-eyed infant against my abdomen. It felt as though something was forcibly thrust into me, a chilling presence settling within my core. My veins bulged, abdominal muscles twisted in an agony surpassing all thresholds of endurance, nearly rendering me unconscious. With a thud, my knees struck the ground, my hands pressed against the floor, feeling as if my insides were on the verge of freezing. What had she done to me? Looking up, I found the ghostly matron's palm empty. The 3-eyed infant spirit had vanished without a trace. Surely, she hadn't forced that spirit into my belly? Cold sweat streamed down my forehead, and I found myself unable to rise. The mere fact that I remained conscious felt miraculous. I am not the one who imprisoned you, tormented you, or harmed your child. I am merely here to assist you. I gasped, calling out to the ghostly matron while prostrate on the ground. She had awakened her intelligence and should have comprehended my plea. Clinging to a thread of hope, I implored her to extract the infant spirit from my body. Yet her response was chillingly indifferent. With the hair-woven satchel dangling from her wrist, she cast no further glance at Wang Yu or me as she passed between us, disappearing into the corridor's depths. To have an infant spirit forcibly inserted within me, and as a male, I was utterly helpless to aid the reincarnation of the Rakshasa ghost infant. The ghostly matron's actions left me both amused and exasperated, enduring the torment while seeking solace from the friends in the live broadcast. Is Master Tianxin still present? The infant spirit has entered my belly. What am I to do? Master Tianxin, do not panic. You are a person of great fortune. The ghostly matron could employ 1,000 different methods to take your life. Yet why has she chosen to bestow upon you an infant spirit? Moreover, it is the most precious Rakshasa ghost infant. Why? I cannot fathom why the ghost mother, possessing such immense power, would go to such lengths to eliminate me. The one embroiled in the situation is often perplexed. She seemingly does not intend to kill you, but rather has bestowed upon you a significant gift. The master of Tianxin's messages appeared one after another. Devotee. I do not adhere to the doctrines of fate, yet I firmly believe in the cycles and predetermined nature of all existence. My fellow disciple and I were just speculating about your past life, and it was discovered that you are bound by 9 great locks, intertwining and sealing your past and future. I channeled the wondrous true heart method, sitting cross-legged on the ground, yet the pain in my abdomen did not subside. Master, why speak of such nonsensical things? What do subduing the ghost infant and the 9 locks have in common? The notion of being bound by 9 locks first reached my ears through an elderly fortune teller. Before I assisted Yi Bing in dispelling the Rakshasa ghost infant, I encountered an old man at Jiang Fei's doorstep, adorned with an embroidered snake on his collar, who divined for me and proclaimed that I was burdened with 9 locks, destined not to traverse far. Listen closely as I unfold the tale. The 9 locks render all aspects of your being unfathomable, which is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lies in the fact that even the heavens cannot discern your future, for it is not fixed. The curse, however, lies in the inevitability of calamities throughout your life. Unless you can unlock these 9 locks, only then may you pierce through the clouds and attain enlightenment. These 9 great locks correspond to 9 vital organs within your body, referred to in Buddhist teachings as the 9 wheels, akin to the 9 palaces in Taoism. Legends whisper of individuals bound by 9 locks. It is said that once they were all unfastened, they broke through the primordial gates and transcended the mundane realm. The master of Tianxin's discourse became increasingly absurd as I endured unbearable pain. Interrupting him, Master, my condition is deteriorating. Do you possess a method to subdue the ghost infant? Would reciting scriptures be of any use? To others, that ghost infant may be a venomous poison, yet for you, it is a fortuitous twist of fate. The ghost mother has thrust the Rakshasa ghost infant into your renal orifice, seeking to assist you in unlocking one of the 9 locks. Is she aiding me? Yet, I feel as though my abdomen is on the verge of being torn asunder. Endure for a moment. The vastness of the sea lies ahead. The kidneys are the foundation of one's essence, belonging to the element of water, and are a crucial point within the human body, also one of your life locks. The ghost mother aims to harness the resentment and dormant energy of the ghost infant to help you break free from the shackles of fate. I gazed at the messages from the master of Tianxin, finding his reasoning compelling. The ghost mother had indeed gained insight. The image of the child within her pupils was none other than Wang Yu, indicating that this ghost retained memories from its previous life. It seeks to strike a bargain with me, to assist in unlocking a life lock in exchange for my care of Wang Yu. As my thoughts raced, I quickly comprehended the ghost mother's intentions. The more powerful the ghostly entity, the deeper its obsessions. For it, Wang Yu is an inseparable fragment. Yet, humans and ghosts tread different paths. The best course of action it could conceive is to entrust someone with care. Master Tianxin, do not rejoice too soon. Such ghostly beings possess wisdom that rivals that of humans. After the Rakshasa ghost infant assists you in unlocking your life lock, it will make your renal orifice its dwelling. Everything about you will be perceptible to the ghost mother, should you provoke its wrath. The Rakshasa ghost infant will wreak havoc within you until your organs are shattered and you perish. I grimaced, channeling the wondrous true heart method. Bearing within me a ticking time bomb, no one would find joy in such a predicament. Unlocking the life lock requires time. I implore you, do not be hasty. For you possess great fortune and shall undoubtedly become a dragon among men. Having arrived at this juncture, I am left with no choice but to acquiesce. With immense pain coursing through my body, I rose to my feet and pursued the ghostly mother alongside Wang Yu, heading towards the place she had departed. The camera captured not a single shadow of the small specter along the way, only wisps of fragmented dark energy. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Wang Yu and I halted before a sunken door, which I recalled from the map in the first-floor hall was not indicated. There was not even a door plate. What unspeakable secrets lay hidden within? The door was already warped, and with minimal effort, I managed to push it open. A sign inside read Cord Blood Stem Cell Bank, accompanied by a warning against entry. Is it possible that such a place exists within a maternal and child healthcare hospital? My knowledge of hospital architecture is limited. The peculiarities of these structures likely bear no relation to their names. Upon entering the room, the sound of blood filled my ears, a viscous liquid dripping from above, distinctly different from mere water droplets. I walked past rows of shelves filled with jars and bottles, surrounded by enormous freezers. Upon attempting to open one of the cabinet doors, the sight within chilled me to the bone. A pitiful sight, still not fully formed. Closing the cabinet door, I proceeded further. This warehouse contained independently powered freezers, and the dim lights flickering in the distance served as undeniable evidence of life. Turning around a shelf, the warm blood seeping from the ground caused me to retract my steps. Looking up, I could not find any trace of the ghostly mother, only to see a middle-aged man lying atop two desks that had been pushed together. His position mirrored that of the ghostly mother in the family planning room, and I carefully stepped over the blood to reach the desk. The man was not yet fully deceased. I could see his chest still rising and falling, yet he was unable to utter a word, his mouth pierced by silver needles, a scene of utmost brutality. Not a single one of the 361 silver needles that had once been thrust into the ghostly mother had been wasted. They were now embedded deep within the man's flesh, nailing him to the desk. His muscles twitched, and his expression had frozen a minute prior. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil met with retribution. It is merely a matter of time. I recognized the man's face from my previous visit to the director's office. He was the long-missing director of the maternal and child healthcare hospital, Wang Xiusen. After the ghostly mother killed him, she vanished without a trace. I circled the desk and suddenly noticed that the director's head rested upon a stack of photographs, thick, resembling a colorful illustrated book. I lifted the director's head with my sleeve and retrieved the photos. As I looked down, my gaze was held captive, and I forgot the pain in my abdomen. The photographs could be broadly categorized into two types, one of women and the other of children. The dates of the photographs were unknown, but the angle of capture indicated that the photographer was the perpetrator. The majority of the images featured women, among which I found photographs of the ghostly mother in her former life. However, it was not merely these images of women that captivated me. It was the several photographs of children that truly drew my attention. Unlike the tormented women, the children were dressed immaculately, both boys and girls, yet all donned in feminine attire. Observing the terrified expressions on the children's faces posed according to the photographer's demands, I furrowed my brow. A psychological deviance? Such a unique brand of malevolence is indeed rare. Upon returning the photograph to its original place, I made a discovery in the drawer of my desk. There lay a collection of hastily scrawled and indistinct letters of confession, seemingly penned by the director himself. After perusing them twice, a rather tragic tale unfurled in my mind. Wang Xiaosun, upon discovering his wife's infidelity, found himself alone with his daughter after their divorce. As his daughter blossomed into a charming and adorable young girl, her features increasingly diverged from his own, prompting him to seek a paternity test. As expected, the results revealed that the child was not his biological offspring. At this juncture, his psyche had warped entirely. His disdain and fury towards women drove him to commit an unspeakable atrocity. One fateful night, he took the life of his own daughter within the confines of the maternal and child healthcare hospital. In the aftermath of this passionate act of murder, he was consumed by relentless remorse and terror. Amidst the turmoil of these complex emotions, he descended further into madness. On one hand, he harbored resentment towards the women who concealed their identities and came to terminate their pregnancies. On the other, he developed an unusual affection for children of similar age to his daughter, perceiving in them the specter of his lost child. He was acutely aware that this was but an illusion, yet the fabricated world he constructed beckoned him more than the loathsome reality. It is essential to mention another facet of Wang Xiaosun's identity. Ostensibly, he served as the director of the maternal and child healthcare hospital. In reality, he maintained close ties with the Jiang family, acting as an informant for the Sanyin sect, ensuring the hospital's operations aligned with the sect's interests. Although he himself did not practice sorcery, he possessed a profound understanding of the various formations and rituals within the hospital that facilitated the silent and untraceable murder of his daughter. The cultivation of dark arts necessitates a considerable amount of malevolent spirits and corrupted energies, and the maternal and child healthcare hospital provided a sanctuary for such practices. The upheaval that transpired within its walls would soon be known to the Sanyin sect. After confirming there was no further information to be gleaned, I departed with Wang Yu. The ghostly mother, having broken free from her confines, unleashed her formidable power, dismantling all formations within the building. The spirits enslaved by the Sanyin sect were also reclaimed without exception, leaving the maternal and child healthcare hospital eerily desolate. The infant spirit within my kidney continued to stir, reminiscent of a coiling water serpent. As this live broadcast progressed, numerous enigmas remained unsolved. However, due to physical constraints, I prudently chose to temporarily depart the hospital with Wang Yu. The ghostly mother, possessing immense strength, regarded the Sanyin sect with disdain, yet I was not so fortunate. In my current state of vulnerability, should I be captured by the approaching malevolent practitioners, I would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Wang Yu and I did not venture far, instead seeking refuge in the backyard of a nearby home in Qi village, where we quietly observed the events at the maternal and child healthcare hospital through the fence and waist-high wild grass. Approximately an hour later, 7 individuals clad in black robes arrived by vehicle, each exuding a restrained yet formidable aura, surpassing even that of Lu Xiaoji. While these 5 individuals may not rival the ghostly mother in strength, they were more than adequate to deal with me, and I was fortunate to have left in advance. The sudden emergence of the ghostly mother and the ability of the opposition to locate 7 malevolent practitioners in such a brief span of time filled me with dread regarding their power. Indeed, I had been narrow-minded, initially believing that aside from Luxing, I had no adversaries in Jiang City. It now appeared that what I had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. A group of cloaked Taoist priests moved in and out of the maternal and child health hospital. Although I could not hear their conversations, the anxious expressions and fiery gazes that I observed through keen eyes spoke volumes. As dawn approached, they finally departed in a vehicle. By the faint light of the stars, I fixated on the license plate of the business car they took, recalling that I had seen it previously in the parking lot of Century New Garden. It appeared that this group had close ties with the Jiang family. Fearing their potential return, I lingered until daybreak before emerging from the back courtyard, retrieving a black leather suitcase and hailing a cab to return to Ting Tang Road with Wang Yu. Ding. The live broadcast mission required arrival at the maternal and child health hospital in Qi Village before midnight, which I accomplished. Completing this mission awarded me 1 point. With peak viewership exceeding 9,000, I received an additional 10 points. During the broadcast, Gifts totaling over 10 yuan brought me another 10 points. Fulfilling an assignment from the underworld granted me an extra point. Optional Task 1 involved locating a missing child for a reward of 5 points. Optional Task 2, to uncover the true culprit, remained unfinished. Task 3, successfully saving a life, granted me an additional point. The live broadcast did not utilize the emergency phone function, preserving the opportunity for the next session. Upon tallying, I earned a total of 28 points from this broadcast, bringing my cumulative total to 112 points. However, the merit statistics indicated that releasing the vengeful spirit of the ghost mother incurred a loss of 500 merits. Having completed my 9th live broadcast, a new catalog of goods was unlocked. The first volume of Dragon Capture Technique required 100 points. The Inyang Ghost Technique, a secret compendium of ghostly arts, was available for 25 points. The Ant Scripture, which spoke of the ambitions of an ant-born spirit, cost 50 points. The Amitabha Sutra, a fragment of a grand Buddhist scripture, was priced at 40 points. The Record of Strange Beasts, a damaged map of mystical creatures from the past 30 years, was available for 30 points. The 8 Steps to Collapse Fist, a long-lost martial arts manual, was offered at 5 points. The Eye-Opening Elixir, which aids in cultivating divine sight, cost 5 points. And the Stone Spirit Powder Recipe, promoting inner and outer harmony, was priced at 9 points. Seated on a chair in an adult store, I attempted to regulate my breath. Yet no matter what method I employed, the intense pain in my abdomen remained unrelenting. The restless spirit of the infant ghost was beyond my feeble innate abilities. It seemed that only ghostly arts could address such a menace. Reflecting on the extraordinary individuals around me, I realized that I would have to resolve this matter on my own. Perusing the underworld showcases new offerings, many of which piqued my interest. The first volume of the Dragon Capture Technique would require 100 points. Knowing that true dragons indeed existed in this world, I could consider redeeming this once my points allowed, thus fulfilling a wish for Lu the Blind. The Inyang Ghost Technique perfectly suited my needs at 25 points, which I found acceptable. However, Lu had previously cautioned me about the dangers of ghostly arts. Should I succumb to madness, my body might be overtaken by malevolent spirits, leaving me in a state akin to Yi Bing, eternally slumbering. The pursuit of ghostly arts carries substantial risks, yet to eliminate the ghostly infant, this peril is a gamble I must take. As long as the spirit remains, my life is tethered to the whims of the ghost mother. I must devise a solution to this predicament. The 8 Steps of the Collapse Fist and the subsequent elixirs and formulas are indeed valuable resources to me. I have mastered close combat, easily overpowering street thugs, yet when faced with a true martial artist, I find myself at a disadvantage. For instance, on that day atop the dam, Lu Xing engaged me in a prolonged struggle, nearly dragging me down with him in a mutual demise. This martial manual, priced at 5 points, must possess extraordinary qualities. I chose to exchange for the elixir formulas and the fist manual, harboring ulterior motives. The Sanyin sect has entrenched itself in Jiangxing for many years, and their sudden strike last night summoned 7 practitioners not weaker than Lu Xiaoji. It would be difficult for me to confront them alone. Thus, I recalled Go and his band of brothers. Nurturing them could prove to be a significant advantage. Through several live broadcasts, I accumulated substantial points. Holding my phone, I entered the items I wished to redeem: the Inyang Ghost Technique, the 8 Steps of the Collapse Fist, the Bright Eyes Pill, and the Stone Spirit Elixir Formula. The exchange was successful, leaving me with 68 points. With my wrist pressed against my abdomen, I stood up, preparing to take Wang Yu to the central bank. Turning around, I couldn't help but smile. Wang Yu, afflicted with congenital autism, has refused to communicate with anyone since I rescued him. He has not uttered a single word, resembling a mute. He harbors deep-seated distrust towards everyone, including his own mother. However, the scene unfolding in the adult store revealed a glimpse of the childlike innocence hidden within him. He and Bai Qi were locked in a silent stare, his fingers curling as if to touch Bai Qi's head, yet hesitance lingered. The two, one boy and one dog, shared an entangled gaze. Would you like to play with him? I gently placed Wang Yu's small hand atop Bai Qi's furry head, the softness igniting a flicker of color in his vacant eyes. His touch was gentle, a tenderness that astonished me, as if his tiny hand were caressing the very essence of the soul. Bai Qi, take good care of him. I patted Bai Qi's back, leaving them to watch over the house while I departed with my phone in hand. I hailed a cab to the central bank, but upon entering, an unsettling sensation washed over me, as if something were amiss. As I approached the VIP passageway, two security guards intercepted me. The VIP passage is exclusively for VIP clients. Please wait outside patiently, they stated. I had always walked through the VIP passage directly. Where is the lobby manager? Have her come here. The guards did not comply. One lowered his head and spoke slowly. I'm sorry. Manager Shun was in a car accident a few days ago and is no longer with us. A car accident. I froze, a chill running through me. When did this happen? It's been 4 or 5 days. Recently, there have been several incidents due to the incessant rain in Jiangxing. From the guard, I learned the entire sequence of events leading to the lobby manager's death, a sudden and eerie occurrence. Just 4 or 5 days ago, during my live broadcast, I had seen her. Her smile that night had seemed unnatural. Had she already passed then? I had previously concluded that the lobby manager was a pawn of the underworld showcase, planning to investigate her life to uncover its secrets. Now, with her sudden demise, all leads had been severed. The demise of Officer Huang was initially attributed to a tragic accident, yet now with the addition of Manager Shun, one cannot help but ponder if this is merely a coincidence. Displaying the ominous black card of the underworld showcase, the two security guards appeared completely perplexed by its nature, their awkward glances directed towards me. Given my ordinary attire, they were reluctant to allow me entry, yet equally hesitant to let me depart. I urgently needed someone with authority to arrive. I had no time to squander in this limbo. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, a receptionist finally recognized me and summoned the temporary manager to escort me to the bank's basement. Throughout our descent, I scrutinized the acting manager and, regrettably, discerned that she was, in every aspect, merely an average individual. Thus, the lead to the lobby manager was severed, which was unfortunate. The meticulous operations of the underworld showcase, coupled with the unexpected demise of the lobby manager, further underscored the terrifying nature of this organization. The showcase is not a place for philanthropy. Its malevolence and dread may well surpass that of the dual-faced Buddha. After retrieving the items I had exchanged from my private safe, I hastily took a taxi back to Ting Tang Road. Once I had secured the shop and drawn the curtains, I ascended to the second floor, where I sat atop a lacquered coffin and unwrapped the black cloth package. Inside, a yellowed elixir was encased within a white jade box, resting atop 2 books, one black and one white. This was the entirety of the contents. I set the jade box and elixir aside and began to peruse the 2 scriptures. The white-covered book contained the manual for the 8 steps of bumping fist, richly illustrated with explanations of techniques and strength training, offering an exhaustive account that addressed both internal and external aspects. This text not only promised to enhance my close combat capabilities, but also presented the opportunity to invite Ergo and others to train together, cultivating formidable combat prowess in no time. Tucking the fist manual into my pocket, I turned my attention to the other tome, bound in black. Its cover bore no title, merely an illustration of a fierce and malevolent spirit. Upon opening it, the first page revealed a few lines. Heaven is called God, earth is called spirit, man is called ghost. The ghost is what man returns to. The term ghost embodies the notion of return. The essence of the soul ascends to heaven as spirit, while the corporeal form descends to earth as ghost. The soul embodies yang energy, and the corporeal form embodies yin. Spirit pertains to the corporeal, while the soul pertains to the essence. Together, they represent the quintessence of yin and yang, the very foundation of life. Upon death, the soul rises to heaven as spirit, while the corporeal form descends to earth as ghost. This introductory passage elucidates the relationship between humans and ghosts. In essence, they represent opposing yet complementary forces of yin and yang. Much like the duality of a coin, they are 2 sides of the same entity. Yet it is often difficult for ordinary individuals to perceive the ghostly aspects inherent within themselves. Continuing through the text, the art of yin-yang ghost techniques is divided into 9 stages, of which I am currently only able to access the first 3. The first stage allows one to cultivate the ghostly eye, enabling the perception of spectral entities. The second stage involves commanding spirits to drive away ghosts, thus facilitating wealth from the 5 ghosts. The third stage, a minor mastery of ghostly techniques, grants the ability to enchant hearts and pursue souls. The study of ghostly arts is profound and intricate, with requirements for mastery even more stringent than those of Taoist practices. Firstly, the practitioner must possess a birth chart not inclined towards yang. They must also harbor an innate affinity for the obscure. Ideally, one should have encountered spectral beings prior to their initiation into the Tao. I find myself in complete alignment with these prerequisites. While my birth chart remains uncertain, my interactions with spirits and vengeful ghosts during my broadcasts have imbued me with a considerable amount of energy. To cultivate the ghostly eye, the text instructs that one must immerse their eyes in cow's tears at midnight, seated upon a grave or in a place heavy with energy. Repeating this ritual for a total of 49 days to unlock the ghostly eye. For an ordinary person, sitting atop a grave for 49 days, even without encountering a ghost, would likely lead to a descent into madness. This method seems rather dubious to me. The initial stage of ghostly arts primarily aims at cultivating the ghostly eye. After much contemplation, I have resolved not to adhere to its teachings, as time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to wait for 49 days. If the sole purpose is to perceive spirits and vengeful apparitions, I can easily substitute with the celestial eye. I have already reached the pinnacle of the chasing eye. It is merely my lack of focus that has hindered my breakthrough. I ponder what I might encounter in the next live broadcast. Currently, Jiangcheng is rife with ghostly mothers and resurrected 1,000-year-old fox spirits, making it imperative to enhance my strength. With this thought, I opened the jade box and retrieved a pill the size of a dragon's eye, placing it in my mouth. The vision pill significantly augments visual range and enhances sight. I swallowed the pill and sat facing the morning sun, half closing my eyes, practicing the cultivation methods outlined for the celestial eye to refine my vision. Once the sun reached its zenith and the effects of the pill fully absorbed, I suddenly opened my eyes, my pupils flashing with a golden light that rivaled the brilliance of the sun. I regulated my breath, allowing the radiance in my eyes to recede to its natural state. In the first layer of the celestial eye, the chasing eye allows me to see birds' feathers 100 meters away. The second layer, the discerning eye, enables me to perceive the inscriptions on coins from 300 meters away, revealing the presence of spirits and deities, making them unable to escape my gaze. Thanks to the vision pill, I not only successfully advanced to the second layer of the celestial eye, but I also felt a stable foundation with hints of another potential breakthrough. Now that I can perceive spirits, I should be able to directly pursue the second stage of the Yin-Yang ghostly arts. Lacking a mentor, I rely solely on my own exploration. Even though I am aware of the risks associated with such a leap in cultivation, I still wish to give it a try. The second stage of the Yin-Yang ghostly arts involves summoning and controlling spirits. Strictly speaking, it is merely an introduction to ghostly arts. Most individuals with a predominantly Yin constitution or those frequently interacting with spirits can naturally enter this stage without formal training. In Taoism, numerous methods exist for subjugating spirits, typically employing a combination of kindness and intimidation, using talismans for sealing, followed by incense offerings to gradually dissipate the malevolent aura of the spirits, converting them for one's use. The methods of malevolent practitioners are somewhat similar. However, instead of incense offerings, they utilize blood sacrifices for rapid control over spirits. Yet, this approach is fraught with danger, as a spirit whose strength far exceeds that of the summoner may turn against the practitioner, leading to fatal consequences. Both methods present their drawbacks. One is slow to yield results, while the other is perilously risky and incurs karma through bloodshed. Unlike orthodox or malevolent practitioners, the Yin-Yang ghostly arts tread an entirely distinct path, communicating with the netherworld and forcibly leveraging the power of spirits. When perfected, one can harmoniously cultivate both Yin and Yang, traversing the 9 hells and commanding myriad spirits, ultimately becoming the king of both realms. I am not particularly convinced by the texts I have read, nor do I consider the ultimate mastery at this juncture. My sole focus is on swiftly expelling the restless spirit within me. The cultivation methods of the Yin-Yang ghostly arts starkly contrast with those of the Miaozhen Tao. The meridians and acupoints utilized in Miaozhen Tao are entirely avoided in ghostly arts, which follow a completely different pathway. Furthermore, there exists a fundamental distinction. Miaozhen Tao cultivates the essence of life, fostering vitality and innate energy, while the Yin-Yang ghostly arts can only be practiced during the night or in areas heavy with Yin energy, absorbing the purest essence of the earth's Yin and treating the human body as a vessel for ghostly cultivation. Will I risk my own life by practicing both the ghostly and Taoist arts in this manner? With a grim expression, I steeled myself to delve into the esoteric incantations of ghostly arts, committing them to memory. I drew the curtains and opened the lacquered coffin, sitting cross-legged within. The heavy aura of Yin within the coffin was conducive to the cultivation of ghostly entities, Since it was daytime, I would first attempt this practice, ready to halt should it clash with Taoist principles. As I closed my eyes and entered a meditative state, with each breath I took, wisps of barely visible black gas emanated from the sanguine soil within the coffin, infiltrating my being. After 9 live broadcasts, my body had accrued an overwhelming amount of sinister energy, which lay dormant deep within me. Now, as I activated the ghostly arts, this energy began to flow forth from my acupoints like a gentle stream, rapidly surpassing the innate true qi in my lower dantian, continuously growing in strength. In comparison to my mastery of Taoist practices, my innate talent for ghostly arts far exceeded my expectations. Chapter 345, The Rebirth of the Ghost. Due to my frequent visits to haunted abodes for live streaming, my body had been cleansed by the yin energy numerous times. Therefore, practicing ghostly arts felt natural and the progress was swift. After a full cycle, I opened my eyes in astonishment. The internal circulation of yin energy was perpetual, and I had swiftly completed the second stage. My spirit settled within. The innate yang energy and the recently absorbed yin energy coexisted without interference, illuminating entirely different acupoints along their respective meridians, akin to 2 dragons, one bright and one dark, coiling together. The dual dragons intertwined. The yin and yang engaged in harmonious interaction. Thus far, there had been no clashes between the Taoist and ghostly arts, possibly due to my nascent strength. The second stage of the yin-yang ghostly arts had been achieved, impervious to the changing seasons, its profundity surpassing even the most refined Taoist techniques. Shedding my upper garments, I gazed at my abdomen, where golden threads flickered in my eyes, enabling me to perceive everything. No ghost or deity could escape my scrutiny. I found it. Somewhere on my belly, a ghostly visage of an infant flickered in and out of existence. During my practice of the ghostly techniques, I inadvertently siphoned some of the yin energy from the 3-eyed infant spirit, which now lay in a weakened state. Seizing this rare opportunity, I hesitated not, opting to attempt the ghostly techniques inscribed in my tome. I directed the yin energy within my body toward the renal acupoint, the dwelling place of the infant spirit. Following the text's instructions, I formed a seal with my fingers, using the yin energy as a brush to inscribe intricate divine patterns upon the infant spirit. At present, I was unaware of the specific meanings of these patterns. I merely replicated the illustrations from the book. Midway through inscribing the runes, the infant spirit stirred, its third eye widening in alarm, unleashing a piercing wail as it struggled with all its might. A wave of excruciating pain surged through me. Had there been an onlooker, they would witness the bizarre sight of my abdomen swelling to the size of a fist. I grimaced in agony, the cries of the infant echoing in my ears. My consciousness disrupted, rendering me incapable of focusing on the divine patterns. The demon infant possessed intelligence. If I failed to subdue it now, it would undoubtedly prove more troublesome in the future. Gritting my teeth against the shrill cries, I rummaged through the talismans I carried, ultimately retrieving a long-ago redeemed talisman, the child's night cry talisman. This talisman, crafted by village elders, was one of 5 randomly exchanged before my live streaming debut. To confront the malevolent entity within my own body, I could not employ a talisman of excessive potency. With a mindset of desperate measures, I affixed the talisman to the swollen area of my abdomen. Remarkably, the cries ceased instantly, and the swelling gradually diminished. Could the child's night cry talisman possess such an effect? The infant spirit's cries ceased as I devoted my full attention to inscribing the sacred symbols. Fortunately, my prior experience in talisman drawing proved invaluable. Before the lingering yin energy within me could deplete completely, I successfully completed the intricate runes. With my divine consciousness, I scrutinized the infant spirit, observing the intertwining black and white energies. Its pallid skin was ensnared by chains of burning black fire, a manifestation of the yin locks. The completion of these locks marked merely the initial step in subjugating the spirit. To exert complete control, I required accompanying incantations. In the vast and nebulous realms, where the heavens and earth coexist, dispersal forms energy, while concentration gives rise to form. Midway through my incantation, the vengeful spirit trembled, showing signs of submission. However, an unexpected, overwhelmingly powerful will suddenly surged within it, shattering the baby's night cry talisman upon my abdomen in an instant, transforming the infant's ghostly visage into that of a woman. A ghostly mother. Cold sweat trickled down my spine as I realized that this infant spirit was likely a manifestation of the ghostly mother's ploy to counteract me. My desire to enslave the infant spirit was undoubtedly a provocation to her, and she would not acquiesce willingly. The infant spirit began to struggle once more, its chains of energy taut and on the verge of snapping. I found myself halfway through the incantation, akin to an arrow drawn taut, unable to retreat. How could I allow my life to be governed by a mere ghost? Gritting my teeth, I raised my voice. Ancestral essence of the 5 elements, spirit of the 6 virtues, heed my command and act at my behest. My body resonated with a series of thuds as the ghostly mother broke free from the energy chains. The bulge on my abdomen grew larger, threatening to burst my skin. In a moment of desperation, I bit into my wrist, blood splattering forth. I could not afford to hesitate. With my blood, I inscribed the talisman. By the decree of yin and yang, may the wandering spirits be transcended to immortality. Should one defy this command, let them be cast into the netherworld, their bones turned to dust. The blood coursed above the infant spirit, inscribing the character for pardon. This character seemed to embody the laws of both the yin and yang realms, causing even the formidable ghostly mother to recoil in fear, letting out a wail before vanishing from sight. Had I succeeded? I focused inwardly, peering into the infant spirit's 3 eyes, which now bore no trace of resentment or rage. The clash between me and the ghostly mother had obliterated its intellect, leaving behind a mere shell of a formidable Rakshasa ghost infant, rich in potential. Nurtured within the kidney orifice, it could aid me in breaking one of the 9 seals and would automatically absorb energy to assist in my cultivation of ghostly arts, proving to be a significant asset if utilized wisely. Contemplating deeply, I retrieved the embroidered pouch containing the eye of the life ghost and, employing my discerning sight, examined the single black hair within. You perished for me. I shall ensure your rebirth through me. After regaining some strength, I utilized the blood and malevolent energy from the lacquer coffin to continuously stimulate the black hair left by the life ghost, an exquisite talisman of the life-death incantation, granting the life ghost a flicker of vitality. The energy infused the black hair, slipping from my eye socket through the wound on my wrist, gradually merging with the body of the Rakshasa ghost infant. O infant spirit, whose name is unknown, I grant you the life ghost to my altar. Those who follow me shall find fortune, while those who oppose shall meet misfortune. Assist me in my path, let my truth manifest. As I completed the incantation, a familiar hue emerged in the Rakshasa ghost infant's pupils, which then seemed to suffer a grievous wound, causing all 3 eyes to shut, succumbing to slumber. When you awaken once more, perhaps I will behold the true you. That segment of the incantation had depleted all my energy, and I collapsed within the coffin, feeling a profound ache throughout my body. By midday, I mustered my spirits to descend the stairs, where I found Wang Yu and Bai Chi's relationship advancing rapidly. Wang Yu held a stick in his hand, tossing it at the doorway, while Bai Chi dashed over, grabbing the object resembling a stick and returning it to Wang Yu. The two engaged in a delightful game, repeating the process over and over again. I was astonished to observe the stark contrast in the attitudes of individuals with autism towards humans and animals. As I pondered some profound philosophical questions, my gaze was suddenly drawn to the stick-like object Wang Yu had thrown. It seemed vaguely familiar. It had a switch and was inscribed with words, 8-level vibration. Equipped with massage beads, voice-controlled adjustment, specially designed for women's lives, bringing true happiness. With a frown, I snatched the stick from Bai Chi's mouth. The innocent expressions on Wang Yu and Bai Chi's faces prompted me to contemplate the unsettling idea of moving. Wang Yu was still young and could not accompany me to a place filled with adult merchandise. After treating them to a lavish meal, I returned to the store. Watching Wang Yu frolic with Bai Chi, my brow furrowing slowly. My position was precarious. I had offended many people as a host in a rather dubious realm, and I would undoubtedly offend even more in the future. If I were alone, I would not fear, but I dreaded the thought of someone targeting Wang Yu. He had no future with me. Should I entrust him to a friend for safekeeping? I counted my acquaintances on my fingers, a detective frequently dealing with criminals, a fortune teller from the overpass, someone who played with corpses, another who bred venomous insects, and yet another skilled in territorial disputes and brawling. None of them held respectable jobs. Perhaps it would be best for me to look after him personally. Leaning over the table, I watched Wang Yu, small in stature, reluctant to let anyone into his inner world, yet able to play joyfully with Bai Chi. A rare smile graced my face as I savored this moment of tranquility. Unfortunately, this peace was abruptly shattered by the sudden ringing of my phone. Hello? Brother Jian, I'm out of the station. Shall we go for a drink? The guys have set up a table. This time, I can finally hold my head high, with a room full of armed police escorting me out of the precinct. Recognizing the voice, I felt a surge of joy. You're out. I'll pass on the drinks. Come by alone in a bit. I have something good to show you. Sure thing. I'll be there shortly. Half an hour later, a dilapidated van halted outside the adult store. Ergo's face bore bruises, suggesting he had endured quite a bit in custody. What's up, Brother Jian? You call me here for something? Without wasting words, I retrieved the 8 Steps Collapse Fist manual from the back room and placed it on the table. Chapter 346. 8 Steps Collapse Fist. What is this? Ergo curiously flipped through a couple of pages filled with traditional characters. Although he couldn't read them, he understood the illustrations. A martial arts manual? Brother Jian, are you joking? To be frank, if someone on the street stopped me to show me such a manual, I would think them insane. Enough chatter. Get a dictionary. Today, we shall memorize every word in this book. Memorize. Ergo's face fell. Brother Jian, I have urgent matters. My father is ill, and I need to return to see him one last time. Wait, when you helped me kidnap Jiangchen the other day, didn't you say your father had already passed? Incorrect. It's actually my grandfather who has been unwell recently. He is elderly and requires my care. Ergo scrambled to concoct excuses, and upon hearing them, I shook my head. I'm trying to teach you real skills. Why does it feel like I'm trying to harm you instead? Today, if you do not memorize this material, do not even think of returning. Witnessing my determination, Ergo could only reluctantly clutch the dictionary and seat himself at the table. Jian Gu, you know the characters. Why not practice and teach me? He suggested. Furthermore, there are illustrations. I can simply study those. I insist you memorize it. The more characters you recognize, the more beneficial it will be for you. I unfurled the boxing manual, perusing the dictionary to confirm the meaning of each traditional character, transcribing a simplified version to hand over to Ergo. Initially, he was quite resistant, yet after memorizing a substantial section, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Babu Bung Quan technique is characterized by its short, forceful strikes, akin to arrows piercing through the heart, as tumultuous as landslides. Thus, it is aptly named Bung Quan. The manual progresses from the fundamental principles of boxing to various striking methods, and even these basic concepts were like treasures to Ergo. Having spent much time in street brawls, he had developed numerous techniques on his own. Upon glancing at the Bung Quan manual, his curiosity piqued. He attempted the introductory moves and discovered that their foundational techniques surpassed his prized killing blows by several magnitudes. Instantly, he was in awe and, without needing any further prompting, diligently began to memorize the content. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the boxing manual was firmly etched in his mind without a single omission. I took the manual and let Ergo to a nearby Taekwondo studio. With the textual content securely memorized, it was time for us to master the techniques. I rented a temporary training room equipped with a force meter and punching bags among other tools. Jian Gu, merely memorizing the techniques is insufficient. To truly unleash their power, our bodies must adapt to these moves, which requires a lengthy process. Ergo understood the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. Time was limited. We would first memorize the techniques and commence training in the evening. I had long harbored an idea in my mind, though I had yet to share it with Ergo. The Babu Bung Quan is not an ordinary external martial art. To genuinely harness its power, one must first cultivate internal strength. Beyond the explosive force, it encompasses compression, wrapping, striking, shaking, stepping, and other energies, which all necessitate a blend of 8 different types of mixed energies: top, twist, grind, flip, kick, fierce, smooth, and penetrating. Each type must be practiced individually and layer by layer, making it exceedingly complicated. Thus, there is a saying in internal martial arts: practicing the punches is easy, but finding the energies is difficult. Given our foundational skills, it would take countless attempts to even grasp the most basic explosive energy techniques, especially with the manual as a reference. Standing opposite one another, Ergo and I began to practice according to the illustrations in the manual. As novices embarking on internal martial arts, our postures were clumsy and lacked coordination, resembling 2 unskilled beginners amusing themselves. What were we training for? Akin to dog paddling. A few Taekwondo enthusiasts in the training room noticed the new faces and curiously gathered around. Is this manual really going to help you train? One remarked. Hey guys, why not join us in Taekwondo? That stuff is outdated. All this ancient martial arts talk is merely a facade. Though I am of Chinese descent, I must speak fairly. Modern combat is still dominated by foreign styles. Observing our postures, they scoffed. Their movements are as flamboyant as two girls squabbling. The onlookers' comments grew increasingly disparaging, and Ergo, flushing with embarrassment, could no longer contain himself, turning to shout, "Can you keep it down for a moment? Oh, speaking quite boldly, are we? If you're not satisfied, do you dare to spar with us?" A robust young man, adorned with a blue belt, stepped forward. In Taekwondo, a blue belt signifies a level of proficiency equivalent to a fourth dan, which is commendable for an amateur practitioner. Even the armed police would respectfully escort me out of the station. "Do I fear you?" Ergo proclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to engage in a confrontation. He was keen to practice his punches, as he had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. I placed a hand on Ergo's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from escalating the situation. After all, time was the most precious commodity for me at that moment. Ergo scoffed and disregarded the young man, continuing to practice his strikes from the manual. "Are you frightened? Cowardly?" The blue belt youth persisted, his arrogance unabated. "What I detest most are individuals like you, devoid of genuine talent, who prattle on about ancient martial arts while merely performing exercises intended for the elderly. It's all nonsense," the young man boasted, his words echoed by the crowd surrounding him. I narrowed my eyes, contemplating the simplicity of eliminating the blue belt youth. A mere flicker of thought could conjure a dozen unique methods. "Brother Jian, I can no longer endure this. If you let me call some friends over, I will make sure this scoundrel pays." Ergo's anger surged as he reached for his phone. "And even if you were to slay him, what then? It would prove nothing. It is far more prudent for us to focus on our training and return to reclaim our honor once we have mastered the technique." Being a half-practitioner of the mystical arts, my philosophy emphasized a life of tranquility, free from worldly desires. Thus, I swiftly quelled my irritation, committing the techniques to memory and allowing my body to acclimate to the forceful state. After pondering my words, Ergo deemed them reasonable, setting his phone aside and gritting his teeth as he intensified his practice. "You lot could practice your rudimentary skills for another decade and still be worthless. Combat relies on real experience," the blue belt youth interjected. Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence, as if an icy blade had sliced through his throat. Death approached silently. I diverted my gaze and cast a casual glance at the spectators. "If you truly wish to spar, let us arrange it for tomorrow morning. For now, please allow us to concentrate on our training." It took the boisterous blue belt youth a considerable time to respond. "Very well, tomorrow it is. If you seek punishment, I shall oblige." That evening, after the gym had closed, I took Wang Yu and Ergo out for dinner. At the table, Ergo's countenance was one of distress. He had barely touched his meal. "What troubles you? Are you apprehensive about tomorrow's bout?" I smiled faintly, having discerned his thoughts. "Brother Jian, though this set of techniques is formidable, we have only just begun our training. Mastering the explosive power required may take countless attempts. I fear one night may not suffice. Do not fret, retire early tonight. I have my methods to ensure they submit. You aren't trying to placate me, are you?" Ergo was skeptical of my words, knowing well the stubbornness of those who practice Taekwondo. "Worry not. I drain my glass of beer. If they refuse to yield, we shall make them submit." As night descended into silence, I arranged for Wang Yu to rest on the first floor. Once I ensured he was asleep, I ascended to the second floor with a human skin talisman in hand. Ergo, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, slept soundly, completely unaware of my presence beside his bed. My hypothesis could only be tested on those I trusted most. It seemed I would need to trouble Ergo yet again. I shall inscribe the symbol of the Polonia on the forehead of Ergo, recalling the method of long-distance projection from that dream broadcast. To enter the dream, one must first locate the star that governs the individual's fate. I combined Ergo's birth date, personality, and fortune to search the vast star map. And just as my spiritual energy was waning, a star, seemingly poised to usurp the position of the greedy wolf star, called out to me. Could this be the star that governs Ergo's destiny? I let a drop of my blood fall, watching the swirling star map, awakening to the realization of time's passage. Once the Polonia enters, 3,000 years shall pass. Chapter 347. Cultivation in the dream. I opened my eyes to the blinding sunlight reflecting off the pristine white tiles. In the corridor, people hurried by. Doctors and nurses in white coats moved with urgency. The sounds of cries filled the air. A middle-aged woman, dressed as a tea farmer and wrapped in a headscarf, sat outside the emergency room, her wails almost causing her to faint. Beside her sat a boy, around 12 or 13 years old, the age when one begins to grasp the true meaning of death. The boy, with red-rimmed eyes, offered support to the grieving woman, yet not a single tear fell from him. Before long, the emergency room door swung open, and a nurse emerged with a solemn expression. "I'm sorry. Your husband's chest has been crushed. 2 ribs have pierced the lung. We did our best." With the devastating news, the tea farmer woman's world darkened, and she collapsed. The nurse quickly summoned a doctor to assist her. The scent of disinfectant lingered in the hospital corridor, and soon, the boy found himself alone on the cold, hard bench, his hands clasped tightly together in a bid to suppress his tears. "Ergo," I said, placing my hand on the boy's shoulder. His bones jutted out, and he was even more frail than I had imagined. "Gather your strength. The weaker you are, the more this world will trample upon you." "Who are you?" The boy's eyes, filled with confusion, reflected a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall my name. "I am here to help you. From this day forth, no one shall make you bow your head again." I refrained from revealing my true identity. This was merely the shallow layer of Ergo's dream, and any severe disturbance could awaken him from this dream state. "Come, follow me, and you shall grow stronger." Together, we traversed the shallow dreamscape in search of the memory nodes leading to the mid-level dream. Reflecting on Ergo's early life, 2 places stood out in his memory: the hospital where he learned of his father's futile struggle for life, and his old house in the countryside. Arriving at the place where Ergo had once lived with his father, I opened the door to reveal an entirely different world, the mid-level dream. A tumultuous scene unfolded on the streets, where over 30 young individuals engaged in a chaotic brawl. The larger group, with their vibrant hair colors, brandished iron rods and encircled the smaller faction, launching a relentless assault. The outnumbered side attempted to flee, but ultimately, only one young man, resembling a rabid dog, remained to fight back. He was trampled underfoot, his shins and back marred by the bloody marks of steel rods. After enduring several minutes of brutalization, the distant sound of sirens finally pierced the air, causing the assailants to scatter. The young man, seemingly harboring no fondness for the police, struggled to rise. His lips stained with blood, and he crawled forward, covered in dirt and grime, resembling a forsaken wolf pup as he collapsed at the entrance of an adult store. The heavy curtain at the entrance of the shop was suddenly lifted, and before the police car arrived, a pair of hands dragged the young man inside. "Ergo, awaken. This is merely your dream." I did not expect that within Ergo's intermediate dream, the scene of our first encounter would resurface, a memory from many years ago that fills one with profound sentiment. "Jingo?" Chun Ergo blurted out, his eyes slowly gaining focus. "Is this a dream? How could you possibly appear in my dream? To be precise, this is your intermediate dream." Enough of the idle chatter. Do you still remember the boxing techniques I made you memorize during the day? We must seize the time to begin our practice. When one is in a shallow dream, they may awaken due to external stimuli. However, in an intermediate dream, this does not occur unless the dreamer is physically touched in reality. Thus, even if I were to inform him that he is dreaming, he would remain oblivious, unable to awaken even if he were to jump off a building in his dream. Ergo remained in a state of bewilderment, slapping himself in an attempt to comprehend the situation. Observing his foolish demeanor, I had no choice but to explain the nature of the Tongsang talisman that allows entry into dreams. The flow of time in dreams differs from reality. In a shallow dream, time flows at 10 times the speed of reality, while in an intermediate dream, it flows at 100 times faster. Does this mean that practicing here for a night equates to 100 days of training in reality? Ergo appeared astonished. That is essentially correct. But practicing within a dream does not enhance physical strength. It merely cultivates mental will and provides us with ample opportunity to explore the method of utilizing our internal energy. Once we become accustomed to this energy, we can, with minimal practice upon awakening, enable our bodies to harness the true power of the collapsing fist. How wondrous! Could it be that I am dreaming? Ergo pinched his own face in disbelief, pondering whether his thoughts during the day had manifested into his dreams. Strictly speaking, you are indeed dreaming. I chose not to engage further with Ergo and stepped out of the shop in search of an open space, beginning to practice in front of the verdant trees. Achieving success in any endeavor is no easy feat. The fact that Ergo and I can practice according to a long-lost boxing manual places us at a significant advantage. with each punch delivered against the thick tree trunk. I felt the force coursing through my body, my legs, torso, and arms moving with increasing precision. The 8-step collapsing fist emphasizes speed and ferocity. Each strike is a lethal maneuver. Entirely grounded in the principles of combat, swift and fierce as an arrow released from its bow. With a mere thought, the body quivers, propelling the strike far beyond its origin. Devotedly honing my skills, every punch required the full cooperation of my body, and with each strike, I progressed further. Time held little significance in the realm of dreams. As I unleashed my 9,000th punch, an epiphany struck me. My body coalesced into a singular force, and with a half-step forward, the speed of my ordinary punch surged dramatically, and an unprecedented power surged through my muscles. Bang! The thick tree trunk snapped in response. Was that the internal energy? If such force could be summoned with merely a half-step, how immense would the power be if I were to fully commit to the 8-step? Looking down at my hands, a smile crept upon my face. I had firmly grasped the methodology during my dream practice. Continuing my rigorous training, by the time I delivered my 20,000th punch, I had not only mastered the explosive force, but also the subtler arts of compressive and wrapping energy. The variations in my attacks were unpredictable. What appeared to be an ordinary punch could conceal multiple forms of internal strength, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Turning my head, I noticed Ergo had also developed his explosive force, possessing a martial talent surpassing mine, imbued with an innate ferocity. In a dream, I had glimpsed Ergo's destined stars, faintly suggesting a replacement of the greedy wolf star, perhaps an influence from our profound entanglement. The greedy wolf, the foremost star of the Big Dipper, overshadowing the breaking army and 7 killers, is known for its ferocity. However, this star brings both fortune and misfortune, not merely auspiciousness. Ergo's path may become increasingly convoluted. With my internal strength cultivated, I decided to conclude this phase of training. I guided Ergo through the dreamscape to find his childhood home, and upon opening the door, we returned to the shallower layers of the dream. After trying various methods, I finally managed to awaken him, and I naturally exited the dream as well. Sitting idly on my bed, I gazed at the early sunlight outside, and Ergo, now sober, expressed a sense of disconnection, stating, "It seems I dreamt of you last night, Jian-go." I tucked away the Tong Sang talisman and cast a resigned glance his way. My ability to enter dreams is my greatest secret, one that must not be recklessly discussed. We should descend to test the results of our dream training. Ergo nodded in agreement and followed me downstairs. On the first floor, Wang Yu was still asleep, cradling Bai Qi, who had awakened but was too timid to disturb Wang Yu, lying still on the ground with wide eyes. As I opened the shop door, sunlight flooded the room. I approached a tree nearby, roughly the thickness of a bowl, and caressed its trunk. In my dreams, I had struck this tree countless times, and I had memorized every texture within its bark. I decided to give it a try. If I could achieve even 1/10 of what I accomplished in the dream, it would be worthwhile. I centered myself, harmonizing my internal energy, the bright and dark channels within me swirling like a dragon playing with pearls, nourishing my muscles. To passers-by, my actions appeared as mere daydreaming in front of the tree as they hurried to work, perhaps momentarily intrigued, but likely dismissing me as a lunatic if they were of ill temperament. Ignoring their gazes, I found my calm and reached my optimal state. My right hand slowly rose, gathering strength from my feet, and then, like a drawn bowstring, I released it. In less than 1/10 of a second, my right fist struck the tree trunk with the force of a cannon. Bang! The resounding impact drew the attention of pedestrians, and even the vehicles along Ting Tang Road slowed to gaze in my direction. The tree, thick as a bowl, shook for a moment before snapping cleanly in half and crashing onto the road. For a brief moment, the entire street fell into an eerie silence, an unsettling stillness. Chapter 348. A punch. The roadside tree, neither too tall nor too short, lay sprawled across the road, effectively blocking a quarter of it, evoking a feeling reminiscent of, "This road is mine. This tree is mine. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll." Astonished gazes were cast upon me, accompanied by gasps of disbelief. The tree is broken? This is surreal. Perhaps I've read too many novels. People began searching for cameras, suspecting it was a prank show. Could any kind soul help me retrieve my bicycle? After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into chatter, surrounding the fallen tree with incessant murmurs. The fracture does not appear to have been sawed in advance. It seems to have erupted from within the trunk, Had he concealed explosives inside the tree? How utterly tedious. Hello. Is this 110? Someone is gravely disrupting the flow of traffic outside an adult store on Ting Tang Road. With a single punch, he shattered a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, leaving me so startled that I abandoned my bicycle. I am not making a false report. I speak nothing but the truth. Why are you warning me? The crowd took an age to disperse, and as I stood beside the broken tree, I looked down at my right hand. My entire arm was numb, the back of my hand was drenched in blood, and my finger bones were nearly fractured. It was only at the last moment that I retracted a portion of my strength. Otherwise, my arm would have been utterly ruined. In my dreams, I have practiced my punches countless times, mastering the internal energy techniques, yet my physical form in reality remains in its rudimentary stage, untrained and unrefined, which nearly led me to incapacitate my own arm after exerting full force. Merely a half-step of the collapsing fist technique placed such a tremendous burden on my body. To truly unleash the power of this martial art, I must continuously refine my physical form. With the dual cultivation of inner and outer strength, I shall surpass both the Jiang family and the San Yin sect given time. I called to Ergo to drag the broken tree onto the sidewalk, then returned indoors to simply bandage my right hand before heading to the Taekwondo studio with him. Unlike Ergo, who was eager to reclaim his honor, I merely wished to utilize the force measuring device at the studio to ascertain the current limits of my punching strength. As the morning sun rose, the Taekwondo studio was bustling with activity. Nearly all the members were present. Within the 80-square-meter training room, besides the brash blue belt from yesterday, there was a middle-aged man with a black belt tied around his waist. His face bore the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, reminiscent of a sword yet to be drawn. These were the two individuals with whom Director Zhang had arranged our duel. The blue belt youth pointed at Ergo and me. The middle-aged man glanced over, shook his head, and remarked that we were merely two amateurs, lacking stability in our stance and footwork. In China, many are entranced by ancient martial arts, often deceived by so-called masters. How could truly formidable individuals be willing to impart their deepest secrets for a mere few thousand yuan intuition? I conveyed this sentiment to them yesterday. Rather than appreciating my advice, they responded with hostility. Thus, a duel was agreed upon, as none would yield. The blue belt youth, seemingly fearful of inciting the director's ire, shifted the blame entirely onto Ergo and me. It would serve them right to receive some lessons, preventing them from being duped again in the future. Upon hearing that there were challengers, Director Zhang hastily made his way to the studio, only to discover that we were merely novices, feeling somewhat speechless and disappointed. The legendary ancient martial arts remain just that, legends. What circulates among the public today scarcely qualifies as martial arts, more akin to health exercises. He settled on the sidelines, watching the crowd in the training area with little enthusiasm. The blue belt youth approached us as we entered, unexpectedly acknowledging our courage. You two truly dared to come? Impressive. Today, I shall be your opponent. My name is Chun. I waved my hand impatiently. In just a couple of days, it would be time for another live showcase. There was no time to listen to his ramblings. Let's get started. Ergo, take it easy. Collapsing strength from within can be dangerous. After I finished my instructions, I wandered around the room, contemplating the usage of the force gauge. The young man in the blue belt had barely introduced himself before he was abruptly interrupted, his face reflecting a countenance akin to that of someone suffering from constipation, brimming with arrogance. Initially, I had intended to reserve some of my strength, but it now seemed unnecessary. He suppressed his fury, declaring that in the realm of martial combat, life and death are at stake. As long as neither party concedes defeat, the battle shall persist. Moreover, this was a personal conflict, and I urged bystanders not to intervene. In his mind, he had already devised a sequence of attacks, his right leg poised to strike as he menacingly fixed his gaze on Ergo's profile. It was evident he intended to deliver a side kick aimed at incapacitating Ergo, silencing him before inflicting further torment to vent his pent-up wrath. You shall remember my name for all eternity. Today, I will etch an indelible and painful memory into your life. Why hasn't he begun yet? I furrowed my brow, standing aside while fiddling with the force gauge, an apparatus resembling a punching bag, encased in genuine leather with a pressure sensor inside. My right hand was injured, so I was utilizing my left. After an interminable delay, the young man in the blue belt finally assumed his stance, a cold smile gracing his lips as he executed his movements with remarkable professionalism, prompting nods of approval from the surrounding members. Even Director Zhang, a black belt, displayed a hint of admiration. Xiao Chun had only been training for a year and was already preparing to test for the next rank. His talent and perseverance marked him as one of the finest prospects in our dojo. As he absorbed the accolades from the onlookers, the blue-belted youth felt a surge of pride. His innate ability had propelled him through countless hardships to attain his current rank. You two novices, merely imitating from a rudimentary manual, believe you can challenge me after just one night of practice? How laughable. He was resolute in his intention to shatter the myth of ancient martial legends, vowing that they would enter standing but exit lying down. With an air of confidence, he appeared to foresee the outcome of their duel, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When Director Zhang finally called for the match to commence, the young man unleashed a fierce shout, his right leg springing forth with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Ergo's head. Once this kick lands, you are already defeated. His kick was executed with remarkable swiftness, a testament to countless hours of training. Even Director Zhang might struggle to evade it. The young man's eyes gleamed with anticipation as his leg approached Ergo's head, yet to his astonishment, Ergo showed no inclination to dodge. Ah, truly a novice. Likely paralyzed by fear, he mused, but just then, he felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen. As he lifted his leg, Ergo stepped forward, unleashing a right punch. This punch was unremarkable, except for its sheer speed. The moment it connected with the young man's abdomen, he realized too late that he was unable to react. His body was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball, flying several meters away. The impact of the punch was like an arrow released from a bow, and a wave of onlookers was knocked over in the ensuing chaos. Director Zhang leapt from his seat, exclaiming, "Internal force." Cries of dismay echoed throughout the training hall as the once confident blue-belted youth now lay crumpled on the ground, his body feeling as though it had been shattered. After several futile attempts to rise, he ultimately surrendered, sprawled like a lifeless fish on the floor, his eyes wide open, still unable to fathom the reality of his defeat. This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold. In the center of the hall, Ergo stood, momentarily stunned. Is he really this weak? I practiced for merely one night, and only exerted half of my strength. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the dojo, with onlookers feeling a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped several times. Just as the crowd was at a loss on how to break the tension, a resounding crash emanated from the strength tester, instinctively drawing everyone's gaze. I extracted my hand from the apparatus, revealing a sizable hole in the once pristine leather punching bag. Clearing my throat, I forced myself to maintain composure. This machine undoubtedly had issues before I arrived. Do not attempt to blame me. All right, you've all finished. Ergo, let us leave. Noticing the peculiar look from Director Zhang, I swiftly departed the Taekwondo dojo with Ergo. Jiangu, what was your punching power limit? What power? One punch shattered it, even damaging the screen that displayed the numbers. Chapter 349. Despair of Xia Qing. The collapse fist is a lethal technique honed over centuries on the battlefields of China, though it fell into obscurity due to certain historical circumstances. From now on, brother, I shall navigate Jiangqing with ease. Ergo was even more exhilarated than I anticipated, still basking in the glory of that formidable punch. Jiangqing is a treacherous place, even with mastery over the 8 internal energies of the collapse fist. One can only claim to have the means for self-preservation. Our adversaries are not ordinary. I remained remarkably composed, no matter how hardened one's fist. It cannot withstand a bullet, and there exist far more sinister and terrifying forces in this world. Training in martial arts is merely a means to acquire an additional skill to navigate certain exceptional situations. Upon hearing my words, Ergo gradually sobered, though his eyes still sparkled with anticipation, eager to engage with more opponents. Jiangu, may I pass this technique on to other brothers? Rest assured, I, Chen Ergo, have never erred in selecting my companions. They are all brothers for life. After a moment of contemplation, I nodded. Since I had shared the technique, it was my intention to assist him in expanding his influence and enabling his brothers to practice diligently. However, it is imperative to remember to remain discreet and avoid ostentation. Certainly, certainly, Ergo exclaimed excitedly. With this technique, the East District will be mine. Every day is filled with brawls and turf wars. Even if you seize the entire underground market of Jiangqing, without connections, you may find yourself incarcerated at any moment. Ergo, in his youthful exuberance, seemed trapped in old ways. Presently, he lacked the strength to contend with the powers that be, who would not hesitate to retaliate should he encroach upon their territory. Relying solely on brute force is futile. I sighed and continued, do not let power cloud your judgment. Our aim is not petty territorial disputes, but the Jiang family. Do you recall the night I was wanted? Thousands of armed police were dispatched, scouring the city for me as if I were a stray dog. I have never forgotten those grievances. Indeed, upon mentioning the Jiang family, Ergo gritted his teeth in indignation. Once my brothers master the collapsed fist, we shall make Jiang de Tao pay. It is not that simple. The Jiang family did not ascend to become the foremost conglomerate in Jiangxing through mere brute strength or cunning. They have operated within this city for years, weaving an intricate web of relationships. To speak of recent events, just a few days ago, I submitted a plethora of evidence at the court hearing, each item seemingly potent enough to undermine the very foundation of the Jiang family. Yet, despite the passage of time, there has been no news of a thorough investigation into the Jiang family. Not even the video recordings from that court session have surfaced. All internal information appears to have been suppressed, as if forcefully silenced. Our resources pale in comparison to those of the Jiang family, and if we are to topple them, we must seek allies. The Jiang family reigns supreme in Jiang City, yet not everyone cowers before them. There are many who long for the downfall of the Jiang group, most notably Qianding Pharmaceutical. A few years ago, it was well known that the real estate sector was lucrative, and Qianding Pharmaceutical, with its substantial funds, was engaged in extensive land acquisition and property development. The rivalry between the two financial titans began at that time. The Huang family, with whom I share a deep connection, could potentially assist me. I could leverage the prescriptions obtained from the underworld to strike a deal with them to combat Jiangjin real estate. As for the enigmatic Sanyin sect behind the Jiang family, that is a challenge I must confront alone. To oppose an entire nefarious sect is no trivial matter. Preparation is paramount, and one must not act impulsively. After entrusting Ergo with certain tasks, I procured a considerable amount of breakfast items and returned to the adult shop solo. A broken tree limb lay at the entrance, which I feigned not to notice as I slipped through the door. However, before I could set down my baozi and youtiao, a quick glance around the room instilled a sense of trepidation within me. Inside the modest establishment stood a middle-aged couple, their expressions unwelcoming. The man, with dark hair now streaked with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, stared at Wang Yu, who sat vacantly on the floor, lost in thought. The woman, in her 40s and still retaining a trace of allure despite her furrowed brow, fixated on the various intimate items adorning the walls. Her fists clenched tightly, as if ready to strike. "What brings you here?" I inquired softly, recognizing them as the parents of Xia Qingji, whom I had met long ago. Upon their realization of my presence, they flanked me, their gazes ablaze with intensity, as though they wished to consume me whole. "Uncle, Auntie, let's discuss this calmly. What is the meaning of this?" I stammered, feeling increasingly uneasy. "I Haven T sought out Qingji recently." "Qingji is also what you call her?" Xia Qingji's mother suddenly escalated her tone, as if her tail had been stepped on. "I heard at the police station that you saved Qingji and even felt guilty about it. Who would have thought you would conspire with her to deceive me? You must clarify what you have done to my daughter. She is just a high school student, and I am considerably older than her. Even if I wished to do something, how could I?" "You truly dare to speak so?" Xia Qingji's mother thrust a diary into my hands. "Read this for yourself. I am uncertain what eloquent words you employed to beguile my daughter. However, I must unequivocally convey that the two of you are impossible. Forever impossible." The diary reveals numerous fragments, many of which have been torn away, lacking any date markers. Rather than a diary, it resembles a collection of emotional musings. Everyone believes I am fabricating lies. What should I do? My memories of my brother grow increasingly nebulous. Will there come a day when I no longer remember him? Am I truly losing my sanity? Is my brother merely a figment of my imagination? Finally, someone has chosen to believe me. His name is Gao Jian, a discreet detective. Gao Jian appears weary, and my brother's situation seems dire. If even Gao Jian were to vanish, who would still lend credence to my claims? I watched from a distance as Gao Jian entered the shop, his body covered in wounds. I have never witnessed so much blood in my life, so perhaps it is best not to disturb him. How did Gao Jian become a wanted criminal? It is inconceivable. He must be wrongfully accused. With so much time having elapsed without news, perhaps I have truly lost my mind. Standing within the shop, I remained silent, perusing the diary from beginning to end. The girl's journey from hope to despair, with all its subtle emotional fluctuations, was poignantly expressed through her writings. Do you have anything further to say? In the eyes of Xiaqing's parents, their daughter is exemplary, studious, obedient, and considerate, with the sole flaw of harboring doubts about having a brother. I have exploited this vulnerability to deceive and draw closer to her with ulterior motives. I returned the diary to Xia's father, reflecting on how, during my time teetering on the brink of life and death, I had indeed neglected the feelings of that girl. Gazing at her nearly despairing script, I suddenly felt compelled to have a serious conversation with her. Uncle and aunt, I wish to meet Xiaqing. There are certain matters I need to clarify with her face to face. Upon seeing my serious demeanor, Xiaqing's parents conferred in hushed tones for a moment before nodding their consent. I placed the breakfast on the table and followed them to their residence. Xiaqing remained in her room, ever since discovering our secret observation of her diary. She has withdrawn, refusing to speak with us and neglecting her meals. Ultimately, as parents, they are concerned for their daughter. If they were not at their wits' end, they would not trouble a stranger. I nodded and approached Xiaqing's door, gently knocking. Xiaqing, it is Gao Jian. May I enter? There is something I must share with you. Your brother may still be alive. The tightly shut door opened a crack, and a slender, icy finger grasped my wrist, pulling me into the room.